Just by watching a movie, I can comprehend all sorts of superpowers. But the abilities I comprehend are all related to criminal skills. After watching God of Gamblers, I triggered an extraordinary comprehension and gained the ability to be the king of swindlers. Always winning at gambling, the king of swindlers. What are you hesitating for? Let's go all in. After watching Breaking Bad, I comprehended the art of making deadly drugs. I transformed into a drug-making master and infiltrated an underground organization. Watch and learn carefully. That's real chemistry. I'll only teach it once. After watching The Big Short, I comprehended 1,000 skills. I transformed into a master of success and infiltrated a fraudulent organization. I'll give 100 million to anyone who betrays me. That's a few billion. I'll crush them all. Facing the adoring gazes of countless criminal elements. Just give them a smirk. That's what you call professionalism. And I'm just a newly recruited police officer. On my first day, as there was no work arrangement yet, I watched the movie New World that I had just downloaded yesterday. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of me. Congratulations to the host for the extraordinary comprehension. The movie watching system has been activated. The host can gain abilities by watching films and TV shows. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles are not as good as watching countless movies. Please watch more, host. If others watch movies just for fun, I, on the other hand, can truly comprehend superpowers from them. Watching New World everywhere, triggering comprehension, I comprehended the elevator god against all odds. In the elevator, I'm invincible. System, are you serious? I'm a cop. How can I learn the skills of a fierce bandit? The next moment, a large number of combat techniques suitable for narrow spaces flooded into my mind. I effortlessly acquired advanced combat skills. Now, whether it's agility, strength, or physical fitness, are at the level of world champions. These are all trivial. The truly awesome ability lies in the word elevator. As long as I step into the elevator car, I will be like a god descending to earth, invincible against anyone. I bit my lip, feeling very conflicted about this ability. The title of Elevator God refers to the movie I just watched, and the male lead in it. Gang leader Ding Ching, alone in the elevator, fought against 6 gang assassins with knives, and actually managed to counter-kill them. He's absolutely amazing. Now, as long as I stand in the elevator, I am truly an unbeatable force. Unfortunately, I smiled bitterly. This ability sounds impressive, but I can't use it myself. I am a well-behaved police officer. I have never done anything wrong since I was young, let alone fought aggressively. How could I possibly pick a fight for no reason and deliberately go into the elevator? Besides, is that in line with the uniform I'm wearing? But then I thought, now that I already have the viewing system, I'll watch a different movie next time. I hope to awaken abilities that I can actually use. The system can't keep rewarding skills that only thugs would use. Just as I was complaining about the skills the system gave me, Deputy Director Tang Jianjun suddenly pushed the door open, looking serious, and everyone gathered urgently. There has been a serious incident on Dongshan Road. A large-scale armed conflict broke out at an underground casino, resulting in multiple injuries. The nearby police station is unable to handle it and is requesting backup. With a command from the deputy director, in no time, all the police officers in the office sprang into action. They orderly put on their uniforms, grabbed their equipment, got into the vehicles one by one, and departed for the scene of the incident. As Captain Chen Shen passed by me, she patted my shoulder and said, "Xiaosu, come with us on the mission. When we get to the scene, observe and learn as much as you can. Don't act impulsively." I nodded and quickly grabbed my uniform to catch up. At the scene, Chen Chen went to communicate with the police officers from the station, sealing off the area, while the other colleagues carried out their tasks methodically. As I observed the situation at the scene, Chen Chen came over and assigned me a task. "Su Feng, go to the underground parking lot and guard the elevator exit. Contact us via the walkie-talkie if anything happens. Be careful." I responded and headed towards the elevator. A few senior officers nearby looked at my back and said, "Boss, it's Xiaosu's first day on the job. Isn't it inappropriate to have him guard the elevator exit? If he runs into robbers, won't he be serving himself to them? How about I go in his place?" Chen Shen glared at them and said, "Check everything thoroughly. Don't mess up. All of you old hands, go in through the main entrance. No one is allowed to run." The crowd burst into laughter, confirming their equipment and waiting for the captain's next order. In fact, everyone knows that of all the positions, the underground parking lot and the elevator entrance I'm guarding are the safest. Any smart gangster wouldn't take the elevator up. They'd be like fish in a barrel for the police. They might as well just come up and surrender. The ones breaking through the main entrance are the ones facing the greatest danger, dealing with the gangsters' desperate counterattacks. If they were to let a greenhorn like me join the frontal assault team, they would be the first to object. After all, they don't fear godlike opponents, they fear pig-like teammates. Although I did well in the police academy, the reality of the tasks is completely different from what we learned there. Over the years, they haven't seen a shortage of outstanding police academy graduates who, when carrying out tasks, were so scared that their legs went weak, and they couldn't move, almost harming their teammates. As they stealthily made their way into the casino according to the battle sequence, I had already entered the underground parking lot, walking towards the elevator exit, while scanning the surroundings. The parking lot isn't large, and there's only one elevator exit on the ground floor. I just need to keep an eye on this elevator in front of me. As I reached the elevator door, the button suddenly lit up. I looked up at the elevator, and the numbers on the display showed it was moving up from the underground. No way, sir. My luck is too good. I clenched my fist, subconsciously bent my knees, and assumed a fighting stance, muttering words unconsciously. While I was waiting for the elevator doors to open, the West City Sub-Bureau team, led by Chin Chen, burst in and stormed into the casino. The casino was filled with injured thugs writhing on the ground, howling in pain. The back door of the casino was wide open, windows shattered, making it difficult to determine the whereabouts of the gang of bandits. Seeing the police arrive, the manager in the corner tried to run but was swiftly caught by Chin Chen. Upon questioning, he pointed out to the police the direction the robbers took, mentioning they stole my car keys and must have headed to the underground parking garage. Upon hearing the casino manager's words, everyone felt a sense of foreboding, exchanging glances with a feeling of unease. Chen Chen sensed trouble and quickly rushed to the back door elevator area, only to see the number above the elevator slowly descending to the basement level. Oh no, Su Feng is still at the elevator entrance. Quickly contact the people above for support. Anxious, Chen Chen's tone couldn't help but sound unfriendly. The police officers on the ground blocking the scene rushed to Chen Chen for help, complaining as they circled towards the underground parking garage. Isn't it ridiculous that the West City Sub-Bureau left a person at the elevator entrance, and a newcomer at that? We must report this to higher-ups. I mean, look at that new guy, looks clueless with narrow shoulders and legs. Clearly an office worker type. At the front of the crowd, their captain turned around and reprimanded, "What's all the noise about? Hurry up! Just received a message from the director that this group may be armed. If something really happens, can any of you handle it?" The underground parking lot, the elevator door in front of me slowly opened, and inside the freight-sized car, stood 10 burly men, all looking ferocious at the moment. Although I am over 1.8 meters tall, in front of this group of tough bandits, I somehow felt petite. Seeing only one person guarding, but the robbers in the elevator didn't rush out recklessly. Instead, they cautiously watched me and the position behind me, making sure there were no other police. Taking advantage of their confusion, I took a step into the elevator amidst their astonished gaze, the elevator warrior. In an instant, I felt like the whole world had changed. It was as if I had countless controversial labels on me: top killer, invincible strength, immune to weapons, shapeshifting. My clear mind was now assessing these robbers. Their bodies appeared full of flaws and vulnerabilities in my eyes. I quickly glanced at the weapons in their hands. All of them were carrying weapons like daggers, perfect for fighting in cramped spaces. These guys had quite a few weapons. Moreover, the person who kept his hand in his clothes until the end, most likely had a gun. In the eyes of these robbers, my movements were just a moment, but in that moment, I had already grasped the situation of these people perfectly. Although there were as many as 10 people in front of me, I didn't pay them any attention. I raised my eyes to the foremost robber, gave a friendly smile, and gently pressed the door-closing button. Several robbers looked at each other, all stunned by my actions. "What's going on, boss? Is this guy out of his mind? Does he think he's Ip Man or something? I want to take on 10 of them." "Haha, shut up. Stand at the back," said the robber holding the gun. Clearly, he was the leader of the gang. "Stop dawdling and finish him off. Let's get out of here. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." "Come on." The robber at the front has already swung his knife at me. I slightly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the blade, then grabbed the joint on the robber's arm and lightly twisted it. I directly used the robber's knife to make a cut at the waist, right into his belly. Then I lifted my foot and tripped the robber, causing him to fall to the ground. The knife in his hand went straight into his belly, and the robber immediately went silent, leaving only a faint gasping sound. I flicked the blood off my hand and looked up at the remaining fierce robbers with a wicked smile on my face. Damn, I dealt with the first one swiftly and ruthlessly, shocking all the robbers in the elevator. For a moment, they were all frightened. "Bro, is this guy really a cop?" "Nonsense. Have you ever seen a cop be so ruthless? He's definitely a killer from the casino. Stop the nonsense. The robbers then took turns swinging their knives at me. I continued to dodge effortlessly, evading the opponent's attacks and striking their vital points. One after another, the bandits fall, leaving almost no space to step in the elevator. Covered in blood, I resemble Ding Ching from the movies in this moment of intense combat, except the blood on me is not mine, but that of the bandits. The remaining bandits are shocked by my ruthless methods, yet surprisingly, I don't have a single wound on me after all this fighting. The bandits on the ground either have broken limbs or are covered in knife wounds, creating a gruesome scene. But now I'm worried. The uniform I'm wearing was just issued this morning, and it's completely stained with blood. I can't go back like this. I've never washed clothes soaked in blood before, and I'm not sure if they'll come clean. Maybe I should request a new uniform at the bureau. It's not excessive, right, considering I took down so many bandits alone? Suddenly, I see the leader of the robbers at the back, pulling his hand out of his clothes. Without reason, a sense of warning arises in me, and instinctively I dodge to the right, revealing a hole in the left side of the carriage. The remaining 4 bandits across from me watch in horror as I effortlessly dodge the bullets, completely losing their nerve and even struggling to hold onto their knives. I just took a step forward, and the knives in their hands fell with a clang. Are they even human? This is insane. Bang, bang, the boss on the opposite side has completely lost his mind, firing a burst of shots at me, emptying the magazine. But I easily dodged them all, not a single hit. There were a few more bullet holes on the carriage. After they finished, it was my turn. I wiped the blood from my face and, with a grim smile, attacked the remaining bandits. In the underground parking lot, the supporting police and the West City team that rushed over are guarding the elevator door. Hearing the gunshots, Chen Chen was shocked. Su Feng didn't have any guns, so the gunshots could only be from the bandits. Chen Chen was furious, grabbing the collar of another captain and shouting angrily that they had guns. Why didn't anyone speak up? The other team members quickly stepped forward and separated the two. The captain remained calm. Look, the elevator is coming down. Everyone turned to look, and they saw the elevator gradually descending from the 3rd floor. They immediately formed up, ready for anything. The elevator doors slowly opened, and everyone's pupils constricted as they looked in disbelief at the scene before them. Suddenly, a hand covered in blood extended from the elevator. Comrades, help! Help! The elevator doors opened, revealing a carriage filled with blood, a gruesome sight with bandits lying all over the floor. The officers, seeing the gruesome scene in the elevator, instinctively aimed at the only figure still standing in the middle of the elevator. Chen Chen also felt nervous, but then he looked closely, quickly shouted loudly, and reached out to stop them. Don't shoot, he's one of us, he's from Su Feng, he's from the sub-bureau. I heard the commotion outside, then turned slowly with the unconscious gang leader in my arms, looking at the officers outside. Seeing my face, the officers guarding the elevator were all suddenly shocked, intimidated by the sternness on my face. What nonsense is Chen Chen talking? This blood-covered thug is one of our own. Police my ass, is this guy a cop or the director of public security? The veteran officers present, who hasn't dealt with several homicide cases, but have never seen such a brutal scene. Even the behind-the-scenes boss of the casino, when they see me like this, they have to respectfully call me Big Brother. At this moment, the thug who had just reached out to the police for help had already thrown himself onto the legs of the police station captain, crying and pleading, "Comrade police, you have to help us, this man is from the underworld, he's a hitman sent by the casino." For a moment, the other thugs who could barely move also dragged their crippled bodies, scrambling to get out, clutching the officer's legs in fear, their eyes full of terror. "Officer, please save us, I need to call the police, he's a bad person, hurry and arrest him." At this moment, all the police officers present, surprisingly, didn't think there was anything wrong with what the robbers were saying. Compared to the pitiful appearance of the robbers, I seem to be the real criminal the police should be catching, especially with the half-dead robber leader in my hands, looking even less like a good person. At that moment, I also came to my senses, carefully carrying the leader out of the elevator, stepping cautiously on the only space to step on, and the robbers on the ground all instinctively moved backward. After leaving the elevator, the power of the elevator warrior disappeared, and I felt a sense of loss and emptiness wash over me. This ability restriction is very strict, and once out of the elevator, there is nothing left. Recalling my heroic state just now, I felt somewhat unsatisfied. Holding onto the robber who was the police captain, I held on even tighter, hiding completely behind the captain and not daring to show my face. Seeing my actions, the police officers instinctively swallowed hard. They have seen these actions and expressions in movies before, usually from psychotic killers. They walk very elegantly and carefully because they are afraid of getting blood on their shoes. It's exactly like me now, even the expression, as if they have just finished killing someone and are still looking for the next target. The guns that the police officers had just put down, they now couldn't help but want to pick them up again. Not to mention the half-dead robbers on the ground, even these gun-wielding officers now felt like moving backward. I stepped out of the elevator, scratched my head, and was suddenly stared at by so many people. It was the first time. Then I went straight to Chen Chen. "Captain, you didn't let me down." Not a single robber escaped. Chen Chen shuddered at the words, almost subconsciously taking a step back. He quickly had someone take the robber from my hands. He wanted to pat me on the back, but I was covered in blood, and he didn't know where to start. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "Good. It's your first day on duty, and you caught a robber. I will report it properly when we get back and give you credit, but you must remember to remain humble and keep working hard in the future." The police captain next to him, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, widened his eyes and looked at him. "Single-handedly took down 10 armed robbers, and you want him to report to you? And you're telling him to remain humble and keep working hard? Are you crazy? If he keeps this up, I'm afraid the beds at Shanghai City Hospital won't be enough." At this point, the police officers from the local police station who had previously complained about being assigned to guard the elevator entrance also realized what was happening. They looked on in shock at the robbers on the ground, wailing in pain. The robbers, who had been causing them endless headaches, were now curled up on the ground like beaten dogs, begging for protection. And all of this was done by this young man in front of them. This guy is a real cop. He really took down 10 robbers by himself, and it was in the elevator. Are all police academy graduates this amazing now? Suddenly, Chen Chen's phone rang. It was Tang Jianjun calling. "Hello, Chief. What's the situation now? Any casualties? Just received the news that the other side is armed." Tang Jianjun sounded very anxious, obviously just got the news and then called. Chen Chen glanced at me and the bandits on the ground. Tang Jianjun, extremely anxious, urged him directly, "Enough nonsense, what's the current situation? Speak up." "The situation is under control now, Chief. They do have guns. As for casualties, 10 people are injured, and the injuries are quite serious." Tang Jianjun's heart sank, and he slumped into the chair. This time, it's really a big problem. Seeing him silent, Chen Chen continued, "There are a total of 10 bandits on the other side, all seriously injured. They probably need to be taken to the hospital first." Tang Jianjun winced and sat up. "Wait, did you say 10 casualties, all bandits?" "Right, none of our people were injured, and no civilians were hurt. We didn't even see the bandits, they were all taken care of by Su Fengquan." Tang Jianjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The name Su Feng sounds familiar. Who is Su Feng? People from other branches are here too. Chen Chen is the new recruit in our branch. He just reported today. Don't you remember? We just met him this morning. Tang Jianjun was stunned, starting to doubt his own ears. The new guy? That kid who watched movies all morning? He single-handedly took down 10 bandits? Tang Jianjun was shocked by Chen Chen's words, urging him to come back as soon as he finished the matter. With such a fierce warrior under Chen Chen's command, he was also shaking his head and looking pleased. After thanking the brothers from the police station who came to support, they arranged the robbers and took the police officers back to the sub-bureau to report on the operation. On the way back, Su Feng's mind was once again filled with the system's prompts, so he simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Chen Chen and the police officers in the same car looked even more distressed seeing him so weak. They thought to themselves that Su Feng had worked so hard to complete the task. They must speak highly of Su Feng's achievements to the chief when they returned. He must be credited with a great merit. At this moment, Su Feng was checking the prompts in his mind. Congratulations to the host for capturing the jewelry store robbers. Rewards are being distributed. Wow, there are rewards for completing tasks? What a conscientious system. Su Feng was full of anticipation and absent-mindedly rubbed his fingers. Rewards distributed. The elevator war god has been upgraded to silver level, greatly enhancing its effects. Elevator war god, silver level. The range of effect is expanded. As long as the host is in a certain range of enclosed space, they are invincible in close combat. Su Feng carefully examined the upgraded abilities and was very satisfied. After the skill upgrade, he no longer needed to activate the skill only in the elevator. The skill's effects could be triggered in any enclosed space within a certain range, increasing the versatility and cost-effectiveness. Places like containers, cold storage rooms, secret rooms, and even closets could trigger this skill. The close combat invincibility that followed was even more powerful. Although it was only close combat and did not include firearms, the ability to ignore size and weapons was enough for him to handle the majority of cases. The first operation was a complete success, and the skill was upgraded, so Su Feng was in a very good mood at this moment. Back at the police station, as soon as Su Feng got out of the car, all eyes were drawn to the bloodstains all over his body. The old lady who came to report the incident turned around and was startled, almost thinking that someone was attacking the police station. The people waiting in the area to report cases also started to discuss Su Feng. "Oh, police officer, your work here must be quite hard, to be so injured and still come to work." "Old lady, no police officer would come to work covered in blood. This is clearly a criminal, probably just caught. Young people these days, they are all so reckless, too impulsive." Chen Shen saw that Su Feng had caused a sensation and quickly took him to the changing room to find him a new set of clothes. "You can wear this outfit for now, but wash your face first. Look at yourself now, you're scaring people." While scolding Su Feng, Chen Shen's mouth was always smiling, unable to contain his pride. Su Feng was his man, he had achieved merit, so he also had a shining face. One person subdued 10 criminals, which other sub-bureau could do that? He couldn't wait to call his colleagues from other bureaus now. "What? How did you know my new recruit achieved merit on his first day? He caught 10 robbers, armed robbers at that." "Oh, it's nothing, let's not chat, I have to call old Li." Chen Shen was ecstatic as he walked into the chief's office. Tang Jianjun happened to receive a video from the intelligence center, which was extracted from the surveillance footage of the parking lot elevator. Both of them were curious about how Su Feng had managed it, so they leaned in together to watch the surveillance video. The screen showed the figures of 10 robbers, all looking fierce. Just now, the robbers were beaten half to death by Su Feng, and it was impossible to tell how fierce they were. Chen Shen even suspected that his colleagues who arrived first deliberately exaggerated their threat. This was the first time he had seen the original appearance of these 10 people. Tang Jianjun frowned. "These people are definitely experienced. Later, have someone check it out. I reckon they must have other cases on them." Su Feng's achievement this time is probably not small. Chen Shan also said thoughtfully. "How did Su Feng manage to subdue them? When this group of people stood in front, even I felt scared, let alone a newcomer like him. Could it be that internal strife among the robbers allowed him to take advantage?" Before they could finish their discussion, the robbers in the elevator were successively taken down by Su Feng. Chen Shan even rewound the video and played it at 0.5x speed to see Su Feng's movements clearly. The office was filled with exclamations. "Damn, where did this kid learn his fighting skills from? The police academy definitely didn't teach him these moves." Those who often kill people know that you can't master these techniques without killing dozens of people. The surveillance couldn't even capture his movements clearly. This is even more impressive than the Foshan shadowless kick. Tang Jianjun also wholeheartedly agreed. Every move is lethal, not just to subdue the enemy, this kid really wants to kill them. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out in the surveillance video. Chen Shen's pupils dilated, and he immediately pushed Tang Jianjun aside, almost pressing himself against the screen, his eyes full of shock. "Damn, what is this? He can dodge bullets? He dodged 6 in a row?" The robbers were less than 2 meters away from Su Feng, and not a single shot hit? "Dude, can't they aim?" Chen Shen was completely in awe of Su Feng. He had originally thought that maybe it was the adrenaline, combined with good luck, or perhaps the robbers had a falling out, that allowed Su Feng to take advantage. He never expected this kid to take down the robbers head-on. "Wow, this plot is even more daring than a movie." Lu Cixin would even exclaim at how amazing it is. If it weren't for the surveillance footage, they would never believe Su Feng's account alone. Even if they wrote a report and submitted it, the superiors would probably think they were fools. Tang Jianjun leaned back on the chair, looking at Su Feng's figure on the screen, his eyes shining brightly. Our sub-bureau hit the jackpot this time. Police station office. Su Feng had already become the star of the West City Sub-Bureau. On his first day, he single-handedly subdued 10 fierce bandits, directly solving a criminal gang problem that had been a headache for so many officers. This record would be impressive even for veteran officers, let alone a newcomer like him. Even officers from other departments gathered around to hear how he had subdued those criminals. Su Feng shyly accepted everyone's praise. Colleagues from the neighboring squadron who hadn't been at the scene expressed doubts when they saw Su Feng's appearance. "Lao Lu, are you guys playing a trick on us? Xiao Su looks clean and honest, doesn't seem like someone who can fight. You guys are really something, Sai. Even if we don't win in the monthly evaluations for several months, we shouldn't resort to these tactics, right?" At this moment, Tang Jianjun and Chen Shen walked into the office together, both wearing smiles on their faces. Chen Shen clapped his hands. "Everyone, quiet down, the chief has something to say." In the office, all eyes were on Tang Jianjun. Colleagues who had been on the mission together began to speculate. They had just caught a group of fierce bandits, and the chief was smiling so happily, it must have been resolved, and with a good outcome. Without a doubt, The only one who could make the chiefs so happy was Su Feng, this newcomer. During the capture of the robbers, besides Su Feng, almost no one else had made a contribution. Everyone looked at Su Feng with envy. Many of them were also veteran police officers, serving for many years without much recognition. Su Feng had just joined today and accomplished such a great feat, truly impressive. Admiration aside, they didn't have any other thoughts. After all, they couldn't possibly replicate Su Feng's skills. If they were in Su Feng's shoes, they would probably hide and avoid the robbers altogether, let alone rush into the elevator. Su Feng earned this merit with his own life. Tang Jianjun picked up his thermos cup. After taking a sip of tea, he spoke slowly. As expected, he announced to everyone the details of the recent arrest operation, emphasizing Su Feng's contribution, even mentioning that he would personally help him write a report to submit. All eyes turned to Su Feng. Tang personally helping him write a report. This kid is really lucky. Police work is high risk, and merits must be actively pursued. If someone else were to write it, the report's quality would definitely not be as high as the director's, and it might not have the desired effect when submitted. It seems that Tang really values this kid. That's the situation. Su Feng has made a great contribution, and I will apply for recognition on his behalf. Xiao Su, don't be proud, keep up the good work. After speaking, Tang Jianjun remained composed and returned to his office. Without even putting down his thermos cup, he took out his phone and started scrolling through WeChat friends. Lao Li, Lao Sun, Lao Zhang, who should I call first? After the director left, the office became lively again. Xiao Su, well done, a bright future ahead. Xiao Su, when you get promoted in the future, remember to take care of us. Hey Xiao Su, where did you learn martial arts? Recommend your coach to me. Su Feng's teammates congratulated him one after another, while the officers from other teams who were ignored slinked away. Chen Chen waved them off. Go back to work. Su Feng, congratulations, the director values you a lot and is preparing to give you a big responsibility. During this time, I'll arrange a partner for you. She is currently handling a case related to our operation today. Let her explain the specifics to you. Chen Shen led Su Feng to his new workstation, where his new partner sat across from him. The beauty of the Xiqing sub-bureau, Yi Yuan, Su Feng stood in front of her, only now noticing her presence in the office. While everyone else was watching the commotion, she had been working diligently. Xiao Yi, here is the person you requested. Su Feng, just joined today, and already caught 10 robbers at the underground casino on Dong'an Road, the one you were investigating. Work together to expose the mastermind behind the casino as soon as possible. After saying this, Chen Chen left. Yi Yuhan looked up at Su Feng, furrowing her brows, not entirely pleased with Chen Chen's arrangement. Last week, she had requested an assistant to help organize case information. Although she didn't expect the new partner to be of much help, she didn't anticipate Chen Chen assigning a newcomer to her. A colleague from the adjacent workstation peeked over and whispered, "Oh my, isn't that our police beauty Yi Yuhan? Su Feng is so lucky, teaming up with a beauty right after joining." Exactly, I remember several old folks applying to join Yuhan's case last time, but the captain didn't agree. I'm so envious. Envious of what? Her case is not as simple as you think. The boss of that underground casino has never shown his face to his subordinates. No one knows his identity. I bet this case is going to be tough. I don't care, even if the case fails and I get scolded, I still want to work closely with Yuan. You. Su Feng was surprised to hear his colleague's comments. His first partner turned out to be the aloof beauty? Captain Chen's arrangement was really good. Ha. Yi Yuan across from him suddenly spoke. I heard you're good at fighting? Well, I'm okay. How about gambling? Su Feng was taken aback. Huh? Yi Yuan put down the pen in her hand and looked up at him. Texas Hold'em, blackjack, baccarat, guessing odd or even, betting big or small, or slot machines, have you played any of them? Su Feng's brain raced. What does this mean? Is he trying to deceive me? It's a joke. How could I, a graduate of the police academy, possibly engage in gambling? Su Feng proudly shook his head. No, never touched them. Our police academy teachers have always taught us to reject vice, reject gambling, reject drugs. Yi Yuan sighed. As she expected, this newcomer was completely clueless about gambling, having never been exposed to it. In her view, solving cases as a police officer, using force was secondary, the key was to rely on experience and judgment. For the case she was handling, having experience and skills in gambling would provide more opportunities to come into contact with people from underground gambling dens, thus uncovering more leads. She had been working on this case for a long time, even working overtime every day, but still couldn't identify the owner of the gambling den, or even locate a few other underground gambling dens. She was at a loss. These days, you should familiarize yourself with the types of gambling I mentioned earlier. I don't understand anything, so you can't help much. After assigning Su Feng his tasks, Yi Yuhan didn't speak to him again. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Feng left work on time, while Yi Yuhan was still hard at work, indicating she would continue working overtime. In the evening, Su Feng lay in bed, thinking about Yi Yuhan's question from the afternoon, feeling a bit worried. He really didn't understand gambling at all. Apart from watching God of Gamblers and God of Gamblers 2 when he was young, he knew nothing else about it. Thinking of God of Gamblers, Su Feng's eyes lit up. How about re-watching the old movie? The gambling techniques used by Chow Yun-fat and Andy Lau in the movie were exactly what Yi Yuhan mentioned, like stud poker. There were also God of Gamblers 3, All for the Winner, and others. Weren't these ready-made study materials? Su Feng sat up, took out his phone, and searched for a while, preparing to start with God of Gamblers. Unknowingly, it was already midnight, and the final scene of God of Gamblers 2 was playing on his phone. Andy Lau and Stephen Chow stood face to face. Your money is my money is your money, oh, I'm getting rich, the movie ended. Suddenly, the system's voice appeared in Su Feng's mind again. Ding! Host watched the God of Gamblers series of movies, triggering extraordinary enlightenment, gaining the ability King of Cheats. Winning at every gamble, King of Cheats, what are you hesitating for? Stud poker, stud poker. The next moment, a variety of cheating techniques and methods flooded into Su Feng's mind. In addition to these, knowledge of micro-expression observation, mathematical calculation ability, game theory, psychology, and other knowledge also entered Su Feng's mind. Before watching the movie, he was a good young man who had never gambled, but a few hours later, he had become the God of Gamblers who won every gamble. Not only that, he was also a top mathematician and psychologist. In addition, he unlocked several special abilities, which were abilities that appeared in those gambling movies and were also classified as cheating techniques. X-ray vision, card manipulation, illusion, marking cards, and even telekinesis, and various other abilities. Now, he was like a complete encyclopedia of cheating techniques. There was nothing he didn't know. However, like the elevator war god's abilities, the King of Cheats also had limitations on where these cheating techniques could be used. Only in places related to gambling could these cheating techniques be applied. But regarding psychology, mathematics, game theory, and other knowledge, they had completely become abilities that Su Feng himself mastered, turning into passive skills not restricted by the location of use. After completely absorbing all the abilities, Su Feng began to feel uncomfortable all over, as if countless ants were crawling on his body. Before, he didn't understand gambling techniques, so he didn't care much about these deceptive games and considered any losses as part of the experience. But now, things were different. He was the King of Cheats. Who could possibly outsmart him? Not to mention in Shanghai City, even if the God of Gamblers, the Saint of Gambling, and the Gambling Hero were all summoned, they still couldn't beat the current Su Feng. With numerous cheating skills at his disposal, Su Feng couldn't wait to rush to the casino and experience the joy of winning every bet. Besides, this shouldn't be considered gambling, but rather a business trip, right? The next day, as soon as Yi Yuhan saw Su Feng, she asked him, "So, have you familiarized yourself with the casino games?" Su Feng nodded, then suddenly noticed that what Yi Yuhan wore underneath her black uniform was different from usual. Under Yi Yuhan's uniform jacket was not the standard blue shirt but a sexy little camisole. He never expected Yi Yuhan, who usually seemed aloof, to be into this kind of outfit. Wait, why was she allowed to break the dress code and wear her own clothes? Su Feng's puzzled gaze gradually moved upward, passing over a faint cleavage, and met Yi Yuhan's eyes, suddenly realizing. His face turned strange, and he coughed nervously. "I have some understanding. I studied some materials last night." Well, they were all gambling movies, so it counted as study material. Yi Yuhan didn't pay attention to his odd behavior and continued, "Just sitting in the office won't lead us to any clues. Later, you'll come with me to investigate possible locations of underground casinos. We'll go undercover, so you better change into your own clothes." After saying that, Yi Yuhan took off her uniform jacket and put on her own sports jacket. Su Feng suddenly understood. No wonder they weren't wearing the same uniform. They were actually going on an undercover mission to search for a casino today. It sounded thrilling. Catching robbers on the first day, going undercover on the second day? You're really lucky, kid. And you get to do it with the beautiful Yi, so envious, sob sob sob. Their colleagues at nearby desks were all ears, looking at Su Feng with envy. Su Feng had just joined the team, so he wasn't familiar with their work dynamics. Catching robbers on the first day of work and then going out to investigate the next day was not something newbies usually experienced. It was just that Yi Yuhan hadn't cracked the case yet and was getting a bit anxious. Otherwise, Su Feng would have to spend a few days buried in case files, honing his skills, which was a process all newbies had to go through. But there was no way around it. Cases involving underground casinos always had very few leads, making them hard to crack. Apart from the card room they discovered yesterday, there were many seemingly legitimate places that could be their targets. Places like tea houses, senior activity centers, arcades, luxury hotels, and even residential buildings could potentially house underground casinos. Moreover, casino personnel would be scattered around, constantly on the lookout for police and informing those inside. Any slight disturbance would be reported immediately, making the search extremely challenging. Yi Yuhan had been unable to find any leads and finally couldn't sit still today, preparing to personally search for the casino. With Su Feng joining in, she had a whole new plan in mind, ready to go undercover. Nearby, Chen Chen, who was also about to go out, patted Su Feng on the shoulder. "Little Su, you've been working hard lately. Learn as much as you can from Yuhan, it'll benefit you." Su Feng smiled slightly at him, then after a few seconds, suddenly asked, "Captain, if I enter the casino and have to participate in gambling to investigate, will I be punished?" "You're doing it for the case, so it won't be considered a violation." Su Feng rubbed his hands. "Can I get reimbursed for the funds I use?" Chen Chen chuckled, "Sure, if you can really find the casino and uncover clues about the mastermind, even if the higher-ups don't approve, I'll personally reimburse you." 20 minutes later, Su Feng and Yi Yuhan, dressed in casual clothes, arrived at the first area to investigate. Yi Yuhan, wearing her own clothes, no longer felt the restraint of a uniform, showcasing her great figure. Although slender, she was thin where she should be and not lacking in any curves. Her well-defined physique was a result of regular exercise, not starvation. She had changed her hairstyle, tying it up in a simple ponytail. Full of vitality from head to toe, even her eyes seemed brighter, almost like a high school student. "Su Feng, we'll disguise ourselves as a couple addicted to gambling later. Remember the roles, don't give us away." With that said, to Su Feng's surprise, Yi Yuhan linked her arm with his, although her movements seemed somewhat awkward. Su Feng was the king of swindlers, his passive skills always in effect, and he immediately saw through Yi Yuhan's inner thoughts. Although her actions seemed decisive at the moment, her slightly stiff body language, evasive eyes, and conflicted expression revealed that pretending to be a couple was also a challenge for her. She was just putting on a brave front out of respect for her senior. Although their hands were linked, there was an invisible barrier between them, always keeping a distance from Su Feng. Su Feng looked at her, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, teasing yet indulgent. Yi Yuhan felt uncomfortable under his gaze and tried to counter with a senior's authority. "What are you looking at? Do you have any objections to my arrangement?" Su Feng quickly shook his head. "No, I just think there's a problem with our uniforms." Yi Yuhan was surprised by Su Feng's sudden mention of this, tilting her head in confusion. "What's wrong with the uniforms? I don't see any issues." Su Feng spoke with emphasis. "The problem is significant, it's a waste of your beauty. With your great figure, all covered up by the uniform, isn't that a problem? You look so youthful now, almost like a high school student. Why do you change when you put on the uniform?" Hey, speak nicely, don't hit me." Blushing, Yi Yuhan raised her fist as if to punch him. Suddenly remembering her identity, she reluctantly put her fist down and gave him a fierce glare. Then she quickly pointed to the crossroads ahead, abruptly changing the subject. "Stop being cheeky, let's focus on the task. We need to head to the game hall across the intersection. There have been reports from the public that there might be a gambling den there. There might be someone watching nearby, so we need to stay alert from now on and not blow our cover." Su Feng also put on a serious expression, no longer teasing her. After all, they were out to investigate a case, and he wasn't about to get distracted by a beautiful woman and forget his job. The two walked hand in hand towards the intersection. Yi Yuhan was still thinking about Su Feng's comment on her youthful and energetic appearance, comparing her to a high school student. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, she unconsciously moved closer to Su Feng and held his hand tighter. This subtle change didn't escape Su Feng's notice, but he just smiled faintly, not exposing his subordinate's little crush. Soon, they crossed the road and arrived at their destination. Near the entrance of the game hall were some typical arcade games like video games, dance machines, and so on. There were quite a few people playing, mostly young individuals. Some young girls were dancing in front of the dance machine, live streaming, attracting a crowd around them. Su Feng was about to glance over when Yi Yuhan pulled him to the other side. They turned a corner and reached the innermost part of the game hall, where only rows of slot machines remained, with no other entertainment facilities. There weren't many people playing, making the place seem a bit desolate. With a few men wandering around, their gazes shifting. Su Feng made a judgment. There was no mistake, this should be the underground casino that Yi Yuhan was looking for. The reason was simple, As soon as he stepped into this area, he felt like he was coming home. It was as if a dragon returned to the sea, a tiger entered the mountains, as if every pore had opened up, incredibly familiar. This familiarity was the influence of the newly acquired ability King of Cheats. Having this feeling meant he was in the right place. There was definitely something fishy here. The two exchanged some game coins at the front desk and settled down at the slot machine. Su Feng had quite a good streak of luck. He just put in a few coins and hit the jackpot every time. Yi Yuhan had terrible luck, not hitting a single jackpot, so in frustration, he gave all his coins to Su Feng to use while he watched from the side. Now, the more he watched, the more shocked he became. Su Feng's luck was just too unbelievable. Weren't they here to investigate a case? Why did he seem like he was here to make money? Didn't he say he had never played before? Did slot machines also have a beginner's luck period? As Yi Yuhan pondered, he subconsciously reached out and tapped the slot machine Su Feng was playing, even suspecting that the machine was malfunctioning. Unfortunately, when Su Feng pulled the lever, it still showed the same set of symbols. Unbeknownst to them, a stranger approached them from behind. Su Feng inserted the last game coin, undoubtedly winning the jackpot, his face filled with a satisfied expression. Suddenly, the stranger behind him reached out and patted his shoulder. "Buddy, you've got some good luck. Just playing slot machines is boring. Are you interested in playing something bigger?" Su Feng and Yi Yuhan exchanged glances, both showing expressions of disbelief. How big? The man sensed an opportunity. "Besides slot machines, have you played anything else? I have plenty of games here, dice, poker, roulette. Whatever you want to play, we have it. If you win, the money you earn will be several times more than from slot machines. Don't you want to give it a try? By the way, I'm called Little Tiger." Under Little Tiger's coaxing, Su Feng became more excited, but Yi Yuhan didn't seem very interested yet. After some persuasion, they finally agreed. Little Tiger revealed a smile of success. "Follow me." He then led them to a corner deep in the game hall. In the corner were two doors that looked like wardrobe doors, with two burly men standing beside them. The two men exchanged glances with Little Tiger, then sized up Su Feng and Yi Yuhan before opening the door behind them. "Please." Little Tiger extended his hand, inviting them in. Su Feng grinned with joy, pulling Yi Yuhan along as they entered. Yi Yuhan's expression also became happy. She was genuinely happy. Who would have thought that the first place they investigated today would actually have an underground casino? Could Su Feng's luck really be this good? Upon entering the space behind the door, unsurprisingly, it was the underground casino Yi Yuhan had been desperately searching for. Dim lighting, swirling smoke, and a cacophony of noise filled the air. The venue was not small, and there were quite a few people, with all kinds of games available. Su Feng looked around, pretending to be pleasantly surprised, surveying the layout of the casino discreetly, noting the positions of all the entrances. This way, when the main force arrived for the arrest, he could provide accurate information to effectively seal off all exits to prevent anyone from escaping. The man draped his arm over Su Feng's shoulder. "How about it, buddy? Isn't it much better in here than outside? Poker, dice, roulette, what do you want to play?" Su Feng's face lit up with joy. "Tiger, I've never played before. What do you recommend?" Little Tiger smiled faintly, already having a plan in mind. "I see you have good luck. How about starting with dice and guessing the size?" The three of them approached a gambling table. A crowd had gathered around, some were gambling at the table, while others were eager to join in the excitement. Clatter! The dealer shook the dice cup vigorously, displaying his exceptional skills. Bang! The dice cup landed on the table, and the dealer's gaze swept over the gamblers. Big, 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 small, small, small. Beside the gambling table, the audience's shouts were deafening, and Su Feng felt her blood boiling. This was a gambler's paradise, but also the stage for the king of cheats. The dealer slowly uncovered the dice cup. The total dice points did not exceed 11, small. Gamblers who bet wrong sizes cursed under their breath. Damn, small again. It's been 5 smalls in a row. I don't believe the next one will be. Hey, let me tell you, this is called the dragon's breath. You have to let it out before there's a change. I bet the next one will still be small. I suggest you bet small too. On the other side, a middle-aged man who had won several rounds calmly shared his experience with them. Little Tiger, seeing Su Feng and the others focused on the game, asked confidently, "How about trying this?" Su Feng nodded eagerly, looking like an impatient gambler. The guests at the table all knew Little Tiger, and when they saw him bringing 2 newcomers, they turned to look, and the atmosphere at the table quieted down. Little Tiger waved his hand and said to everyone, "They're all our brothers. It's their first time playing today, so take care of them." A man who had lost all his chips sighed and stood up, giving his seat to Su Feng. Seeing this, the dealer glanced at Little Tiger, and they exchanged a barely perceptible look, understanding each other. Here come two new suckers. Same old rules, fatten them up first, then strike. The dealer covered the dice cup and began to shake it. The dice cup shook violently, making a clattering sound inside, then the dealer slammed it heavily on the gambling table. Please place your bets, everyone. The guests at the table began to place their bets. Su Feng had been waiting for this moment, using the King of Cheats' ability to listen and recognize the dice by sound. This was one of the skills provided by the King of Cheats and a common one in the art of cheating. By listening to the sound of the dice colliding inside the cup, the user had to have excellent hearing to identify the final result. To most people, the sound of shaking dice might sound similar each time, but in reality, each die had different faces and edge qualities due to different points, resulting in different sounds when hitting the cup and landing. Although these differences were very subtle, and there were many collision sounds, experienced cheats could easily pick up on these minute variations. Moreover, with only 3 dice in the cup, it was already considered a simple difficulty level. If there were 6 dice, the difficulty would increase significantly, and those who could hear all 6 dice were extremely rare. It was said that there was once a cheat from the mainland who, with the extraordinary skill of listening to the dice, terrified the entire gambling scene on the island, until the legendary gambling king had to step in and take him down. As the king of cheats, Su Feng found it effortless to handle 3 or 6 dice. As the sound of the dice colliding and spinning stopped, Su Feng had the result in mind. It should be 1, 3, 4, a small total. Despite knowing the result, Su Feng had her own plan. For her first time at the table, she decided to keep a low profile and play it cool. She didn't want to draw too much attention right away and raise suspicions. Su Feng hesitated, looking somewhat conflicted. The middle-aged man next to her, who had been winning, confidently bet on small again. Damn it, I don't believe it. This time it's definitely big. I bet big. I am too big. Several other red-eyed gamblers were convinced that this round couldn't possibly be small. They took out some chips and still bet on big. Seeing Su Feng's mistake, the dealer had a look of confirmation and subtly moved her fingers on the gambling table. Ha! Su Feng noticed her movement and then heard an extremely faint sound coming from the dice cup. The dice numbers immediately changed. They became 4, 5, 6, a big number. Su Feng smiled faintly. Cheating from a distance, quite interesting. Su Feng's mind was filled with various cheating methods, and the dealer had just used a method of secretly changing the dice numbers. Cheating from a distance was a skill that many high-level dealers were trained in. They could quietly change the dice numbers by touching the table or the dice cup after the gamblers placed their bets. Due to the soft surface of the gambling table, the sound of the dice landing was already very quiet. Coupled with the noisy surroundings, it was hard to hear. As long as the dealer's actions were discreet enough, ordinary people would find it hard to notice. Only Su Feng noticed this, while the other gamblers beside him were urging the dealer to quickly reveal the result. When the dice cup was uncovered, it turned out not to be the numbers Su Feng had initially heard, but had changed to 4, 5, 6, a big number. Damn, I knew it would be big this time. Good thing I didn't listen to you, still acting all high and mighty, speechless now, huh? Ha ha ha. Oomph, I have plenty of money, don't need this round from you guys. The gamblers nearby had mixed reactions. Yi Yuan was surprised to see Su Feng successfully guessing the outcome in the first round. She really wanted to question him now, asking if he had lied to her about never gambling before. Fortunately, Yi Yuan had high professional standards and maintained a disdainful expression on her face. It was as if she had known all along that Su Feng would win this round. The dealer looked at her arrogant demeanor with a hint of disdain. Heh, if I hadn't switched the dice secretly, would you still be able to laugh now? Laugh all you want, I'll let you enjoy a few more rounds. There will be a time for you to cry later. Afterwards, the dealer pushed all the chips Su Feng had won towards him. Su Feng smiled as he took the chips, his face filled with joy, as if he truly believed he had guessed correctly. However, he had already figured out the dealer's intentions. Just as he had speculated from the beginning, the dealer had intentionally set him up to win the first round. It was clearly a tactic to lure him in, make him bet all his money, and then cut him down ruthlessly. This was a common method used in gambling establishments. They would let the gambler taste victory first, then gradually trap them deeper, making them always believe they could turn the tables in the next round. But how could a gambler ever outsmart the house? In the end, they would all fall into the trap set by the gambling establishment, losing all their savings, and sometimes even leading to ruin. Behind Su Feng, Xiao raised an eyebrow and pretended to be surprised as he said, "Bro, your luck is amazing. Look at how much you've won in this round. Much more than playing slot machines for half a day, right?" At this moment, a burly man walked over and patted Xiao on the back, then gestured for him to come over. "Alright, bro, you go ahead and play, I have something to do. Let me know if you need anything. After Xiaohu left, Su Feng continued with the gambling. The dice numbers varied between big and small, but no matter the change, Su Feng kept guessing correctly time after time, becoming the spiritual leader of the other gamblers at the table. Bro, you're too amazing, winning every round. Are you the reincarnation of the gambling god? How much you win? I'll follow your lead next round. Count me in too. Brother, just tell us, big or small for the next round? Su Feng smiled faintly without responding. In the past few rounds, he had still managed to hear the dice numbers every time. Whenever he guessed wrong, the dealer would adjust the dice according to his bet size using the cheating method from a distance. Su Feng also wanted to see what the other party was up to. After taking care of him for so long, it was time to make a move. Sure enough, the dealer received instructions through the earpiece and was ready to start the next round. The dice tumbler landed on the table, and the dealer spoke, "Please place your bets." According to the sound display, this round was 2, 4, 6, big. After Su Feng bet big, everyone followed suit, betting big as well. Some even went all in, putting all their chips on the line. Seeing this, the dealer continued with the sleight of hand, changing the numbers on the dice. Here it comes. Seeing the opponent's move, Su Feng suddenly became alert. As for Yi Yuhuan beside him, she had long been impressed by Su Feng's luck and was now speechless, staring blankly at the dice tumbler. The lid was lifted, revealing 3 dice that surprised everyone. 2, 1, 2, small. Bang! A gambler slammed the table in anger, as he had bet all his fortune on big. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it, I bet all my money. It can't be small. You're cheating. I'm going to report you. The gambler opposite Su Feng was furious, standing up and cursing the dealer. The dealer remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to such outbursts, only glancing at the casino staff in the distance. Soon, several burly men came over and dragged the shouting man away, and soon there was silence. Yi Yuhuan glanced discreetly in the direction where the man was taken, her brows furrowed. The dealer apologized to everyone with a look of regret. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Please rest assured, we do not engage in cheating here. Let's continue. The crowd of seasoned gamblers was unfazed, proceeding with the game as usual. In the following rounds, regardless of whether Su Feng initially guessed right, it always ended in failure. His chips dwindled bit by bit, making Yi Yuhuan uneasy. She feared that if Su Feng kept losing, he might get carried away and end up losing all their money. More importantly, she worried that if they both ran out of money and were kicked out of the casino, the lead would be lost. Even if they sent someone to raid this den after returning, without finding clues to the mastermind behind it, it would only alert the enemy, providing no help to the case and making them more cautious. It would be even harder for them to infiltrate other casinos in the future. Yi Yuhuan clenched her fists, silently praying for Su Feng not to lose anymore. Su Feng glanced at his dwindling chips, remaining calm. He had lost all the money he had won in the previous rounds, now left with only his initial stake. While he didn't feel much when losing others' money, it was different when it was his own. Su Feng tapped the table with the chips in his hand, looking at the beautiful female dealer in front of him, a decision forming in his mind. Alright, it's about time, let's end the foreplay here. It's time to show these people the skills of the king of cheaters. Is sleight of hand difficult? He could do it too, and his techniques were even more discreet than the dealer's. The title of the king of cheaters was not just for show. Cheating in front of Su Feng was like showing off a skill in front of an expert, walking right into a trap. At this moment, the dealer shook the dice tumbler again, slamming it heavily on the table. This time, the dealer's smile was even brighter, as if saying, I've got you now. Su Feng judged by the sound that it should be 5, 3, 6, a big number. After the consecutive failures in the previous rounds, the other gamblers were cautious and hesitant to bet, observing the situation. However, Su Feng pushed all his remaining chips forward in one go. I bet big this round. The surrounding gamblers were astonished by his bold move. Going all in? Are you out of your mind? Yes, maybe a few more rounds and I could turn the tables, but if I go all in now, it's like waiting for death. Alright, another crazy one, let's get ready to take him away. I'll bet small this time. Me too, small bet. Going all in, if Su Feng loses this round, his chips will be wiped out, unless he puts up more money, otherwise, he'll have to leave directly. The gamblers nearby were initially shocked but quickly regained composure. In the casino, such situations were nothing out of the ordinary. Every day, people who lost all their money would be kicked out for refusing to leave. Moreover, many people, even after being kicked out, were unwilling to accept it, always feeling they still had a chance to turn things around, even borrowing money to come back and continue gambling. The outcome, of course, was being cleaned out by the casino, losing everything. Almost everyone present had bet against Su Feng, not a single person was rooting for him. Only a few hesitated before also choosing small bets, but they only wagered the minimum amount of chips. Yi Yuhan was truly anxious at this point, blaming herself internally. She had underestimated this move. She was so focused on solving the case quickly that she forgot he was a rookie. Without experiencing setbacks, losing so many rounds in a row was definitely overwhelming. The chips were already out there was no way to take them back. Yi Yuhan made a silent resolution. If Su Feng really lost all his money later, she couldn't let him bear it alone. After all, it was her idea to infiltrate the casino in disguise, and she had agreed to let Su Feng participate in the gambling, so she had to bear the main responsibility for the consequences. Mentally prepared, Yi Yuhan felt a lot more at ease, calculating the savings she had accumulated during her time working, calmly waiting for the outcome. The dealer also didn't expect Su Feng to go all in. Indeed, whether a novice or an experienced gambler, they all ended up the same crazy when losing. In this case, the process of slaughtering the pig could be accelerated. All she needed to do was gently lift the dice cup now, and this piglet would officially enter the harvesting phase. Yes, letting Su Feng lose a few rounds in a row was just a warm-up. The real harvesting would start from the moment Su Feng lost all his chips. When Su Feng was kicked out, he would be greeted by the loan sharks specially stationed by the casino. According to their experience, gamblers like Su Feng, who easily got carried away, couldn't resist the temptation to turn things around. And these gamblers were their favorite customers. Meanwhile, in the casino's office, Xiaohu and a few other henchmen were drinking and monitoring the surveillance footage. Hugo, look, the guy you brought in just went all in. Oh my, he got carried away in just a few minutes? Another easy target? Hugo is really something. Come on, guys, let's toast to Hugo. If we had such fools giving us money every day, that would be great. Ha ha. Hearing the henchman's words, Xiaohu suddenly became serious, looking like a big shot. Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'm warning you guys. The boss sent a message. There's a lot of heat outside recently. The police are searching for underground casinos everywhere. You guys have little experience. You can't judge people well. Except for me, no newbies are allowed in during this period. Got it. The henchmen all agreed. Got it. Hugo. We don't have your insight, Hugo. Don't worry, with Hugo around, those cops won't find us even if they break their heads. Xiaohu resumed his smug expression, downing the drink in his hand. Glancing at Su Feng on the monitor, Xiaohu no longer paid attention. In his mind, Su Feng was already like meat on a chopping board, and he was the knife hanging over it. The next time he saw him would be when he came to collect the debt. At the gambling table, the dealer looked at Su Feng with pity. She knew the dice in the cup showed a high number, and in fact, Su Feng had guessed correctly. I'm sorry, but with her around, how could Su Feng possibly make the right bet? As everyone finished placing their bets, the dealer suddenly tapped the gambling table. The dice instantly changed numbers, 5, 3, 1, turning into a small number. Just as the dealer was about to reveal the dice under the cup, Su Feng crossed her hands, rested her head on the table, and at that moment, the dice under the cup changed again, 4, 5, 3, turning back into a large number. The dealer confidently uncovered the cup, ready to announce Su Feng's fate, but as her gaze shifted to the dice, her pupils dilated in disbelief at the scene before her. I clearly just. Other gamblers around also stood in astonishment. Look, 4, 5, 3, it's large. Large. Damn, he actually got it right. This guy is having some damn luck, damn. The dealer's eyes were filled with doubt, almost letting her thoughts slip out. She did change the dice's numbers earlier, but why did they change back before she uncovered them? Could there be another expert present who could perform such a feat from a distance? The dealer scanned the faces at the table, recognizing everyone except Su Feng, who was a newcomer. She knew these people, just a bunch of regular gamblers. If they had such skills, how come they kept losing money? The only newcomer, Su Feng, didn't seem like someone who knew magic tricks. And with his hands resting under his chin, not touching the table, he couldn't have had the chance to touch the cup or change the dice before she uncovered them. What was going on? Could it be that she was tired from not resting well yesterday, causing her to make a mistake? The dealer pondered, glancing discreetly at the surveillance cameras, seeking help. Unfortunately, the people in front of the monitors were busy drinking and celebrating, completely oblivious to her plea for assistance. On the gambling table, the dealer decided to play another round, confident that she wouldn't make the same mistake twice. If there were issues in the next round, then someone present must be cheating. Behind Su Feng, Yi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Su Feng winning a round, adding a significant amount of chips to her stack, her small fortune seemed safe for now. However, continuing like this wasn't a solution. She had been observing the casino for half a day and found no valuable targets besides the gamblers, the dealer, and the lookouts. The key clue seemed to lie with that person called Xiaohu, who appeared to be in charge here, but since he wasn't around, she needed to find a way to reconnect with him. Su Feng shared the same thoughts at this moment. Playing small games was getting boring. He needed to show his skills and grab the casino's attention. If he could get a chance to meet the boss, even better. Otherwise, today would be a wasted trip, gambling all day without finding any clues. If someone accused him of gambling with public funds, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Everyone harbored their own thoughts as the dealer picked up the dice cup once more, determined to keep shaking it. 1, 3, 4, small. The dealer performed her magic, turning the number into a large one. Su Feng still bet on small, and this time, some people joined him. The dealer revealed the dice. Surprisingly, the number was still small. The dealer couldn't believe it. Had her magic really failed? After several rounds, the dealer was completely baffled. No matter how she adjusted the dice in the cup, the final numbers were completely different from what she had in mind. Now she was certain that there was a master present. Every time she altered the dice, this person intervened, changing the numbers back just before she uncovered them. This behavior was not just humiliating her but a blatant challenge to the casino. She even suspected that this person was sent by another establishment to cause trouble. The dealer scrutinized the people at the gambling table several times. Among the gamblers present, many were suspicious. Almost everyone had some contact with the table, either tapping on it or knocking on the chips. Only the newcomer had been quiet all along, and judging by his nervous demeanor, it was unlikely to be him. The dealer pondered but couldn't pinpoint who was cheating with her, glancing anxiously at the surveillance. Why was there still no movement from Tiger Brothers' side? Could it be that he was biding his time, planning something deeper? Regardless, no matter what, the next round had to be won with full force, no room for mistakes. The dealer's expression was solemn, as if facing death, slowly picking up the dice cup. After a few shakes, the dice cup landed on the table. The dealer was about to speak when Su Feng interrupted. Su Feng, contrary to her previous demeanor, leaned back in her chair and said, "Betting big or small is so boring. This time, I bet on a triplet. 3 sixes, all in." With Su Feng's words, all the gamblers couldn't believe their ears. Even the dealer frowned, suddenly realizing she had never truly seen through this young man in front of her. Betting on big or small was always a popular game at the table. The reason was simple. To the average person, betting on big or small seemed like a good chance to win money for the gamblers, with both the casino and the gamblers having a 50% chance of winning. But in reality, lucky gamblers might win a few rounds occasionally, but the casino would never lose money. The secret to the casino always making money in this game lay in an additional rule, where a triplet wins regardless of whether the player bet big or small, known as a triplet. The probability of each type of triplet was 1/216, adding up to a total probability of 1/36. The casino relied on this probability to slightly increase its winning odds from 50%, accumulating a significant advantage and creating a sense of fairness and challenge for the gamblers. Of course, besides betting big or small, gamblers could also bet directly on a triplet. In this case, if they guessed correctly, the gambler would win. The normal odds for betting big or small were 1-1, but if betting directly on a triplet with a specified number, the odds could go as high as 1-150. However, the casino wouldn't lose out, with a 1/216 probability, offering odds of 1-150 was already quite steep. The guests at the table were all discussing animatedly, watching the scene unfold. Can you believe someone would bet on a 1/216 probability? Wow, betting directly on 3 sixes? This young man is really daring. I've been playing here for days, and I've never seen anyone roll a triplet, let alone specify a number. He's taking a huge risk. Another one in over his head. Sigh, it's over. Although most people were skeptical, there were still enthusiastic spectators helping Su Feng calculate how much money he could win if he succeeded. 150 times, how much would he win? Forget about the calculations, let me tell you, if he really wins, all the chips on the table will be his. But whether he can leave with that money is another story. The dealer scrutinized Su Feng carefully. She had seen many gamblers. Those who dared to bet directly on a specified triplet were either reckless or truly skilled players. And now, Su Feng had a look of absolute certainty that she would win. Unless she was bluffing, the person cheating must be related to her, or it could even be her. But now, she was leaning back in her chair, arms crossed, away from the table, with no chance to cheat. So why would she dare to bet on a triplet of 3 sixes? The dealer pondered. This newcomer should just be a front. The real master of sleight of hand is still in the shadows. Both of them are working together. The woman who came with him has been sitting at the back all along, making it even less likely for her to have a chance to tamper with the dice, ruling out any possibility of cheating. Could there be a third person involved? Su Feng initiated the separating mountains to fight the bold move. Without waiting for the moment of revelation, she directly turned the dice into 3 sixes. The dealer was carefully sensing the points on the dice and the dice cup, naturally feeling the change in the dice. Immediately becoming alert, but after scanning the people on the field, it was impossible to tell who had tampered with it. She exerted force again, but this time the dice only shook slightly, without any change at all. The dealer refused to believe it and tried several times, all ending in failure. The dealer tightly gripped the table with both hands, subconsciously swallowing saliva. A master, definitely a master, and far more powerful than him. He couldn't detect the opponent's moves at all, but the opponent could suppress him tightly. Between the back and forth, it seemed like the dice had changed several times, but it was all within a single breath. The surrounding gamblers saw the dealer staring blankly at the dice cup, all with displeased expressions. What are you thinking? Hurry up and open it. Trying to create suspense, huh? 3 sixes for real, don't joke around. Geez, I almost believed it. This girl has really made me nervous. Open, quickly start the next round. The crowd urged. No one really believed there were 3 sixes inside, all taking it as the dealer teasing them. Su Feng remained silent, just calmly looking at the dealer. But this calm gaze seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds, pressing down on the dealer, who dared not uncover the dice cup no matter what. Her hands began to tremble involuntarily, cold sweat streaming down her body. Inferior in sleight of hand compared to the opponent, she had no tricks left now, only hoping that the dice didn't show 3 sixes. If Su Feng won with a leopard, sweeping all the chips off the table, she would not have a good ending either. At this moment, the dealer also joined the gambling, becoming a guest at this gambling table. Her right hand trembling, she pressed it on the dice cup, gritted her teeth, and uncovered the dice cup. And the 3 dice on the table completely shattered the last bit of hope in her heart. 6, 6, 6. A leopard. Su Feng hit it. The whole place instantly erupted. Damn, it's really a leopard? How much money will be won in this round? Oh my god, she actually hit it? Are you guys in cahoots? In an instant, saliva flew around the gambling table, shouts resounded one after another, attracting everyone's attention. The guests playing other games around also cast their gazes. Hey, what's going on over there? Why are they making so much noise? Someone just bet on a leopard, specifically 3 sixes, guess what, they actually hit it. Damn, I'm not gambling anymore, I have to go see this. For a moment, continuous exclamations echoed throughout the casino, and a large group of gamblers flocked to Su Feng's gambling table, crowding around it. Stretching their necks forward, they wanted to see who exactly had such incredible luck. Making money from the casino and hitting a leopard in one go, isn't this person a gambling god? Surrounded by the crowd, enjoying everyone's gaze, Su Feng remained unchanged, still calmly watching the dealer. Under his gaze, the dealer had no choice but to push all the chips in front of Su Feng with a forced smile. A younger brother watching from afar sensed trouble and ran out, pushing open the room door and shouting at Little Tiger. Tiger, the gambling god is here. Little Tiger was already a bit tipsy and didn't take it seriously at all. What nonsense! A gambling god is here. Our most awesome gambling god is just lying on the sofa, ha ha ha. The younger brother turned to look at the sofa mentioned by Little Tiger. There was a drunkard lying on it. The drunkard's name was Li Si, a mysterious master of gambling skills arranged by the casino boss to manage the place. On his first day, he impressed everyone with his skills, earning their respect. However, Li Si was always drunk, kept to himself, and spent his days lying on the sofa in his room, asking not to be disturbed. As a result, his relationship with the casino's younger brothers was not great. Despite being annoying, Li Si was sent by the boss himself, so even Little Tiger had to show him some respect and turn a blind eye to his behavior. After all, the casino could easily replace the younger brothers watching over the place, but finding a skilled gambling expert like Li Si was not easy. The younger brother noticed that no one in the room was taking the situation seriously and quickly continued to explain. Tiger, the person you brought back just now bet on a leopard, 3 sixes. He actually won the bet, and now he's taken all the money on the table. We're at a loss. Upon hearing this, Little Tiger and the other younger brothers instantly sobered up. Even the drunken Li Si on the sofa slightly opened his eyes. They all hurried to check the surveillance cameras, only to see the gamblers gathered around a table cheering. Damn it, I really misjudged today. Young and daring. Daring to mess with my place, even if he's a gambling god, he won't get away with it. Under the influence of alcohol, Little Tiger was instantly fired up, ready to take the younger brothers out to confront the intruder who dared to cause trouble on his turf. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Si, who was drunk on the sofa, stood up directly. Hold on. I'll go talk to him. Li Si rubbed his sleepy eyes, staggered out, and as he passed by Little Tiger, he suddenly turned to him. His eyes were clear and devoid of the drunkenness from before. Don't cause trouble for the boss. The gambling table matters will be handled by him. Li Si pointed to his head, not hiding the mockery in his eyes, and walked past everyone towards the exit. Despite feeling insulted by him, Little Tiger shuddered at the mention of Li Si's boss. If he caused a scene, attracted the police, and got the casino shut down, even if he managed to escape arrest, the boss wouldn't let him off easily. Therefore, Little Tiger had no choice but to suppress his anger and follow behind with the younger brothers, waiting to see how Li Si would handle the situation. At the gambling table, the newcomers urged the dealer to start another round. They hadn't witnessed the previous showdown and wanted to see Su Feng's skills for themselves. The dealer hesitated, but caught sight of Li Si, Little Tiger, and the others, and felt a glimmer of hope. The younger brothers rudely pushed aside the crowd behind the dealer, causing everyone to retreat, afraid of causing trouble. They had joined in earlier because no one was stopping them. Now that the enforcers had arrived, the atmosphere had changed. Not only could they no longer participate, but judging by Little Tiger's demeanor, those who had won earlier were unlikely to have a good outcome. While some regretted missing out on the excitement, they all returned to their previous positions. Su Feng remained calm as ever, but Yi Yuhuan, standing behind her, felt her heart racing. She kept a close eye on the enforcers. Since this was just a routine visit, they weren't armed. With only Su Feng and herself against a group of opponents, they stood no chance in a physical confrontation. Although she had heard about Su Feng taking on 10 men in an elevator, she couldn't be sure of the circumstances. Now, facing a group armed with weapons while they were defenseless, any confrontation could turn dangerous. At that moment, Li Si, surrounded by the crowd, narrowed his eyes, focusing on Su Feng, and a faint smile played on his lips. It felt like finally finding the desired prey. Are you the one betting against me? Interested in a gamble with me? If you win, I'll give you all the money you won and let you leave peacefully. But if you lose... Li Si paused for a moment, memories seeming to flicker in his eyes. If I lose, then don't leave. Before the crowd dispersed, upon hearing that Xiao Hu and his group were not there to teach Su Feng a lesson but instead wanted to gamble with him again, they immediately gathered around to watch. Hey, who's that drunkard over there? I've never seen him before. No idea, looks like a pro, even Tiger is following him. This should be interesting. Su Feng smiled faintly, leaning forward to meet Li Si's gaze. Alright, what do you want to bet on? Li Si swayed as he sat across from Su Feng, waved his hand, signaling the dealer to leave. Xiao Hu and the others stood behind him, frowning, unsure of Li Si's intentions. Li Si brought out the dice cup and slowly spoke, guessing big or small is too simple for us. Why not try it ourselves? We each roll the dice once, the one with the lowest score wins. One round to determine the outcome. Do you dare to bet? Su Feng felt a surge of excitement. The key player had arrived. With such confidence, he must be a master of the gambling den. As long as he defeated him, showcasing his own gambling skills, he should have the opportunity to meet their boss. Alright. Seeing your confidence, if I don't bet this round, I won't be able to leave for sure. Su Feng spread his hands, shrugged, looking indifferent, accepting the challenge. Yi Yuan felt a bit anxious. Did Su Feng think this was a joke? If he lost, these people would really keep him here. Even if she managed to leave and bring people back to clean up the place, who knew if Su Feng could wait until the police arrived? People like him, who stole money in the gambling den, never had a good ending. Even if he won this round, would the other party keep their promise and let him leave? Yi Yuan looked at the few exits of the gambling den. She had observed earlier that the main doors were not locked. As long as they could break through to the entrance, there was an 80% chance they could escape. But now, the gambling table was surrounded tightly by these gamblers, leaving no chance for a breakout. Yi Yuan's hand reached into her pocket, resting on her phone. If anything went wrong, she was prepared to contact the bureau directly, sending people to shut down the place. Even if this lead was cut off, it didn't matter. Unexpectedly, Su Feng's hand suddenly landed on her leg, patting it a few times. Darling, once we win this round, we'll have the money for the surgery. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Yi Yuan was caught off guard by Su Feng's sudden move, subconsciously trying to push his hand away. But as soon as her hand touched his, she realized and discreetly held onto Su Feng's hand, meeting his gaze. Yes, I believe in you. Yi Yuan's eyes shimmered with emotion, though her teeth were almost grinding to bits. Bastard, playing this trick again, wait till we get back, I'll show you. But this kid, he's really good at acting. Their conversation was not discreet and reached everyone's ears. The gamblers around the table, upon hearing the reason for their bet, sighed in sympathy. Despite their sympathy, the people in the gambling den would not go easy on them. They would use all means to make them lose the bet. Xiao Hu also felt relieved upon hearing this, his expression visibly lightening up. Since the other party was gambling to raise money for surgery, it was simple. People in urgent need of money are the easiest to manipulate. Even if he wins, it doesn't matter. Just dangle another bait, and he'll fall for it without hesitation. Li Si narrowed his eyes, hearing the unmistakable urgency and madness in Su Feng's voice. He seemed to see his own reflection in Su Feng, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Your heart is in chaos. I will lose. Su Feng turned around, hands resting on the gambling table, feeling a sense of joy. Just now, he had unleashed the skills of the king of cheats, his acting skills soaring instantly, comparable to a movie star. Coupled with top-notch psychology, manipulating hearts was as easy as pie. These mere gamblers couldn't see any flaws at all. Away from home, identity was self-made. Under his sincere display of emotions, these people had no doubts at all. Su Feng gestured for them to begin. Enough talk. Let's start. Seeing his impatience, Li Si wasted no time and had someone bring a dice cup for Su Feng, along with a few extra dice. This time they were playing with 6 dice. He wanted to see just how skilled Su Feng really was. 3 dice were easy to control and listen to, but once it escalated to 6, the difficulty increased exponentially, on a whole different level. If Su Feng's skills were truly at this level, Li Si believed he could take him down and hand him over to the boss. Li Si clasped his hands together, flexing his muscles. Crackling sounds echoed from his hands. His hands were thin, with distinct joints, incredibly flexible, twisting into unbelievable angles. Feeling the touch of his hands, Li Si closed his eyes. Then he abruptly opened them, picked up the dice cup, and shook it in the air a few times. His eyes didn't look at the dice on the table but were fixed on Su Feng. In the blink of an eye, he glanced over the table, and the 6 dice disappeared into the cup. The dice cup shook in the air, the 6 dice making intense sounds as they collided, much louder than with 3 dice. Everyone present was completely focused, staring nervously at the dice cup in Li Si's hands. Only Su Feng remained calm, meeting Li Si's gaze without fear. As the dice collided, their eyes engaged in an invisible battle, full of tension. Only the two of them knew what the other was doing at that moment. Both were carefully listening to the sounds coming from the dice cup, trying to determine each other's points. Su Feng's expression gradually became serious, while Li Si's smile grew wider. Thud! Li Si slammed the dice cup heavily on the gambling table, pressing his hand on top. Su Feng raised an eyebrow, lightly clapping his hands a few times, praising Li Si. Everyone watched in suspense, while Su Feng's applause echoed through the entire gambling hall. No one could understand what he was up to now. Why was he applauding the other party? Li Si also smiled because he knew the other party had already figured out the dice's outcome. The dice cup was slowly uncovered. To everyone's surprise, the 6 dice were stacked vertically, all showing a 1 on top. Li Si leisurely took each die off, placing them on the table. 1 point, 1 point, still 1 point. All 6 dice showed 1 point. Damn, it's only a total of 6 points. Who can win with that? It's the smallest possible score. No matter how awesome the other side is, it can only be a tie. In a tie, the house wins. What's the point of gambling? Just admit defeat. Li Si stunned everyone with his move. Not only were the 6 dice stacked vertically, but they all showed 1 point. And they vaguely remembered that even the side points were the same when stacked, all angles perfectly aligned. Xiao Hu and his men were seeing Li Si go all out for the first time. When he first arrived here, he had only shown his ability to locate sounds and hit a cow from afar, but he hadn't revealed this skill yet. The previous dealer, Su Feng, was taught by Li Si. The gambling god, this is the real gambling god. The little brother who had just gone to report to Xiao Hu was almost dropping his jaw. He had actually just said in front of such a great god that Su Feng was the gambling god, truly embarrassing himself. The onlookers of the gamblers also nodded one after another, agreeing with the little brother's statement. Only high-level masters like this deserve the title of gambling god. However, no matter how much they pondered, they couldn't find any memories of Li Si, leaving them extremely puzzled. When did such a master appear in Shanghai City? Surprisingly, no one present knew him. Shouldn't high-level masters like this go to Macau or Las Vegas to make big money? How could he settle in a small place like Shanghai City, showing off in such a rundown place? Yi Yuhan was equally shocked, her hand tightly gripping her phone in her pocket. 6 ones, it was truly a winning move. Even a master of this level was sitting in a small casino. The energy of the casino owner must be immense. Could someone like her, a small police officer, really catch such a presence? For the first time, Yi Yuhan doubted her own abilities. As for Su Feng, seeing the dice cup reveal what he had heard, a towering pillar, 6 ones, he suddenly felt interested. He could sense that the opponent had not cheated at all, nor used any tricks. He had simply relied on rock-solid basic skills to shake out this towering pillar dice roll. The simplest way is the ultimate sophistication. It was with this confidence that Li Si decisively uncovered the dice cup, revealing his points to everyone without any intention of cheating. Because he didn't need to, everyone present knew that it was impossible for anyone to roll a number smaller than 6 ones unless they could make the dice disappear into thin air. But that would be equivalent to cheating openly, and the casino would never let a cheater go. It would be suicidal. After Li Si uncovered the dice cup, he seemed to completely unleash himself, exuding a sense of heroism. Back then, he had roamed countless casinos, winning large sums of money with this towering pillar move. Living extravagantly, squandering freely. Now, he was just as spirited as he was in his youth, fearless. Across from him, Su Feng still wore a faint smile, but his expression became unusually serious. This was a state that only appeared when facing an evenly matched opponent. Li Si's strength was indeed at the ceiling level among ordinary people, even nationwide. He was a top-notch expert. But unfortunately, ordinary people did not include Su Feng. He was the king of cheaters, proficient in thousands of gambling techniques, mastering every school to the point of perfection. Li Si, on the other hand, was at most slightly accomplished in the dice field, an ordinary person who could barely touch the peak. The two were incomparable. Suddenly, Su Feng heard a soft, tender voice in his ear. "Husband." Yi Yuhan reached out and placed her hand on Su Feng's shoulder, speaking up for the first time. Then she nodded firmly at Su Feng, her gaze extremely resolute. Su Feng patted her hand. Then he looked at Li Si and said calmly, "Since my wife approves, I won't hold back anymore. Let me show you something. He is not worthy of the title of gambling god." Yi Yuhan was stunned. "What's going on?" "So, I nodded to you just now, and you didn't understand a thing, did you? Just now I told you that I am ready to call for help and break through at any time. You must not provoke them, try to delay time, stabilize these people, and wait for support to arrive before taking action. I didn't ask you to provoke them. Now it's done, completely provoking the other party, time is probably running out." Yi Yuhan's heart suddenly surged with waves of shock, even his lips began to tremble slightly. Damn, this guy still dares to boast? If you're blind, go get treatment. They are 6-1, where do you think you can win? What, he's not a gambling god, are you? That's really funny. I think you're scared, right? If you're scared, just admit defeat quickly, don't waste everyone's time here. Su Feng's arrogant remarks instantly aroused public anger. The surrounding gamblers were extremely amused, none of them believed he could win. Some even directly taunted Su Feng. "If you can win, I'll eat the table on the spot. Yes, if you're smaller than 6, you're my dad. Count me in, if you win, I'll acknowledge you as my dad." Hey, what do you mean? Everyone was chatting, no one cared about Su Feng's outcome. After all, the outcome was undoubtedly a loss, just a matter of time. Instead of this, they might as well do something else. Xiao Hu and the others were calm and composed, and he had even started instructing his men to prepare for the follow-up procedures. Everyone in the audience, only Li Si was still closely watching Su Feng. No hint of contempt. Until now, he still hadn't figured out this young man in front of him. As a master of gambling techniques, he also had a high level of expertise in psychology and micro-expressions. From Su Feng's calm and natural expression and body movements, he could tell that the other party was absolutely confident and sure not to lose to him. But Li Si couldn't figure it out. He had already rolled 6 ones, how could he turn the tables? This was something that many experts nationwide couldn't do. Could there be someone more skilled than those experts in the small Shanghai city? And looking at him in his early 20s, how could that be possible? In his puzzled gaze, Su Feng finally made a move. He raised his right hand and gently grasped the dice cup. With a gentle sweep, the 6 dice instantly disappeared into the dice cup. Then, shaking the dice cup in the air non-stop, his movements were similar to Li Si's, even faster and with more force. A few seconds later, Su Feng suddenly exerted force, his speed suddenly increased, even leaving afterimages. The next moment, the sound inside the dice cup changed. But the change was extremely subtle, no one in the room noticed it, only Li Si sensed something was wrong. Li Si's ears twitched, carefully sensing the sound. After a moment, his eyes widened suddenly, as if he had discovered something bizarre. How is this possible? He only has 5 dice in his hand. Li Si was no longer calm, his hands propped on the table, almost wanting to press his whole face against it. He heard clearly, there were definitely only 5 dice in the dice cup, but there were clearly 6 on the table just now. Where did the 6th one go? No! Li Si's heart skipped a beat, thinking of a terrible guess. He directly closed his eyes, slightly tilting his head to listen carefully to the movement inside the dice cup. Su Feng saw his actions and felt relieved. He knew that Li Si had finally discovered the clue. And among all the people present, only Li Si could perceive the anomaly. His strength was indeed very strong, but unfortunately, he had encountered himself. Well, I hope Lee Si won't be too discouraged after the lid is lifted later. It seems that he is also a person with a story. If he doesn't have any cases on him, maybe there will be a chance in the future for him to give a lecture on gambling techniques to the people at the police station. Although my gambling skills far surpass his, after all, I am just a rookie police officer who somewhat understands gambling techniques. It wouldn't be quite appropriate for me to give this lecture. Su Feng's mind was full of thoughts. He had already arranged Lee Si's work, but his hands did not delay at all. At this moment, the scene on the gambling table was dynamic and static, extremely conflicting yet exceptionally harmonious. On one side was Su Feng, looking relaxed, his right hand dancing, swiftly shaking the dice. On the other side was Lee Si, with a serious expression, motionless, his eyes closed tightly, listening intently. This stark contrast in the scene immediately piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Everyone had a puzzled expression, looking at the dice cup shaking continuously in Su Feng's hand, trying to see the changes inside the cup. But they didn't have X-ray vision, so they couldn't see anything. Everyone was puzzled. What did this man do to make a gambling expert like him show such a panicked look? Unless he can roll a number smaller than 6 ones. But that's definitely impossible, right? Even if he is a top magician, he wouldn't dare. Not to mention that he is facing a gambling expert. What he is doing is simply showing off his skills. Just the surveillance from various angles in the casino would expose all his movements. Once caught red-handed by Xiaohu and the others, his hands probably wouldn't be safe. It's simply seeking death. Unfathomable, absolutely unfathomable. Just as everyone was racking their brains and couldn't figure it out. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, relaxed. For some reason, when she saw Su Feng shaking the dice cup, she inexplicably felt confident in him. Perhaps it was Su Feng's skillful movements, or perhaps it was Lee Si's tense demeanor. In any case, a voice inexplicably appeared in Yi Yuan's mind. This voice kept telling her to believe that Su Feng would definitely win this round and that he would definitely find a clue to the casino owner. Behind Lee Si, Xiaohu and the others couldn't see Lee Si's expression. But this was the first time they had seen Lee Si move so swiftly, and they immediately stood up. Although there were people who claimed to be good at gambling coming to disrupt the scene, Lee Si rarely needed to intervene, as the dealers he trained could handle it. Occasionally, there were a few tough ones, and Lee Si could even win the gambling round while dozing off. Su Feng was the first one who could make Lee Si jump up like a medical miracle. Who good, Lee Si won't fail this time, right? Besides Xiaohu, a little brother couldn't help but ask him with doubt. The little brothers around also looked at Xiaohu in unison, with worried expressions. Obviously, they also wanted to ask this question. Xiaohu snorted coldly, not responding. But he was more anxious than anyone else in his heart. These useless guys, they can't help at all. You're anxious, I'm even more anxious than you. If Lee Si loses the gamble, I'm the one who will take the blame. If the other party really wins, no matter what means they used, I must insist that he cheated. No one else can do anything about it. I say he cheated, then he must have cheated. In this scene, I, Xiaohu, am the one who sets the rules. Thud. A muffled sound interrupted Xiaohu's daydream. Su Feng had stopped. The dice cup was placed on the gambling table. The scene instantly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the moment when the dice cup would be revealed. At this moment, Lee Si also opened his eyes. Like a deflated balloon, he slumped back in his chair. His mouth was open, his lips moved for a while, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Lee Si's eyes changed quietly, from confusion to contentment, as he took out his phone and held it in his hand. He waited quietly for Su Feng to uncover the dice cup. You are already very strong. Unfortunately, 6 points are your limit, but not mine. Sorry, I won this round. After Su Feng finished speaking, she directly uncovered the dice cup. Everyone couldn't help but squeeze to the front, craning their necks to look at the dice on the table. Even Yi Yuan couldn't sit still, abandoning her composure and stretching her neck to look forward. With just one glance, everyone who saw the dice was instantly filled with extreme shock. They began to doubt their own eyes, subconsciously reaching out their fingers to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 dice? 5? Then where did the 6th one go? I clearly saw 6 dice on the table at that time. Hey, look at those fragments next to it. Are there some numbers on them? Yi Yuan's red lips parted slightly. Did he crush the 6th die? On the table, only 5 intact dice were stacked together, just like what Lee Si had done earlier. One pillar stood tall, showing 1 dot on top, and the side dots were also neatly arranged. And beside it, there were many small white fragments scattered around, some with red parts on them. At just one glance, the years of experience at the gambling table for these gamblers were all shattered in that moment. They had never thought about it. 6 dice, actually able to roll a 5. Even if the dice were not made of gold or iron, they were definitely not something that could be easily crushed, especially just by colliding in the dice cup. How much speed and strength would it take to achieve that? This kind of strength could probably win a world championship in arm wrestling. It wasn't in vain to come today, to witness such a showdown. What a win! No wonder this guy dared to boast, turns out he really has the skills, my respect. Don't celebrate too soon, look at Tiger's expression. Oh, we better leave. Before the crowd could cheer, little Tiger had already taken the initiative. Daring to cheat in my place, you must not want to live. Little Tiger's voice rang out. Then his henchman pushed all the onlookers aside, clearing a path for little Tiger towards Su Feng. Yi Yuhan was about to stand up in a moment of urgency, but was held back by Su Feng. Su Feng was gambling. He knew Li Si was definitely not an ordinary gambling expert. Although it seemed like little Tiger was in charge of this gambling den, the one truly connected to the higher-ups must be Li Si. Hold on. Finally, Li Si's voice sounded. Little Tiger glanced back at him, restraining his anger as he said, Li Si, don't push your luck. The matters of the gambling den are not for you to handle. You just. Li Si sneered, raising his phone and pointing it at him. Little Tiger's words abruptly stopped. As he saw the screen of the phone, he seemed to freeze as if in an ice cellar, feeling a chill down his spine, devoid of any anger. The phone screen displayed a call interface with two big words written on it. Boss. Little Tiger looked flustered, instructed his henchman to watch over the place. He glared at Su Feng, then turned and walked back to the office. The onlookers wanted to see more action, but were all driven aside by the henchman. Li Si walked up to Su Feng, gesturing for her to follow. Su Feng and Yi Yuhan followed behind Li Si, entering the office. Little Tiger answered the phone, spoke respectfully for a few moments, then the other party hung up. He looked at Su Feng with a resentful expression, gritted his teeth, and blurted out a few words. The boss said, the money you won just now, not a single cent will be taken from you. But there is a request. The boss wants to meet you in person. After Li Si got back his phone, a smile quietly appeared on his face. He had received a message from the boss some time ago, to find people skilled in gambling for him. Several months later, there would be a gambling king competition at the Royal Palace Casino on Hong Kong Island, with minimum bets in the tens of millions. The participants in the competition were gambling kings from all over the world, at a level where even someone like Li Si couldn't even get in the door. Even at his peak, he could only be a bystander. Therefore, upon discovering Su Feng, he immediately reported to the boss. Sure enough, in the face of the gambling king competition, the boss didn't care at all about the small amount of money Su Feng was winning now. Only people like Xiaohu, at that level, would fuss over such a small amount of money, ready to fight to the death at the drop of a hat. That's the difference in perspective. Upon hearing this, Su Feng did not eagerly agree like Li Si and the others expected. Instead, she looked at the casino runners in front of her with suspicion and snorted. Boss? What does he have to do with me? I need to see him to get paid? Who does he think he is? And you guys, if you can't handle it, then don't run a damn casino. With that, she grabbed Yi Yuhan's hand and prepared to leave. Yi Yuhan was momentarily stunned, looking at Su Feng in confusion. This was a rare opportunity. What are you thinking? Instead of going along with the other party's words, you dare to provoke them? You're just a step away from getting in touch with the boss. Once you miss it, who knows when you'll get such a good opportunity again. Don't act foolish now. Seeing her lack of cooperation, Su Feng furrowed his brows slightly. The reason he didn't agree directly was to wait for them to offer a more attractive bait and to make his disguise more convincing. If he agreed directly, it would seem somewhat deliberate, as if everything he did today was to get in touch with the boss. They were still new faces at the casino, and there was a chance they might suspect halfway and investigate their identities. He was fine, after all, just a new probationary police officer, but Yi Yuhan was different. She had handled many cases before, and there might be someone connected to the boss among her acquaintances, posing a great risk. He even considered going alone, leaving Yi Yuhan behind to report back. Seeing this, a group of henchmen instantly blocked the door, glaring at Su Feng. Seems like you haven't figured out the situation yet. Do you really think you can leave now? Ha, you took my money, slapped my face, and now you want to walk away like this? There's no such good thing in this world. Xiaowu pulled out a butterfly knife from somewhere, played with it in his hand, and said in a threatening tone. Li Si, seeing this, knew it was his turn to speak. So he waved his hand to relax the henchman, then advised Su Feng. Hey, buddy, don't rush to refuse. Isn't your wife in need of money for surgery? Gambling like this, when will it end? Let me tell you the truth, the boss is currently gathering people to participate in the Gambling King competition on Hong Kong Island. If you can impress the boss and go to the competition, you can earn at least several million. Even if not for yourself, think about your wife. Upon hearing this, Su Feng felt a surge of joy. Been waiting for that. Since you've said this much, if I still refuse, it would be impolite. Then Su Feng showed an extremely complex expression, as if engaged in a psychological struggle. After some hesitation, she said to Li Si, "Several million. All right, I can go see your boss. But I can only go alone, you must let my wife leave first." Li Si clapped excitedly. "Great, no problem. Come on, you guys, escort the sister out. Bro, let's go this way." Before Yi Yuhan could object to Su Feng's words, she was escorted out of the room by several casino runners. Su Feng was also pushed by Li Si and left the casino from another direction. Xiao Wu followed behind Li Si and Su Feng. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and called his most trusted little brother back. "You follow her later, see where she goes. I feel something is not right. Also, take this phone with you, keep the call connected. Do not hang up without my message." The little brother nodded and left behind Yi Yuhuan. After leaving the casino from the back door, Su Feng didn't say a word and got into the car as instructed. "Turn off the phone, put this on, be careful driving, you should understand." Li Si sat in the driver's seat, took out a black headgear, and handed it to Su Feng. He didn't push Su Feng too hard. After all, Su Feng could likely become a prominent figure under the boss with her unique skills, no need to push too tightly. And with the headgear on, phone off, and taking a few extra turns while driving, he couldn't do anything suspicious. Su Feng didn't refuse, followed the instructions to turn off the phone and put on the headgear. Not only was she not nervous, but she was also a bit excited. First, she would soon meet the casino boss, just one step away from catching him. Second, since getting into the car and closing the door, she felt a surge of power throughout her body. With no windows open in the car, it was a sealed space, perfect for triggering the passive skill of the Silver Elevator War God. Su Feng's expression was quite vivid, but unfortunately, under the headgear, others couldn't see anything. These casino people thought they were their prey, not realizing that she could easily subdue them if she acted. Although she could, it was unnecessary. These people would be left for her colleagues to handle later. Besides Su Feng, Xiao Wu and the others also saw the boss for the first time, feeling very excited. They would definitely get credit for bringing Su Feng to the boss, maybe even get promoted and work in a bigger casino. After driving through several twists and turns, the car finally headed towards the real destination. On the other side, Yi Yuan also safely left the casino. After coming out of the game room, Yi Yuan walked back towards the sub-bureau, took out her phone, ready to send a message to the bureau. At the intersection, Yi Yuan looked up at the streetlight. Suddenly, she noticed a suspicious figure behind her in the reflection of a billboard. Yi Yuan's heart skipped a beat, immediately looking away. She recognized the person, someone from the casino. Oh no, it seems the other party is already suspicious. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Yuan deleted the message she hadn't sent yet. Instead, she typed another sentence. She couldn't directly call for backup because Su Feng was still in the other party's hands. If they couldn't contact their men here, it would raise suspicions, putting Su Feng in danger. She had to have the bureau check the surveillance, ensuring they could track the people entering and leaving the casino during this time, and have a few people ready to capture them at any moment. She couldn't directly return to the sub-bureau, as it would expose their identities to the casino. If the other side sent someone to follow, whether for safety or out of suspicion, she had to handle it carefully. It seemed she couldn't go back to the sub-bureau now, so she had to take a detour with him. As for Su Feng, she could only rely on herself. Hopefully, she would succeed. The green light lit up, and Yi Yuan changed direction, walking towards the other side of the road. After a while, the car finally stopped. "We're here, don't move the headgear, I'll help you. You can take it off when we arrive." With Li Si's support, Su Feng moved forward, even taking an elevator midway. "Alright, we're here. You can take off the headgear now." Su Feng took off the headgear, squinted his eyes, and took a while to adjust before opening them wide. It looked like a hotel here, with a somewhat dated feel, quite different from the trendy hotels nowadays. Su Feng searched his memory but couldn't find any relevant clues. His phone was still in the car, so he couldn't send out any information at the moment. He could only take it step by step. Li Si pushed the door open, and everyone filed in. The scene inside was somewhat unexpected for Su Feng. It was a square room neatly arranged with many gambling tables and mahjong tables. There were all kinds of games available. Unlike the casino hidden in the game room, there was no smell of smoke here, the air was fresh, and there was no noise. The decoration here was much more luxurious than the previous casino, and from the looks of it, the people gambling here, whether in their actions, appearance, or attire, would be different from ordinary gamblers. This was a casino specifically serving the upper class, where millions could change hands in minutes, and some even reached tens of millions. Although the amounts involved were far less than places like Macau or Las Vegas, in Shanghai City, millions were already a staggering figure. Soon, Su Feng's gaze locked onto a middle-aged man. He was wearing a suit, with gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and amiable, sitting at one of the gambling tables. There was a bald man standing next to him, with a sharp gaze. This man was Han Feng, a gambling expert recruited from Macau. Li Si quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing. "Boss, the person is here." Su Feng couldn't help but show a faint smile imperceptibly. His judgment was correct. The man in front of him was the one Yi Yuan had been yearning for, and he was their ultimate target for today. The underground casino boss of Shanghai City, Qin Hong. Seeing Su Feng hesitating, Xiaowu quickly pushed him forward to move. Xiaowu followed behind Su Feng, nodding and bowing as they approached Qin Hong. After they entered, the two guards at the door immediately closed and locked it. Click! As the door closed, the elevator war god skill was activated once again. Su Feng shivered, feeling like he was back in his own element. He hadn't expected the other party to be so cooperative, actually coming up to offer themselves. Not only were there no windows in the room, but they also closed the door, practically making a coffin for themselves. However, it was better to observe for now. The Gambling King tournament sounded interesting. He would investigate the situation first. He's not even fully grown, how powerful can he be? There's no need to waste the boss's time on someone like this. As soon as Su Feng approached, someone raised a question. It was Han Feng, the bald man next to Qin Hong. He had been studying gambling for over 20 years, finally making a name for himself with his incredible card skills, all accumulated from game after game. There were even several times when he almost had his hands chopped off and lost his life. He simply couldn't believe that this young man in his 20s could have the same level of skill as him. "I trust Li Si's judgment." Qin Hong dismissed Han Feng's words indifferently. Li Si was someone he had personally taken in many years ago, and compared to Han Feng, he trusted Li Si more. Qin Hong waved his hand, and immediately two henchmen came up, grabbing Su Feng's arms and pushing him into a seat. He then instructed the dealer to give Su Feng a deck of cards, crossing his hands in front of his chest, leaning back in his chair, and looking at Su Feng with a faint smile. "Shuffle. Give me a straight flush." Su Feng took the cards, rubbing them in his hands, a pensive look on his face. "If I shuffle a straight flush, can I join you?" "Ha!" Han Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Li Si, where did you find this guy? Doesn't he know the rules?" "Kid, if joining was as easy as shuffling a card, would it be your turn?" Han Feng found Su Feng displeasing, which also affected his attitude towards Li Si, who brought him here. Several months later, at the Gambling King competition, the boss could only bring one person to participate, and without any surprises, this opportunity was definitely his. Unexpectedly, an accident happened today. When Li Si brought people at this moment, it was obvious that he was trying to seize his chance, so naturally, he was not pleased. Qin Hong also did not expect that the person Li Si brought would ask such a childish question. Li Si, seeing the situation, quickly explained to Su Feng. "Don't talk nonsense, just do as you're told. First wash out a dragon, then there will be the next assessment. If you can't wash it out." Li Si didn't continue, but Su Feng understood. If he could wash it out, there would be opportunities ahead. If he couldn't, he probably wouldn't leave today. Su Feng didn't dawdle, picked up the cards, and started shuffling. After a simple shuffle, he spread the cards on the table in a neat and orderly manner. Then, with a gentle flick of his fingers, the whole deck of cards flipped smoothly like dominoes, from start to finish in one breath. Han Feng's smile froze. He could shuffle cards too, but he couldn't do it as smoothly and seamlessly as this. However, he didn't really care about Su Feng. No matter how cool his moves were, it didn't mean he was a master of tricks. At best, he was just a performer. Despite thinking this way, Su Feng's threat level in his mind increased significantly. Su Feng continued his performance, even laying the cards in a row on his arm, giving his shoulder a shake, and flipping the cards again, still incredibly smooth. This directly shocked the surrounding guys. Li Si also showed a pleased expression. Actually, he was a bit worried just now, but now seeing that Su Feng not only handled dice well but also had such amazing card skills, he felt much relieved. After shuffling the cards, Su Feng held the entire deck of cards in one hand and began dealing. With a flick of his thumb, the cards flew out one by one for the boss, one for himself. Soon, two sets of cards appeared in front of the boss and himself. Han Feng was already impatient, took the cards for the boss, turned them over, burst into laughter, and slapped the cards on the gambling table. "Kid, do you even know what a straight is? 2 3s, 2 5s. Look at what kind of junk cards he shuffled. Boss, I think we should just get rid of this trash." The scattered cards on the table were a mix of red and black, with sizes all over the place. It was definitely not the straight the boss wanted. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment. This kid was showing off so much with his moves, and this is what he shuffles out? He was just overexcited a moment ago. Shin Hong was also greatly disappointed, his face dark as he said, "This is the straight you shuffled? Let's end it here today." Ali. After speaking, he signaled to Ali, the little brother next to Su Feng, to take him away and deal with him. Han Feng was right, this kind of kid was indeed unreliable. It seemed that they would have to rely on Han Feng for the Gambling King competition. At this moment, Li Si standing beside remained calm. He noticed that among the red cards in the bald man's hand, there was only one diamond, not a single heart card. Looking at Su Feng's calm expression, Li Si was very much looking forward to the remaining set of cards on the gambling table. Li Si smiled faintly. The more he looked at Su Feng, the more pleasing he found him. This kid, he still enjoys teasing people. It would be best to slap the bald man's face hard, the harder, the better. As for little Tiger, who was ignored by everyone, he stood in a humble corner, not daring to even breathe a word, let alone express any opinions. He even forgot to turn off his phone in his pocket, still maintaining communication. Finally, just as Ali was about to grab Su Feng's shoulder, Su Feng spoke up. "Wait. Don't rush to conclusions." Su Feng picked up the cards in front of him and confidently looked at the gloomy Shin Hong. "These lousy cards are for the bald guy. This hand, however, is the one you're looking for." Su Feng held the cards, pressed his palm on them, and with a swift motion, spread the playing cards out. With a light flick from the last card, the playing cards unfolded like dominoes. A, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, J, Q, K. The playing cards were arranged from smallest to largest. The neatly arranged red playing cards instantly shocked everyone. What appeared on the gambling table was a perfect straight flush of hearts, meeting Shin Hong's requirements. Shin Hong was stunned for a moment, then smiled broadly, waving for Ali to step back. "Ha ha ha. Just kidding, don't be nervous. I've long seen your talent. So young, yet so skilled." Shin Hong laughed heartily, comforting Su Feng. Su Feng passed the first test, proving his worth. Even if he couldn't participate in the Gambling King contest, he could, like Li Si, manage other gambling houses. With another skilled member under his command, his power was strengthened once again. Shin Hong was in a great mood. The more gambling experts he had, the higher his position in the organization would rise. He was not from Shanghai City but from a coastal area. His power originally resided elsewhere, but due to an accident years ago, he was betrayed by an undercover agent, leading to a police raid that resulted in heavy losses. Although he narrowly escaped the accident, his power was quickly eroded and absorbed by others, pushing him out of the core of the organization, forcing him to come to Shanghai City to rebuild. Shin Hong had always pinned his hopes on Han Feng, hoping he would shine in the Gambling King contest and help him return to the core circle of the organization. Upon receiving Li Si's message today, he rushed here immediately. If the person recommended by Li Si was stronger, the candidate for managing the gambling house would change to Han Feng. Han Feng snorted coldly, finding the situation unfolding unexpectedly. He hadn't expected Su Feng to actually get a straight flush. The next test would be his personal showdown with Su Feng. Although he was confident, if he were to lose, he would end up like Li Si, from a skilled gambler at Zongheng Casino to a stray dog in a corner. He would never allow himself to become like Li Si, a waste who only drank all day. He was still young, he aimed to become the Gambling King. Although Su Feng was unaware of their thoughts, with his keen observation, he could sense the intense competition between himself and the bald man, likely related to the qualifications for the Gambling King contest. After chatting for a while, Shin Hong shifted the conversation to the second round's challenge. "Next, let Han Feng play a few rounds with you. Starting chips, 50,000 each. After 3 rounds, whoever has more chips will go to the Gambling King contest." Upon hearing this, Han Feng walked to the other side of the gambling table and sat down, facing Su Feng from a distance. The dealer began dealing cards, and the tension in the air escalated once again. Near the game hall, Yi Yuhan was wandering aimlessly, with the little brother sent by Xiaohu following her, never leaving her side. Just as she crossed a street, Yi Yuhan suddenly heard cries for help. "Help! Stop the thief! Someone's stealing money!" A man rushed out from a nearby alley, holding a small bag that seemed valuable. Following closely behind was a young woman in high heels, stumbling as she chased after him. Upon hearing the woman's plea, Yi Yuhan's gaze immediately locked onto the robber, and she instinctively rushed forward. The robber tried to evade, but before he could react, he was tripped by Yi Yuhan and fell to the ground. Yi Yuhan stepped forward, locked the robber's joints, and easily subdued him. "Behave, don't move." Turning the robber's hands around, she pinned him down, realizing she had forgotten handcuffs for this undercover mission. She pulled out the stolen handbag and handed it to the approaching woman. "Madam, here's your bag. Be careful on the road." The woman who received her bag thanked her repeatedly while calling the police to catch the criminal. All of this was observed by the henchman tracking Yi Yuhan from behind. The henchman immediately sensed trouble. The agility and skill this woman displayed in those few seconds were a stark contrast to the weak woman she pretended to be at the casino. And the way she effortlessly handcuffed the criminal at the end was too proficient. She must be a cop. And the man who came with her. At the same time, Yi Yuhan remembered she was being followed and turned to look back. Their eyes met, and both shuddered. The henchman quickly realized the situation and ran off. Just as Yi Yuhan was about to chase him, the traffic light turned red. The flow of cars on the road separated them, leaving her helplessly watching him run further away. A bus passed by slowly, and in the next moment, the henchman's figure was no longer visible on the street. Yi Yuhan's heart sank as regret filled her mind. Damn, how could she forget this detail? He would surely inform others immediately, putting Su Feng in danger. She needed to call the station quickly to figure out a way to support him. Hopefully, there was still time. At this moment, she no longer cared about humanity. Ignoring the robber's cries of pain, she pressed down on him firmly and took out her phone to contact the captain. On the other side, the casino henchman ran through the alley, shouting into his phone. "Tiger, these two are trouble. Watch out for the man. They are cops." Inside the bright casino, Su Feng and Han Feng each held 3 cards, one face down and 2 face up. A muffled sound came from little Tiger's pocket, breaking the tense silence. "Tiger, be careful. Cops." Shin Hong's men all looked fierce, glaring at little Tiger to shut off his phone. Han Feng, Li Si, and Su Feng, with exceptional hearing, heard everything clearly. Li Si remained silent, stepping back behind the others. "He's a cop," Han Feng shouted, grabbing his 3 cards, startling everyone, who all turned menacingly towards Su Feng. Little Tiger also immediately pulled out his phone, his voice echoing clearly through the room. "That man is a cop." Seeing the situation, Su Feng reluctantly put down his cards, looking resigned. "Ah, what a pity. I was hoping to have a good time with you, but it seems that won't happen today." Swish! Before he finished speaking, a swiftly spinning playing card flew towards him. Su Feng slightly tilted his head to dodge, and the card flew past, embedding deeply into the table behind him. The card was thrown by Han Feng, who had mastered the skill of throwing cards through numerous close calls on Outer Island. Su Feng's earlier guess that he was a bodyguard was not entirely wrong. Swish! Swish! Han Feng threw out 2 more cards, shielding Qin Hong behind him. However, Su Feng managed to dodge them effortlessly. Seeing Su Feng easily evade the cards, Qin Hong grew furious and ordered his men beside him. "What are you waiting for? Attack! Daring to cause trouble in my place, you must be tired of living. In my whole life, I hate cops the most." The surrounding henchmen exchanged glances and launched their attack simultaneously. 2 thugs next to the main gate drew their knives, guarding the entrance. This gambling den had no windows, no back door, just a dark room with the only exit behind them. By holding this position, the cop in front of them would have nowhere to escape, at their mercy. Several thugs with clubs lurked on the outskirts, while others tried to restrain Su Feng by grabbing his arms and shoulders. Qin Hong cautiously hid behind Han Feng, not so much worried about being caught by Su Feng, but more concerned about being accidentally injured. Anyone daring to come alone was either a complete fool or had some kind of backup. Being able to shatter dice into pieces indicated considerable skill. But now, with the only exit sealed off, not even a crack in the window, and with over 20 henchmen armed with knives, clubs, and even guns hidden under the gambling table, this cop was doomed today without a doubt. In the moment of the enemy's attack, Su Feng also launched a counterattack. Elevator War God, activate. Rising to his feet, he delivered a swift back kick, sending the chair beneath him flying to block the attackers from behind. Crack! Another strike with his elbow hit the person rushing towards him from the side, causing the person's chest to cave in with a short, sharp cry before falling silent. After sending the first person flying, Su Feng seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, suddenly crouching down as a baseball bat swung powerfully just above him. Rising and turning in one fluid motion, he delivered a palm strike to the neck of the person behind him. The person dropped the club, clutching his throat as he staggered back. His throat opening and closing, unable to make a sound, he had lost his ability to speak. Su Feng's sleeves rustled as cries and screams echoed around him. After several rounds of attacks, nearly 10 bodies lay around Su Feng. He remained calm and composed, stepping over the bodies of the thugs towards the only main gate. Glancing at Li Si, who met his gaze, feeling as if he was being stared down by a fierce tiger, filled with fear, Li Si immediately crouched down, hands covering his head. At the main gate, the 2 knife-wielding thugs tensed up instantly. Ali and Han Feng still stood in front of Qin Hong. Qin Hong's expression started to show signs of nervousness as he gestured for the remaining henchmen to continue their assault. Little Tiger, who had been hiding in the background, gritted his teeth and prepared to take a risk, wanting to make a good impression in front of the boss, and charged to the front. Another wave of meaningless attacks left Su Feng somewhat annoyed. He casually picked up 3 cards from a nearby gambling table. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 cards flew like darts, embedding themselves in the bodies of the attacking thugs in the blink of an eye. He continued to throw cards rapidly, resembling a master card thrower, shooting cards in all directions. For a moment, no one could approach within 3 meters of him. The 3 thugs at the front and Little Tiger were left writhing in pain on the ground, their chests and limbs pierced by playing cards. "You can throw cards too," Han Feng exclaimed in astonishment. He had been holding a deck of cards, planning to make a move from the sidelines, but seeing this scene, he dared not act. He never expected Su Feng to possess the same skill, and even be more formidable than himself. At most, he could only throw 1 card at a time with average force, causing serious injury only if it hit a critical area like the eyes. Yet Su Feng could throw 3 cards at once, and the force was terrifying, able to embed them directly into the body. These were just ordinary playing cards. If they were metal or actual throwing knives, he couldn't even imagine the destructive power. Li Si, crouching on the side, also watched in shock at the wailing thugs on the ground. Everyone was focused on Su Feng, but only he noticed a detail. The poker cards stuck in the thugs were all neatly arranged, 4 sets of the same suit in a straight flush. Su Feng's strength once again refreshed his understanding. Faced with such a dangerous situation, still having time to pay attention to this detail, it was too terrifying. I've never heard of such a godlike figure in the Shanghai City police station. If he had known about him, he wouldn't have opened a casino and would have run away quickly. Su Feng threw a whole deck of cards, leaving only 2 jokers. 2 more cards flew out, directly piercing the hands of the thugs at the door holding knives, deeply embedded between the joints. The thugs let out a scream, and the short knives fell to the ground. Wanting to pull out the playing cards from their hands, they dared not pull them out due to the pain, looking at Su Feng with fear on their faces. Su Feng bent down and picked up a baseball bat from the ground, casually swinging it a few times. The heavy aluminum alloy baseball bat felt as light as a feather in his hands. Facing the 2 gatekeepers, Su Feng said considerately, "It's my first time using this." Clang! Clang! With 2 strikes, the 2 gatekeepers were knocked out by Su Feng, collapsing to the ground. Su Feng controlled his strength, causing the 2 to faint rather than causing their brains to splatter out with the material of the baseball bat. Behind him, Ali and the few remaining henchmen were frozen in place as if their feet were made of lead. Going forward now would be like sending themselves to death, and no one wanted to be the first to act. "A bunch of useless people, move aside." In the back, Qin Hong, hiding in the corner, finally pulled out a handgun from under the gambling table and aimed at Su Feng. Bang! Bang! Inside the game hall, the officers from the West City Sub-Bureau kicked open the door to the underground casino. "Don't move, police! Hands on your head, all of you, squat down. You, stop right there. Don't run. Chase them." The fully armed officers entered in an orderly manner, instantly taking control of the situation, suppressing all the gamblers and casino henchmen, with only a few quick-witted ones already escaping through the back door. Yi Yuan was among the officers, searching through the crowd until she finally found someone she had seen in the office just now. She approached him directly and interrogated, "Tell me the truth, where did Li Si and Xiaohu go? Speak up." The henchman shook his head like a rattle. "Officer, I really don't know." Yi Yuan questioned several henchmen in a row, but none of them knew the whereabouts of Su Feng and the others. None of the people present were qualified to know these things, as none of them had seen the boss and had no idea where he might appear. Yi Yuan paced anxiously in place, almost going crazy. As time passed, with each second, Su Feng's danger increased. She cursed herself in her mind. Su Feng was just a newcomer who had joined 2 days ago. Why was he given such a dangerous task? This kind of thing should have been handled by herself. Today's operation was the most wrong, guilty, and even deadly decision she had made since joining, potentially leading to the death of a young person in the prime of their youth due to her negligence. A gambler on the ground looked around at her for a long time, seeing her despondent, tentatively asking, "Officer, officer? I'm here. I know what car they drive. Officer, I confess voluntarily, can I spend fewer days in custody?" Yi Yuan was overjoyed and pulled him up directly. "Tell me everything you know. Quickly." The gambler wanted to confirm how much leniency he could get, but seeing Yi Yuan's predatory gaze, he swallowed his words. He honestly revealed all the information he knew. Yi Yuan received the information and immediately contacted the captain. West City Sub-Bureau. Chen Shen received her message and immediately sent someone to check the surveillance footage to confirm Su Feng's route and location. Captain, we've found their route. Where is Su Feng now? In the South City District, at the Shunfeng Grand Hotel. Shunfeng Grand Hotel. Bang! In the sealed casino room, a loud gunshot shattered the silence. The anticipated scene did not unfold as expected. Instead, Su Feng stood unscathed at the entrance, holding a baseball bat in his left hand and his right hand extended in front of him. However, a bullet hole appeared on the wall above his head, the result of the shot just fired. Ah! Accompanying the gunshot was Qin Hong's hysterical scream. Grimacing in pain, Qin Hong clutched his ears, blood trickling through his fingers, and his handgun fell to the ground. Han Feng, who was standing beside Qin Hong, saw his boss's gruesome state and felt his legs go weak, almost unable to stand. Just as Qin Hong shouted, Su Feng swiftly grabbed a card from the nearby table and hurled it towards Qin Hong without hesitation. It grazed Qin Hong's ear, causing half of it to hang down. In his haste, Su Feng didn't aim the card accurately, or else the outcome would have been different. Nevertheless, Qin Hong's ear was beyond saving. Seeing their boss covered in blood and screaming in agony, the remaining thugs on the scene shouted in unison, bolstered each other, and raised their clubs for a final charge. Su Feng maneuvered skillfully, always facing only one opponent no matter how they surrounded him. With each strike, a thug fell. To Li Si, these henchmen seemed like characters from a cartoon, one after another falling like dominoes, resembling unruly middle school kids fighting on the street. Soon, only Ali was left in front of Su Feng. Despite Ali's clenched fists and fighting stance, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Without giving him time to think, Su Feng made his move. In the next moment, Ali felt like he had been hit by a truck. He screamed in agony, spat out blood, and was sent flying, rolling on the ground before crashing into a table in a sorry state. Stepping back, Su Feng dodged a blade coming down towards him. It was Xiao Hu. Enduring the pain, Xiao Hu picked up a knife from the ground and swung it down. Su Feng sidestepped, delivering a side kick to his ribs, sending him flying several meters before crashing at Qin Hong's feet. Su Feng was satisfied with his kick. He had somewhat saved face for himself in front of Qin Hong, considering it a token of gratitude for guiding him today. Han Feng realized that, within just a few minutes, only he, Qin Hong, and Li Si could still move. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. With that, he forcefully threw a chair at Su Feng. Thud! Su Feng remained unfazed, effortlessly sweeping the chair aside with a turn. Then, calmly and steadily, he approached Han Feng and Qin Hong. His steps were light, yet each one felt like a heavy blow to their hearts. Step by step, he shattered their psychological defenses completely. The two men kept retreating until they hit the wall. They were cornered, with no way out. This casino, once a place where gamblers couldn't escape, was now about to become their tomb. In a moment of desperation, Han Feng had a sudden realization. No, he's a cop, he can't kill me. I can surrender. Comrade officer, I'll testify, I know everything he's done. I'll be a witness. Qin Hong looked at Han Feng in disbelief. While he was still trying to stall for time, Han Feng beat him to it, pleading with Su Feng for mercy and even betraying him directly. Han Feng, you scoundrel. Don't think I don't know about the trouble you caused a few days ago. If you won't let me live, don't expect to have it easy either. Before Su Feng could even ask, these two were already at each other's throats. Watching them expose each other's dirty deeds one by one, Su Feng subconsciously reached into his pocket, only to remember that his phone was still in the car, and a sudden idea popped into his mind. Both of you, stop quarreling. I'll give you a chance now. Which one of you has a phone? Lend it to me. This is getting interesting. Han Feng nervously took out his phone and slid it to Su Feng from the ground. Unexpectedly, on the other side, Qin Hong also acted swiftly, sliding his phone from the ground at the same time. Most importantly, Qin Hong considerately unlocked it. Han Feng cursed loudly. Damn! You sly old fox, you're really sneaky. Officer, my password is 764,564. Not to be outdone, Han Feng fluently revealed his phone's password. Qin Hong's phone was covered in blood, and he guessed it would be looked down upon. The officer would definitely use his own phone. He would surely earn merit. Ignoring the two phones that slid to her feet, Su Feng took a step forward, kicked Qin Hong's gun aside, and then kicked away everything nearby that could be used as a weapon. Confirming that these two wouldn't cause any trouble, Su Feng looked at them. TSK TSK TSK. You want to confess voluntarily, right? Fine. Su Feng had long heard the commotion behind her and without turning her head, she spoke directly. Li Si, where are you going? Come here, record a video of them. Li Si, who was quietly hiding behind the gambling table, preparing to move towards the entrance, froze in place and slowly stood up. Su Feng picked up Han Feng's phone and instructed Li Si to pick up Qin Hong's bloodstained phone to record a video of the two of them. Such crucial evidence needed to be captured on video. It was all for the case. Definitely not because he wanted to see these two fighting like dogs. Lee Si, called over by Su Feng, forced a bitter smile. He really didn't want to get involved, but since Su Feng had called him out, he had no choice but to show up. Helplessly, he had to follow Su Feng's instructions. Qin Hong and Han Feng were terrified of Su Feng, but they paid no attention to Lee Si. At that moment, they glared at him fiercely. Alright, Lee Si, didn't expect you to bring the cops here. I trusted you so much for nothing. I hate traitors the most in my life. Just wait, I won't let you off easy. Qin Hong gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Lee Si apart. He had worked hard in Shanghai City for so long, and he was about to return to the core members of the organization only to be ruined by a small cop who came out of nowhere. He couldn't beat the police, but couldn't he control Lee Si? Lee Si's expression turned serious. Qin Hong's words were not just empty threats. As long as Qin Hong had a chance to come out or make contact with the outside, he would always be under his threat. After some thought, Lee Si felt he needed to increase his own value, so he turned to Su Feng. Officer, I have some things to confess too. Information about the organization behind Qin Hong. Su Feng was also taken aback. Wasn't Qin Hong already a big boss? How could there still be an organization behind him? Oh well, let's talk about it later. The most important thing now is to have the station send people to clean up the scene quickly. As for whether there were deeper things to uncover about Qin Hong, they could wait for the others to arrive. Alright, when the police arrive, you can confess whatever you want. First, record what they want to confess. Under Su Feng's command, Lee Si used Qin Hong's phone to open the camera, switched to video mode, and aimed it at Qin Hong and Han Feng. Su Feng found a chair to sit down and waited to watch them record the video. Stared at by Su Feng, both Qin Hong and Han Feng were trembling, looking as if they had lost their souls. Moreover, Qin Hong's head was covered in blood, giving him a pitiful appearance. Su Feng suddenly felt a bit worried. She wasn't quite clear about the rules of the police station. Could this be considered as using harsh methods to extract a confession? Su Feng glanced around the walls and corners, but found no surveillance cameras. This meant that besides them, no one else would know what had happened in this room. Well, since the other party had pulled out a gun, she could only act in self-defense. Besides, she was just doing her job, enforcing the law properly, so this should be fine, right? If all else failed, should she help clean the blood off them? On the other side, Lee Si pointed at Qin Hong. Boss, you go first. Qin Hong wanted to continue arguing, but when Su Feng shot him a look, he immediately wilted and honestly confessed everything he and Han Feng had done. When Han Feng was mentioned, his emotions surged, his expression vivid. Su Feng didn't need to think twice to know that he was probably exaggerating things. Han Feng's face grew increasingly grim. Damn it, that old thief Qin Hong. Everything he did was at Qin Hong's behest. He would have to teach him a lesson later. Seeing them getting down to business, Su Feng took out Han Feng's phone, preparing to send a message to Yi Yuhan. With her finger hovering over the phone, she suddenly realized she didn't know where they were. Hey, hold on. Can you guys tell me where we are? Han Feng raised his hand directly, wearing a flattering smile. Shunfeng Grand Hotel. Take the elevator in the underground parking lot straight to the top floor. Turn right at the exit, all the way inside. Wow, so detailed. This was urgent. Su Feng gave him an approving look, then waved her hand, indicating for them to continue. She opened the message and sent the address to Yi Yuhan. After a moment's thought, she also sent the message to the other team members, just in case. Thanks to the King of Kanman's extraordinary memory, he had quickly glanced at his colleague's contact information before leaving this morning and memorized it all. It was coming in handy now. As for why he didn't make a call, it was because he was an I person. He usually hated receiving nuisance calls and would hang up on unknown numbers. Those who knew him had their numbers saved, and most contacted him through other means. The only unfamiliar numbers that could get him to answer were delivery drivers and couriers. Having to call one by one if the call got disconnected was too much trouble. On the road, at the West City Sub-Bureau, Su Feng's teammates were speeding towards Shunfeng Grand Hotel. The gamblers in the arcade had been taken away, and the casino lackeys were under strict guard, waiting for interrogation. Not a single person had escaped. This operation had successfully dismantled the underground casino. However, the officers in the car remained serious, showing no signs of joy. Although they had only worked with Su Feng for a day, they all liked this capable and good-natured newcomer. Now, he was alone in the enemy's lair, facing unknown dangers. They had no idea about Su Feng's situation and didn't dare to contact him recklessly. They were helpless, only able to wait anxiously, hoping that Su Feng would contact them first. But the people in the car were seasoned cops, well aware that in such a perilous environment, given the enemy's vigilance, Su Feng having a chance to send a message was simply wishful thinking. It was absolutely impossible. We'll arrive in 10 minutes, everyone be prepared. Don't worry, Su Feng is quite clever and can handle himself well in a fight. He might have already subdued them by now, just waiting for us to arrive. Chen Shen sat in the front, turned around to look at his team members, trying to adjust the somber atmosphere in the car, but the words that came out of his mouth even sounded absurd to himself. After speaking, seeing the awkward expressions of the others, Chen Shen pursed his lips, turned back in silence. Suddenly, Yi Yuhan's phone vibrated. She looked down and saw a text message from an unknown number. She was about to close the screen when she finally saw the information displayed on it. Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, "There's news from Su Feng." The next second, there was movement on the phones of the others. "I received it." "Me too." "Did you all receive it?" "Great, Su Feng finally has news." The atmosphere in the car instantly became lively. Since Su Feng could send a message, it meant that he should be temporarily safe. They were about to arrive, and as soon as the main force arrived, any danger would be resolved, and Su Feng would be fine. However, Chen Shen remained vigilant, not as excited as the others, but with a puzzled expression as he looked at the text message on his phone. This address is too detailed, even which room and how to get there are clearly written. In theory, if the other party has been able to hide in Shanghai City for so long, they definitely wouldn't be so careless. To prevent exposure, they must have done something, not letting Su Feng know their location. Yi Yuhan frowned. "Captain, what do you mean? Do you suspect something is wrong with this message?" Chen Shen nodded. "It's a bit suspicious. After your exposure, the other party may have already controlled Su Feng, forced him to reveal the contact information of all of us, and then lured us into a trap. This location is very likely a trap set by the other party. They want to catch us in one fell swoop." Chen Shen didn't elaborate on how the other party might have forced Su Feng, but everyone understood. Captured by these desperate fugitives, the interrogation they would face wouldn't be as polite as in a police station. They might directly endure all kinds of torture, inhuman punishments one after another, extremely terrifying. The joyful atmosphere in the car suddenly disappeared. Various worst-case scenarios kept appearing in everyone's minds. Yi Yuhan held onto her phone tightly. Chen Shen's words just now struck her, making her feel extremely guilty. If she hadn't been exposed, perhaps Su Feng would have had more time. But now, everything was too late. Whether it's a trap or not, we have to go. I hope my guess is wrong. Everyone, be prepared, the Shunfeng Grand Hotel is just ahead. Chen Shen organized his equipment, instructing the team members to be prepared. At the same time, in the West City Sub-Bureau, "Officer, you've asked for the 4th time. I'm just a runner, I really don't know anything. Even if you ask me 10 more times, my answer will be the same." In various interrogation rooms, the captured casino henchmen were like stubborn rocks, unable to get a word out of them for half a day. Each one pretended to be deaf and dumb, insisting they knew nothing. If there were any questions, they should ask their boss. As for where the boss was, it was the same old story. "I'm just a runner, what the hell do I know?" The interrogation was paused. The officers, who had gained nothing, met in the corridor, showing expressions of helplessness, sighing. These people were experienced old police officers in interrogation. Each one could be considered an expert. But the interrogation was still fruitless. Now a new wave of young police officers took over from them. They came out to catch their breath and exchange progress. "These guys are tough nuts to crack, very stubborn. This time it's tricky. Damn it, you guys didn't see how arrogant the people here are. I really want to kick them in the face. These people are just low-level lookouts. It's normal that they don't know much." The fact that the casino boss has been able to hide for so long shows a strong counter-surveillance awareness. Deputy Director Tang Jianjun was also very interested in the progress of this case and came over to inquire about it. Seeing their worried faces, he knew there probably hadn't been much progress and tried to comfort everyone. Chen Shen and the others have already arrived at the enemy's lair. They will soon be able to bring back another group of people. There might be high-level casino executives or key personnel, so rest for a bit, we will still need you later. This is an opportunity that Su Feng fought hard to get. You must make sure to get some results from the interrogation. Several old police officers perked up at these words. "Director, rest assured, we will definitely get them to talk later. We won't let down our brothers on the front line. Kid, if we don't show them some colors, do they really think I've been interrogating for nothing for over 10 years? By the way, Director Tang, who is this Su Feng you mentioned? A newcomer?" Tang Jianjun nodded. "Yes, he just reported for duty yesterday. Yesterday he single-handedly took down a gang of 10 robbers, and today he went alone to the casino's lair and sent intelligence back to the bureau. This kid is a promising talent, skilled and quick-witted. but I can't shake the feeling that he doesn't have the demeanor of someone who just graduated from the police academy. He seems more like a tough bandit." Despite pointing out Su Feng's flaws, the admiration in Tang Jianjun's eyes was about to overflow. He had just received news from the front that Su Feng had managed to pinpoint the location accurately even in a highly dangerous situation, down to the door number. He even seized the opportunity to pass on the information. It was hard to believe that he was just a rookie probationary police officer. He seemed more like a seasoned top agent who had been through countless battles, taking on 10 opponents alone, infiltrating enemy territory. These were all scenes of heroism usually seen only in movies. Those who had been police officers for a few years knew that even operations targeting just one or two individuals could go wrong. Fugitives would fight desperately to evade capture and resist law enforcement officers. Although Chen Chen's message also expressed his concerns, Tang Jianjun chose to trust Su Feng. Having been a police officer for half his life, he absolutely believed in his own judgment. This kid Su Feng would surely work wonders. At the Shunfeng Grand Hotel, Su Feng sat in a chair watching the video that had just been recorded. In the footage, Qin Hong and Han Feng were both furious, talking non-stop, spitting as they spoke. They seemed eager to expose each other's wrongdoings in one breath. In less than 10 minutes of video, they had gone through each other's cases at an accelerated pace, like a rap battle. It was all about dogs biting dogs, not a single good thing to be found. Glancing at the time, Su Feng felt that the police should be arriving soon. The two on the other side had exhausted their energy, now slumped in a sorry state in the corner. Qin Hong suddenly realized what he had said, his face pale, lips trembling, eyes filled with despair. In the underground parking lot, as soon as the officers from the sub-bureau arrived, they swept through the entire floor, directly apprehending the casino's thugs. They continued their search upwards, pulling out many high-ranking members of the casino from their rooms. When they were arrested, these people were still leisurely enjoying life, completely unaware of what their boss was going through. Upon seeing the police break in, they self-righteously condemned the intrusion, claiming to be law-abiding citizens and accusing the police of illegal entry. The next moment, they were handcuffed to the table. On the top floor of the hotel, the task force arrived at the room mentioned in the text message. Chen Chen gestured to the personnel in front of him. With a bang, the door was forcibly broken down, and the officers streamed in. "Don't move! Ha! It's Su Feng!" Su Feng jumped off the gambling table, took the phone recording the video from Li Si's hand, and waved at them. "Captain, you finally made it." Bang! As soon as they entered, the police officers were startled to see the floor covered with people. The scene was not as dangerous as they had anticipated, so gradually they let down their guard and swarmed towards Su Feng. "Su Feng, thank goodness you're okay. You're quite something, daring to come alone to such a dangerous place. How did you manage to pull it off?" A group of teammates surrounded Su Feng, expressing concern for his safety and curiosity about what he had been through. Yi Yuan stood at the back of the crowd, relieved that Su Feng was still alive. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Chen Chen didn't join the circle around Su Feng. Instead, he walked around carefully examining the people lying on the ground, trying to find the figure of the casino boss. Glancing at Qin Hong and Han Feng huddled in the corner, and then at Li Si standing awkwardly next to Su Feng, Chen Chen's expression turned somewhat disappointed. Looking around, Chen Chen couldn't figure out who looked like the boss. He felt that the situation was similar to his own. Su Feng and the others must have already exposed their identities, been used by the other party, and turned the tables. Fortunately, Su Feng was clever enough and skilled enough to break their trap. Unfortunately, they still hadn't caught anyone. "Su Feng, did you see the casino boss just now?" Su Feng instinctively glanced at the two trembling figures in the corner. "The boss? Yes, I saw him. He's the one lying there with blood coming out of his ear. That's Qin Hong. Next to him is his henchman, a gambling expert from Outao, Han Feng." Su Feng pointed towards the corner of the room, introducing their identities to the police officers. Upon learning that the two huddled in the corner like cripples were the casino boss they had been investigating day and night, everyone was shocked. Especially Yi Yuan, her eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept this fact. The sight of these two cowering in the corner was far from the image of the mysterious casino boss. From an underground emperor to a beggar, the change in style was too drastic, wasn't it? "Him? Just him? You're not joking, Su Feng? He doesn't look like it to me either. He has no presence at all, looks like those two thieves I caught yesterday, or even worse." The group of people walked up to Qin Hong, staring at them as if they were monkeys. Despite harboring resentment, Qin Hong couldn't muster any reaction at the moment. Han Feng was trembling even more, thinking that facing the casino thug's pursuit was the most terrifying thing, so he often boasted to others about his experiences being chased. Now he realized that being surrounded by the friendly onlookers of the police was even scarier than being surrounded by killers. Especially the disdainful expressions made Han Feng start to doubt how miserable his situation really was. He had killed a gambling expert who had come and gone from the Outao Palace Casino 7 times, was someone preparing to participate in the Gambling King competition, and had won several million at the gambling table. And these people were looking at him with such eyes? Did they even understand what it meant to be a gambling king? On the other side, Su Feng continued to introduce his colleagues. Oh, this person next to me is called Li Si, he also helped me a lot, he's the one who brought me here. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to catch Qin Hong no matter how skilled I am. He has been by Qin Hong's side for many years, knows a lot of things, and wants to confess voluntarily. Thanks to him this time. Initially excited to be introduced by Su Feng, Li Si's mood turned sour as Su Feng kept praising him for his help. The more he spoke, the more exaggerated it became, as if he was being set up for a fall. If these words got out, even if he got out early in the future, could he still continue to survive on the streets? It would be good enough not to be pursued by Qin Hong's forces. In fact, it wasn't just Qin Hong, probably none of the other forces would dare to take him in. A person who has helped the police, who dares to have him as a little brother, isn't this just asking for trouble? Fortunately, Su Feng emphasized his gambling skills in the end, suggesting to Chen Shen that they could organize a gambling lecture and let Li Si educate everyone. Li Si could only smile bitterly and accept his fate. Deciding to spill the beans, he briefly explained his understanding of the organization behind Qin Hong to Chen Shen and the others. Yi Yuan was once again shocked to learn that the old man in front of her was the owner of the casino. Her eyes widened in disbelief, filled with question marks. After working tirelessly for half a month, they had only caught a small-time boss? Just a minor figure in charge of the Shanghai City Casino, and even pushed out of the core circle by the organization? The others also looked embarrassed. To think that the criminals they treated as major threats at the West City Sub-Bureau turned out to be just a minor figure, who had been roaming free for so long. If this got out, it would be a laughingstock for colleagues from other sub-bureaus, especially the South City Sub-Bureau, which seemed to be catching thieves left and right recently. Boasting to them, they even came up with a slogan of catching thieves within 100 days, claiming to catch a thief king to make the thieves in the South City never dare to show their faces again. Hey, come and take a look over here. 2, 3, 4. Oh my, why are there people with playing cards stuck on them, and they can even form a small green dragon? And these 3, wow, they are all of the same suit. I've seen throwing knives before, but throwing cards, that's new. Where did this hidden weapon master come from? Could it be you? A police officer scrutinized Li Si suspiciously. Li Si quickly shook his head, waving his hands in denial. It's not me, it's him. All eyes turned to Su Feng, as if discovering a new continent, full of amazement and appreciation for this newcomer. Even Chen Shen was shocked this time. Su Feng? Well, it's you again. If you were just good at fighting, that would be one thing. After all, everyone needs to train in martial arts. But you also know gambling skills? You can win every bet, hitting 666 directly? Knowing gambling skills is one thing, but you can even throw cards? Bro, are you a cop or a gangster? The things you've learned are quite diverse, aren't they? While they chatted, the accompanying police officers quickly cleared the scene. Without further delay, they followed the majority back to the police station with the captured casino members. Upon returning to the police station, Su Feng briefly went through the process of reporting the operation and was immediately approached by Chen Shen to inquire about the progress of the interrogation. Chen Shen was also instructed by Tang Jianjun to have Su Feng show his face and get acquainted with these old cops. Seeing a few familiar faces, Chen Shen went straight to the point. How did it go? Any progress in the interrogation? Several old police officers who had just taken a break from questioning the casino executives had no results to report. These bastards are convinced that we won't find any crucial evidence. As long as they keep their mouths shut, that little gambling den in the arcade is no big deal to them. It's really frustrating. The old police officers took a sip of tea from their thermos cups before shifting their attention to Su Feng beside Chen Shen. After sizing him up, they didn't pay much attention, as they were focused on getting these people to talk. Is this the new kid you brought in? Not bad. Xiao Chun, can you guys help out a bit? We don't have any valuable evidence, how are we supposed to interrogate them? Exactly, we're police officers, not magicians. Even a skilled woman can't cook without rice. Su Feng smiled faintly at their words and said to Chen Shen, Captain, I forgot to mention on the way here. Before you arrived, I recorded a video of Qin Hong, it's on his phone. Perhaps some of the old seniors could make use of it. Shiqing Sub-Bureau. Tang Jianjun was in the office, happily drinking tea. Across from him was another person, his old classmate and also his old rival, Wu Guoliang, the deputy director of the Nanchang Sub-Bureau. Both men were in good spirits. One had just uprooted a long-hidden underground casino in Shanghai City, while the other had just cleared out a large number of thieves in the Nanchang area, even declaring a 100-day capture of thieves slogan. Wu Guoliang was unaware that the Xiqing Sub-Bureau had already caught the casino boss. He came this afternoon mainly to catch up with his old classmate and give him a brief overview of Nanchang's recent achievements. The two old foxes sat facing each other, both with smiles on their faces. Well, in Nanchang these days, we've just been lucky, catching a few small thieves, nothing major. How many did you catch? Seems like over 20. You see, just catching these few thieves, we're a bit short-handed. Wu Guoliang spoke grandly, while Tang Jianjun remained silent, still smiling. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The office door was knocked, and a few old policemen crowded in. Seeing Wu Guoliang beside him, they were all slightly surprised. Tang Jianjun waved his hand, indicating they need not worry. How come you guys have time to come to me? Is the interrogation over? As soon as interrogation was mentioned, the old policemen all started talking at once. Director Tang, who is this Su Feng? This kid is too cunning. We've been busy for half a day, and as soon as he comes back, we're off duty? If we had known he had a video, why bother working so hard? Tang Jianjun was dumbfounded. Wait, what did Su Feng do? What video? The group recounted to Tang Jianjun what had happened after Su Feng's return. Just after Su Feng made a suggestion, Chen Chen had someone bring Qin Hong's phone, and upon opening it, there was indeed a newly recorded video. As the video played, Qin Hong's crimes were presented one by one before them, leaving everyone silent. It seemed they didn't need to interrogate themselves. Should they just call it a day? Why even ask? After sending someone with the video to the interrogation room, both the casino management and the casino's henchmen fell silent. In the footage, their boss confessed to his crimes like a bereaved dog, one by one. What were they waiting for? If they didn't confess soon, they would lose all their value. If they were slow to speak, all the remaining intelligence would be snatched away by others. For a moment, the interrogation rooms were bustling with activity, without the need for the interrogating police to speak, as these people talked non-stop like they were wound up. The pressure suddenly fell on the recorders. The interrogation progressed rapidly, and before the police in charge of the interrogation could even demonstrate their skills, it was over. After listening to their account, Tang Jianjun finally understood the situation. He immediately complained to Wu Guoliang with a helpless expression. You see, young people nowadays are just too much. No organization, no discipline, gambling in broad daylight at the casino. If he hadn't brought back Qin Hong, I would have definitely punished him severely. He even filmed Qin Hong. Tell me, do the police handle cases like this? What nonsense is this? Are they investigating or just hanging out? Well, I'll have to educate him properly later. Tang Jianjun poured him another cup of tea. By the way, you don't know Qin Hong, do you? Wu Guoliang indeed did not know him, just about to answer, but Tang Jianjun completely ignored him, lowered his head to pour tea, and continued talking to himself. He's the boss of the underground casino in Shanghai City, alright, he's the big boss of all the underground casinos. It's the case that you guys in Nanchang investigated for almost half a year and found nothing, and finally handed over to us. Su Feng's ability to catch him is just luck, don't worry about it. Forget about these trivial matters, come, have some tea. What did you just say? Borrow someone, right? Okay, we only need one person to handle the case, we don't need that many, feel free to borrow. Wu Guoliang had a strange expression, as if he had something stuck in his throat. Several old policemen also showed their insight and claimed they had other matters to attend to, then left the room. As soon as they left, the office was filled with a patriotic tune. On the other side, Su Feng was sitting at his desk, organizing the operation report. After a long day of work, he was feeling a bit tired and looking forward to the end of the day. A colleague brought a deck of cards from somewhere, and a few people gathered around to study and enjoy the game. Su Feng. Suddenly someone called his name, and Su Feng looked up. It was Yi Yuhan. Su Feng, I'm sorry. It was my negligence today, I shouldn't have involved you. Luckily nothing happened to you. Yi Yuhan paused for a moment, seeming hesitant. Are you free these days? I'd like to invite you for a meal. Ding. Host successfully located the underground casino, captured the casino owner, reward distribution in progress. Seriously, system, can't you see the timing? Why send me a message at such a crucial moment? Juggling between tasks, Su Feng's mind was almost overwhelmed. While checking the information in his mind, he nodded in agreement to Yi Yuhan, his gaze unintentionally vacant. Seeing him distracted, Yi Yuhan thought he might be unhappy about today's events, so she pursed her lips and returned to her seat. Reward distribution completed. King of Cheats promoted to silver level, greatly enhanced effect. King of Cheats, silver level expanded usage. Whenever in contact with gambling-related places, tools, or games, the King of Cheats ability can be freely utilized. Although there were no special surprises, Sufeng was content. This time, just like before, the quality of his ability was upgraded by one level. The scope of its effect expanded. Now he didn't have to be in a casino. Wherever there were dice or poker games, the King of Cheats ability could be triggered. It could even work when making bets with people. Sufeng was a bit skeptical about this. If he bet with someone, would he really become a millionaire the next day? That seemed too far-fetched. Impossible, impossible. Outside, the interrogation work had been completed. Chen Chen received a paper from his colleague, detailing the locations of all the underground casinos in Shanghai City under Qin Hong's control. Whether big or small, everything was meticulously recorded. They were just missing the floor plans drawn by the casino staff. Sufeng, well done. You've made a great contribution this time. Chen Chen looked at the paper, smiling as he patted Sufeng on the shoulder. With this information, they could immediately go and clear out all the casinos, thus wiping out all the gambling establishments in Shanghai City. This was a great thing for both the West City Sub-Bureau and the entire Shanghai City. Sufeng, you kid, you made a great achievement yesterday, and today you've solved such a complex case, you should at least get a second-class merit. Wow, that's like 10,000 bucks. Not bad, earning 10,000 in just 2 days at work. Rounding it off, that's 5,000 a day. We should celebrate this. Oh, how lively. Approaching the end of the workday, Tang Jianjun and the stern-faced Wu Guolian walked in together, introducing Sufeng to them. Colleagues seeing the two bureau chiefs coming in together felt that something big was about to happen. No way, it's 5 minutes before quitting time. Why are the chiefs here? Are we going to have overtime? Oh no, just cracked a big case, and now this? After the two entered, they headed straight for Sufeng. Wu Guoliang, upon seeing Sufeng, immediately assumed the air of an experienced person and spoke in an educating tone. Young man, police work cannot rely solely on physical strength, you need to use your brain. An intern police officer who gambles now, will they be robbing tomorrow, dealing drugs in the future? Lao Tang, with this kid around, aren't you worried about potential big problems? Will you be able to cover for him when the time comes? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not knowing the purpose of the visit by the director of the Nan City Bureau. Even Director Tang remained silent, so they didn't dare to speak first. Sufeng was also a bit puzzled. Why was the director of the Nan City Sub-Bureau speaking so harshly? No wonder the captain and their team had issues with the Nan City people. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he suddenly being lectured? And mentioning his gambling habits, wasn't that all for the sake of solving cases? Tang Jianjun calmly took a sip from his thermos cup. Before he could swallow, Wu Guolian's old face suddenly wrinkled, blossoming like a chrysanthemum. His tone changed, and he warmly said to Sufeng, I am different. My experience is deeper, my expertise is greater, and my achievements are more numerous than his. No matter what trouble you stir up, I will cover for you. We need young people like you who are both capable and smart. We are currently going after the Thief King. Are you interested? Think about it. Sufeng didn't expect Director Wu to lead up to this point just to recruit him. He felt a bit flattered. Although he was indeed interested in the Thief King, he couldn't show it. He had just joined the West City Sub-Bureau and was getting along well with his colleagues. Most importantly, if he showed any interest, where would that leave Director Tang? Did he still want to stay in this job? Tang Jianjun almost spurted out his water. Goodness, after arguing with me in the office for so long, you're just waiting here for this? You said you wanted to borrow some experienced old police officers, but now you're trying to poach Sufeng? You old rascal, you're even more cunning than the Thief King. Damn, you old rascal. Get out, don't delay our work. Tang Jianjun immediately ushered Wu Guoliang out. Sufeng was his lucky star, and no one was going to snatch him away. Wu Guoliang didn't expect to succeed in one go, he was casting a wide net. As he was being pushed out, he turned back and said, no rush, think about it carefully. After the two left, the office returned to its lively atmosphere. Nice one, Sufeng, you're famous now. Director Wu's judgment is notoriously sharp, those he takes notice of are few and far between. But between us, I actually want to catch the Thief King. Sufeng, aren't you interested? Humph, little Su has caught the gambling king before. What's a mere city-level Thief King? Chen Chen smiled and watched the group bickering, then suddenly received a message from Tang Jianjun. Organize a team-building activity, keep an eye on Sufeng for me. I'll cover all expenses. Upon reading the message, Chen Chen burst out laughing and waved at everyone. Hey, listen to me. Today, we celebrate the resolution of the casino case. I'll treat you all to a meal to boost our team spirit. Nan City wants to poach from us? Not a chance. Ha ha ha. That evening, Chen Chen took the team to a nearby barbecue restaurant to celebrate Su Feng's achievement and introduce him to the situations in various sub-bureaus. Old Wu is just trying to deceive you. Don't be fooled by their grand gestures. The thief-catching operation was last week's news. Recently, all the thieves from Nan City have gone into hiding, probably preparing for a big move. Little Lu on the side agreed. Exactly. Whether you want to catch the thief king here or there, it's all the same. I caught 2 thieves yesterday. Unfortunately, they were just beginners, and when they saw me, their legs went weak, and I easily apprehended them. I don't know why, but all the thieves we've caught recently are rookies. Something feels off. Since they didn't drink, the group quickly finished eating and went their separate ways. At night, Su Feng lay on the bed, searching through various apps. Can police officers switch jobs? Workplace etiquette. Speechless, my family. On my first day at work, another department leader came to poach me. How should I respond? Waiting online, urgent. After scrolling for a while, she finally found an answer from Shandong. Meanwhile, in a large courtyard deep in an alley in Xiqing district, 30 or so people were gathered. In front of them stood a man in his 30s, eloquent and exuding a leader's demeanor. I brought everyone to Xiqing district not because I'm afraid of the police in Nanchang. Among us, even the youngest are almost 30, we need to bring in fresh blood. Xiqing lacks awareness of prevention, making it the best place for newcomers to start. Fatty, introduce the new brother who just joined today to everyone. The man's name was Wang Dafei, known as Brother Fei. He was the thief king that the Nanchang Sub-Bureau wanted to catch. Last week, he began relocating his base, gradually moving these thieves to Xiqing. Firstly, he was indeed scared by the anti-thief measures in Nanchang, and secondly, they did need new recruits. Otherwise, with fewer and fewer underlings, being the thief king was losing its appeal. After introducing the new recruits, he demonstrated his stealing techniques to the crowd, leaving the newcomers amazed. This was a duty the thief king had to fulfill, teaching others his best skills, otherwise why would they support you as the thief king if you couldn't perform well? He hadn't been active for a long time, now only handling some leadership tasks. He would gather some mid-level thieves from the gang for meetings, give pointers to the new thieves, and just lay back and split the money. Because he hadn't been active, the officers from the Nanchang Sub-Bureau had yet to find his trail. The gathering ended, and everyone dispersed. Fatty and a few experienced thieves came to Wang Dafei with worried expressions. Brother Fei, the new recruit skills haven't been up to par recently, and several have been caught by the police in Xiqing. The 2 who came yesterday were completely wiped out. Of the 3 who came today, only one passed the test, another was caught by the police, and the last one probably regretted it and ran away. Yeah, and the atmosphere has been a bit oppressive lately. Brother Fei, do you think you should personally intervene to boost morale? Wang Dafei took one last drag of his cigarette, crushed the butt under his foot a few times. Alright, tomorrow, I'll show them what I've got. The next morning, Xiqing Sub-Bureau. Officer, I want to report a case. Officer, my car keys have been stolen. Officer, my bag was slashed, it had many documents inside. Early in the morning, the Xiqing Sub-Bureau received many reports of theft. The victims were mostly commuters on their way to work during the morning rush hour. When asked about the details of the incidents, they all mentioned the busy street with people coming and going, unable to recall specific details, providing no useful clues. What's going on? Why do you all look so worried? As soon as Su Feng arrived at the office, she noticed her colleagues were bustling around, a stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the previous day. Don't even mention it, it seems like we've hit a den of thieves in Xiqing district. The police hotline has been ringing off the hook since early morning. All the callers are morning commuters, you can feel their frustration even over the phone. These thieves are shameless, stealing anything they can get their hands on, not even sparing a pack of tissues, and someone even said their work badge was stolen. What kind of thieves are these? Colleagues complained to Su Feng while organizing materials. Su Feng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. These thieves are truly outrageous. Even the work badges were stolen? How heartless. He himself was a worker in a major internet company in his past life, well aware of the importance of work badges to workers. Not only do they need to swipe in and out daily, but it's also a fashion accessory equivalent. Without a work badge, it's embarrassing to even attend a meeting. Most importantly, if a work badge is lost, one has to personally go and get it reissued at their own expense. Not only excessive, but also very strange. Colleague Lao Lu's voice came through as he searched through records, carefully examining the alarm information. He had just caught 2 new thieves the day before, and encountering this today, he instinctively felt something was off. The things these people steal are strange. There's nothing valuable, the amounts are all kept under a few hundred, some are even worthless. Based on my experience, they shouldn't be after money? Not after money? Then what could it be for? Su Feng asked humbly. Xiao Lu also intended to befriend him, so he began to explain. The way these people operate is more like a demonstration, or these thieves are showcasing their power. A demonstration? Showcasing power? Xiao Lu nodded. Yes, a demonstration. Usually when a group arrives in a new city, or there's a new leader, they will make a big show, not only to challenge the police, boost their own morale, but also for the Thief King to display their skills, making their subordinates more loyal. Sometimes they may choose to increase the quantity of stolen items to create an impression, but they strictly control the amount stolen to maintain a relatively safe status and avoid attracting attention from the police station. According to the descriptions from the victims, none of their valuable items were lost, only small things in their pockets, and the cuts were large, yet they were completely unaware, indicating the thieves are highly skilled. They could have taken everything, but they didn't, showing that their goal isn't money. Abandoned courtyard. Everyone saw it. When Fei Gu doesn't make a move, he's invincible once he does. There's nothing Fei Gu can't steal if he wants. Everyone work hard, learn more from Fei Gu. Especially you guys, improve your skills quickly, don't just laze around all day. In the courtyard, several tables were put together, filled with Fei Ge's morning haul. He had been wandering around the nearby subway stations and business offices all morning, with a full harvest. A group of thieves surrounded the table, all in awe of Fei Gu. Wang Difei sat on the side, smoking, quite pleased with their admiration. Even the newcomer who joined yesterday leaned in to look closely at the table, amazed. He had struggled yesterday to steal a toy from a few kids, thinking he would fail the test, but unexpectedly passed and successfully joined this group of thieves. This thief king Fei Gu could steal so much in one morning. His skills were truly impressive. No wonder these people trusted him so much. Although the things on the table weren't worth much, there were just so many. Just carrying all these things was not easy, let alone stealing them without anyone noticing. Truly deserving of being the thief king of the southern city. Brothers, you've all seen it. It's time to get to work. Fatty clapped his hands, assigning everyone to their respective routes. As for the new recruit, he was tasked with helping the experienced ones keep watch. Meanwhile, at the South City police station, Wu Guoliang wasn't in a good mood. The thief king is missing? Are you suggesting that this group of thieves might have all gone to the West City? In the chief's office, Wu Guoliang was receiving a report. The thief king they have been keeping an eye on has disappeared for half a month. He seemed to have appeared this morning, but in the West City. Although it's just a suspicion, from what they have learned, both the type of stolen items and the theft methods are extremely similar to the thief king in the South City, with a high probability that it is the same person. Wu Guoliang felt uncomfortable as if he had just swallowed a fly. His military order was already set with the leaders, to catch the thief king within a month. Now, not only has the thief king disappeared, but if he is caught by Tang Jianjun's people in the West City, it would be disastrous. Especially that Su Feng. He knew very well that Tang Jianjun really favored this newcomer. It is very likely that he will be groomed as a role model for young police officers in the West City. The reputation of this genius newcomer Su Feng is not only spreading in the West City branch but also heard by people in various branches. Especially since the casino case involves a large organization behind it, it has gained attention from higher authorities. The other party is likely involved in a series of serious crimes such as gambling, fraud, drug trafficking, and even the armed police and special police departments have been contacted. In short, there is a lot more to this case than meets the eye, but there are also great opportunities. Under the influence of Tang Jianjun, the leaders are likely to involve Su Feng in the follow-up cases. If he can leave a good impression on the leaders, his future development will be smooth sailing. How many veteran police officers have spent their whole lives chasing thieves without encountering such a good opportunity? Just the thought of Tang Jianjun's smug expression made Wu Guoliang feel uncomfortable all over. Well, I don't have much experience, that's all I know. If you want to know more, you can watch some documentaries. Or movies are fine too. There's a Hong Kong movie called Infernal Affairs, you might be interested in watching it. But don't watch it during work hours, or Captain Chen will scold me for corrupting you. It's not forbidden to watch during work hours. Chen Chen and Tang Jiangwo appeared behind the two at some point, and said softly. Xiao Lu was startled, glanced at Su Feng, and dared not speak. The two did not continue to scare Xiao Lu, but instead talked about the morning's case. Chen Chen said with great certainty. With such a sudden commotion today, these thieves must have planned it in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely take further action. This is a blatant provocation to us. Tang Jiangwo was also serious, not in the mood to joke about Wu Guoliang. He knew his old classmate's abilities very well. The thief king has been hiding for so long without being caught, it doesn't make sense for him to surrender as soon as he arrives in the West City. Nowadays, young people post everything online. If not handled properly, it could stir up public opinion, and if someone with ill intentions manipulates it, who knows how it will turn out. The sooner we control the situation, the smaller the social impact. Tang Jiangwo made a prompt decision and said, "Everyone, carefully investigate all the subway stations, office buildings, and surrounding streets near the crime scene, especially the blind spots in the surveillance cameras, don't miss a single one. We must catch these thieves, the sooner the better. What they couldn't do in the South City, we will show them in the West City." Yes. After a loud response from everyone, they all returned to their desks to search for clues. These past few days, they have been watching Su Feng's achievements, and it's fake not to envy him. Each of them is eager to solve the case and make a name for themselves in front of Tang. These thieves are the best opportunity. Although Su Feng has strong personal abilities, he is still a newcomer after all. Whether it's catching robbers or delving into the casino, these are clear-cut cases. In this case of searching for petty thieves, they definitely have the advantage over him. This is not like a casino. Everyone participating in gambling here is a target of the police. Thieves who can roam outside for so long are seasoned veterans, extremely skilled at disguises. Coupled with teamwork, even with Su Feng's experience, it's probably impossible to distinguish between bystanders and thieves. But they are different. After years of handling cases, just to turn on the street, they can easily see who is up to no good. Faced with such cases, there are only two options. Either confirm the target's identity through clues like surveillance videos, locate the target, and then make the arrest. Or lure the target out with bait and then make the arrest. Neither option is something that can be done quickly. A tight plan is necessary, ensuring that every step is seamless, to wipe out the entire thieves' den in one fell swoop. Su Feng, this is how busy everyone is usually. How about it? Are you still adapting? Chen Chen asked with concern. Su Feng smiled warmly on the surface, but didn't think much of it inside. It's just overtime, she's too used to it. In her past life, she not only did 996 but also 007. To catch one big pie after another for the boss, the Su Feng of the past was a master at it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, the boss always had the same few things to say. "You've been doing well lately, but I feel like your self-motivation is not strong enough, lacking the ability to self-improve. Don't worry, once the project goes live, you'll definitely get a raise, a bonus. Xiaosu, the company is facing difficulties recently. I hope you can step up and help the company through this tough time." On the other side, Xin Shen asked several colleagues in a row, and they all said they didn't need help. So, Su Feng and Yi Yuhan were arranged to go to the neighboring restaurant together at noon to bring back some food for everyone. They often ate there, the food was good, it had become their second cafeteria. The colleagues agreed wholeheartedly. Since the two of them had just finished a case, they could take a break and leave the chance to solve the case to them. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuhan strongly opposed it, refusing to say why. Although he didn't know the reason, Chen Shen didn't insist and arranged for another colleague, De Huan, to go buy food with Su Feng. After slacking off all morning, Su Feng and De Huan got up to go to the neighboring restaurant, an abandoned large courtyard. Wang Dafei and a few others were eating takeout. "Fatty, how many new guys came today?" "Just one, he's new to the game, but his skills are good, even I fell for his tricks. He talks in a way that's a bit hard to understand, and his outfit is a bit weird, something about being a second-dimensional cosplay, we don't get it either." Wang Dafei raised his eyebrows, swallowed the noodles in his mouth, and wiped his mouth. "Is it true, or are you just being lenient? Don't break the rules." Fatty shook his head. "Fei Ge, how could I? If I let in a useless person, wouldn't I be digging my own grave? By the way, Fei Ge, I think your previous idea can be put into action now. Select a new thief king from this group, put him out there as a scapegoat, and let these cops calm down a bit. I heard that after we arrived in the West City, the cops in the South City are almost going crazy." After thinking for a while, Wang Dafei found it feasible. "Alright, let's see how the new guy performs tonight, then make a decision." Not far from the West City Sub-Bureau, there was a small restaurant called Gaga Siang Northeastern Cuisine. "Boss lady, the usual. Bring a few more portions of rice today." As soon as De Huang entered the restaurant, he started ordering food with the boss lady as if they were old friends, without needing Su Feng to do anything. Su Feng simply found a seat and started watching a movie recommended by Xiao Lu in the morning. At the same time, on the street outside the West City Sub-Bureau, a young man wearing a black mask, cosplaying as Kaito Kid, was walking while checking his phone. But his eyes were not fixed on the screen, instead, he was discreetly looking around. He was the newcomer that Fatty had discovered this morning, named Yu Yang. He was looking for a target to complete the test to enter the gang. Passing by the West City Sub-Bureau, he glanced inside. "There's no one on the road at noon. I'll grab a bite to eat first." As Yu Yang walked towards the restaurant, he suddenly noticed a policeman smoking at the entrance of a small eatery. Ha! A cop? Seeing the uniform, the young man instinctively dodged his gaze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. What was he nervous about? This was a golden opportunity. If he could steal something from the policeman, why bother with the test? That fatty would probably beg him to join, right? He walked towards the restaurant while scrolling on his phone, pretending to be deeply engrossed, with a silly smile on his face. As he approached De Huang, Yu Yang accidentally stumbled and bumped into him. Hey, watch where you're going, buddy. Don't walk and look at your phone. You almost burned me. Kaido kid, cosplay? De Huang said irritably. He had almost dropped his cigarette when he was suddenly bumped, instinctively reaching out to catch it, luckily not getting burned. The young man lifted one foot, swayed his body a few times, trying to dodge. After steadying himself, he quickly bowed and made some strange gestures, seemingly apologizing. De Huang figured the meal should be ready, so he had to hurry back with lunch and didn't pursue the matter further. After apologizing, Kaido Kid entered the small eatery without saying a word. Inside, he was shocked to see another policeman. Luckily, the officer had his back turned, so Yu Yang quickly found a corner to sit down, bowing his head and looking at his phone. Su Feng stood at the back kitchen door, taking the food from the landlady, glanced in surprise at the anime character, then without much thought, turned to find De Huang. Xiaosu, did you see that cosplay just now? Yeah, I saw it. What's up? This kid almost knocked my cigarette off, didn't even say a word. Are all anime characters like this? Su Feng looked back at Kaido Kid in the restaurant with confusion. Alright, let's not talk about it. Let's hurry back. Those guys are probably starving. De Huang took a deep drag, crushed the cigarette a few times, then picked it up, extinguished it, and threw it into the trash bin on top of the tray. Taking the takeout, the two quickly returned to the police station. After a while, Yu Yang looked back outside the room, confirmed the policeman had left, and breathed a sigh of relief. Gosh, that was close. Thank goodness I didn't get caught. Let me see what this is, it feels like a plane ticket. Taking out what he had just picked from De Huang's pocket, Yu Yang was also shocked, examining it several times. Damn, bro, I'm sorry. Consider this a donation, these few $1,000. West City Sub-Bureau. Su Feng finished reading when K recommended by Xiao Lu during his lunch break. As the video ended, the system's voice appeared again. Ding! Host watched when K, triggering extraordinary insight, gaining the ability Ghostly Thief Hand. I don't create wealth, I'm just a transporter of wealth. Oh, I almost forgot about the system. Su Feng was immersed in the film's protagonist's elusive pickpocketing techniques and couldn't pull himself away. The next moment, he gained a stealing ability far more powerful than in the movie. Shadowless Ghost Hand, Peerless Thief. Su Feng was already good at fighting and gambling, and now with the addition of the Ghostly Thief Hand, it was only a matter of time before he received his resignation notice. As soon as he dared to resign, his colleagues would mark him as a person of interest, handcuffs in hand, watching his every move. The moment the system prompt appeared, a massive amount of pickpocketing skills, along with various distracting techniques, flooded into his mind. All sorts of unimaginable theft techniques had now become muscle memory for him, easily accessible at any moment. In the blink of an eye, Su Feng transformed from a complete novice to a top-notch pickpocket. Even the king of thieves would have to address him as a teacher in his presence. It was no exaggeration to say that he could now chat casually while discreetly removing a colleague's watch from the neighboring desk and slipping it onto his own wrist without them noticing. This was the terrifying aspect of a top-tier pickpocket. No need for cooperation from others, just a continuous exchange to divert attention, making it impossible for others to notice his every move, with their focus entirely under his control. Apart from the usual operations, there was one ability from the movies that left a lasting impression on him, holding a blade in his mouth. Those who often held blades in their mouths knew that this skill was no joke. If not mastered proficiently, it could easily lead to tongue and mouth injuries. Swallowing it accidentally would be disastrous, even the strongest protection would be futile, only a call to emergency services would help. Su Feng searched the table but found no blade, only chewing gum. He decided to chew a piece of gum, playing with it in his mouth, considering it as a practice in tongue control. Xiao Lu came over to fetch water, passing by Su Feng's desk, catching a glimpse of the movie's ending subtitles. Wow, you're quick, already finished watching it. This movie is really out there, portraying a group of pickpockets like martial arts masters, even holding blades in their mouths. It's like they're performing acrobatics. But the part about the gang committing crimes is quite realistic. If you ever come across a similar group, be cautious. Those who distract, scout, steal, and cover tracks are most likely working together. Meanwhile, Da Huang was messaging his girlfriend. As they chatted, he excitedly rummaged through his clothes, feeling something amiss. Spreading his clothes on the table, he suddenly noticed a new tear on the pocket. Upon reaching inside, Da-won's expression changed instantly. Oh no, where are my concert tickets? Whoever did this, they've cut my clothes. Damn, I've been robbed. Da-won cried out, drawing everyone's attention. The pocket of his clothes had been slashed, containing his precious concert tickets. These were special front row tickets he and his girlfriend had eagerly secured as a keepsake, just delivered before work, a cherished possession. Little did he know that in the time it took to grab lunch, someone had stolen them. These were the front row tickets my girlfriend fought hard to get, and now they're gone. What will I tell my girlfriend? Da-won sat at his desk, distraught, holding his head in his hands. Suddenly, recalling the events at lunch, he spoke with conviction. It must be Phantom Thief Kid, he's the one who stole them. Yes, it must be him. Nearby, a few people chuckled upon hearing him. Da-won, I didn't know you were into anime. Blaming Phantom Thief Kid, you look more like him. Stop kidding around, just come clean with your girlfriend. By the way, I have a pair of knee pads you can use. Ignoring their banter, Da-won went straight to Su-fong. Do you remember that Phantom Thief Kid? I suspect he's the one who stole my tickets. Damn, stealing from a cop, he must have nerves of steel. I will personally catch him. His serious tone made everyone realize he wasn't joking. They gathered around to inquire about the situation. What's going on? You went to the police station to steal? Are you out of your mind? Sorry, but your actions are too risky, you can't join us. In the courtyard, Fatty looked at Phantom Thief Kid in disbelief. This person looks quite honest, how could he do such a terrifying thing? If someone like him joins them, it will only bring trouble every day, directly leading the police to their door. However, Wang Dafei behind him suddenly brightened up, as if he had discovered a treasure. Hold on. Hey, strange thief kid, welcome to join us. From today on, you are one of us. I admire your courage. There's something I don't know if you're interested in. Yu Yang looked at Wang Dafei suspiciously. What is it? Wang Dafei looked mysterious and leaned in to whisper in his ear. The Thief King election. Thief King selection? What's that for? Wang Dafei sought his interest and continued to explain. The Thief King is the leader of the team. Once you become the Thief King, you don't have to do anything. You just stay at the base every day, waiting for others to come back from work and share the money. Wang Dafei talked endlessly, and Yu Yang finally felt tempted, but he was thinking of something else. So, as the Thief King, can you designate others to steal from certain places and specify what to steal? Of course, why? Do you already have a target in mind? Yes, it's at the convention center over there. Yu Yang's eyes lit up, pointing to the left. Shiqing Sub-Bureau. In the afternoon, Da-hwan watched surveillance videos for a long time until his eyes felt dry. He thought that wearing such distinctive clothes would make the thief easy to find, but after watching the surveillance, he realized that a comic exhibition was being held in a convention center in the distance. The surroundings were crowded with people in various anime costumes, with at least a dozen resembling the Phantom Kid alone. Due to the influence of costumes and masks, the search difficulty increased significantly. The person he wanted to catch only briefly passed by the Shiqing Sub-Bureau, then returned to the exhibition, blending back into the crowd, making it impossible to determine the target's complete plan for the time being. After an afternoon of searching, there was still no progress. Besides Da-hwan, his colleagues searching for the thief also had no luck. The next day, Su-fun went to buy breakfast on his way to work. After receiving soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tea eggs, he casually put his phone in his pocket, still holding the blade he had just found last night in his mouth. He had only found it after rummaging through his house. Although he was a bit nervous when he first put it in his mouth, Su-fun quickly got used to the magical sensation in his mouth, finding it quite amusing. Not far away, a sweaty chubby man hurriedly approached Su-fun, also apparently buying breakfast and likely just coming out of the subway station. As they brushed past each other, he lightly bumped into Su-fun. Oops, sorry. The chubby man nodded apologetically and kept walking. It's okay. Su-fun felt something strange and instinctively twisted his waist. The chubby man suddenly walked faster without looking back. Su-fun lowered his head to look at his pocket, only to see a crack had appeared, with the latter half clearly not cut properly, forming a large gap due to the bump. Just as he had become a ghostly thief, he immediately understood what had happened. Wow, did someone try to steal from him? But obviously, this person's skills were lacking, and their actions were not swift enough, so he noticed. The chubby man also realized that the other party was alert, didn't succeed, and hurriedly fled. Hey, wait a minute. Su-fun caught up in a few steps, placed the breakfast together, freed his hands, and grabbed the chubby man. The chubby man looked wary. What are you up to? Su Feng smiled at him and took out a phone from his pocket. You dropped your phone, is this yours? The chubby man instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Scared to death, he thought he had been caught. Indeed, the phone in the man's hand was his own. Strange, when did he drop it? Fatty took the phone, but before he could speak, Su Feng raised something else. There are also a few $100, you dropped them too, right? Fatty. Su Feng seemed to treat Fatty as a practice dummy, freely displaying his supernatural skills on him. After showcasing several items in a row, Fatty finally caught on. Damn, he had kicked the iron plate this time. Damn it, he rarely worked for a day, and the first target he ran into was such a big shot. Although he knew the other party had already noticed him, Fatty felt much more at ease. Anyway, the other party wasn't the police, they wouldn't arrest him. As for the competition among peers, that was just a minor issue. Fatty suddenly brightened up, thinking about the Thief King election. After demonstrating his new skills one by one, Su Feng felt it was almost enough and was ready to take the person back to the station to report. But Fatty spoke first. Bro, we are in the same line of work, my bad. Which side are you on? Are you alone? Interested in joining a team? Su Feng was about to finish packing up breakfast to tie up the person when he was taken aback by the words. Sensing a clue, he paused and thought about the address of the sub-bureau. I'm in the area of Huaxi Street. What, do you have a team too? At Fatty's words, with a sly expression on his face, he waved his hand, signaling Su Feng to follow. Su Feng glanced at the time, less than 10 minutes before work. He would be late if he didn't go soon. After some thought, he decided to follow along. If worst came to worst, he would just bring the thief to work. That shouldn't count as being late, right? Fatty led Su Feng to a secluded corner and gave him a brief overview of the team's situation. If you want to join, you need to take a test to prove your strength. Ahem. Fatty looked embarrassed. Su Feng's strength had already been clearly demonstrated, but procedures had to be followed. A test? That's too much trouble, forget it then. Su Feng pretended to be impatient and was about to leave. Fatty quickly grabbed him. Actually, there's another way. If you have any special skills, you can skip this step. Well, you still need to convince others, otherwise it wouldn't be fair. Fatty rubbed his hands, also looking forward to Su Feng showing him some special skills. Su Feng thought for a moment, moved his mouth, and brought his face closer. The next moment, his tongue extended, with 3 blades resting on it. Holy crap! Fatty was startled and agilely took a step back. Alright, buddy, put them away, it's a bit scary. Su Feng retracted the blades, looking calm. Do we still need a test? No need for a test, I'll take you back now. Fatty was excited. After so many days in Xiqing, he finally met someone with real skills. Holding a knife in his mouth, that was truly a special skill. Su Feng's extraordinary skills were beyond his comprehension, truly impressive. This kid definitely had the potential to become the Thief King. As long as he demonstrated these 2 moves, the brothers would definitely be convinced. Compared to Yu Yang and the person in front of him, it was like comparing a rookie to a pro. Fatty immediately decided, no need for a test. If he missed out on such a talent due to following procedures, he would truly regret it. Fatty, are you taking me there directly? What if the police sneak in, wouldn't that be dangerous? Su Feng turned off his phone, looked around, and pretended to be a little worried. He was somewhat surprised, things were going too smoothly. Moreover, Fatty's urgency made it seem like a deliberate setup. Fatty waved his hand ahead, seemingly unconcerned. Don't worry. In our line of work, the skills in our hands can't be learned in just a few days. Not to mention your skills, even I couldn't detect them. Which cop has the time to study this every day? If you were a cop, I'd just kowtow to you. Fatty really didn't have any doubts about Su Feng. The reason was simple, the incredible pickpocketing skills he displayed. If someone like him could be a cop, Fatty would kowtow to him without hesitation. Besides, if a cop managed to outshine his pickpocketing skills, he wouldn't have the face to show himself. Little Su was definitely not a cop, more like a descendant of a legendary thief, probably with a master behind him. Having him join might bring some unexpected joy. Is your skill level very high? Su Feng glanced at Fatty, somewhat incredulously, and even checked the pockets of his clothes that he had torn. Fatty awkwardly smiled. I'm getting older now, my skills are declining, but my eyesight is still sharp, and the former Thief King was my brother. Su Feng nodded at his words and continued to inquire, former? So where's the current Thief King? Leading Su Feng towards the courtyard, Fatty answered his question. Lately, the police have been paying extra attention to us, the team is under a lot of pressure. So Fei Guo is preparing to step down and let someone more capable become the Thief King to lead us. With your abilities, along with my recommendation, you could definitely become the Thief King. By the way, Fei Guo is my brother, the former Thief King, but he has his eye on another kid. let me introduce him to you. Fatty enthusiastically introduced Su Feng to the team's composition, especially the newcomer from the anime world. Su Feng could tell he wasn't pleased with this new addition. This feels so familiar. Too many power struggles within the company, being recruited by a junior leader to go against the top management? And the team is under pressure, facing difficulties in operations. This is all too familiar. The next thing he'll say is that the team is about to turn things around, to hang in there and have faith in everyone, right? Sure enough, Fatty began to reflect. Anyway, rest assured, the team's situation is gradually improving. Once the heat dies down a bit, we'll make a big move. Then we'll treat you to the best food and drinks. Saying that, the two arrived outside a flat at the end of the alley. There was someone sitting at the door, very alert. Seeing Fatty bringing someone over, the person immediately stood up and greeted them. Recalling the path they had taken, Su Feng felt that Fatty was not ordinary. His pickpocketing skills were proficient, but his ability to manipulate people was quite extraordinary. They hadn't wasted a single moment on this journey, from starting from scratch with Fei Ge to the team's peak, stealing millions overnight, then discussing the team's current predicament and future prospects, injecting him with enthusiasm. As they reached the end of the journey, Fatty coincidentally finished his last sentence, word for word, just like a pyramid scheme. He even suspected that before turning to thievery, Fatty might have worked for a pyramid scheme. Su Feng suddenly held Fatty in higher regard. Fatty, this person. The man opposite looked hesitant. Fatty remained calm, asking Su Feng to showcase his skills again. Su Feng shook hands with the man, encouragingly patting his shoulder, leaving the man puzzled about his intentions. The next moment, Su Feng raised his hand and waved it, holding a cell phone. The man frantically checked his back pocket, realizing his wallet was gone. After demonstrating his skills, Su Feng gained another fan, and the man no longer doubted his identity. Later, Fatty led Su Feng into the adjacent house, leaving through the back door. After a series of twists and turns, they finally found an entrance. No wonder they're not worried. With this intricate route, even if the police came, they wouldn't know where to go. Su Feng shook his head. These thieves were much more cautious than he had anticipated, truly cunning. Passing through the narrow entrance, the scene inside suddenly opened up, revealing a hidden paradise. A large group of people gathered together, chatting and laughing in small groups. Su Feng scanned the area and estimated there were around 30 people. After his arrival, the chubby guy asked him to wait for a while and went to find Wang Dafei. Su Feng observed the surroundings from a corner, waiting for this mysterious brother Fei to appear. Meanwhile, inside the office, everyone was busy and overwhelmed. They had received hundreds of reports last night, all related to thefts and missing items. Moreover, they continued to receive reports of incidents that had occurred during the night. Everyone was engrossed in their work, and no one noticed that Su Feng's workstation was empty. Tang Jianjun passed by the office, glanced at the vacant spot, and entered to inquire, "Have you seen Su Feng this morning? He didn't come in today?" Everyone shook their heads. Chen Chen also noticed that Su Feng was absent just now. "He didn't inform me of his absence, he must have had something urgent come up." Tang Jianjun frowned, slightly displeased, but considering Su Feng was his trusted subordinate, he didn't react harshly. Chen Chen, remind him about discipline when he returns, any issues must be reported in advance. Understood. After Tang Jianjun left, another young police officer who had recently joined the team made a sarcastic remark, "He's only been here a few days and dares to be late. Chen, you should discipline Su Feng properly, as Director Wu said, if he causes any trouble, we'll have to deal with it ourselves." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuhan retorted directly, "What do you mean? Are you jealous of Su Feng's achievements? If you have the ability, go catch the thief yourself instead of making snide remarks. Didn't that thief strike during the morning rush hour yesterday? Maybe Su Feng is catching the thief right now." Realizing her own inappropriate behavior, she blushed and awkwardly retreated. "Humph, dream on." The sarcastic colleague retorted and continued working on the screen without further comment. Chen Chen took out his phone, intending to call Su Feng, but suddenly remembered Yi Yuhan's speculation. Surprisingly, he had the same thought. "Forget it, I'll wait a bit longer before calling him. What if he's really catching the thief?" Abandoned courtyard. "Brother, I haven't seen you before, are you new here? Don't be nervous, let's get acquainted. Where are you from?" Su Feng hadn't rested for long before several people approached him. Su Feng chatted briefly with them, not revealing much about himself but gaining a clear understanding of their situation. These people had joined Wang Dafei's team after arriving in the West City, unable to integrate with the elderly group from the South City and forming their own faction instead. Seeing that he was personally brought by the chubby guy, they believed he must have exceptional skills and directly invited him to join them. Last night, Brother Fei announced the selection of the Thief King, and these people immediately started working overnight, determined to compete for the title. This morning, they gathered together, awaiting the final results. I don't think this new Thief King has a chance against us. It's probably going to be one of the old folks from the South City. I'm not so sure. Fei seems to favor that guy Yu Yang. He might become the Thief King. Also, because of this, Chubby and Brother Fei seem to be at odds. Chubby went out early this morning to work. Suddenly, the sunlight in front of everyone was blocked by a few shadows. Su Feng turned around and saw several middle-aged men approaching, their expressions unfriendly. What are you guys whispering about here? Newcomer, you seem quite settled in. Do you understand the rules? The group surrounded Su Feng and the others. The new recruits on this side also stood up, facing them without backing down. Don't get too cocky. You'll see soon enough which side, the South City or the West City, has the more formidable thieves. The two groups taunted each other aimlessly, leaving Su Feng confused. He had expected to witness a thief showdown, but it turned out like this. As he was about to engage in conversation with a nearby thief, Wang Dafei and Fatty emerged from the house. Following closely behind them was Yu Yang and a sneaky-looking, short middle-aged man with a shiny bald head, known as Ironhead. Yu Yang was still dressed in anime attire today, without makeup or a mask. His outstanding appearance, with a hint of delicacy, sharply contrasted with Ironhead's sly face. The moment Su Feng saw him, he locked on, confirming that he was Kid the strange thief who stole the tickets for the Big Yellow concert. The reason was simple. He was wearing the same clothes as yesterday, and the two concert tickets were sticking out of his shirt pocket, clearly visible. The young thief next to Su Feng eagerly explained to him. Last night, Brother Fei arranged a competition for the title of Thief King. The judging criteria were simple. Whoever had the most skill would be acknowledged by everyone. In one night, the more and the pricier things you steal, the more likely you are to become the Thief King. Of course, you also need to gain everyone's support and trust, and teach your unique skills to others. The newcomers meticulously introduced Su Feng to the rules and various precautions within the team, all while admiring Yu Yang's stylish attire. For them, if Yu Yang became the Thief King, then they, as newcomers from the West City, would surpass the thieves from the South City in the future, making life much more comfortable. Has it ended already? If given the chance, I'd like to compete with them. Su Feng's eyes shifted to Fatty standing next to Wang Dafei. Fatty also noticed his gaze and winked mysteriously at him. The thieves participating in the Thief King election took turns emptying their night's loot onto the table to show everyone. After everyone had showcased their spoils, only Ironhead and Yu Yang remained. From last night until now, I've stolen from 34 people, phones, watches, cash, jewelry, and various other items, all here. Ironhead poured out his haul from the previous night onto the table, provocatively staring at Yu Yang. Kid, where are your things? As soon as he spoke, the surrounding thieves exclaimed in amazement. Wow, these things must add up to tens of thousands. Tens of thousands won't be enough. Look at those pieces of jewelry, just one of them is worth several tens of thousands. No wonder he's been a thief for decades, his skills are truly fierce. I bet this time the Thief King will definitely be Ironhead. Hey, what are you saying? We should call him Brother Ironhead from now on. The crowd praised Ironhead unanimously, his skills far surpassed theirs. It's worth noting that everyone had been busy that night, searching for targets to steal from. But those with less skill only dared to target those who seemed clueless or less vigilant, or they would target the elderly and children, who often didn't carry valuable items. Someone like Ironhead, who had such a bountiful harvest, must have set his sights on the lucrative targets. However, the higher the profit, the higher the risk, and no one would be foolish enough to flaunt these valuable items carelessly, they would surely be very cautious. Even so, Ironhead managed to succeed repeatedly, return safely, and there was no doubt about his level of expertise. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Yu Yang, Ironhead would undoubtedly have been the Thief King this time. On the other side, Yu Yang also brought over a large package. Yu Yang didn't rush to display the contents of the package but instead took out his phone. Hey, why is he playing with his phone here? So rude. Can someone like this be a Thief King? The crowd below instantly started discussing. Everyone knew that playing with phones in such a place was not allowed. Firstly, to prevent any police officers from sneaking in, or if there were police informants hidden among them, collaborating with the police. Secondly, to avoid any images or audio from leaking out, ensuring everyone's safety. This was beneficial for everyone, so everyone instinctively followed this rule. Wang Dafei didn't stop Yu Yang because he already knew why Yu Yang took out his phone. He gestured for everyone to continue watching. Yu Yang fiddled with his phone and showed the screen to Tai Tu. In one night, I approached 14 people, ranging from over 50 to teenagers, and just through transfers, I received hundreds of thousands. What era is this? Still resorting to violence. Old man, it's the internet age now, your old ways are outdated. Taitu stared at the phone in disbelief, his heart filled with anger. Pointing at Yu Yang's head, he said to everyone, "Nonsense! You think you deserve to be a thief king with these methods? You're not fit to be called a thief. This is fraud." Yu Yang sneered. "A thief of hearts is still a thief. If you're so capable, why don't you steal one yourself?" "Forget it, I'm afraid your appearance will scare people off. It wouldn't be good if they reported you for harassment." Before Taitu could retort, he swung the package off his shoulder, spilling out all the contents, a collection of precious jewelry, luxury bags, and accessories far superior in quality to what Taitu had shown. "You can't learn my skills, but those tricks for me, are as easy as pie." Yu Yang extended his right hand, holding a blade between his index and middle fingers, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The sunlight reflected off the blade shone on Taitu's face, particularly dazzling. The noisy thieves below suddenly fell silent. Initially displeased with Yu Yang's actions, they were now intrigued. Regardless of who became the Thief King, it didn't matter much to them. What they cared about was learning new techniques from the Thief King. Taitu had proven his strength, and everyone could benefit from his methods. But who was this kid Yu Yang? Even if he made a lot of money, they couldn't learn or use his methods. If they had his looks, who would want to be a thief here? Wouldn't it be better to sell themselves elsewhere? However, they didn't expect Yu Yang to have some skills up his sleeve. Just a moment ago, he was empty-handed, and now he produced a blade. The situation suddenly became tense. "Oh, and there are these 2 concert tickets." Yu Yang pulled out the tickets, proudly raising them up and waving them around. His gaze swept past Su Feng, but he didn't recognize his identity and quickly moved on. "I stole these from a police officer yesterday at the West City precinct entrance. Which one of you can do that?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him in shock. Wow, this was too bold. Sneaking into a police station and stealing from an officer? You have to admit, that's impressive. Yu Yang's image suddenly grew in the eyes of these thieves. The newcomers who had recently joined West City unconsciously stood up straight, feeling a sense of pride. "A bunch of old folks, looking down on us newcomers, right? Let's show you what we're made of. You guys should have been eliminated long ago. Our boss dares to steal from the police, does yours? Scared off by the South City police, running to West City's territory, and still trying to act tough here?" Seeing this, Taitu decided to showcase his own skills. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a blade and toyed with it on his tongue, then held it in his mouth without showing any signs of abnormality, even speaking normally. "Ironhead is amazing. Have you ever seen someone hold a blade in their mouth before? This is a real skill, much better than relying on looks for a living." The nearby thieves suddenly realized and leaned towards Ironhead once again. They almost fell for Yu Yang's bluff just now. What's the point of provoking the police? They wouldn't be able to use this skill even if they learned it. Besides, Yu Yang's techniques were not practical for them. They preferred the old-school methods like Ironhead's. After demonstrating his skill, Ironhead spat out the blade and held it in his hand. Yu Yang frowned. Although he looked down on these old-timers, he was wary of the skills they possessed. It was genuine expertise that he lacked. Even though his master knew this skill, he wasn't interested and hadn't learned it, making the situation a bit tricky now. At this point, everyone's choices were clear. Wang Dafei stepped back and gestured towards Ironhead from a distance. Ironhead turned around and bowed to the people supporting him. "Thanks to all my brothers for the support. So, about this Thief King, Before he could finish, Su Feng stood up, walked towards the front, holding a tattered cloth bag in his hand. "Wait, I also want to compete for this Thief King position." Ironhead and the people behind him frowned upon seeing this. Having dealt with a young man like Yu Yang was already a blow to their pride, and now another one? When Su Feng stood up, Wang Dafei raised an eyebrow. "Fatty, this guy looks about the same age as Yu Yang, is he any good?" The fatty didn't look at him, his gaze fixed on Su Feng. "This kid's skills are not inferior to yours." Seeing this, Wang Dafei remained silent, focusing on watching Su Feng, curious about how he would respond. "Who do you think you are? Get lost, don't embarrass yourself. Have you even looked at yourself? Just arrived and already aiming to be the Thief King, are you worthy? Do you understand the rules? If not, let me teach you. Oh, just chatting with me a moment ago, and now you're rebellious?" Behind Ironhead, everyone was scolding Su Feng. The people standing next to Yu Yang also looked at him with unfriendly expressions. The fatty then put on a kind smile and stepped forward. "This young man was just brought in by me this morning. His skills will definitely surprise you all. How about giving him a chance?" Ironhead thought for a moment and decided to give the fatty this opportunity. It was also to show his generosity and demonstrate his skills. He was not afraid of anyone. Following him in the future would surely have its benefits. "Alright, if you think you can beat me, go ahead. Yu Yang suddenly became interested in the competition between Su Feng and Ironhead. Just now, looking at his face didn't evoke any feelings, but now, watching his back, there was a strange sense of familiarity. It felt like something bad was about to happen in the next second. Very odd. Su Feng picked up the white tattered cloth bag in his hand and threw it onto the table. A bunch of things spilled out, none of them valuable items. Ironhead burst into laughter. Is this what you stole? Are you really showing off this junk and embarrassing yourself? Even if you gave this to me, I wouldn't want it. Ironhead laughed for a while, realizing no one was paying attention to him. He subconsciously turned around and saw that the people behind him were all feeling around themselves with puzzled expressions. These items on the table seemed somewhat familiar. An old man standing at the back was muttering to himself, then he touched his waist belt and suddenly his face changed, shouting, "Damn, isn't that my bag?" This sentence directly ignited the whole scene, and everyone began to touch their own burdens. The yard was filled with curses for a while. Where are the things I had for dinner? How did they all end up with him? That pack of cigarettes, I just bought it this morning. You little brat, are you here to cause trouble? Many people standing behind Tai Tu also found that their belongings had been stolen. They were the thieves themselves, and today they were unexpectedly caught in the act? This was simply a direct mockery, exposing them in public. Seeing everyone in chaos, Su Feng smiled faintly. Taking advantage of the confrontation between the two groups just now, he pretended to wander aimlessly. He casually grabbed a bag and smoothly collected the knives, clips, and cigarette boxes used by this group of people. Moving through the crowd, he was like a fish in water, effortlessly navigating. He even had time to chat with the people next to Tai Tu. Yu Yang's expression also changed, realizing that he had underestimated him. He never expected this newcomer, whom he had just met, to be so bold as to steal from his peers. Most importantly, he didn't even notice when the theft occurred. Clap, clap, clap. Yu Yang clapped his hands and said with a mocking tone, "What a clever technique. To steal from all of you shows that his skills far surpass yours. Oh, I wonder how you've survived to this age." With these words, the supporters of Tai Tu's group had instant changes in their expressions. Upon hearing Yu Yang's words, they finally realized. It was much harder to steal from experienced individuals like them than from unsuspecting victims on the street, indicating Su Feng's remarkable skills. They all considered themselves seasoned veterans, and if they were willing to go to the police station to be anti-theft guides, they would surely be in demand. Yet, in this situation, they had been stealthily robbed of their belongings. Just how skilled was this person's technique? It was truly terrifying. Seeing the change in atmosphere, Tai Tu quickly displayed his unique skill, his mouth almost sparking as he played with the knives. He then fiercely threw the knife onto the table, deeply embedding it. Tai Tu glared at Su Feng without saying a word, but the disdain in his eyes was evident. Witnessing this, everyone eagerly awaited Su Feng's response. The chubby man smiled slightly and nudged Wang Defei beside him. "Watch closely, don't blink." Su Feng pursed his lips, moved his tongue in his mouth, and smiled crookedly at Tai Tu. "Be careful, my knives are fast." Clang! Su Feng shot out a knife from his mouth, directly splitting the tail of the knife on the table. At the same time, Su Feng opened his mouth, revealing 3 knives lying on his tongue, like a clover. Seeing this, everyone's mouths fell open, immersed in astonishment, and the entire yard fell silent in an instant. Yu Yang lost his composure for the first time, leaning in disbelief on the table. "1 piece. 3 pieces. You have a total of 4 pieces in your mouth? How is that possible? Even my master, Jiangnan Thief King, can only control 2 knives in his mouth at the same time. Who are you exactly?" Upon hearing the name Jiangnan Thief King, even Wang Defei and the chubby man were startled. So, he was the apprentice of Jiangnan Thief King. No wonder his skills were so exquisite. Jiangnan Thief King was not like them, self-proclaimed petty thieves. He had truly made a name for himself in the underworld, a top expert pursued by police from multiple regions, and to this day, he remained at large, his current whereabouts unknown. He was the universally recognized Thief King, akin to a legendary figure in their hearts. Wang Defei was shocked, while the chubby man beside him pondered silently, analyzing the purpose of Yu Yang, the apprentice of this Thief King, coming to this place. In the courtyard, there was a burst of exclamation. Just based on his status alone, Ironhead and his men had to treat Yu Yang seriously. Following Yu Yang's shocked gaze, everyone turned to look at Su Feng, suddenly realizing that this kid was truly extraordinary. His skill in wielding a knife was even stronger than that of the old Thief King. Could he be a disciple of some master again? What was happening in Shanghai City, for so many experts to gather here? The crowd no longer mocked Su Feng but instead pondered, their eyes constantly assessing the 3 individuals. Among these 3, whoever became the Thief King, it was the same for them. As long as they had real skills and could teach them, they would support that person to be the Thief King. Currently, it was evident that Su Feng, this newcomer, was taking the lead, and he was also strongly supported by Fatty. Those with discerning eyes could see whom to support. In the team, Wang Dafei was the Thief King on the surface, the leader of everyone. But in reality, everyone below knew clearly that Fatty, who came from an unknown background, smiling and working hard every day, was the backbone of the team, the true brain. Without Brother Fei, they would just be missing a golden signboard, but there would always be another Thief King. However, without Fatty, the team would be like losing its soul, instantly losing its goal and direction, the various small groups losing their constraints, and the whole team would disintegrate in an instant. So, standing with Fatty was definitely the right choice. As for Wang Ping, seeing Su Feng defeat him in his best skill, his face turned extremely ugly. But to give up the position of Thief King just like that was even more impossible. Brother Ironhead, when I become the Thief King, I will definitely teach you this move too. Su Feng approached Ironhead, casually draping his arm over his shoulder. Ironhead, upon hearing this, looked at Su Feng after a moment of contemplation. If the other party could really impart his knowledge, then becoming the Thief King was not out of the question. After all, the most important thing about being a thief was one's own skills. As long as one had the skills, there would always be food on the table. But what if he reneged in the future? Ironhead pondered for a moment, then also put his arm around Su Feng's shoulder and addressed the crowd. Alright, my friend Su, I, Ironhead, acknowledge you as the Thief King. However, 10 minutes ago, at the West City Sub-Bureau, Big Yellow, who had been persistently monitoring the surveillance, suddenly slammed the table, excitedly shouting, I found it. Everyone heard the sound and immediately gathered around. Found it? Where? Great, let's catch the thief. I'm ready, we can act any time. The officers were all eager to go. They had been investigating this group of thieves all day and finally had a lead. Big Yellow looked at the people around him, scratched his neck awkwardly, gave a sheepish smile, and enlarged the screen for everyone to see. No. I found Su Feng. He's at a nearby breakfast shop. Su Feng? Yi Yuan squeezed her way over, completely losing her goddess image. She grabbed the mouse, dragged the surveillance video. Why does it look like Su Feng went over on his own? Strange, is this Fatty his friend? Another rookie cop, seeing Su Feng's actions in the footage, made some sarcastic remarks. Su Feng is really carefree. Who is this Fatty to him, with such a close relationship that he's not even going to work? Following the surveillance, they could only see Su Feng and the Fatty walking into a blind spot, then the two disappeared from the screen. Yi Yuan quickly started checking the surveillance of nearby streets on another machine to track Su Feng's whereabouts, and soon they were ready to take action. Su Feng shook his head when he saw Ironhead's expression. This guy was already impatient, wanting to publicly lift him up and make him show something to everyone. Ironhead shook his head and said, But Su, now that you become the Thief King today, shouldn't you teach your brothers something? Everyone, what do you think? Yeah, how did you manage to steal things from me earlier? Suddenly, a flustered young man rushed in from outside. Oh no, the cops are here. With these words, chaos erupted in the courtyard as everyone hurried to escape. Seeing the others running, Su Feng was about to abandon his disguise and start catching people, picking them off one by one. However, before he could act, a chubby man grabbed him and dragged him into the house. Follow me, there's a secret passage in the house. Don't worry about the others. Su Feng, huh? Well, they're really getting into guerrilla warfare. And there's a secret passage too? As the chubby man led Su Feng into the house and closed the door behind them, Su Feng scanned the room and realized that the most crucial members of the gang were present. Wang Dafei, Tai Tu, Yu Yang, and others had also gathered in this room. The chubby guy was quite clever. He had just created an opportunity for himself to control these key members up close. Wang Dafei opened the wardrobe, pushed aside the clothes, and revealed a small door in the most concealed spot inside. Take Yu Yang's clothes too, we'll need to disguise ourselves later. Following Wang Dafei's lead, Su Feng noticed a pile of anime costumes in the room. Since Su Feng only had a white tattered cloth bag in his hand, he directly stuffed the clothes into his bag. The group huddled together and made their way through the narrow passage, quickly reaching the brightness of the outdoors. Peeking through a crack, Su Feng identified that they were either in a tunnel or a hole in the wall leading to a secluded corner in the alley, making it impossible for anyone to enter from outside. Cunning as a rabbit. These thieves were quite something. And this chubby guy, despite his bulky appearance, was surprisingly agile. Unfortunately, with Su Feng around, their disguises were futile. Su Feng weighed the clothes in his hand and figured that these people were planning to blend into the crowd at the exhibition and escape. Since it wasn't an enclosed space outside and he couldn't swiftly subdue everyone without his battle god mode, he needed to find a way to disarm them to prevent harm to the public. Su Feng handed out the clothes to the others one by one, and he himself changed into an anime character costume. While Yu Yang was tidying up his clothes, he couldn't help but ask Su Feng, "Where did you learn the skill of concealing blades? Are you my senior brother? You're quite handsome, how about I introduce you to some resources? I know many rich ladies who like your type." "Rich ladies? You're quite something." Su Feng walked over and helped Yu Yang tidy his clothes, discreetly taking away any items that could cause harm from his pockets and placing them in his own. He even retrieved the 2 concert tickets from his chest pocket, storing them safely inside his own clothes. Following the same procedure, he helped each person tidy up their clothes, removed any unnecessary weapons, stashed them all in his pockets, and urged everyone to leave quickly. Even though he had confiscated all the hidden weapons from the others' clothes, Su Feng remained vigilant. Ironhead probably still had a blade in his mouth, and the others might have their own ways of concealing tools, so he couldn't let his guard down. Seeing how efficient and composed Su Feng was, the chubby man felt he had found the right person this time. Highly skilled, calm in the face of danger, bold yet meticulous, he was truly the perfect partner, prompting the chubby man to admire Su Feng with a single sentence. "I wish I had a brother like you back in the day. You wouldn't believe it, my physique used to be as good as yours before." Let's not dwell on past glories. Let's focus on getting out of here. Wang Dafei shot him a glance, then turned to look at Su Feng. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I've known him since forever, and he's always had this physique, never slimmed down. A guy doing pyramid schemes, what past glories could he have?" Su Feng glanced at him, patted his shoulder, signaling everyone to hurry and leave. The group cautiously scanned their surroundings and hurried towards the exhibition center. Crossing the street, Su Feng seized the moment when nobody was looking, opened his phone, skillfully entered the password, opened the group chat with colleagues, sent a message, and then activated location sharing. The group quickly blended into the crowd attending the comic exhibition, disappearing into the sea of people. Abandoned courtyard. A large number of police officers entered, quickly gaining control of the situation. The thieves were handcuffed, sitting on the ground with their hands behind their backs. Chen Shen looked around and inquired, "De Huan, what's the situation?" "Captain, most of the personnel have been apprehended, but according to their accounts, there are still a few ringleaders missing. We haven't found any trace of these individuals yet. It's likely that Xiao Su is currently with them." Yi Yuhang heard a sound from his phone, checked it, and was overjoyed. "Captain, there's news from Su Feng. Look at the group chat. Exhibition center? How did they end up there? Everyone, let's go after them. Yuhang, stay in touch with Su Feng and report back at any time." "Yes." Exhibition center, comic exhibition venue. Su Feng was feeling extremely stressed. These guys all seemed pretty normal, but turned out to be quite dishonest. They were almost caught by the police and couldn't keep their hands to themselves. Especially Tai Tu, whenever he saw someone's backpack hanging behind them, he couldn't resist the urge to touch it. After enduring for a while, he couldn't hold back anymore. When he reached into his pocket, he found all his stuff missing, looking back at the others in confusion. Tai Tu, Sigma, Fatty, Omega, Yu Yang, Omega, Su Feng, Phi, Nablo, Wang Dafei pushed him. "Hurry up, let's go, stop dawdling." Then, he casually bumped into a nearby photographer, deftly slipping a pack of cigarettes from the photographer's pocket. It wasn't his fault for being distracted during the escape, it was just too tempting to resist such a good target. That's called professionalism. After all, he was the thief king of the South City District of Shanghai City and the former thief king of the West City District. Missing such a good opportunity would surely earn him a scolding from the ancestors. Su Feng, helpless, took a step back, brushed past Wang Dafei, and skillfully retrieved the pack of cigarettes, discreetly placing it back in the photographer's pocket. Wang Dafei didn't notice at all, still eyeing the butts of people around, searching for a suitable target. Along the way, Yu Yang seemed to think he was one of the exhibitors, stopping every few steps to look around. If it weren't for Fatty holding him back, he probably would have gone up for a photo. Tai Tu and Wang Dafei, on the other hand, kept their hands busy, continuously pilfering things. Su Feng had no choice but to discreetly return each item to its place. The phantom hands kept at it, gradually tearing several holes in their clothes. After a while, the two finally realized something was amiss. "Damn, where are the things I just took? Was it all an illusion just now?" Both of them looked at the others suspiciously. Fatty was still pulling Yu Yang, while Su Feng cautiously scanned the surroundings. Only Tai Tu/Wang Dafei were acting suspiciously, sneaky in their movements, most likely the culprits. But for the sake of pride, neither of them said a word. Just as he had stolen something, it was stolen from him. If he were to speak of it, wouldn't that be admitting that his skills were inferior? Outside the exhibition hall, after Chen Chen and the others got off the car, they looked at the crowd still pouring into the venue in worry. Captain, Sufong, and the others are in the center of the exhibition hall. There are too many people inside. If the other side resorts to violence, the situation will be hard to control. It may lead to casualties. Let's go in first and see how things unfold. You guys, go around from the other side and surround them from both sides. Fatty, sweating profusely, pulled the somewhat out of control Yu Yang. There are too many people here. I'm sweating like crazy. We need to get out quickly. Sufong took a chance to check the shared location on his phone and noticed that the others were gradually getting closer to him. I've contacted someone to help us. Someone will come to take us away soon. The others were all excited. Among the people present, Sufong seemed the most relaxed, with a carefree expression, as if he didn't care at all about the police chasing them. They were certain that Sufong must have a more professional team supporting him, and now they finally had the opportunity to figure out where this kid came from. Since their own group had already fallen apart, joining the other side's team wouldn't be a bad choice. Sufong led a few people to the backstage through familiar routes, hiding in a dressing room and locking the door. Wait here for a moment, someone will come to pick us up soon. Relax, from now on, we are all on the same side. Seeing that they would soon be able to escape from there, the mood of the group relaxed considerably. Fatty proudly showed off his contribution to Wang Defei. If he hadn't gone out to work this morning and missed Sufong, they might have been taken down by the police today. Sufong openly took out his phone, checked the shared location, and shared the situation with others in the group chat. Several people gathered around, seeing the densely packed avatars on the shared map, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. Then they saw the group chat and suddenly felt something was off. Why were some people's avatars police officers? Looking at the group chat name, the group of people stared at Sufong in disbelief. Xiqing District Public Security Bureau? Damn! You're a cop. Damn it! Why are you shouting? Keep it down. This is a disguise. If I didn't pretend to be a cop, how could I boldly take you away? If I were a cop, you wouldn't have had a chance to run here, you would have been caught in the yard long ago. Sufong looked disdainfully at the panicked group of people. He dared to look at his phone openly, firstly because he had confidence in the enclosed space and wasn't afraid of a counterattack. Secondly, he wanted to see if the others had any hidden weapons, to lure them to reveal them and disarm them right there. Sure enough, both Tai Tu and Yu Yang still had hidden blades on them, and Wang Defei even pulled out a folding knife from his crotch. Fatty quietly took a step back, picked up a trash can lid from the ground. The group raised their weapons, hesitatingly looking at Sufong. At this moment, another message came through the group chat on the phone, this time from De Huang. In position, waiting for your signal. Yu Yang had been keeping an eye on the phone, squinted and took a closer look. Wasn't this an acquaintance, just met yesterday? Don't listen to his nonsense. The one who just spoke, I saw him yesterday, I stole his ticket. He's a cop, get him. Sufong kicked Ironhead who was charging at him, knocking him into the others, then quickly sent a voice message. It'll be over soon. He then pocketed his phone, snatched the trash can lid from Fatty's hand and placed it over his head, effortlessly dodged the small knife in Wang Defei's hand, and twisted his arms lightly. With a scream, Wang Defei dropped the knife from his hand. Then, it was easy for Sufong to subdue Yu Yang and Tai Tu, and he casually checked Tai Tu's mouth to see if there were any remaining blades. He took out a thick hemp rope from a tattered pocket, bound the hands of several people behind their backs, securing them together. Then he tore open the tattered bag, stuffed it into their mouths, and tidied up their costumes. Opening the door, he saw his colleagues already waiting outside. The officers escorted the four criminals through the venue, attracting a lot of attention. What's this new trick? Kaido Kid, Sun Wukong, Monkey D. Luffy, Naruto. I feel like collecting stamps. Wait, look closely, the ones surrounding them seem to be police officers. Real cops or fake cops? Could it be cosplay? Who would dare to cosplay as a cop? I think the cosplayers are security guards. As the colleagues gathered to watch, Sufong was finishing up the last task. Just as he passed by the stage, Yu Yang couldn't resist and made a move. At the back of the comic exhibition stage, a Kaito Kid cosplayer was frantically searching for his monocle. Hey, has anyone seen my glasses? I'm sure I had them in my pocket all along. Please help me find them quickly, there's no time. He was about to go on stage, and if he didn't find this important accessory, the audience below would criticize him, and it would be embarrassing to promote the event afterward. As he bent down to search on the ground, Sufong passed by him and gently nudged him, returning what Yu Yang had taken, Kaito Kid's monocle, back to its rightful owner. Hey, found it. Phew, that was close. Relieved, the cosplayer put on the glasses and quickly stepped onto the stage, welcoming the cheers from the audience. Hello, everyone. Sufong glanced at him, then left to meet up with his teammates, taking them back to the police station. Ding! Host successfully destroyed the thieves' den, captured core members, rewards being distributed. King of Conmen has been promoted to silver rank, gaining additional abilities. Shadowless Ghost Hand, silver rank. Now you are the Greek god of locksmiths. Every door opens at your touch, every lock yields to your skill. With iron wires in hand, any keyhole is penetrable. Su Feng. Alright, pickpocketing isn't enough, now they want me to commit burglary? This skill is no joke. In everyday life, pickpockets caught usually face detention, surveillance, or fines. It's rare to receive a sentence of less than 3 years or higher penalties. But burglary is different. With aggravating circumstances, it could lead to 3 to 10 years, or even escalate to robbery, which means at least 10 years. At this rate, one day I might end up wearing these handcuffs myself. Of course, even if I do, I can pick them open. With the locksmithing knowledge just acquired, there's no lock I can't pick. Unless it's a lock without any keyhole, controlled solely by an electronic system. Upon returning to the police station, Su Feng handed the concert ticket back to De Huang. De Huang was ecstatic and immediately offered to treat Su Feng to a meal to thank him for saving his life. Then, he happily took a photo of the ticket and sent it to his girlfriend. After interrogating the captured thieves, everyone learned that Su Feng was surprisingly skilled in the pickpocketing field, and according to some descriptions, he might even be the apprentice of the Jiangnan Thief King. Wang Yang was also a newcomer at the police station, joining a month before Su Feng. Sitting behind Su Feng, he had been responsible for organizing materials and assisting the veteran officers with their cases. Envious of Su Feng for a long time, upon hearing this news, he went directly to Chen Chen and quietly shared his thoughts. Captain Chen, I think we should thoroughly investigate Su Feng's background. I think he might really be the disciple of the Jiangnan Bandit King. Those lowly tricks he knows, which decent person would specifically learn them? He must have been mingling in places with the Jiangnan Bandit King since he was young. That's why he can master so many criminal skills. At the same time, there was a click sound coming from the nearby workstation. Alright, done. Search carefully again, maybe the key fell on the floor. Su Feng stood up, still holding a twisted piece of iron wire. Xiao Lu took out the materials from the cabinet, looking at him with admiration. After locking the cabinet in the morning, he forgot where he put the key, and coincidentally, the materials he needed were inside the cabinet, making him anxious. Seeing this, Su Feng directly brought a bunch of iron wire, straightened it out, and helped him pry open the cabinet. Colleagues who witnessed this scene were all amazed and joking with him. Su Feng, are you Doraemon? A daily dose of criminal tricks? You must not resign, or else I'm afraid they'll send me to arrest you, and I don't want to get beaten up. Across from them, Wang Yang saw Su Feng picking a lock and felt even more confident. Pointing at Su Feng, he spoke with excitement, spitting as he talked. Captain, look at him, he can still pick locks now. Which serious police officer would bother learning these things? Strict investigation, must be strictly investigated. Before Chen Chen could respond, Tang Jianjun's voice came from the doorway. What evidence do you have? We are the police, we need to rely on evidence. Do you know what your accusation just now represents? Are you questioning my judgment? Or are you questioning the capability of the public security system? Tang Jianjun appeared at the doorway, sternly addressing Wang Yang. This was the first time Wang Yang had seen Tang Jianjun so serious, and he was at a loss for words. Similarly, Su Feng also saw this for the first time, subconsciously rolling the steel wire into a ball again, glancing at Wang Yang. Is this guy a bit reckless? How can he embarrass someone in public like this? If everyone avoids eye contact, how can they work together in the future? Moreover, he had just achieved a few major accomplishments, making him a standout in front of the leadership. If he admits to having a problem, doesn't that imply a flaw in the leadership's judgment? Even if he really wanted to report it, he should first study the leader's preferences, then find an opportunity after work to coincidentally meet, exchange pleasantries, casually mention himself, hinting at his peculiar background worth investigating. Xiao Wang, you might not be suitable for the sub-bureau's work. I'll contact you later, go to the traffic police brigade. Tang Jianjun sighed, rubbed his eyes, and left directly after speaking. Chen Chen patted Wang Yang on the shoulder without saying anything. Other colleagues sighed inwardly and then returned to their workstations, getting busy again. They had just caught a bunch of thieves, and now the interrogation work was about to get busy. Before long, they obtained information about several other thief dens and fencing locations from these thieves during interrogation. They synchronized the intelligence obtained from the interrogations with the Nan City Sub-Bureau. Both sides decided to go on a night raid, swiftly dismantling several large thief dens and fencing points in Nan City and West City. Su Feng was also part of the team, his first time participating in the entire operation. Although he didn't contribute much, he finally had a normal experience in handling cases. Late at night, in the office of the West City District Chief, thinking about the results of this operation, Tang Jianjun looked quite pleased. After this battle, there were only a few small-time thieves left in West City and Nan City. It probably wouldn't be a big deal for a while, and they could relax for some time. Of course, the most satisfying part was the constipated look on Wu Guoliang's face across the way. The guy's 100-day operation to catch thieves was stalled. He came in the afternoon to watch the show, only to witness thieves being brought in one after another. Eventually, even the Thief King was captured. At first glance, he was certain that this Thief King was the person he had shouted slogans to catch. Now, not only did he miss the show, but he also disgusted himself. Tang Laotu, wipe that smile off your face, scolded Wu Guoliang at Tang Jianjun. Although their efforts in the southern city had some success in this anti-theft operation, dismantling thief dens and fencing points, he couldn't bring himself to smile in front of Tang Jianjun, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Tang Jianjun teasingly mocked him. "Lao Wu, how about your team getting a third-class merit this time? Congratulations to you. Is that a reason to treat us to a meal?" Wu Guoliang retorted. "Forget it," Tang Jianjun continued. "What's a third-class merit for me? Your western city has made such a big splash this time, you'll probably get a second-class merit, so if anyone's treating, it should be you." Although the southern city had initially swept away a large number of thieves, driving Wang Dafei and others to the western city, it couldn't be said to be entirely ineffective. Fundamentally, it was the police officers from the western city who carried out the final arrests. Especially in capturing the core members of the pickpocket gang, almost only Su Feng was involved. Added to that were the merits of uncovering thief dens and fencing points. The merits the western city could gain this time far surpassed a third-class merit from the southern city. Moreover, in the future, whenever someone mentioned the reduction in crime rate in the southern city, they couldn't ignore the credit of the western city. Leaving aside the collective part, Su Feng alone had contributed significantly. Originally, solely based on the jewelry store robbery case and the underground casino case, Tang Jianjun could have likely helped Su Feng secure a personal second-class merit in bonus. Now, with the commendation not yet announced, and Su Feng playing such a significant role in busting the thief gang, even single-handedly controlling the entire core group, a personal second-class merit was definitely within reach. Although a first-class merit was unlikely to be awarded, with his contributions, and Tang Jianjun advocating for him, he would surely receive additional bonuses and most likely an early promotion. With these thoughts, Wu Guoliang felt even more uneasy. "You've reminded me just in time. In a few days, I'll discuss the commendation with Su Feng and the others, give them a boost. Do you need more people?" "If necessary, I can lend you some of my people," Tang Jianjun offered. "In terms of merits, I'm no match for you, but when it comes to nurturing talent, you're far behind," Wu Guoliang replied. Tang Jianjun grinned widely, looking smug. Wu Guoliang was exasperated. "What are you so proud of? It's all thanks to Su Feng's efforts. Is his success related to you? Have you taught him anything?" Tang Jianjun retorted nonchalantly. If you're so capable, why don't you recruit a Su Feng yourself?" "Well, my eye for talent is just that good. Talent comes to me effortlessly, I can't help it." The two old rivals bickered as usual, each refusing to acknowledge the other. Tang Jianjun had always been outperformed by Wu Guoliang, but since Su Feng arrived, he finally had something to show off. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Tang Jianjun answered, his expression quickly turning serious. After hanging up, he flashed a smug smile at Wu Guoliang. "What's going on? Why are you so happy?" Taking a sip from his thermos cup, Tang Jianjun slowly spoke. "The Criminal Investigation Brigade called, suspecting that one of the gang leaders caught this time is related to a multi-level marketing case from years ago. It's probably that fat guy, Li Chen, one of the main fugitives in that case who has been on the run for years." After the case was solved, there was no further development, and the connection with the real criminal group behind it was completely cut off, making it impossible to continue the investigation. They suspect that the key lies with this person. Tomorrow they are sending someone over to personally interrogate Li Chen. One case after another, my old bones really can't take it anymore. Seeing this, Wu Guoliang immediately excused himself, not wanting to listen to his pretentiousness any longer. "I won't listen to your showing off, I'm leaving. We still have to arrange the movie study session tomorrow morning." Tang Jianjun almost forgot about this. "Almost forgot, they arrested people overnight today, I need to reschedule things on my end. Let's start again tomorrow afternoon. What movie are we watching? Is it All In?" Xicheng District Detention Center, Interrogation Room. Captain Song Qingyun of the Criminal Investigation Brigade paced in the corridor. In the interrogation room in front of him, the chubby Li Chen was being interrogated, trying to extract more information about the pyramid scheme case from him. According to the intelligence they had, besides Li Chen, there were still two people on the run, one being the leader of the organization and the other a killer within the organization. But no matter how they questioned him, Li Chen remained as stubborn as a rock, insisting he knew nothing. Soon, the interrogation time was up. The door opened, and two officers came out, shaking their heads at Song Qingyun, indicating they had gained nothing. Captain Song, that chubby Li Chen is as stubborn as a rock. We can't get anything out of him. Give us a few more days, we will make him talk. Captain Song Qingyun was not too surprised by this. No rush, he was the top lecturer in the pyramid scheme group, brainwashing hundreds if not thousands of people. If it were easy to make him talk, would he have been on the run until now? Let's take it slow, chip away every day. We will find his weak spot eventually. You've worked hard, you can go back now. After the Criminal Investigation Brigade left, Song Qingyun went alone to the Xiqing Sub-Bureau. He had already contacted Chun Chen and asked him to arrange a meeting with Su Feng. Based on the little information from the chubby man, he praised Su Feng highly, subtly hinting at Su Feng's involvement. Although this crude attempt to sow discord and tarnish Su Feng's reputation was quickly seen through, it also indicated that Su Feng must have some exceptional qualities to attract the chubby man's attention. Perhaps through Su Feng's arrest, they could find some clues about the pyramid scheme case from years ago. Xiqing Sub-Bureau. Tang Jianjun had just returned from a meeting, where he was praised in front of Wu Guoliang and a bunch of old folks, putting him in a great mood. Furthermore, the commendation for Su Feng and the Xiqing Sub-Bureau had come through, so he shared the news with everyone. Including the jewelry store robbers, the underground casino case, and the pickpocket gang, the leaders decided to award Su Feng a second-class individual merit, with additional bonus on top of the standard reward, and an early promotion. Tang Jianjun emphasized that it was his effort that secured this for Su Feng, as with his mere 3 to 4 days of work experience, it would have been difficult for Su Feng to receive such recognition. After the announcement, the office erupted with excitement. Everyone stood up to congratulate Su Feng on the early promotion and for earning the bonus. Congratulations, little Su, you're getting promoted early. Actually, I feel that with your contributions these few times, you could have easily received a first-class merit. It's probably because of your short tenure that they couldn't give it to you. I'm not so sure. Su has prevented potential threats both times. No one knows what the situation was like at the scene, and it was mostly in the enemy's territory without posing a threat to the public. It's hard to assess a first-class merit unless there was a hostage situation at the casino or pickpockets carrying explosives into a crowd. Yi Yuhan also leaned in to give Su Feng a sweet smile. Su Feng, congratulations on your early promotion. You're about to become a 3-star police inspector, catching up to me soon. Su Feng didn't care much about the recognition of his achievements. To him, catching criminals twice was as simple as eating and drinking, not matching the first-class or second-class standards he was familiar with. He was more delighted with the tens of thousands of yuan he received. After the celebration, Tang Jianjun asked Su Feng to come to the office later. During the meeting, it was arranged for Su Feng, as an outstanding young police officer, to give a lecture on anti-theft to everyone. Tang Jianjun decided to ask Su Feng about the details. If Su Feng was as skilled in theft as the thieves claimed, he could lead the anti-theft lecture and make Su Feng and the Xiqing Sub-Bureau shine. But if Su Feng only had a basic understanding, he would embarrass himself in front of his colleagues from various departments. It would be a waste of his efforts if the leaders found out. So, he needed to clarify this matter. Chen Shen mentioned that Song Qingyun also wanted to meet Su Feng, so they decided to meet together. A few minutes later, Su Feng arrived at the office. Inside the room, Tang Jianjun, Su Qingyun, and Chen Shen were waiting for him. This is Su Feng, the one who caught Li Chen and the gang of thieves. Su Feng, this is the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade, Song Qingyun. After a brief introduction, Tang Jianjun got straight to the point. Let me tell you, it's been arranged for you to give a lecture on anti-theft as an outstanding young police officer and the main hero of this operation, to all our colleagues from various departments. It will be broadcast live for the public to watch, promoting our achievements and showing that the police are working hard for the harmony and stability of Shanghai City. So, the reason we called you here today is to confirm how much you understand about theft techniques. After speaking, Tang Jianjun looked expectantly at Su Feng, with the other two also showing anticipation in their eyes. Su Feng nodded casually. He knew plenty about theft techniques. Since the leaders wanted to see, he naturally wouldn't refuse. He then demonstrated to the three of them, chatting with them while discreetly transferring items from Tang Jianjun's desk and pockets onto himself. He also quietly swapped the belongings of Chun Chen and Song Qingyun. Finally, he unlocked a drawer on Tang Jianjun's desk, but only opened it slightly before closing it, indicating his understanding without fully revealing its contents. Tang Jianjun, seeing that Su Feng truly understood, had his concerns dispelled and was ready to report back to superiors and set the event 3 days later. Song Qingyun, witnessing Su Feng's skills, also felt the urge to recruit him, but being on unfamiliar ground and with Chun Chen and Tang Jianjun wary of him, he decided to wait for a better opportunity to approach Su Feng. In the evening, the officers from the Xiqing Sub-Bureau went to the cinema as part of a mandatory movie-watching activity, viewing all in. As per directives, combating fraud and pyramid schemes would be the focus of their work for the foreseeable future. 2 hours later, as the movie ended and the lights came on, a system prompt sounded as expected. Ding! Host watched all in, triggering extraordinary enlightenment, gaining the ability 1,000 Gates, 8 Generals. A land of 1,000 gates, ruled by 8 generals. Now, you alone are a team of scammers. I'll give $1 million to those who betray me, but loyalty will earn them billions. Understand? Applause. Su Feng left the room, contemplating his new criminal skill. He was getting closer to the silver bracelet. At this critical moment, gaining the ability to deceive the fraud gang is like walking straight into the police station's gun barrel. According to the system's information, the 8 generals of the 1,000 doors and 8 generals refer to the positive general, the lifting general, the anti-general, the escape general, the wind general, the fire general, the removal general, and the rumor general, respectively. Within the fraud gang, these 8 generals have a strict system, each corresponding to 8 different positions, responsible for different functions, and secretly aligned with the positions of the 8 trigrams. The positive general is the person in charge, responsible for overall planning. In the movie, Manager Lu is a positive general, serving as the head of an overseas fraud gang. The seductive dealer, Liang Anna, is the lifting general, responsible for luring victims into the scam through rhetoric and skill. The anti-general assists the lifting general. The escape general handles unexpected situations, the wind general conveys information and serves as an early warning. The fire general uses force and intimidation to make victims obey orders, the removal general is responsible for distributing money and handling aftermath, and the rumor general is responsible for setting the first trap for victims, such as sending spam messages on phones and computers. Su Feng is now fully aware of the work content and various methods of the 8 generals. It can be said that if ignoring manpower factors, he could now single-handedly establish a large fraud group. Even if he received a fraudulent call now, he could make the other party cry, repent, and even extract information about their numbers and locations. Even if he didn't become a police officer, if he resigned now and became a success coach, he would definitely be a guest of honor in major companies. Of course, if he really resigned, he would definitely not be able to leave the police station. As soon as he stepped out, he would be handcuffed. The movie ends, and everyone goes their separate ways. The next day, at the West City Detention Center, Li Chen remained silent. Song Qingyun was starting to get a little anxious. He wasn't afraid of a slow interrogation, he was afraid of no progress at all, just wasting time. Lao Song, I heard that there's an interrogation expert named Zhu Jianming at the South City Sub-Bureau, very skilled and experienced. In the field of interrogating suspects, he's quite famous in Shanghai City. Should we bring him over? At this point, Deputy Captain Wang Min made a suggestion. Song Qingyun's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and without delay, he called Wu Guoliang. After briefly explaining the situation, he successfully borrowed the expert. Then, after some thought, he also called the West City and borrowed another skilled person, just to be on the safe side. Soon, the 2 people they had invited arrived. After a brief exchange of greetings, they went straight to the interrogation room. Song Qingyun paced the corridor again, this time with a sense of urgency, no longer as calm as before. Over an hour later, the 2 experts from South City and West City came out with a look of helplessness. How did it go? Any progress? The expert from West City pursed his lips, looking serious. It's not easy. Li Chen is very shrewd. He either remains silent or talks nonsense, giving irrelevant answers. Who else does he have in his network in Shanghai City? Maybe we can start with his family. Song Qingyun shook his head. We've checked. All his relatives have passed away, and he has no wife or children. He's completely alone, with no leverage. According to other thieves' confessions, Li Chen isn't interested in women or gambling. He usually stays at home, occasionally going out to steal things. Besides that, according to these thieves, Li Chen often gathers the whole team for meetings every few days, probably a habit he developed from his pyramid scheme days. There's no other significant information. The 2 interrogation experts looked disappointed. With no family or personal ties, this person had no weaknesses at all. The confessions of the thieves were also of no help. We'll have to take it step by step and grind it out slowly. Several people returned empty-handed once again, and the interrogations in the following days made no progress. On the other side, a lecture on anti-theft was about to take place. Tang Jianjun was discussing live streaming precautions with Chun Chen and Su Feng. They chatted for a while and mentioned the thief caught a few days ago and the interrogations. I think this time Song Qingyun and the others are in trouble. Even the interrogation experts from both the West and South districts couldn't get anything out of him. It seems that as long as they don't find a breakthrough, this guy won't talk. Tang Jianjun shook his head, clearly not optimistic about this interrogation. Su Feng recalled the scene she saw in the thief's den, unintentionally activating the ability of the 8 generals, immersing herself in Li Chen's mindset. A breakthrough, huh? I remember Li Chen particularly looked down on Yu Yang at the time, thinking his tricks to deceive women were just child's play. He was very excited at the time, saying that if it were in the past, he could easily get money from bosses all over the country just by talking a bit, effortlessly getting tens of millions, not caring about these petty thefts. If possible, maybe we can try provocation, starting from questioning his brainwashing level, belittling his abilities, affecting his emotions, lowering his guard. Maybe we'll have some gains. Tang Jianjun and Chen Chen looked at Su Feng in surprise. Is that so? Why didn't you say it earlier? I'll message Song Qingyun right now. Su Feng scratched her head, smiling shyly. I just remembered it now, haha. Chen Chen was busy sending a message, and Tang Jianjun suddenly felt something was off and asked, you know about brainwashing too, you seem to know a lot. Don't tell me you're also an interrogation expert? Su Feng shook her head honestly. No way, I definitely wouldn't. Yeah, he's only been on the job for a few days, how could he know these things? After sending the message, Chen Chen relaxed upon hearing Su Feng's words, and he chuckled at Tang Jianjun. Before they could continue their conversation, Su Feng spoke again. But I do know a little about brainwashing, I mean public speaking. Oh, it's similar to Li Chen anyway, but I should be more professional than him. Tang Jianjun? Chen Chen? Am I hearing correctly? Did you just mention brainwashing? Chen Chen asked uncertainly. Public speaking? What kind of public speaking? Su Feng, enhancing cognition, breaking through mental limitations, leading you to the peak of life, embracing the future of the universe. Tang Jianjun clicked his tongue. In simple terms, it's deceiving, right? Su Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Hiss. Chen Chen and Tang Jianjun exchanged a glance. Success guru. Is this something related to the police's capabilities? Wait, his background check didn't mention any of this. Could it be that the police didn't investigate thoroughly? Is Wang Yang being wrongly accused? Just as they were about to continue questioning, Chen Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was Song Qingyun calling. Hello? Lao Chen, what you said was helpful. But not entirely. Anyway, why don't you bring Su Feng over and see if there are any other clues that can help? Song Qingyun shared the interrogation results with them. After being questioned, Li Chen's emotions fluctuated noticeably. As Su Feng had said, he was indeed concerned about this matter. But he quickly regained his confidence, not responding to the 2 interrogation experts no matter what they said. Anyway, thanks to Su Feng's intelligence this time, the interrogation can finally move forward. I'll personally thank him when we meet later. Just as Chen Chen was about to hang up, Su Feng suddenly raised her hand to signal. Taking the phone, Su Feng spoke to Song Qingyun. Captain Song, hello, this is Su Feng. I have a suggestion to gather the group of thieves you caught together, including Li Chen. Maybe we can make use of him later. Oh, on the other end of the phone, Captain Song Qingyun was skeptical. Although Su Feng provided crucial information and opened a breakthrough, he was grateful. However, he felt that Su Feng's suggestion was unnecessary and too drastic. Gathering so many thieves together could be troublesome if nothing useful came out of it. Captain Song, just follow Su Feng's suggestion. I believe he must have his reasons. Chen Chen immediately supported Su Feng. Although he was unsure of Su Feng's intentions, he had already established trust in him. Song Qingyun hesitated but eventually followed Su Feng's advice, instructing people to bring the thieves and Li Chen together in a large room. Not long after, Chen Chen and Su Feng arrived at the detention center. As soon as they got off the car, Su Feng recognized the 3 people in front of him. The tall man with the square face in the center must be Captain Song Qingyun of the Criminal Police Brigade. The man from Xiqing he knew, named Lin Pang, was also an old policeman. The one looking unfriendly at him was probably the interrogation expert brought in from Nanchang. After a brief greeting, Song Qingyun got straight to the point. Su Feng, I've done as you suggested. Now, can you tell us why you wanted them all gathered together? Su Feng smiled faintly, of course. But I have a request. I will be the one to interrogate them later. Zhu Jianming widened his eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. You interrogate? Do you even know how to interrogate? Don't think that just because you caught a few criminals, you can handle interrogations. There's more to it than you think. You definitely can't handle it. Captain Song, let me talk to him again inside. This time, Chen Chen didn't speak up for Su Feng. Although he trusted Su Feng, he didn't believe Su Feng could outperform the 2 interrogation experts. Song Qingyun's expression wasn't good either. He had a good impression of Su Feng, a young and promising lad, but he didn't expect him to be so audacious. Xu Jianming was right, he shouldn't have listened to Su Feng's suggestion, it was all for nothing. Ignoring Xu Jianming's doubts, Su Feng looked straight into Song Qingyun's eyes. Captain Song, this expert must have interrogated many times before. Have there been any developments so far? Song Qingyun opened his mouth but could only shake his head silently. Su Feng continued, then why not let me give it a try? There's nothing to lose, and it's a good opportunity for the two seniors to take a break. Song Qingyun wanted to object, but Lin Peng from Xicheng held him back. What Su said makes sense. We've both interrogated many times with no results. Let the young man try, it's worth a shot. Chen Shen finally spoke up, exactly, Captain Song, let Su Feng go. Just as he said, there's nothing to lose. Lin Peng and Chen Shen exchanged a glance, their thoughts aligning. Young people need to experience more to grow. Su Feng had just started working a few days ago and had already achieved great success. It was normal for him to be confident, and encountering setbacks at this time would be beneficial for his future development. Anyway, nothing substantial could be determined in the short term, so it might be better to make use of this opportunity to sharpen Su Feng, the future star from the West City branch. After some thought, Song Qingyun agreed to Su Feng's suggestion. Following his request, he compiled the personal information of these thieves and handed it over to Su Feng. After a brief glance, Su Feng strode confidently into the interrogation room. Watching Su Feng's back, Lin Peng reminded Song Qingyun, Captain Song, he is young and may easily lose control of his emotions if provoked by Li Chen. Please help keep an eye on him to prevent any accidents. Xu Jianming snorted coldly and followed into the interrogation room. Inside the room, several rows of interrogation chairs were already set up with the thieves caught a few days ago seated on them. In the corner was Li Chen, looking disdainful but curious about what tricks the police were up to. The thieves exploded with emotions upon seeing Su Feng enter. Su Feng, how dare you show up in front of us? What's the point of locking us up together? It's not enough to catch us, you want to humiliate us too? Let me tell you, with him here, you won't get a single word out of us. The thieves ranted and raved, creating a noisy scene in the room. Li Chen sat silently in the corner, disdainfully watching Su Feng. Just as Lin Peng was about to reprimand them to keep quiet, Xu Jianming beside him stopped him. Don't rush, he seems quite confident, so let him handle it himself. Song Qingyun remained silent, evidently agreeing with Xu Jianming's statement. Everyone was eager to see Su Feng, curious about his confidence and daring to act in front of so many senior experts. However, Su Feng remained unresponsive, smiling as he watched them argue, occasionally adjusting the wrinkles on his clothes. When the voices gradually quieted down, Su Feng finally spoke, a pen appearing in his hand at some point. Finished talking? If you are, then it's my turn. After being the Thief King last time, I owe you a lesson, and today I'll make it up to you. Sit up straight and listen attentively, especially you in the corner. Thieves? Li Chen, why are you pointing at me? Song Qingyun, is this guy crazy? Chen Chen, here we go again. That familiar feeling is back. Xu Jianming was taken aback for a moment, then he patted his pocket and exclaimed, wait, how did my pen end up with you? All the criminals instantly fell silent, their eyes fixed on the pen in Su Feng's hand. The thieves' expressions were complex. Some were incredulous, some surprised, some disdainful, but most were subtly hopeful. They wanted to see if Su Feng would really teach them how to steal in front of a bunch of police officers at the detention center. Meanwhile, Lin Peng, who had been silently observing the thieves' reactions, suddenly brightened up. Captain Song, it seems Su Feng indeed has some skills. As the saying goes, bystanders watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. Lin Peng, being a psychology expert and having worked in interrogation for many years, was very familiar with the psychology of these criminals. So, he quickly realized that with just a few simple words, Su Feng effortlessly controlled the thieves, seizing the initiative. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two captains, Lin Peng explained, when Su Feng came in, instead of rushing to scold them, he maintained a smile and eye contact with them. He ignored their taunts and focused on tidying his clothes. You too can recall if you had any annoying classmates in school who always liked to provoke others. If someone didn't get angry or respond to them but kept smiling, usually, such people would soon find it boring, lose interest, and then keep quiet. But there is another possibility in doing so, which is to anger the other party, making them feel slighted and mocked. However, Su Feng's approach cleverly resolved this issue. At the moment when the other party's emotions were most intense and concealed, she pulled out this pen, instantly diverting the other party's attention. Lin Peng's face showed approval. As long as the other party starts expecting feedback, it means they have fallen into Su Feng's trap, their vigilance greatly reduced, and more susceptible to suggestive influences. Although he didn't know why Su Feng owed these thieves a lesson, what he could be sure of was that Su Feng must have studied psychology and not just superficially. Xu Jianming also unusually refrained from mocking, maintaining a police officer's professionalism, nodding in acknowledgement of Lin Peng's words, quietly waiting for Su Feng's next move. Su Feng, you really surprised me. Song Qingyun looked at Su Feng's back and murmured to himself. Chen Chan also seemed pensive. He was no longer concerned about the interrogation results but rather began to doubt. Did their background check on Su Feng really not miss anything important? Could it be that he was really involved in a pyramid scheme before? In the corner, Li Chen's gaze towards Su Feng underwent a slight change, the disdain disappearing and a hint of curiosity emerging instead. He was too familiar with Su Feng's tricks. In terms of manipulating people's minds, controlling the rhythm, and managing the atmosphere, Li Chen believed he was not inferior to anyone. But in Su Feng, he seemed to see himself and the appearance of his former brothers. Among the 1,000 gates and 8 generals, Li Chen held the position of a provider in the organization. Through rhetoric and skills, he brainwashed people day after day, making those deceived into the pyramid scheme willingly work for them. So he was eager to see what tricks Su Feng would come up with next. At this moment, he placed Su Feng in the position of an opponent for the first time. Now, Su Feng stood up, exuding a warm and confident aura all over. He continued to attract the attention of the people opposite through words and gestures, guiding their psychological changes. The abilities of the 1,000 gates and 8 generals were activated, exuding the aura of a commander, the intimacy of a provider, and a hint of contemptuous provocation. All the thieves' gazes were firmly fixed on the pen Su Feng held up high. In fact, we have a lot in common. To be precise, we are of the same kind. Those who don't understand would only see you as thieves, rats in the sewers. But I know, to master the skill of pickpocketing, the hardships you endure are no less than anyone else's. Shin Shi, you are young with scars all over your body. I bet when you were just starting out, you must have been caught and beaten many times. Lao Huan, that morning during the selection of the Thief King, I discreetly took a pair of pliers from your pocket and saw a photo inside. I guess it must be your ex-wife and daughter. Tai Tu, to practice the skill of holding a blade in your mouth, you must have been injured a lot. You speak with a lisp, unclear pronunciation, probably because of that. And you, all of you. I know, everyone endures torture and ridicule to learn a craft. Compared to you, those sitting in air-conditioned offices are hundreds of times easier. Dozens of thieves present remained silent, immersed in Su Feng's words. Involuntarily, they recalled scenes of apprenticeship and honing their skills through various rough methods in the past. All the thieves resonated with Su Feng's words, feeling a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Suddenly, Su Feng's tone changed, tinged with a hint of mockery. But I must tell you, this disdain, this mockery, is what you deserve. Across the room, the thieves widened their eyes upon hearing these words, their eyes turning red with anger as they glared at Su Feng. However, not a single one of them spoke up to refute her, all subconsciously waiting for Su Feng to continue. Angry? Unwilling? It's normal for you to feel this way. Because now, all you can do is this. You people are nothing but the scum of society. Aside from stealing and threatening social stability, what else can you do? Can you bring back those who have left, or make your family proudly say to others, my son is a thief, my husband is a thief, my father is a thief? The rows of thieves opposite stared fiercely at Su Feng, their fists clenched, wanting to retort but unsure of where to begin. With a flick of her finger, the pen in Su Feng's hand disappeared. Shaking her head, she sat back down, looking resentful yet compassionate. The path was chosen by yourselves. The pain you've experienced, I've experienced as well, perhaps even 10,000 times more than you. But I chose a different path from you because I refuse to be a rat living in the shadows. I want to stand proudly in front of everyone. Su Feng's expression shifted once more, sternly reprimanding. Are you truly content with being looked down upon for the rest of your lives? Do you really believe that being a thief is an honor? Don't you want to change your fate and make those who look down on you regret it? Tell me loudly, do you want to be thieves for the rest of your lives? In that moment, the room echoed with Su Feng's resounding words, stirring up the dozens of thieves who were already boiling with emotion. Only Li Chen managed to remain composed, though his expression was grim. The thieves all clenched their fists, pounding the table and shouting out, No! I don't want to, Brother Chen. No, Officer Su, I have something to say. The middle-aged thief in the front row sobbed, tears and snot streaming down his face as he confessed all the big and small things he had done over the years. The other thieves, who had been trying to control their emotions, now had flushed faces. When one person spoke up, they all couldn't hold back anymore. Who would want to be a thief if given the choice? At that moment, years of pent-up emotions burst forth from deep within them, especially for the middle-aged individuals who had been forgotten by their families and scorned by their fellow villagers. They couldn't help but cry. The younger thieves were even more impassioned, knowing that their lives were still ahead of them, not wanting to spend it constantly in and out of detention centers or prisons, with no end in sight. Across the room, Song Qingyun and the others watched in disbelief at the interrogation room filled with cries. It was evident that these thieves had lost control of their emotions and were completely under Su Feng's grip. Many even voluntarily offered to confess to more cases. This kid is something else, even I'm feeling fired up by his words. I'd think this was a speech competition if I didn't know any better. Last time I saw something like this was when the chief was rallying the young cops. Lin Peng breathed a sigh of amazement. Despite his achievements in the field of psychology, he was rarely moved by words like these, as he would instinctively break down the hidden tactics within them. But Su Feng was different. There was a kind of magic about him that drew your attention irresistibly when you heard his voice and saw his figure. There was no room for doubt or opposition to what he said. Compared to Su Feng, he was like a psychology elementary student just scratching the surface, while Su Feng was a doctoral advisor who could guide him. He was now only grateful that Su Feng's interrogation was aimed at these thieves. If Su Feng had turned the focus on him, who knows what embarrassing childhood stories he might have revealed. Zhu Jianming opened his mouth, took a while before turning to Lin Peng to inquire, is this considered an interrogation by Su Feng? Why have I never seen this interrogation technique before? Isn't this too outrageous? Chen Shen, who had calmed down at this moment, raised his hand to stroke his chin and said thoughtfully, what interrogation? I think this kid is brainwashing them. The current scene is exactly like the pyramid scheme meetings I've seen before. I seem to understand why he's doing this now. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Song Qingyun narrowed his eyes and also looked thoughtfully at Li Chen in the corner. I understand now. It seems I underestimated Su Feng. In the corner, Li Chen leaned back in his chair, eyes tightly closed. His expression was no longer calm, his brows furrowed, as if recalling the past. Just as everyone was wailing and howling, Su Feng suddenly changed the subject. Actually, I have a way to make money here that suits you all very well. It's the internet age now. Who still wants to be traditional thieves? Everyone's doing live streaming now. Number 998, number 898, just 398. Learn from Brother Chen how to do anti-theft live streaming and make money. Raise your hand if you want to learn. Swish. In the interrogation room, several rows of arms were raised in unison. Song Qingyun, pretend I didn't say anything. Chen Chen? Zhu Jianming, what did I say? What did I say? Is this a damn interrogation? Get him out of here now. Lin Peng, no, this must be his interrogation technique. In the corner, Li Chen had his eyes tightly closed, took a deep breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and cursed loudly. Damn! Su Feng, you're amazing. I give up. How did you do it in the end? Seeing Li Chen finally speak up, Su Feng also retracted his momentum, quietly concealing his ability to intimidate. He nodded towards Song Qingyun. Soon, all the other thieves except Li Chen were taken out of the interrogation room one by one. As they left, they waved to Su Feng, asking where to pay and sign up for classes after being released. As for those who had just cried out to confess voluntarily, they were taken to another interrogation room for further questioning. In no time, only Li Chen was left in the interrogation room. Song Qingyun and the others also left the interrogation room on Lin Peng's suggestion, leaving the space to them. At this moment, Li Chen only had eyes for Su Feng, staring straight at him. From the initial setup to the doubts and finally giving hope to the thieves, this whole process was exactly like what he used to do in the pyramid scheme group back then. Su Feng was simply a master of brainwashing, even more professional than him. When Li Chen and Wang Dathe came to Xiqing, they also tried to brainwash their thieves using the same methods as the pyramid scheme group. But these people were very cunning, completely different from the elderly they had dealt with before, and simply ignored him. Plus, Fatty's pickpocketing skills were mediocre, unable to convince them at all. And in the end, only a few inexperienced young thieves were successfully brainwashed by him. What Li Chen couldn't achieve, why could Su Feng, a young man in his 20s, do it? How did you do it in the end? Li Chen asked Su Feng with a low tone, gritting his teeth. Su Feng took a few steps forward, bent down to look at Li Chen. I remember you said before, if my brothers back then were like you, that would be great. I'm curious about your former brothers, can you tell me about them? Hey, don't rush to refuse. You want to know how I did it, right? I can tell you, but you have to exchange it with your story, deal or no deal. Su Feng mentioned the words Li Chen had said on the day of the arrest, hitting Li Chen's sore spot once again. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke, pouring out his words incessantly. Several minutes later, the door of the interrogation room opened, and Su Feng walked out from inside. Holding a note filled with words, he handed it to Song Qingyun. Captain Song, it's done. Song Qingyun took the note and suddenly heard Li Chen's hysterical voice coming from the interrogation room. Su Feng. You fraud. Is anyone there? I want a report, he scammed me. The few people waiting outside all showed expressions of astonishment. Just a moment ago, the atmosphere seemed quite normal. What did this guy do inside to drive Li Chen crazy? Su Feng smiled, closed the door, isolating Li Chen's voice inside. Song Qingyun picked up the note, his expression turning serious, then solemnly extended his hand to Su Feng. Su Feng, thank you for this time. The information recorded on this paper is very useful. I will apply above and make sure you receive credit for this. Ding! Just then, Chen Chen's phone rang. Tang Jianjun was calling him. They were about to do a live anti-theft broadcast in the afternoon, and he was inquiring about the situation here. Director Tang, yes, it's over here, I'll take him back now. Director Tang, there's a question. Does this lecture have to be broadcast live? Tang Jianjun responded puzzled. Of course, this is what the leadership requires. Wait, what do you mean? It's not that Su Feng caused any trouble, right? Chen Shen looked at Su Feng, speaking awkwardly. Su Feng is fine. It's the audience that's the problem. I'm afraid they'll watch the broadcast and get brainwashed by Su Feng. Back at the sub-bureau, Chen Shen and Lin Peng couldn't help but share the scene from the interrogation just now with others. Chen Shen and Lin Peng exchanged words, leaving everyone wide-eyed. Wow, Su Feng is really something. They knew a bit about using emotional tactics in interrogations. But interrogating dozens of people at once and making them cry, it was the first time they had heard of it. Even Lin Peng, an interrogation expert, was almost convinced. Is it really that miraculous? At this moment, Xiao Lu couldn't help but ask, Captain, how did Su Feng interrogate? Teach us. Chen Chen immediately refused. No, you guys shouldn't learn his methods. You didn't see it, it was like a pyramid scheme. People were crying and laughing, all fired up. You can't listen to a few sentences without being led astray by him. You'll spill everything without even being asked, even how many times you wet the bed as a child. Xiao Lu was stunned. Ha? Is this a proper interrogation? Director, you're overthinking it. I definitely conducted a proper interrogation. It's not an interrogation. Could it really be brainwashing? In the director's office, Tang Jianjun was discussing the precautions for the live broadcast with Su Feng. He wanted to take this opportunity to confirm with Su Feng what Chen Chen meant by brainwashing earlier. This was a live broadcast, a nationwide audience for the anti-theft lecture. If this event went awry, turning from an anti-theft lecture into a pyramid scheme conference, Tang Jianjun would have to face the consequences. The reputation of the West City Sub-Bureau would also plummet, so he had to be cautious. Hearing Su Feng's reply, Tang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. He asked him to go back to work first and head to the event location at the appointed time. 2 hours later, at the Shanghai City TV studio, Tang Jianjun brought Chen Chen, Su Feng, and Yi Yuhan to the event venue. Originally, only Su Feng was supposed to appear, but Tang Jianjun suggested that Yi Yuhan join as well, to assist Su Feng in educating about anti-theft and to increase the live broadcast's appeal. He had researched for several days, knowing that young people liked to watch this. At this moment, the audience at the scene had already taken their seats, the equipment was set up, Su Feng and Yi Yuhan went over the script with the host, while Tang Jianjun and the others greeted their colleagues who had come to the show. Old Tang, is that Su Feng? Truly a talented individual. Come clean, where did you find this newcomer? His handling of the casino case was truly amazing. Yes, isn't he an expert in gambling? How did he become a skilled anti-theft expert now? As the main participant in this thief-catching operation, the South City Sub-Bureau also sent people to show up, including Wu Guoliang and several police officers. Hearing the conversation of a few people, Wu Guoliang snorted coldly and said in a displeased tone, "Your intelligence is already outdated. Now he's not just an anti-theft expert, but also an interrogation expert. Even Zhu Jianming can't compare to him." Wu Guoliang's attitude had quietly changed at this moment. Faced with a group of old colleagues who knew nothing about Su Feng, he suddenly felt a sense of superiority. When Zhu Jianming came back earlier, he reported on the interrogation situation, feeling extremely resentful towards Su Feng's performance, inadvertently revealing a hint of envy in his words. Although Zhu Jianming looked down on the method Su Feng used, considering him a maverick, he couldn't deny that they were effective. He and Lin Peng hadn't gotten any information out for days, but Su Feng managed it as soon as he arrived. The title of interrogation expert now seemed a bit ridiculous. Director Tang, is this newcomer Su Feng really that amazing? A colleague from another sub-bureau couldn't help but ask. Tang Jianjun awkwardly smiled at the question. Oh, it's exaggerated. Su Feng is a maverick, definitely not comparable to interrogation experts like Zhu Jianming. I reckon he must have infiltrated the thieves' den before and got familiar with them, plus being young with quick wits, that's how he got the information out. Is that so, Chen? Tang Jianjun hadn't inquired about the situation of the on-site interrogation yet, but at this moment, he felt that Wu Guoliang definitely wanted to praise Su Feng, almost wanting to give him a pat on the back right there. Chen hesitated for a few seconds, awkwardly nodded and said, yes, a maverick. He just knows a bit about public speaking, not really interrogation. Chen tried to follow Tang Jianjun's words, fearing that if they knew about Su Feng's public speaking methods, they wouldn't be able to control the situation when it came up during the live broadcast. After all, not everyone could handle such intensity of public speaking. While everyone chatted and exchanged pleasantries, each department was also ready, and the live anti-theft broadcast was about to begin. Both of you, remember the procedures, right? The host confirmed the program segments with Su Feng and Yi Yuhan one last time, and they nodded. With the director's command, the music started playing, and the live broadcast officially began. Lin, the host of Shanghai TV, stood on the stage and delivered the opening speech, introducing the content of the live broadcast to the audience present and watching on screens, as well as the recent achievements of the Shanghai City Police Department in anti-theft operations. Standing next to me are Officer Su and Officer Yi from the West City Sub-Bureau. Don't be fooled by Officer Su's young age, he is an anti-theft expert and played a crucial role in this operation. And on my right, we have Mr. Jiang Yuming, who once stole from 28 households in a single night, involving over 500,000 yuan, known in the underworld as the Southwest Thief, Mr. Jiang. But rest assured, Mr. Jiang is now an anti-theft consultant, conducting anti-theft activities nationwide, and his current dream is a world without thieves. Next, let's have the three of them demonstrate for everyone. According to the initial plan of the leaders, this lecture was supposed to feature Su Feng as the main character, just going through some anti-theft knowledge as usual. However, to increase impact and outreach, they invited the Southwest Thief to join, turning him into the main focus. Although Tang Jianjun was not very satisfied with this temporary arrangement, it was a requirement from above, so he had to accept it. Moreover, this reduced the risk of Su Feng making mistakes, which was a good thing. Su Feng and Jiang Yuming stood in the middle of the stage, while Yi Yuhan stood on the other side of Su Feng. According to the program team's arrangement, the next step should be for the master thief Jiang Yuming to invite the audience present to demonstrate the common methods used by thieves, with Su Feng mainly serving as a foil and occasionally reminding everyone that such actions were illegal. Jiang Yuming's gaze swept over Su Feng, treating him as a decoration, much like the notary officials in talent shows. He then spoke to the audience. To avoid suspicion of collusion, I need to randomly invite 2 audience friends. How about having a few leaders help me choose? Director Tang, could you please help me select 2 audience members to come up on stage? At Jiang Yuming's invitation, Tang Jianjun randomly selected 2 audience members to come on stage for the demonstration by throwing something their way. At this point, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to increase gradually, but the barrage was still quiet. After the 2 audience members came on stage, Jiang Yuming chatted with them while directing them to adjust their positions, put their accessories in their pockets, and placed a watch on one of the audience members' wrists. Mr. Lee, could you please help me keep time? Remember to return the watch to me when you come down later. As he spoke, Jiang Yuming's hand inadvertently brushed against the other person's body. Mr. Lee nodded without noticing anything unusual, and the other audience member, Mr. Ma, also had no reaction. Su Feng's eyes narrowed, keenly catching Jiang Yuming's subtle movements. Good technique, the Southwest Thief was indeed worthy of the name. Although the other party's methods were very subtle and hard to detect by ordinary people, in front of Su Feng's keen eyes, it was like watching a slow-motion film, every step clear to Su Feng. Su Feng understood every word Jiang Yuming said and every action he took, knowing exactly what they meant. There were no secrets in his eyes. Su Feng didn't expose him, just smiled and waited to see what he would do next. After talking with Mr. Lee, Jiang Yuming asked for his help with timing and then began chatting with Mr. Ma next to him, starting to check his pockets like a security officer. Mr. Ma, today's demonstration requires some items from your pockets, so may I ask if you have anything in your pockets today? Yes, my phone. Is there anything in this pocket, and what about the other side? When Mr. Ma heard Jiang Yuming's question, he nervously replied, there's nothing in this pocket, but there's a bunch of keys in the other pocket. Jiang Yuming bent down, feeling the other's pants pocket while subtly lifting his hand behind Mr. Ma and giving a slight shake towards the camera. In his hand appeared a power bank, which he had just taken out of Mr. Ma's pocket. Yet Mr. Ma remained completely unaware, even forgetting that he had a power bank in his pocket. Alright, Mr. Ma, you can go back now. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Ma nervously walked back to his seat in the audience, but just as he took a few steps, Jiang Yuming called out to him. Oh, Mr. Ma, don't forget your power bank. Mr. Ma turned back in surprise, feeling his pocket, looking shocked. At this moment, the audience couldn't help but cheer and applaud excitedly for him. Even the public security personnel sitting in the audience were amazed. They had been observing carefully but still couldn't figure out when he had made his move. That was a large power bank, not just some keys. To be able to steal such a large item right under their noses without being noticed, his skill was truly extraordinary. Fortunately, Jiang Yuming has now turned over a new leaf and is serving in the public security system. However, Tang Jianjun and Chen Shen couldn't help but have a question in their minds. Who is more formidable, Su Feng or Jiang Yuming? At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly, crazily flooding the screen. Damn, where did the power bank come from? Will the director cut? Why switch cameras at such a crucial moment? Is it fake? Can't you feel it when something so heavy is stolen? Someone said they don't believe it. All I can say is you're too young and inexperienced. 10 years ago, thieves were everywhere around here. This kind of thing was left over from their games. People who steal things often know that this technique is just basic skills. At Central Public Security at Shanghai City Public Security. It seems like there's a real one up there. Come on, catch the person. Hasn't anyone noticed the police officer next to him? He just smiled devilishly, so handsome. There was only one audience member left on stage, and Jiang Yuming began to skillfully pickpocket him. In no time, Mr. Li's Buddhist beads, entrance ticket, keychain, and even his glasses were all deftly shuffled by Jiang Yuming, while Mr. Li remained completely oblivious to it all, led on by Jiang Yuming's words. Since it was an anti-pickpocket live broadcast, Jiang Yuming deliberately slowed down his movements a bit and purposely shook behind Mr. Li when stealing things, allowing the audience to see clearly. As Mr. Li became more and more confused, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room began to skyrocket. The barrage was filled with viewers sharing and reposting live broadcast messages. This technique is too incredible. If I ran into him on the street, I wouldn't even know if I was stripped clean. Don't let him run into me, or I'll show him how clean my pockets really are. I get it. The best way to deal with pickpockets is to stay poor. As long as I have nothing on me, he won't be able to steal anything. Apart from marveling at Jiang Yuming's skills, someone finally started to pay attention to Su Feng and Yi Yuan standing beside him. What are those two police officers doing up there? I was wondering too, are these two here as audience members? Why are they more engrossed than me? Two young police officers, what can you expect them to understand? They'll probably just read the anti-pickpocket warning verbatim and call it a day. This female police officer is really pretty, I'm in love. Sister, arrest me. Seeing the atmosphere becoming more and more heated, it had turned into Jiang Yuming's personal show, and the leaders of the police station below frowned. This event was meant to showcase the success of their operation, but it seemed like things were taking a wrong turn. And Su Feng and Yi Yuan, why were they just standing there without any action, as if they were watching a play? In the background, a police officer walked over to show the live broadcast footage to several leaders. The leaders frowned even more tightly. This won't do, we're here to promote anti-pickpocketing, to promote positive energy. What's happening now? Look, there are people in the barrage saying they want to worship him as their master and learn how to steal things. This is outrageous. Sitting next to Tang Jianjun, the oldest chief director, Lu Mingyi, looked displeased and spoke with dissatisfaction. He had never agreed to turn this publicity event into a live broadcast, fearing it might have a negative impact on the public. Now, as he saw, it was just as he had expected. Just as the leaders were discussing how to adjust the program, Jiang Yuming suddenly asked Su Feng on stage, Officer Su, how did you find my demonstration just now? I heard the host say you're a master at anti-pickpocketing, just participated in capturing a group of thieves. There must be some clever tricks to share with everyone on how to deal with pickpockets. Now, please allow Officer Su and me to cooperate. I stole something from Officer Su, and Officer Su used anti-theft techniques to protect what he had on him. How about we make a deal? Me? Su Feng was slightly taken aback and pointed at himself. Yes, please step forward, Officer Su. Clap, clap, clap. Encouraged by the applause of the audience, Su Feng became the third participant, stepping forward to stand next to Jiang Yuming. In every anti-theft performance, this was Jiang Yuming's favorite part. Originally just an anti-theft consultant, he became a renowned Southwest thief by repeatedly showcasing his pickpocketing skills on official anti-theft personnel, stunning the audience each time. Despite his bad reputation within the system, he was beloved by the audience. After all, people love to watch a spectacle, and what's more interesting than a thief stealing from a police officer? Jiang Yuming used to be a top-notch thief, finding it hard to kick the habit of stealing. Moreover, there weren't many opportunities to openly take things from others and receive cheers. Especially stealing from a police officer in broad daylight, many thieves envied him for that. So, every time he conducted an anti-theft lecture for charity in a new place, he would request the presence of local anti-theft personnel. Whenever the other party awkwardly discovered that all their belongings had been stolen by Jiang Yuming, he would switch to a passionate charity worker mode, stating that people's vigilance was weak nowadays, making it easy for thieves to strike. He would then superficially teach some irrelevant anti-theft techniques, emphasizing the importance of staying alert and not talking to strangers. Young officers like Su Feng, in their 20s and full of vigor, were his favorite demonstration subjects. He could showcase his extraordinary pickpocketing skills while enjoying the sight of the other person questioning their life choices. In the audience, Qin Chen and Tang Jianjun were sweating for Jiang Yuming. Only they had witnessed Su Feng's pickpocketing skills firsthand, although they couldn't judge the skill levels of the two. But they had a feeling that Jiang Yuming might fail. Other leaders also breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Mingyi shook his head and said, "Not bad, it seems this person has some restraint. If this continues, won't it be teaching people to be thieves? Xiao Chen, you and this Su Feng should know some anti-theft techniques, right?" Chen. A little, just a little. Lu Mingyi shook his head and said with emphasis, "A little knowledge is not enough, you must be proficient. Only then can you better protect public security, understand?" Chen nodded, thinking to himself, "I don't know if Su Feng understands anti-theft, but his pickpocketing skills are more than just proficient." On stage, Jiang Yuming repeated his old tricks, chatting with Su Feng while patting him down. Su Feng kept his hands behind his back, conversing with ease. Just by looking into Jiang Yuming's eyes, he understood that he was up to no good, probably planning to showcase his skills on him. "Well, if you pick a fight with me, I'll have to show you what I'm made of." "Officer Su, what's in your pocket?" "Nothing, there's nothing in my pocket." Jiang Yuming smirked, "Is that so?" As he spoke, his hand had already pulled a badge from Su Feng's pocket, about to show it to the camera. Suddenly, Su Feng asked, "Mr. Jiang, your outfit looks quite nice today." Jiang Yuming was slightly taken aback, his hand movements paused. It's okay, ha." "Officer Su, what do you see here?" Su Feng turned to see Jiang Yuming's empty palm, puzzled. "Ha? There's nothing here. What are you showing me?" Jiang Yuming's palm grasped at thin air, finding nothing inside, and he felt a sudden panic. What's going on? He clearly had it just now, how did it disappear in the blink of an eye? At that moment, Su Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot just now, there's a badge in my pocket, a souvenir given by the program team." With that, Su Feng took out the badge from her pocket, displayed it to the camera, and deliberately waved it in front of Jiang Yuming. Jiang Yuming was stunned for a few seconds, quickly laughed it off to cover up his unease, and stubbornly attempted to repeat his previous trick. It was just an accident earlier, he would definitely succeed next time. He was the Southwest thief, he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Jiang Yuming tried repeatedly, but he couldn't steal anything. Every time he felt close to success, the next moment the item would inexplicably disappear and return to its original place. His heart pounded wildly, it was the first time he felt nervous on stage. Seeing him in such a panic, Su Feng felt it was almost enough. Her pocket was almost full anyway, so she intentionally left a loophole. Jiang Yuming's eyes lit up as he finally managed to take a watch from Su Feng's pocket. He was already sweating profusely before, but now he finally felt relieved and held up the watch, pointing it at Su Feng. "Officer Su's anti-theft skills are indeed impressive, but unfortunately, I still have the upper hand." Su Feng smiled faintly and pointed at the item in his hand. "Mr. Jiang, take a closer look at this watch. This doesn't seem to be mine?" Jiang Yuming was puzzled, he looked down, his pupils shrinking as he subconsciously glanced at his wrist. Wasn't this the watch he was wearing just now? How did it end up in his pocket? Seeing Su Feng's smiling expression, Jiang Yuming felt something was amiss. Sure enough, Su Feng reached into his pocket and successively pulled out various items that Jiang Yuming had on him earlier. A red pen, a number tag, a coin, all the props demonstrating pickpocketing techniques were now in Su Feng's possession. Jiang Yuming was left empty-handed. Each item Su Feng pulled out shocked the audience, and when she revealed the last one, applause erupted, and the whole audience cheered. Only Jiang Yuming looked bewildered. "What's going on? Did I become the thief? Aren't we buddies? Aren't you supposed to be the anti-theft expert? Who's the thief between us?" At that moment, the barrage in the live chat exploded, and the number of viewers skyrocketed. "Awesome! Jiang Yuming's expression cracked me up. This cop is too good. Why do I feel like he's the thief? Wasn't Jiang Yuming a master thief? How come he can't even protect his own stuff? I don't believe it, is it staged?" Seeing this, the host quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Thank you to Officer Su and Mr. Jung for the fantastic anti-theft performance. Upon hearing this, the barrage was filled with question marks. You call this anti-theft? Is it about stripping the thief clean instead? I think this is just pickpocketing skills. Is there a sign-up link? I want to learn. I want to learn +1. The host remained composed and continued with the program. Now, let's move on to the second segment. Meanwhile, the background on the big screen changed. In the image, Jiang Yuming was holding up a security door lock, with the caption beside it, "Is your home lock really theft-proof?" In the audience, the leaders were also puzzled by Su Feng's actions. They had hoped Su Feng wouldn't embarrass herself on stage like the two audience members earlier and tarnish the image of the public security personnel. They never expected her to far exceed their expectations, turning the tables from victim to thief. Lao Tang, what's the deal with this newcomer? Has she been in the game before? Is she really a reformed character? Facing the inquiries of a group of older brothers, Tang Jianjun broke out in a cold sweat and turned to look at Chen Chen. Chen Chen, why don't you explain what's going on with Xiao Su? Chen Chen was taken aback. They're asking you, why the hell are you asking me? How would I know where Su Feng learned these underworld skills? Besides, wasn't it you who arranged for Su Feng to participate in the anti-theft lecture? Now everyone knows that Officer Su from the Xiqing Sub-Bureau in Shanghai City turned the tables on the Southwest thief, cleaning him out completely. Originally just wanting to make a name in Shanghai City, but now Su Feng is famous nationwide. Well, now he can forget about going undercover in any casinos or thief dens in the future. Once he steps in, his face will probably be recognized. Unless he gets plastic surgery, there's no chance, he'll definitely be exposed. Meanwhile, on the stage, staff pushed a cart to the center. The cart held several different styles of door locks. This was the next segment, where Jiang Yuming would demonstrate the anti-theft performance of household door locks. After touching the locks, Jiang Yuming regained his confidence. Although he wasn't sure how Su Feng had stolen from him earlier, he was absolutely confident in picking locks. Pickpocketing was just his hobby. It was his top-notch lockpicking skills that earned him the title of Southwest Thief back then. Overnight, he effortlessly broke into dozens of households, stealing all their valuables, and became famous overnight. Jiang Yuming took a deep breath, picked up a lock from the table, and introduced it to the audience. These locks in front of us are the most widely circulated household anti-theft locks on the market. This lock in my hand is called an A-grade lock, currently the most common on the market. According to market research, up to 50% of residents have this type of lock on their doors. But in the eyes of professionals like me, this A-grade lock is almost useless in terms of anti-theft capability, meaning that most households' anti-theft doors are virtually useless against thieves. For me, I can pick this lock even faster than the homeowner can. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped again. The barrage on the screen was quickly scrolling, expressing doubts. No way, my house has an A-grade lock, and I feel very safe. He's just bragging. I believe he can pick locks, but there's no way he's faster than me using my own key. Words are not enough, why don't you compare and see who's faster? At that moment, the host's earpiece suddenly received a message. After a few seconds, the host invited Yi Yuhan to come forward, since everyone is curious about what Jiang Yuming just said. Next, let's invite Officer Yi to open the lock with a key as the homeowner, while Jiang Yuming will use his methods to open the lock. Let's see who's faster. Then, at the host's command, the two began to pick the locks simultaneously. Yi Yuhan took out the key, inserted it, turned it, and easily opened the lock. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yuming next to her was even faster by a hair. He pulled out an earpick, inserted it with one hand in his pocket, didn't even look at the lock, just poked and turned, and with a click, the door opened. Even before the audience could react, it was over. Damn, he wasn't bluffing. What just happened? I took a sip of water and missed such an important moment. I'm so mad. A-grade locks are too lousy. What about those next to it? Can they also open so easily? The barrage on the screen was once again flooded with comments. The audience had not expected that Jiang Yuming really wasn't lying. His lockpicking speed was indeed faster than using a key. Amid a chorus of astonishment, Jiang Yuming said smugly, "But there's no need to worry. With the progress of the times and the development of technology, our anti-theft doors are also being upgraded generation by generation. Like the 3 locks I have here, the anti-theft performance keeps improving, and the final grade C lock is usually used by the financial industry for doors or safes. For the average thief, it's already difficult to open a lock beyond grade B. As for grade C, most people would give up just by looking at it." Then he shifted his gaze to the few people beside him, saying maliciously, "I've prepared some commonly used lock-picking tools for you all. The host and the 2 police officers can choose the tools you find useful and try to open these locks. Let's start with the simplest one, A. Click. Su Feng held the door lock, raised her head, and looked at Jiang Yuming seriously, saying, "It's indeed quite simple, with no anti-theft capability." Jiang Yuming? What just happened? Before he could finish, Su Feng had already walked to the table, picked up a piece of wire, inserted it into the grade A lock, and opened the door lock in less than 2 seconds. Even the camera didn't capture her complete action, only the final scene of the door lock opening. The leaders in the audience were stunned for a moment, then all looked at Tang Jianjun, and then together they looked at Chen Chen. Tang Jianjun and Chen Chen exchanged a glance, suddenly remembering the technique Su Feng demonstrated to them before. That day, Su Feng not only showed her pickpocketing skills but also managed to open a locked drawer. They almost forgot about that incident. Chen Chen pursed his lips, covered half of his face with his hand, trying hard to keep his expression normal. He had a feeling that Su Feng was about to make another big move. It seemed that the effect of this anti-theft lecture would be far from what the leaders expected. With that in mind, Chen Chen's attention had already flown away from the stage, thinking about how to write the report to the leaders. On stage, the host and Yi Yuhan were both looking at Su Feng in amazement. After a second of reaction, Jiang Yuming resumed his composure. "Wow, it seems Officer Su also has some knowledge of lock-picking techniques. Why don't we try the one next to it, this grade B?" Click. This time the camera was ready, following Su Feng accurately. As soon as she made a move, it zoomed in for a close-up shot. Su Feng still picked up the wire, poked and twisted, and in less than 3 seconds, she opened the grade B lock. Jiang Yuming squeezed out a smile. As everyone can see, grade B is not much stronger than grade A, being poked open is quite normal. But the security level of a super grade B lock next to it is much higher, even I would need more than 10 seconds. Click. Jiang Yuming. Damn it. Are you deliberately picking a fight? Do you have to wait for me to finish speaking before opening the lock? Su Feng held the super grade B lock, still with a calm expression, nodded at Jiang Yuming. "You're right, this lock is indeed more difficult to open." Just now, Su Feng took longer than the previous 2 locks to open this lock. It took her as long as 5 seconds. Jiang Yuming looked at Su Feng, his mouth wide open. "Little brother, are you here to show off? I say one, you open one, must you embarrass me to this extent?" The leaders in the audience were all amazed by Su Feng's abilities. "Well done, Lao Tang, you have such a talented newcomer and didn't tell us, keeping it to yourself, huh? This time, your West City is going to make a big splash, you have to treat us." "Lao Tang, have you tried letting her open handcuff locks?" In the live chat, question marks flooded the screen again. Su Feng's skills were so fast that the audience couldn't even type, and in the blink of an eye, all 3 locks were opened. "My home security door is equipped with this thing? It can't even hold up for 5 seconds. What's the difference between this and leaving the door open? Let's just remove it. Oh my, this is too scary. As a weak woman, what if Officer Su comes to my house at midnight to steal something? No, why is the thief next to him just standing there? Could it be that he's intimidated by Officer Su's speed, huh? Wow, the police are faster than the thief, who is the real master thief here." Jiang Yuming became anxious and walked directly to the table, lifting the last C-grade lock. The C-grade lock uses a patented key with double-row composite curve grooves. Some even have electronic systems, belonging to the most secure category of mechanical locks with the highest anti-theft index, complex design, multiple protections including blades, sidebars, and anti-theft technologies like freewheeling. However, almost 90% of the C-grade locks on the market are fake, at most surpassing B-grade locks. The one Jiang Yuming held was a genuine product with excellent anti-theft performance. The exceptional anti-theft performance mentioned here does not mean it cannot be broken, but rather it prolongs the time needed to pick the lock, making thieves lose interest the longer it takes. Who would leave a simple lock untouched and instead challenge a C-grade lock that might take several minutes to open? Jiang Yuming held up the C-grade lock in his hand, explaining a lot about it, then nervously stared at Su Feng. Su Feng still had the iron wire in his hand. Repeating the same actions, it took only 9 seconds to open the supposedly impenetrable C-grade lock Jiang Yuming mentioned. The audience had grown accustomed to Su Feng's speed in unlocking, applauding him. While Jiang Yuming remained composed on the surface, turmoil raged within him. If Su Feng could open the first 3 locks, it would only show his understanding of lock-picking techniques. But being able to open the final lock in less than 10 seconds changed everything. Even Jiang Yuming himself would take about a minute to do it, and if he got nervous and his hands shook, he might get stuck and fail to unlock it. Among all present, only Jiang Yuming knew the true value of Su Feng's skill. If Su Feng wished, he could easily rob hundreds of households overnight. Thinking this, Jiang Yuming felt that his past achievements might not be as impressive. On the sidelines, Chen Chen kept signaling Su Feng frantically. Seeing this, Su Feng took the lead, occupying the center of the stage, and began explaining to everyone how to enhance the security of their home security doors. Transforming from a master locksmith to a security expert, he taught the audience various methods from the shape of key protection to using keys to secure door locks, earning rounds of applause. Jiang Yuming, on the other hand, became a supporting role, nodding along absent-mindedly from time to time. Alright, that concludes today's anti-theft lecture, thank you all. With the host's closing remarks, the live broadcast ended, and the police leaders in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily it all went smoothly. Let's not do live broadcasts for such events in the future, let's handle it internally within the system. Hey Lao Tang, I heard Lao Wu borrowed someone from you before, and coincidentally, I need someone too, more precisely, I need a skilled locksmith. How about lending me Su Feng one of these days? You stay put, I have a safe that I can't open, I'm in more urgent need, Lao Tang should lend him to me first. Clap. A crisp sound rang out beside the crowd. Lu Mingyi had actually handcuffed himself with handcuffs. Lao Tang, let Su Feng try, let's see if he can open it. Tang Jianjun smiled wryly, beckoning Su Feng over. Su Feng still held the iron wire from the stage, glanced at the handcuffs, without a word, he inserted it and the handcuffs opened. The crowd was once again surprised. Wu Guoliang curiously looked at Su Feng. You indeed graduated from the police academy, but where did you learn these exceptional thieving skills? Others also looked at Su Feng with curiosity upon hearing Wu Guoliang's question. They couldn't understand why a talented graduate from the police academy would possess such advanced theft techniques. Su Feng, seeing their expressions, calmly replied, I have always believed that as a police officer, in order to apprehend criminals more quickly, one must not only analyze with a police mindset but also put oneself in the shoes of a criminal to consider possible actions. Only by thoroughly understanding their methods can we better comprehend the criminal's thoughts and apprehend them more swiftly. Su Feng explained earnestly to the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone was convinced by Su Feng's words. Lu Mingyi, for the first time, showed a relieved expression in his eyes and said, It is said that to understand the masses and catch criminals effectively, one must delve deep into studying the criminal's methods. Skills are neither good nor bad, even theft techniques can be used for the right cause. I think you shouldn't just educate the public on anti-theft knowledge, you should also train officers from other police stations. The crowd also agreed. It's no wonder Lu Mingyi was a former bureau chief. If Su Feng's skills could be shared with grassroots police officers, it would definitely enhance the efficiency of apprehending criminals. It's truly a great thing. After the lecture, there were no sudden police emergencies for several days, and the city of Shanghai seemed to have entered a calm before the storm. Under Lu Mingyi's leadership, Su Feng began to teach anti-theft and anti-robbery techniques to grassroots police officers, visiting 5 or 6 police stations in just a few days. Late at night, in a small mountain village on the outskirts of Shanghai City, Song Qingyun had stationed his subordinates here for several days. According to the intelligence obtained from Su Feng's interrogation, this was the hometown of Chen Rui, the head of a pyramid scheme group. Although the informant was not sure of Chen Rui's current whereabouts, he remembered that Chen Rui's elderly mother still resided in the village, so Song Qingyun believed this could be a breakthrough point. Yawning in the car, a team member turned to his colleague and said, Captain, Chen Rui has been on the run for so many years. If he were to return to his hometown, we should have found him long ago. Is it really useful for us to wait here? Stop talking nonsense. Keep a close watch. If we miss important information, you know the captain's temper. Wait, look ahead. Is someone climbing over the wall? Damn, you're right. What are you waiting for? Get out and catch him. The next day, at the Criminal Police Brigade office. Slap. The 4 of you couldn't even stop one person from escaping? A bunch of idiots. Song Qingyun angrily slammed the file in his hand on the table, making everyone in the office shiver. Especially the 4 officers who were undercover in the village. They dared not meet Song Qingyun's gaze and kept their heads down. Captain, Chen Rui is familiar with the terrain. Once he goes into the mountains, no one can find him. It's not all their fault. Someone nearby tried to ease the tension, but it only made Song Qingyun angrier. Oomph, we finally had a chance, and it's wasted like this. Now that he knows he's exposed, he won't show up again. This lead is lost, understand. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingyun organized his thoughts and issued new orders. Since he's been exposed, there's no need to be so cautious. Immediately arrange for someone to visit his home, make contact with his mother, and see if we can gather any information. Also, visit other households in the village, don't leave any stone unturned. What are you waiting for? Go! Yes. Meanwhile, Su Feng, along with Xiao Lu and Yi Yuhuan, was conducting door-to-door visits within their jurisdiction. Understanding the people's sentiments, soliciting opinions, and at the same time disseminating knowledge about preventing telecommunications fraud and pension scams to the masses. This is the listening to the people, addressing people's concerns large-scale visitation activity formulated by the Shiching Sub-Bureau after receiving instructions from higher authorities. Come, we've been walking all morning, let's have some water. Su Feng bought 3 bottles of water from the convenience store, one for each person. Xiao Lu took a bottle of water, gulping it down in a few sips. The 3 of them had been walking all morning, visiting door to door everywhere, and now their mouths were dry. After taking a sip, Yi Yuhan said, later, let's go back to Gillen Road and visit a few households we haven't been to yet. Su Feng and Xiao Lu nodded, sitting on a bench to rest. At that moment, in the park behind them, a young and beautiful woman was holding an aunt's hand, chatting warmly. A large group of elderly men and women surrounded them. Auntie, let me tell you, our company has just installed 300 new machines, with monthly advertising revenue reaching as high as 10 million. Look, these are the small gifts the company gives to valued customers, all kinds of nutritional supplements for health maintenance. Don't underestimate them. If you buy them online, a box costs over 1,000. An aunt stretched her neck to look into the woman's pocket and asked, Xiaofei, do we each have a share of these things? The woman known as Xiaofei smiled at the question. Oh, Aunt Lu, look at what you're saying. Without your help, how could the company install so many new machines? Each of you is a valued customer of the company. Everyone has a share of these gifts. Xiaofei's smile and a few words amused the uncles and aunts, making them feel delighted. In the market next to the park, a group of people gathered around a man in a suit. The man's name was Chang Hai, and he was explaining the dangers of plastic waste to the elderly people around him. This plastic bag, once thrown on the ground, will not decompose for hundreds of years. If no one deals with it, it will pollute the soil, and crops will no longer grow. The uncles and aunts nearby were nervous. If crops can't grow, the children in the future will have nothing to eat. Oh, we must collect plastic bags properly in the future. Yes, I'll make sure to educate my family members about environmental protection. Chang Hai waved his hand. Don't worry, our company is currently working on a project, sending people around the world to deal with this white waste. We have made great progress. Even American newspapers have published our company's achievements. We are currently in the second phase of crowdfunding, and the company will hang banners with the names of donors at our company's entrance to show appreciation for their contribution to protecting humanity and the environment. Moreover, in the future, it will be helpful for grandchildren to go to college or take civil service exams. In addition, all donors can receive eggs, soybean oil, and milk every week. Before he finished speaking, the uncles and aunts nearby were already enthusiastically shouting, expressing their willingness to contribute to environmental protection. In the afternoon, Su Feng and the others returned to the sub-bureau after completing today's tasks. Back at the office, they saw everyone was in a hurry, and the atmosphere was very serious. Su Feng walked over to Da Huang. Da Huang, what's going on? Da Huang stared at the screen and said without looking up, this afternoon, several unattended suitcases appeared in several locations, all looking exactly the same. There's even one at the entrance of the municipal bureau. The bomb disposal team has been busy all afternoon. Fortunately, almost all the suitcases contained miscellaneous items, except for a note in the suitcase at the municipal bureau, with a warning to the Criminal Investigation Brigade. It's probably the person that Captain Song is investigating showing defiance to the police, quite audacious. As they spoke, Da Huang suddenly looked up. By the way, everyone should take a look at the files posted in the group. Tang Bureau requires everyone to understand the emergency handling procedures related to bombs. Su Feng and the others hurried back to their workstations, opened the files, and began studying. That night, back at home, with nothing else to do, Su Feng opened the document again. It only contained information on evacuating the masses, maintaining order, and cooperating with the bomb disposal team. There was no mention of how to identify or disarm bombs. Su Feng pursed his lips. This was almost pointless. He might as well figure out how to learn about bomb disposal on his own. At least he should have some understanding of bomb types and explosive intensity, so he wouldn't be clueless and anxious when the time came. Bomb disposal. Su Feng typed bomb disposal into a video platform search and clicked on the first result that popped up. Bomb disposal expert. From the Hong Kong Cross Harbor Tunnel to the Hong Kong Airport, International Finance Center, and Tsingma Bridge, everything was blown up in the movie, yet the protagonist miraculously survived, rescuing people, cats, and himself. It was simply amazing. You're the one. Su Feng settled comfortably in bed, found the most comfortable position, and started watching. Over an hour later, as the protagonist cut the bomb's fuse, the entire tunnel exploded with a bang. Once again, a system prompt appeared in Su Feng's mind. Ding! Host watched bomb disposal expert, triggering an extraordinary enlightenment, gaining the ability explosives expert. The most sophisticated bombs often require the simplest materials. When you radiate passion, the whole world will smile at you. When an asteroid strikes the Earth, you are humanity's last hope. Sufong calmly looked at the system prompt. He had completely gotten used to it. Although he watched Bomb Disposal Expert, the ability the system gave him had nothing to do with bomb disposal. Instead, it made Sufong a top-notch bomb maker. His mind was filled with the production requirements, steps, and precautions for various bombs in the world today. There were even some bombs that Sufong had never heard of, especially the last one, which was not prepared for earthly wars at all but custom-made for asteroids. Wow, if these formulas were leaked, who knows how many countries would fight over them. Directly opening the third season is not impossible. Sufong shuddered at the thought of the power of these bombs. Tired, let it all be destroyed. In the following days, Sufong continued to visit households with the small team, and even intervened in a bank to dissuade an elderly man who insisted on sending money to China. No matter how they tried to convince the man it was a scam, he wouldn't believe them. In the end, Sufong had to pose as the head of the scam and told the man that China had poor signal on the moon and didn't accept money transfers, only cash, and the China National Space Administration would launch Shenzhou 35 to support China. The man finally gave up on sending the money. As for those empty suitcases, they never appeared again. As the criminal investigation team visited Chen Rui's hometown village, they received unexpected news from the villagers. According to the villagers, Chen Rui was a kind and filial child. When the family was poor, he would bring gifts to the villagers every time he came back after becoming wealthy. Upon hearing that they were police officers, the villagers were worried if something had happened to Chen Rui. Chen Rui hasn't visited his mother for a long time. Chen Rui's mother has eye problems and is not very agile. If something happens to Chen Rui, what will she do? On the other hand, the police obtained more information from their conversation with Chen Rui's mother. She regarded the police as Chen Rui's friends, thinking they were sent by Chen Rui to visit her. Xiao Rui hasn't visited for a long time. Lately, it's been his friends coming to see me. This young man is quite capable. As soon as he arrives, he helps me tidy up, clean the pigsty, and even move those jars of pickled vegetables next to me. By the way, why don't you all stay for lunch? Su Qingyun sat in the meeting room, listening to reports from his subordinates about the information gathered during their recent visits. Captain, we suspect that the figure we saw in the village last time was not Chen Rui but his younger brother. And the one who threatened us with a suitcase, I suspect it was also him. Su Qingyun tapped his pen on the table, weaving all the clues together in his mind, trying to find the key to break the case. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Captain, the security guard received a letter. Come and take a look. 10 minutes ago. At the intersection of Shilling Street, a man wearing a hat and a mask, with a dark complexion, was gazing at the city bureau across the street. Carrying a backpack on his shoulders, he calmly looked across, lost in thought. The backpack was full, but it was unclear what was inside. The man's name was Lao Qin, Chen Rui's top killer. Hey, buddy, are you coming or not? If you're not, don't block the way. Carrying such a big thing and not even making way. Suddenly, a young man behind him started grumbling. Lao Qin glanced at him, slightly moved aside, and cleared the path. Coming back to his senses, Lao Qin walked to the side and approached a few children playing by the roadside. Kids, could you do me a favor? Help me deliver this letter to the police officers across the street. Say it's a thank you for Captain Song. The children were about to refuse when Lao Qin pulled out a bunch of candies and a few lollipops. These candies are for you. Whoever delivers this letter to the police officers will get a lollipop as a reward. The children immediately scrambled to take the envelope. Uncle, why are you looking for the police officers? The police officers helped me a lot. I want to thank them. Oh, okay, we'll help you deliver it. Watching the children happily skip towards the police station, Lao Qin hailed a passing car. Where to? Guojin Center. Alright, please fasten your seatbelt. It was past the morning rush hour, and the expressway was clear all the way. In less than 10 minutes, Lao Qin had reached his destination, Guojin Center. This was the most bustling area in Shanghai City, with several magnificent office buildings standing tall, and below them, a few connected floors housed the city's largest shopping mall, where countless people came daily to shop, dine, or take photos. Lao Qin glanced at the bustling crowd at the mall entrance, looked around warily, then circled to the side, walking through the security passage and stairs into the mall. City Bureau, Criminal Police Brigade. Everyone, gather. Song Qingyun shouted. In just a moment, the entire public security system of Shanghai City sprang into action. Besides the Criminal Police Brigade, nearby police stations, bomb disposal special operations teams, and even hospitals dispatched ambulances to the scene. Traffic police took to the roads, directing traffic and clearing the way to the exhibition center. The West City Sub-Bureau also received the message, and Tang Jianjun immediately ordered Chen Chen to lead the team to support. Su Feng and the others were also among the team. Everyone, pay attention. Follow the procedures in the handling method, help maintain order at the scene, and ensure the safety of the masses. No matter what happens, do not act recklessly. Leave the professional matters to the bomb disposal team. Su Feng and the other officers responded one after another. Chen Chen said with a look of relief, "It's fortunate that there are no events at the exhibition center today. The consequences would be unimaginable if the bomb exploded in the crowd." Just then, as police cars whizzed by, sirens blaring through the sky. In the Guojin Center that the personnel from the West City Sub-Bureau had just passed by, a woman sat trembling, cold sweat streaming down her body, on a bench on the third floor of the mall. On her lap was a black plastic bag containing a yellow square block the size of several bricks, covered with colorful wires and a transparent dial. It was a timed bomb. The woman's face was filled with fear, but she dared not move. After a while, a store clerk finally noticed her abnormality and, upon closer inspection, was also frightened to the core. "There's a bomb, call the police." At the exhibition center, Song Qingyun had already arrived at the scene. After the bomb disposal team's investigation, no abnormalities were found. Suddenly, a phone call came in. "What? A bomb at the Guojin Center? Damn it, we've been played. Everyone, turn around and head to the Guojin Center immediately." Upon receiving the message, the West City team closest to the Guojin Center immediately turned around and rushed to the location of the bomb. Guojin Building. The ground had been cordoned off, and people were being evacuated from all exits of the mall. Apart from the mall's customers, there were still employees working on the upper floors of the office building who had not been evacuated. Time ticked by, and the officers could only do their best to evacuate the crowd and continuously reassure the emotions of the on-site civilians. On the streets outside, many fearless onlookers gathered to watch the commotion, with many already lifting their phones to record videos. Some had even started live streaming the scene. Special police, bomb disposal teams, and officers from various police stations all arrived at the scene, with several leaders constantly inquiring about the latest developments near the mobile command vehicle. Song Qingyun paced back and forth in the temporary command center at the entrance, seeing the large crowd of onlookers outside, feeling increasingly anxious. What's the situation inside now? Is Chen Rui behind the bomb? Song Qingyun never expected that simply investigating a multi-year-old pyramid scheme case would lead to such a huge uproar. Chen Rui, a criminal who had been on the run for years, not content with hiding in the shadows, had now resorted to direct retaliation. He couldn't understand how the other party dared to be so brazen, escalating from pyramid scheme fraud to directly threatening the lives of civilians. Song Qingyun's face turned grim, his desire to capture Chen Rui reaching its peak. "Perhaps it's because you found his old home, and even went to see his mother," a leader from the municipal bureau said thoughtfully. Just now at the scene, Song Qingyun had briefly explained the causes and consequences of the case to a few people. It was clear that they were targeted at Song Qingyun and his team. It could be out of concern for his mother's safety, or it could be because he's worried that the villagers will find out about his deeds, look down on him, and most importantly, look down on his mother. Gossip in the village may not matter to you young people, but for the elderly who have lived in the village all their lives, it's a big deal. Setting that aside for now, regardless of the reasons, it shows that what you're doing now is right, hitting Chen Rui where it hurts. With these words, the faces of the people present improved slightly, but Song Qingyun quickly furrowed his brow and said, "We'll discuss these matters later. The top priority now is to deal with the bomb. Where's Chen Liang, where is he?" Chen Liang, the leader of the Mountain and Sea City bomb disposal team, was experienced and had personally dealt with numerous bomb incidents. They've arrived and should be preparing to disarm the bomb. At this moment, the technicians next to them had already set up the temporary monitoring equipment, connecting the camera on the police officer to display the scene. "Alright, we can now view the scene." Everyone immediately gathered around the screen, nervously watching the footage inside the mall. The bomb disposal team was proceeding in an orderly manner, reaching the woman on the bench to study the bomb's structure. Song Qingyun felt extremely anxious as they had been standing around for a long time without further action. What's going on? Why aren't they disarming it yet? Are they facing any issues? Song Qingyun was now under immense pressure, as this incident was highly likely triggered by the case he was handling. If it really exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Due to negligence causing significant losses to the lives and properties of the people, the entire public security system of Shanghai City would likely face consequences. On the side, the bomb disposal team in the command center was comforting the officers from both sides. Captain Song, rest assured, our brothers in the team are seasoned warriors with rich experience. It's just a homemade bomb, there shouldn't be any problem. They might be considering the emotions of the hostages, that's why they are taking it slow. Song Qingyun nodded at the words, feeling a slight relief from his anxiety. He had great trust in Chen Liang's bomb disposal team, who had achieved numerous successes in the past and received many commendations. At this moment, Tang Jianjun also arrived at the scene. Chen Chen and the team should already be inside the mall. Is there anything I can help with? The officer from the bomb disposal team shook his head. No need, just help with evacuating the crowd. The more people there are, the more it will affect the efficiency of the bomb disposal. Tang Jianjun nodded, also carefully watching the screen, waiting for the outcome. Meanwhile, Lao Qin had already changed into a janitor uniform and entered the monitoring room. On the floor were 2 security guards he had knocked out and tied together. Lao Qin reached for a handful of peanuts from a nearby plate, chewing on them while watching the bomb disposal team's actions on the monitor. This explosive was obtained by Chen Rui through a special channel, extremely powerful and intricately structured, with the real detonation method hidden beneath many illusions. He was confident that these police officers would never find a way to disarm it. As for the colorful wires, those were all traps. In this day and age, did they really think that cutting the correct wire would disarm the bomb? That was deceiving. As long as the bomb disposal team dared to make a move, no matter which wire they cut, the bomb would explode. Even if they managed to avoid the trap of the wires, he had one last trick up his sleeve, which was the truly terrifying aspect of the bomb. If you dare to trace it back to Rui, you're asking for trouble. Rui must not have any accidents now. Time is not enough. Lao Qin leaned against the cabinet behind him, taking out a cut photo from the lining of his clothes, murmuring as he caressed it. The photo showed a family of 3, smiling brightly, with a park in the background. However, Lao Qin's appearance was completely different from any face in the photo. First seen on the 3rd floor of the mall. The officers from the West City District were the first to arrive at the scene, surrounding the bomb location, responsible for evacuating the crowd and clearing the area. At this moment, the bomb disposal team members were gathered around the woman carrying the bomb, comforting her emotions while observing the bomb. Captain, this bomb is a bit complex. Several experienced bomb disposal experts examined the bomb carefully for a while, their expressions grim. Chen Liang picked up the walkie-talkie, urgently informing the command center, the bomb situation is complex, it should only be an emulsion explosive. But the bomb maker used a lot of deception, timers, mercury columns, tangled wires, making it impossible to determine the detonation method, and now there's only 5.5 minutes left. Chen Liang and his men exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. Urgent voices from the city bureau leaders came through the radio. What's the result? I want results. Chen Liang paused, then said with difficulty, we will do our best to disarm it. But the chances of disarming it are very slim. On the other side, in the remote command vehicle, several leaders heard this and the atmosphere inside the vehicle instantly froze. Even the most experienced bomb disposal team admitted the slim chances, which essentially meant they had no certainty. The current attempt was just a final struggle. Fortunately, most of the people in the building had been evacuated. The most critical issue now was the hostages near the bomb. The bomb disposal team officers at the command center also looked serious. More than anyone else, he understood the helplessness in Chen Liang's words. At this moment, Su Feng and other officers from the West City Sub-Bureau were scattered around the various staircases near the bomb, assisting in evacuating the last group of people from the office building. At the scene center, surrounded by a group of fully armed bomb disposal personnel, a woman's face was full of tears, but she dared not move. The bomb disposal team hesitated to act, even a fool could see that it was a difficult situation. Officer, save me. I don't want to die. As the woman spoke, she burst into tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. On the explosive device, the mercury column began to sway slightly. The team quickly stabilized the bomb box and comforted the woman. Chen Liang exchanged a glance with his partner standing next to the blast barrel, and the partner immediately understood. Walking to the staircase, avoiding eye contact, he spoke softly into the radio. The hostages' emotions are too unstable at the moment. We need a negotiator. A negotiator? Beside him, Chen Chen subconsciously looked at Su Feng, and their eyes met. It's too late, even the closest one will take more than 10 minutes to arrive. You'll have to rely on yourselves. The voice of the city bureau leader came through the radio, and the bomb disposal team member angrily punched the air. At this moment, Su Feng pondered for a moment, then suddenly called out to him, if emotional support is needed, I can help. Chen Chen was about to raise his hand but hesitated, so he had to confirm with Su Feng again. Are you sure? It's a bomb, people could die. Su Feng nodded solemnly. I'm a police officer, Protecting the people is my responsibility. Chen Chen, upon hearing this, silently patted his shoulder. You're Su Feng? The one from the anti-theft live broadcast? Thank you for your kindness, but this is a serious matter, we can't take this risk. However, the bomb disposal team shook their heads, politely declining Su Feng's proposal. At this moment, voices came through the radio again, from Tang Jianjun and Song Qingyun. There's a police officer from the West City Sub-Bureau inside, named Su Feng, who can help. Okay, I'll contact them. No need. He's right next to me. The bomb disposal team member turned off the radio, looked at Su Feng with suspicion, unable to believe that the two leaders were placing their hopes on this young officer. Since they both said so. Fine, you should put on the bomb suit first. However, Su Feng shook his head. No need, I just took a look at the bomb earlier. For an explosion of this magnitude, the bomb suit is useless. Meanwhile, in the external command center, the city bureau leaders were also shocked by the words of Song Qingyun and the others. Absurd, this is a bomb, lives are at stake. Stop them immediately, get your people back. Su Feng may be capable, but the current situation involves the safety of many lives, it's absolutely not a game. The captain of the special police team also sternly warned Tang Jianjun and Song Qingyun. This matter is of great importance. If Su Feng's mistake leads to the public's emotions getting out of control, he cannot bear this responsibility. Both emotionally and logically, he did not agree to let Su Feng go over, as it would instead affect the demolition work. Su Feng is a newcomer, lacking experience in handling such situations. Rushing in could likely worsen the situation, leaving the bomb disposal team unable to focus on the bomb. He can't bear it, I'll bear it for him. Tang Jianjun, however, showed no sign of backing down. He is my soldier, I believe in his abilities. Besides, Captain Song has already witnessed Su Feng's prowess. If you don't trust me, do you still not trust him? The nearest negotiation expert is also several kilometers away. Currently, no one is more professional than Su Feng. Song Qingyun also solemnly assured the two that Su Feng was definitely more capable than anyone present. The captain of the special police remained silent. The city bureau leader snorted coldly, pointing at the two. Fine. If anything goes wrong later, you. The walkie-talkie suddenly crackled. Report, Su Feng has calmed down the hostages, and the personnel's emotions are stable at the moment. You. The city bureau leader's words got stuck in his throat. Song Qingyun and the others felt relieved, breaking into a cold sweat. A rare smile appeared on their faces, the best news they had heard all day. The captain of the special police asked uncertainly again, has Su Feng gone over? Is the situation stable on site? Yes, and the city bureau leader, disregarding being embarrassed, hurriedly asked impatiently, and what? Spit it out. And it seems like he also knows a bit about bombs. Knows about bombs? What does that mean? Could Su Feng have gone to help with bomb disposal? Everyone present fell silent for a moment, stunned. Even Song Qingyun and Tang Jianjun were taken aback. They knew Su Feng was good at persuasion and remained calm, which is why they decided to let him act as a negotiation expert. But they never expected him to dare to directly join the bomb disposal team's work. Wow. You were supposed to talk, not defuse bombs. This is really dangerous now. In the mall, Su Feng had somehow appeared next to the woman, while Chen Liang was still searching for the detonation point on the bomb. The woman had regained her composure, quietly watching the bomb disposal team in front of her. Captain, I think we should start with the timer switch. No, the timer should be a decoy. The real controller is this mercury column. The fuse cannot be ruled out either. No, there should be several detonators here, each capable of triggering the explosion. What should we do? It's too late. Several heavily armed team members debated intensely, none daring to determine where to start. Time was running out, and no one had fully identified the nature of the bomb, let alone how to disarm it. At this point, including Chen Liang, several bomb disposal team members were all sweating profusely, feeling the pressure. In fact, their experience and skills were not lacking. They were well versed in handling various types of bombs. However, the bomb in front of them was made in an extremely crude manner, so crude that it bordered on madness. A series of different detonation methods combined together, unlike any bombs they had encountered before. A slight mistake could potentially result in the death of the bomb maker. It was meticulously crafted to ensure the bomb exploded smoothly. Should we retreat? A team member couldn't bear the pressure and whispered a question. Chen Liang immediately glared at him, but the woman still heard it. Retreat? What does that mean? Are you giving up on me? You are the police. How can you watch me get blown up? The woman once again fell into a frenzy, subconsciously wanting to stomp her feet. Upon seeing the situation, everyone was filled with fear, eager to stabilize her. Su Feng had been observing the bomb for a while now, and at this moment, she calmly spoke up. Madam, don't worry, this mercury is a deception. Even if you shake it hard, it won't cause an explosion. The timer is fake, and as for the fuse, it should be a trap. A bomb disposal team member beside her pointed at Su Feng. What are you doing? Mind your own business. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense and interfere with our judgment. Chen Liang suddenly raised his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. What did you say? All of this is fake. The fuse is a trap? Su Feng revealed the mystery of the bomb in one sentence, not only making the surrounding bomb disposal team members incredulous but also causing a drastic change in the expression of old Qin in the control room. How does he know that these are distractions, and the fuse is the ultimate trap? Just by taking a glance, how is that possible? Old Qin, disregarding the peanuts in his mouth, spat them all out. With his hands on the console, he stared intently at Su Feng, watching what his next move would be. But his gaze shifted to the woman sitting beside him, reminding him of his final insurance, and his eyes regained their calmness. Being able to see through the bomb's design at a glance indicated that this young man had some skills. However, that was about it. After all, he still had one last trick up his sleeve on that bomb. As he pondered, old Qin brushed off the peanut crumbs on him, returning to a relaxed state. Oomph, even if you know, what's the use? You may have avoided the fuse, but there's still one final trap. Just when you are most delighted, thinking you have successfully disarmed the bomb, old Qin squinted his eyes, a blissful expression on his face, softly uttering, boom. Third floor of the mall. Su Feng's sudden remark caught all the bomb disposal personnel off guard. They were in a heated argument on how to deal with the bomb, and before reaching a conclusion, Su Feng's words completely negated their discussion. However, the team leader seemed interested in Su Feng's words. Several team members frowned, staring at Su Feng with unfriendly expressions. If this statement had come from their team leader, they would have carefully considered whether it was true. But who is Su Feng? A damn judgment expert, or a police officer in his early 20s, what does he know about bombs? Thinking that he understands bombs just by watching a method of handling explosives? It's truly ridiculous how anyone can now meddle in their affairs. The emotions of several team members were already at a breaking point, and at this moment, they really wanted to quit and tell him, if you think you can do it, then go ahead. Unfortunately, this was no joke. What lay before them was a bomb that would explode in 1 minute. No one was willing to entrust their fate to a young brat. They still needed to find a way to disarm the bomb's detonator. On the ground, several leaders in the command center also heard Su Feng's judgment through the camera. Their expressions, like those of the team members, were full of doubt. That's Su Feng. I'm going to bring him back right now. Tang Jianjun regretted a bit. He shouldn't have let Su Feng near the bomb in the first place. He now wished to shut Su Feng up immediately and get him out of the building. The others also had unfriendly expressions. Only the expert from the bomb disposal team remained silent, not paying attention to Su Feng, but instead keenly observing Chen Liang's expression. Don't rush, keep watching. Su Feng directly ignored the sharp gazes of several bomb disposal team members, squatting down to pick up tools from the ground, and calmly said to Chen Liang, the outer layer is all fake, the real bomb that causes the explosion is wrapped inside. You were too nervous just now, completely overlooking the most basic aspect. Look here. Su Feng pointed at the mercury glass tube on the bomb with a screwdriver. As we all know, the detonation principle of a mercury bomb is the explosion caused by the contact between mercury and copper wire. This bomb was carefully made on the mercury device, but one detail was overlooked. The final copper wire does not actually connect to the explosive, but stops abruptly at the wire bundle. The wiring in this part is very messy, especially with these colorful wires used to attract attention. It's normal to be fooled by the mercury device. The timer is the same, just for show. These two things are just decorations to scare you, with no real connection to the actual detonation method. Su Feng explained the bomb's structure to everyone in a casual manner, as if the bomb was merely a teaching tool for the bomb disposal team. Chen Liang's eyes flashed with a glint as he nodded more firmly while Su Feng spoke, reinforcing his own thoughts. Su Feng's ideas resonated with him, as he had been silently examining the wires all along. He noticed that the bomb maker had put a lot of effort into these leads. The chaotic black wires were tangled even more than those in his computer case. Nestled at the bottom of the bomb, mixed in with a black plastic bag making it hard to distinguish, and deliberately arranged with the most obvious red, yellow, blue, and green wires at the top to attract attention, along with a countdown timer to add pressure. If Su Feng hadn't sounded so sure, even he would have doubted his own eyes. The other team members who had been skeptical all along were astonished to see their leader not objecting but nodding in agreement, looking back and forth between the two in disbelief. These team members had not watched the live anti-theft broadcast and were unaware of Su Feng's abilities, only knowing that he was there to calm the hostages. They were all now filled with immense doubt. Could this loudmouth really be right? We couldn't see what was right in front of us, yet he spotted it from almost 2 meters away with just a glance? This can't be true. The team member who had just sought help from the command center was not too surprised at this moment. He had watched the live broadcast and knew of Su Feng's incredible pickpocketing and lockpicking skills. Someone who could outsmart the Southwest thief, with such extraordinary observational skills to discover the true purpose of the timer and mercury device, didn't seem so surprising. But he was still curious about how Su Feng dared to assert that these colorful wires were a trap. Chen Liang, squatting on the ground, was not entangled and directly asked, "What makes you say these colorful wires are traps?" Su Feng remained calm, pushed aside the tangled wires, and carefully showed the colorful wires to everyone. When everyone clearly saw the origin of these colorful wires, they suddenly realized. These leads formed a hole, unrelated to the bomb's outer device, and could be seen as an alternative mercury device. Cutting the leads, like pulling a trigger, was the key operation to detonate the bomb. Under Su Feng's meticulous analysis, the bomb in front of them seemed completely different from a few minutes ago. All the illusions were unraveled by Su Feng one by one. Finally, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Now that the key to detonating the explosive had been discovered, it meant they could move the bomb to a safe place for dismantling or detonation. The woman who had been holding the bomb saw the relaxed expressions on the faces of the people in front of her and finally showed a smile of relief. However, in the control room at that moment, old Qin was surprisingly calm, wearing a smile similar to that of the police officers. "Here we go, the real show is about to begin. Don't celebrate too early, be careful not to invite trouble, haha." After saying that, Lao Qin put on the janitor's gloves, picked up the mop leaning against the wall, and prepared to leave pretending to be an old janitor. Time was running out for him. After all, judging by the length of the last fuse, one more glance and the bomb would explode. Meanwhile, at the command center on the ground, Tang Jianjun, Song Qingyun, and others were fully focused on the situation at the scene, unable to afford any mishaps now. Seeing the real-time footage, a huge weight was lifted off their hearts, excitement evident on their faces, feeling the pressure dissipate instantly. Only they knew how much pressure they had been under just moments ago. There were still people inside the Guojin building, and if it exploded, including the police, it would undoubtedly cause a large number of casualties. Moreover, with a large crowd spectating and various angles of videos available, it would inevitably be circulated online. It wouldn't just shake Shanghai City but potentially the entire country. They would bear the blame and face severe consequences, likely putting an end to their careers. However, they never expected that several experienced bomb disposal experts couldn't handle the bomb, yet this kid Su Feng managed to. This sudden turn of events, the feeling of a narrow escape, was something they hadn't experienced in a long time. At that moment, a technician nearby suddenly exclaimed, "The person who planted the bomb has been found. There's surveillance footage, take a look." On the computer screen at the command center, surveillance footage sent by colleagues at the municipal bureau appeared. It showed a man wearing a hat and mask who left after setting the bomb. The video abruptly ended. Tang Jianjun frowned and asked, "Where did he go? What about the subsequent surveillance footage?" However, the officer beside him shook his head. 2 surveillance cameras on the 3rd floor of the mall broke down the day before yesterday, and the property management hasn't arranged for repairs yet. This person happened to walk into the area not covered by the damaged surveillance. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyun immediately ordered to send the suspect's appearance to all officers in the building. "Everyone, be alert, he is the criminal who planted the bomb. He is likely still inside the building, so be cautious." However, as soon as they put down the walkie-talkie, the screen in front of them suddenly changed. The bomb disposal team members in the footage tensed up again, as if facing a fierce beast. Song Qingyun picked up the walkie-talkie again, shouting, "What's the situation at the scene? Wasn't the bomb supposed to be safe?" On the 3rd floor of the mall. Although Su Feng had already figured out the mechanism of the bomb, his expression was completely different from the others, his brow furrowed all along. Something didn't sit right with him, feeling that there was still something undiscovered on the bomb. With the other party sending messages and luring them away, it couldn't be just a prank. If the only way to detonate it was cutting the fuse, it would be too easy to solve. If the bomb disposal team truly dared not cut the wire, when the countdown ended and the bomb didn't explode, they would be even more reluctant to take any further action. If it couldn't be detonated, the bomb would lose its purpose, and the other party must have another way to trigger it. So he kept his focus firmly on the woman. The other party was holding this hostage not just to increase the difficulty of disarming the bomb. It was highly likely that the final trigger mechanism was on the woman. As the woman stood up, Su Feng's ears suddenly caught a tearing sound. Su Feng looked at the bomb on her leg, his eyes narrowing. In a split second, he reached out and pressed the woman's shoulder, firmly pushing her back into her seat, the bomb securely held against her thigh. Su Feng's sudden move left the other bomb disposal team members stunned. Su Feng, what the hell are you doing? Be careful and step back. The team members shouted loudly at Su Feng. But Su Feng completely ignored them, squatted down decisively, stared at the area near the woman's abdomen where the bomb was in contact, and his eyes lit up. Found it. The real detonator. Here. Looking at the extremely hidden fuse on the woman's body, coupled with the message just received from Song Qingyun, Su Feng was certain that the person who placed the bomb must still be in the building, perhaps observing them from somewhere, waiting to see the woman separate from the bomb, triggering the explosion scene. Su Feng, what have you found? Didn't you find the detonation method of the bomb? Su Feng pointed to the almost invisible fuse, and Shen Liang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The other party had indeed tampered with the bomb, hiding the real killer move in a place where they couldn't see and dared not act rashly. They thought they had disarmed the bomb, but it was precisely at their most vulnerable moment of vigilance that no one would notice this tiny fuse. If they hadn't discovered the mystery of the bomb, they would have made a mistake in the tense atmosphere of Mercury and Countdown, pulling the fuse. The other team members also finally realized the danger. Just a moment ago, they were accusing Su Feng confidently, but now they all wilted, not daring to move, afraid of pulling the fuse. It was just a close call. If the team member who had just moved the bomb had been a little faster, and the woman had stood up a little more hurriedly, the fuse would have been pulled, and they would all have been blown up. A team member was anxious and looked at Chen Liang for help. The fuse has been activated now. Any slight mistake could trigger a complete explosion. With our current state, it's impossible to safely operate and disarm the detonator. As soon as Chen Liang finished speaking, everyone raised their hands, and their hands involuntarily began to tremble. For bomb disposal personnel, this was a major taboo. Disarming a bomb was just like a surgeon performing surgery, it required extreme precision and stability. Although each of them was a top-notch expert, they had undergone various bomb disposal training and assessments to enter the bomb disposal team. But after being startled by the bomb several times, their minds were inevitably in turmoil. The most crucial point is that this bomb is too tightly assembled. If we force it open violently, it's highly likely to involve the fuse. What about using liquid nitrogen? Someone suggested, but Chen Liang decisively shook his head. Liquid nitrogen won't work either. The bomb is on the hostage. Without any isolation device, it's too dangerous. Captain, neither this nor that works. What should we do? At this moment, urgent inquiries came over the radio from the command center. What's the situation on site? Didn't they already defuse the bomb? Song Qingyun and the others on the ground had extremely serious expressions at this moment. Wasn't the bomb supposed to be safe now? What was happening now? Can the bomb disposal team handle this situation? At this moment, after squatting down and glancing at the bomb, Su Feng understood. Apart from this fuse, there were no other devices. Now the bomb finally revealed its true form, just a simple, couldn't be simpler homemade bomb. Since he had figured out the opponent's trap, what he had to do was very simple. Su Feng reassured everyone. Don't panic, it's actually easier now. What do you mean? Do you have a plan? Chen Liang asked anxiously, while the others looked uneasily at Su Feng. While picking up tools from the ground, Su Feng said to everyone, what other plan could there be? Just disarm the bomb. How it was installed, that's how we'll dismantle it. It's just a homemade bomb with a fuse to pull. Haven't you guys played with one before? After speaking, Su Feng took the tools and began dismantling the bomb from the side. It's not about dismantling the detonator, but literally dismantling the bomb into its components. The crowd still echoed Su Feng's question in their ears. They had dealt with homemade bombs before, many times. Although initially they didn't take the bomb seriously, now they had already excluded this bomb in front of them from the category of homemade bombs. Despite the direct detonation method, the layered traps far exceeded the level of homemade bombs. Watching Su Feng's movements, everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb Su Feng's actions. Some even looked on with a hint of curiosity. When they usually disarmed bombs, they only dealt with the detonator, cutting off the explosive connection, ignoring the bomb's internal structure. What Su Feng was doing now was completely beyond their knowledge. What was most absurd was his unwavering confidence and skill, as if he had made the bomb himself. If Su Feng hadn't come with colleagues from the West City, they might have suspected him of being the bomber. The way he worked was so practiced, as if he had disassembled and reassembled bombs 1,000 times, knowing exactly how much force to use without hesitation. Although some wanted to ask Su Feng for advice, it was a critical moment for bomb disposal, and no one dared to speak and disrupt Su Feng. Even the woman who had been scared silent earlier now remained quiet, letting Su Feng work in front of her. Su Feng's relaxed tone and body language contrasted sharply with the bomb disposal team members beside him, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. She didn't understand bomb disposal, couldn't fully appreciate Su Feng's skill, and simply immersed herself in his smooth and exquisite movements. At this moment, Su Feng had become the center of attention, with everyone silently waiting for the outcome of his work. This atmosphere was created by Su Feng's use of the 1,000 Doors and 8 Generals and the Shadowless Ghost Hand. The Shadowless Ghost Hand could not only steal items but also dismantle bombs. As Su Feng focused on disarming the bomb, he subconsciously used the Shadowless Ghost Hand, moving with such speed, precision, and ruthlessness that words fell short of describing his actions. The 1,000 Doors and 8 Generals continued to influence the thoughts of those around him, instilling an inexplicable trust in him. With Su Feng's physical movements and verbal expressions, this trust gradually overwhelmed their emotions, dispelling any doubts, fears, or anxieties. No one doubted Su Feng's ability to safely disarm the bomb. Meanwhile, in the bomb disposal command center, the experts couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Seeing their reaction, the others tensed up instantly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with his operation? Is the bomb going to explode? They weren't familiar with bombs, so when the expert exclaimed, they thought Su Feng had done something dangerous. The bomb disposal expert smiled wryly, pointing at the screen. There's no danger at the moment, it's just that Su Feng's technique is too extraordinary, completely different from our training. Bomb disposal personnel follow a specific procedure, with all actions aimed at cutting off the main circuit or detonator connection. We can't just tamper with the rest of the bomb. But what Su Feng is doing is completely different. He's actually dismantling the bomb, breaking it down into parts, and he's doing it effortlessly, as if he's disassembling a toy. After listening for a while, the others still didn't quite understand what was so special about it. A technician nearby pondered for a moment and asked, "From what I gather, Su Feng seems to find it easier to directly dismantle the bomb than you do to disarm the detonator." "Yes, why do you all have to focus on the detonator?" Others also questioned. The bomb disposal expert shook his head and continued to explain to them. Whether it's the explosives inside the bomb, the circuit connections, or the detonator connections, they are all interconnected. They must be dismantled one by one without missing a step, and once the internal structure is tampered with, no one can guarantee what problems may arise. This requires knowledge of various types of bombs around the world. And even setting aside the vast amount of information, just the fact that each bomb has a different shape, structure, and connection method is enough to give bomb disposal personnel a headache. The kind of easy dismantling scene you imagine requires a foundation of extensive bomb disposal practice, even a wealth of bomb-making experience. But our training program only covers bomb disposal, not bomb making. The bomb disposal expert's voice gradually faded, his gaze sweeping over Tang Jianjun. The others also looked incredulously at the screen where Su Feng was navigating effortlessly. According to him, Su Feng not only had a wealth of knowledge but also a vast amount of practical experience. Moreover, Su Feng must also have a significant amount of bomb-making experience. This was somewhat beyond their comprehension. Can a police officer possess such skills? Which police officer spends their days making bombs for fun? The key question was, where did he learn this bomb-making method from? Police academies don't teach such things, so did he learn from watching short videos? Among the group, even Tang Jianjun, who knew Su Feng the best, was puzzled at this moment. It's understandable if you practice pickpocketing skills to understand the criminal's mindset. Having advanced knowledge of psychology and interrogation techniques could be considered a personal hobby. But pondering how to make bombs every day is a bit dangerous. If one day he scolds Su Feng and he retaliates by throwing a bomb in the office out of anger, that would be quite interesting. The captain of the special police glanced at Tang Jianjun without saying a word. In his mind, if Su Feng ever decided not to be a police officer, even if he didn't gift him silver handcuffs, he would have to visit him every morning, noon, and night to ensure he wasn't up to anything dangerous. Such a versatile talent was truly terrifying. Song Qingyun's gaze also shifted to Tang Jianjun, but he wasn't thinking about capturing Su Feng, he was thinking about how to recruit him. In their criminal investigation unit, they liked officers who were brave, resourceful, knew when to advance and retreat, and didn't adhere strictly to rules and regulations. During investigations, these individuals were the best teammates. The leaders of the municipal bureau looked at Tang Jianjun and sighed repeatedly. Old Tang, you've really nurtured a good police officer. If one didn't know better, they'd think your West City Sub-Bureau is training criminals. Upon hearing the first sentence, a smile had already formed on Tang Jianjun's face. But when he heard the second sentence, the smile vanished abruptly. He silently cried out in his heart, "Unjust! Heaven and earth can bear witness." Su Feng's criminal skills had nothing to do with him, Tang Jianjun. He was just a diligent and conscientious old police officer who knew nothing about these criminal methods. Who knows where Su Feng learned these crooked ways from? As they discussed Su Feng's criminal abilities, the officers guarding the first floor suddenly heard a commotion coming from the staircase, furrowing their brows. Someone had tried to open that door just now, but it was clearly locked. Thinking of the message from Song Qingyun just now, the officers immediately turned towards the iron door, hands resting on their waists. Who goes there? Come out! The iron door creaked open, and out came an elderly man hunched over, holding a mop. Shivering at the sight of the police, he raised his hand to shield his face. Oh my! Officers, don't shoot! The officers instinctively told him to stop, mentally comparing the old man to the face Song Qingyun had sent them earlier. The result was obviously mismatched, two completely unrelated faces, different in stature and clothing. The officer breathed a sigh of relief, awkwardly smiled, then stepped aside. Sorry about that, mistook you for someone else. It's dangerous here, you should evacuate quickly. Seeing the other party let down their guard, Lao Qin continued his disguise, bowing repeatedly in thanks, shuffling past the officer with small steps. Meanwhile, the officer was preparing to go downstairs to check if there were still people lingering in the building. Just as the two passed each other, the old man suddenly struck, swiftly knocking the other unconscious with a hand chop. As he gently laid the person on the ground, he suddenly heard the sound of a walkie-talkie on the person. In the next moment, a violent sound of footsteps came from outside. Grass, how did they find out? When did they discover? Lao Qin spat fiercely, without time to think further, immediately turned and ran upstairs, heading straight for the outdoor observation deck of the mall. Just as Lao Qin's gaze shifted away from the surveillance screen, ready to leave the control room, Su Feng was quietly verifying his own speculation. While dismantling the bomb, he had carefully observed the woman, including the bench under her buttocks and the surrounding ground, but found no surveillance or recording devices. Su Feng's hands worked swiftly to dismantle, his mind racing, putting himself in the shoes of the bomber. If the other party was still in the building, besides witnessing the bomb explode firsthand, they must have another goal to achieve, something that must be completed. But there were no eavesdropping surveillance devices on site. If the other party wanted to know the latest movements of the bomb, they would need to find a place where they could see the scene. But here, Su Feng looked around. This wasn't the atrium of the mall, the surroundings were covered, the visibility was limited, and with police guarding the surrounding floors, the likelihood of the other party boldly lingering nearby was small. In that case, there was only one possibility. Su Feng looked at the camera in the corner of the ceiling, drawing a conclusion in his mind, discreetly informing the nearby team members and the command center outside. Indeed, after successfully dismantling the bomb, just as Su Feng was about to regroup with the personnel from the West City Sub-Bureau and prepare to go downstairs, the sound of running suddenly came from the stairwell on the other side of the corridor. Su Feng and Chen Chen exchanged glances, making a quick judgment. Chase. Command center. The anxious leaders waiting for results had just received a message from a layer of officers, discovering a policeman who had been knocked unconscious. And in the basement, they found a janitor stripped of clothes and two security guards, all elderly. Fortunately, they had only passed out, with no life-threatening injuries. The target is heading upstairs. Snipers, be prepared, await instructions at any time. Seal off all exits, do not let him escape. As the orders were relayed one by the overall commander on site, the special police reinforcements began to enter the mall in batches, heading straight for the outdoor platform. Across the mall, snipers were also rushing to advantageous positions. With the crowd already evacuated from the scene, the police had only a few seconds to completely seal off the entire building, setting up a tight cordon. The dragnet had been cast, and the other party was bound to be caught. So, at this moment, the city bureau leaders were in high spirits, and their address to Su Feng had changed. Lao Tang, your little Su not only defused the bomb this time, but also forced out the criminals, making a great contribution. Although Tang Jianjun had long since smiled crookedly, he still modestly waved his hand. This was what he had been waiting for, the leader's words. Su Feng had risked his life this time, heading straight to the front line to defuse the bomb, rescue hostages, and avert an explosion crisis. At the very least, he had earned a second-class merit. And finally, the criminals were successfully captured, and Su Feng also contributed to this. If it weren't for Su Feng sharing intelligence in time, the other party might have escaped. Anyone who dares to deny Su Feng's credit, Tang Jianjun will have a good talk with him. Su Feng's merit is equivalent to the merit of Shicheng. This time, they made a big splash in front of other systems. The feeling is just one word. Satisfying. Why are you laughing? The person hasn't been caught yet. Song Qingyun couldn't stand it, saying disdainfully, but deep down, he was envious. Thinking back to the group of idiots under his command a while ago, even 4 against 1 could let someone escape, which made him feel annoyed. If Su Feng has such strong abilities, he should come to our criminal police brigade. In their Shicheng, sigh. It's a pity. Song Qingyun casually sighed to the leader next to him. Tang Jianjun didn't care at all, still smiling at Song Qingyun. What's the use of saying this here? If you have the ability, go ask Su Feng if he's willing to go to your place. The leader saw the two of them bantering and smiling, then spoke with a smile. Alright, both of you calm down. Su Feng's credit is obvious to all, you don't need to emphasize it here. Let's celebrate after catching the person. Song Qingyun and Tang Jianjun heard this and also smiled, creating a relaxed atmosphere. However, the atmosphere on the rooftop of the shopping mall was completely different from that in the command center. Lao Qin had been forced to the corner of the rooftop, hiding behind the elevator equipment, surrounded by dense pipes and machinery. Listen up, you are already surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. The special police aimed their guns at his hiding spot, slowly moving forward. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot sounded from the front, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. The loud blast instantly made the atmosphere in the command center serious. They all stopped smiling, nervously looking up. The city bureau leader urgently shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Control the rhythm, don't provoke him. Don't escalate the situation, we must minimize the impact of this incident." Song Qingyun ran towards the shopping mall while speaking into the walkie-talkie. He has important information in his hands. If possible, it's best to capture him alive. On the rooftop, upon receiving the message from the ground, everyone looked at each other. Capturing him alive sounds easy. But he's holding a gun, so why don't you go? On a distant building, the sniper, upon hearing the instructions, placed his finger back on the trigger guard. Until the last moment, there was no need for him to act. Just as everyone was in a dilemma, the newly arrived captain of the special police called Su Feng over. "I am the captain of the special police, Chang Lin. We saw what happened just now, you did a great job. Song Qingyun wants to capture him alive. I looked around, and you seem to be the most capable with words. Do you have a way? If you don't, we won't negotiate with him and we'll take direct action." Su Feng pondered for a moment, recalling his skills, then suddenly had an idea and shouted ahead. "Listen up, do you dare to make a bet with me? If I win, you come out. If I lose, I'll let you go." Everyone looked at Su Feng in surprise. Changlin immediately gestured for them not to interfere with Su Feng. After a moment, a bold voice came from the other side. "Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll bet with you." At the moment when the other party accepted the bet, a strong sense of confidence suddenly arose in Su Feng's heart, and his whole demeanor changed. The king of silver-level con artists quietly activated. Gambling tests not only the luck of the gamblers but also the game between the two gamblers. To persuade Lao Qin to surrender, one must find his weak spot to strike the enemy. Activating his skill, Su Feng's mind was flooded with a series of thoughts. He shouted loudly ahead, "I bet you are not willing to let Chen Rui die in vain. I bet you don't want to continue living like a rat in the street. How can a real man live under others for long? Your abilities surpass Chen Rui's by far, but the police have only heard of him. Are you not resentful? The position of the big brother suits Chen Rui, but can't you live up to it? As long as you come out, we can talk about everything." Su Feng's rapid-fire speech made the nearby special police officers look at each other in confusion. They glanced at Chang Lin, who gestured for them not to interrupt. Even he couldn't understand what Su Feng was up to. Was this really an attempt to persuade surrender? It looked more like nominating their big brother as the leader of the organization. It had that vibe. Behind Su Feng, Song Qingyun, who had just arrived panting, also spoke directly. "I am the captain of the criminal police brigade, the person you are looking for is me. Surrender! We have surrounded this place, you can't escape." Su Feng focused intently ahead, gambling and observing Lao Qin's reaction. Behind the control room, Lao Qin's smile faded as soon as he heard Su Feng's first words. After a while, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a photo, gently brushing his finger over it. Under the sunlight, the three people in the photo were smiling brightly. "I haven't seen you grow up yet, of course, I don't want to die. Rui, I hope you won't break your promise." Putting the photo back, Lao Qin took a deep breath, threw the gun aside, and patted his back a few times. "I surrender." Seeing the gun thrown out, Song Qingyun, Chanlin, and the others brightened up. Lao Qin was immediately seized by the approaching special police officers as he stepped out, handcuffs snapping shut on his wrists. With everything settled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The special police officers cleared a path, escorting Lao Qin over. Su Feng stared at Lao Qin's face, feeling something was off. His expression didn't resemble that of a defeated man but more like someone holding a trump card, ready to play it at a crucial moment. It reminded Su Feng of his confident demeanor at the casino, exactly the same as now. Did he still have a trick up his sleeve? After a moment of thought, Su Feng walked a few steps forward, patted Lao Qin's shoulder without a word, circled around him, and ended up with something in his hand. Lowering his head, Su Feng revealed a mysterious smile. It seems I won the bet we just had, right? Looking at the young police officer who had ruined his plans, Lao Qin carefully assessed him. Then, he smiled strangely. You won. You were right earlier, how can a real man be content with obscurity? Remember my name, I am Qin Wei. Roaring out his name, Qin Wei's face twisted in a fierce expression as he lunged towards Song Qingyun, hands clenched tightly. Thump, he fell to the ground. Everyone was startled. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and nothing happened. The air became eerily quiet. Qin Wei's face paled. Damn, why no movement? In fact, Qin Wei had prepared for suicide before coming to the mall. Whether the operation succeeded or not, he absolutely could not fall into the hands of the police. If caught alive, his daughter would be in danger. But if he could take out the key figure who captured Chen Rui, even if he died, perhaps his daughter could still grow up safely under Chen Rui's care. So, he had already strapped explosives to himself, with a remote control in his pocket, just to have a few scapegoats at the last moment. He was also betting that Chen Rui would, in return for all the dirty work he had done for him over the years, keep his promise and take good care of his daughter. But now, his carefully prepared bomb had unexpectedly failed to detonate? Could the remote control be broken? No! Qin Wei clenched his hands a few times, but they were empty. Damn, where is my remote control? Before he could figure out where the remote control had gone, several special police officers pressed down on him, firmly holding him to the ground, opening his clothes to reveal a belt of explosives around his waist. Su Feng walked over, crouched down, and raised his right hand to him. Qin Wei, are you looking for this? Seeing what was in his hand, Qin Wei's expression was far more ferocious than when he was calling out names earlier, shouting hysterically. Impossible. I was holding it the whole time. How could it be in your hand? After Chang Lin, who was pressing on his back, thoroughly checked Qin Wei's body and confirmed there were no other dangers, he untied the bound explosives and handed them to the nearby special police, then personally helped Qin Wei stand up. Then, with a hint of admiration in his voice, he said in Qin Wei's ear, TSK, how is it impossible? He's the man who even the Southwest thief can't stop, aka the pirate king of the mountains and seas. If he wants to steal from you, wouldn't it be as easy as pie? Qin Wei looked at Su Feng in disbelief, feeling like either he was losing his mind or this cop was. Southwest thief? What Southwest thief? What the hell are you joking about? Wasn't he a bomb disposal expert? How did he become a thief again? Why is the police force recruiting all sorts of people now? Meanwhile, Su Feng opened his left hand, revealing a photo, and handed it to Song Qingyun. Seeing that Su Feng had actually stolen his most precious belongings, Qin Wei let out a furious and unwilling roar. Give me back the photo. Give it back to me. The special police on both sides exerted more force, firmly suppressing the hysterical Qin Wei and taking him away. 5 minutes later, everyone evacuated the building, and the scene began to be cleaned up. Qin Wei was also taken to a car and temporarily sent to the detention center for interrogation. Su Feng arrived at the command center, standing straight, and saluted the leaders. After some pleasantries, the personnel dispersed, and Su Feng followed the team from the West City Sub-Bureau back to the office. On the way back, Su Feng's mind once again heard the voice of the system, so he closed his eyes and began to doze off. He was secretly looking forward to the changes in his skills this time. Ding! Host successfully dismantled the bomb in the mall, captured one criminal, reward being distributed. Reward distribution completed, explosives expert upgraded to silver level, greatly enhanced effectiveness. Explosives expert, silver level now, you can accurately assess the strength of a bomb and the amount of explosives needed to destroy any object. After absorbing all the new information in his mind, Su Feng carefully examined the front windshield of the police car, and several sets of numbers subconsciously popped into his mind. They were the weights of different explosives needed to shatter the glass. Hiss. This upgrade feels quite brutal, huh? But at least it broadens the path. With this ability, it was as if every object had a health bar in his eyes. As long as it could be destroyed, it was just a matter of how many bombs. Whether it was an impenetrable defense, a trap, as long as he took a glance, he would know how much explosives it would take to destroy it, without affecting even a centimeter beyond. In other words, even if he were to go mining now, he could still become a senior technical consultant. Or if he were to guide underground archaeological excavations, he could maximize the protection of ancient relics and artifacts. As the saying goes, one's skills do not go to waste. Su Feng is now thriving in both good and evil paths, whether in the underworld or in the light, he can excel wherever he goes. Before long, everyone returned to the West City Sub-Bureau. Along with them was Song Qing-yun from the Criminal Police Brigade. As soon as Tang Jianjun returned to the office, he couldn't contain the smile on his face and called Su Feng and the others to his office. Director Tang. Su Feng saluted, waiting for Tang Jianjun to speak. Su Feng, you did a great job this time. Tang Jianjun disregarded Song Qingyun's disdainful gaze, eagerly expressing his satisfaction. This time, being able to dismantle the bomb without any casualties, you are definitely the one who deserves the most credit. The leader on site already said that he would personally help you claim credit, haha. Looking at Su Feng, who was calm and composed, Tang Jianjun's eyes were filled with contentment. Su Feng had only been in the job for a few days, yet he had already achieved what others had worked for years to accomplish. Without a doubt, he could extract more clues about Chen Rui from Qinwei, and then Su Feng would have another achievement. Even in such circumstances, he could maintain his composure and calmness, not being arrogant or impatient. Tang Jianjun glanced at Song Qingyun beside him, his smug expression unmistakable. Song Qingyun had no time to pay attention to him, he had come this time to borrow someone. This time, I need to borrow Su Feng. Chen Shen sat next to Song Qingyun, understanding the situation. What, do you want to hand over Qin Wei to this kid for interrogation? Exactly. Song Qingyun nodded. This guy dared to strap a bomb to himself, willing to sacrifice his life. He definitely won't be intimidated by our conventional interrogation methods. And that last move by Su Feng probably left a lasting impression on him. He should have some psychological shadow. I think there's a chance if Su Feng interrogates him. Su Feng remained non-committal, turning to Tang Jianjun. As a newcomer, he would go wherever needed without any objections, following the orders of his superiors. Tang Jianjun wouldn't miss such a great opportunity for merit, immediately stating that Su Feng would accompany Song Qingyun for the next few days to work on Chen Rui's case, aiming to make progress soon and clear the shadows over Shanghai City. Of course, they also needed to earn another merit for the West City. While the office was filled with laughter and joy, in an old residential building, a woman who had survived a hostage situation had returned home. Her name was Xiaomei, and she lived here with her boyfriend. They had argued earlier, so she had gone alone to the nearby mall to calm down, only to be taken hostage by Qin Wei. She was now sitting on the bed, hands gripping the sheets, body desperately leaning back, looking at her boyfriend in fear, more terrified than when facing the bomb. Her boyfriend, Sun Xing, now had a dazed look in his eyes, pointing at a video on his phone and speaking to Xiaomei. Feeling tough now, huh? You can't take a few words of criticism, and you even went to flirt with the police, right? Why weren't you blown up by the bomb? Sun Xing harshly slapped Xiaomei's face with his phone, then grabbed an empty bottle from the table, raising it to strike. Suddenly stumbling, his legs gave way, and he took a few steps back before falling to the ground. I'll spare you today. Hurry up and make me dinner. Xiaomei wiped away the tears of fear on her face, silently walked to the kitchen, and took out a kitchen knife. Having just experienced kidnapping and a bomb threat, she returned home to a boyfriend who not only showed no concern but also verbally abused her, treating her like a servant. How much longer could she endure such days? She couldn't take it anymore. She picked up the kitchen knife. Thud, thud, thud. With a swift motion, one blade followed another. The hard bone snapped. Xiaomei silently shed tears, letting out her emotions freely. Keep it down, you're so noisy. Sun Xing's impatient voice came from the living room. Xiaomei wiped her tears and rinsed the chopped ribs in a basin. Sun Xing was introduced to Xiaomei by her father. Since they got together, her father quickly found a decent job through Sun Xing's connections, and her younger brother could afford to go to college. She had thought about breaking up, but soon her father would take a train to Shanghai City to persuade her, and her mother would call her every day. What scared her the most was Sun Xing. No matter where she ran, he always managed to track her down, like a lingering ghost. There was no escape, and with time, she resigned herself to it. At that moment, Sun Xing in the living room peeked into the kitchen, groggily pulled out a sealed bag from his pocket, filled with white powder. The next day, several police officers arrived at the room across from Xiaomei's, with Su Feng among them. Since Song Qingyun decided to let Qin Wei cool off first, Su Feng was not asked to help for the time being. So today, he was dealing with an unexpected police situation with his colleagues and happened to come over after receiving the report. Officers, please persuade my mom. She insists on transferring all the money in her account to scammers, saying they will help them make money. She has already transferred nearly 100,000 yuan in the past few days. In the room, a man in his 30s was anxiously seeking help from the police. Behind him, his mother watched the police warily, arguing against her son. Who says they are scammers? They can really help people make money. Look at this group. Many have made money. The old lady opened the group chat, proudly showing everyone. You've invested 10,000 yuan, have you made a penny? The old man hesitated for a moment, then became impatient. You know nothing. Little Fei told us a few days ago while dancing that the project has just started and needs some time to operate. The more I invest now, the more I'll make in the future. Besides, look, all these groceries were given by them. How can you call them scammers? Dancing? Little Fei? Several police officers frowned. Su Feng bent down and said kindly, Auntie, where do you usually dance? I also want to make money. Auntie, can you take me with you? The aunt remained cautious towards Su Feng. What are you up to? Don't delay us from making money. Su Feng smiled faintly, skillfully dispelling the other party's doubts and successfully extracting information about Little Fei. People's Park? Su Feng recalled. Wasn't that the place where they bought water and rested with Yuan a few days ago? Wow, they were scamming right next to the police. These people were really bold. Weren't they afraid of being reported? Su Feng then asked for some more details and learned that Little Fei had informed the group that she would go to the park on Saturday afternoon to distribute special gifts to everyone. After Su Feng's earnest persuasion, the old lady finally gave up on sending money today. Alright, we'll go together on Saturday, and I'll say you introduced me. All the money I invest then will be counted under your name. Su Feng gave some final instructions, then left with his colleagues. The old lady was overjoyed and wanted to come out to see off this godsend. Su Feng waved to indicate she should stay, then turned and left. As he reached the stairs, Su Feng's peripheral vision caught a woman behind the window of the adjacent room looking at him. Ha! She looked familiar. Unable to see clearly, he took another look. When he stopped and turned back to look, a man suddenly appeared behind the window and pulled her away. With a quick glance, Su Feng finally remembered. Isn't that the girl who was holding a bomb in the mall, and isn't the person next to her boyfriend? Their expressions seem off. Oh well, I'll probably have to come back tomorrow to confirm the old man's situation. I'll talk to her about psychological counseling when I come back, as it's common for people to be left with psychological shadows after sudden events like bomb attacks or kidnappings. It's important to address these issues properly. According to the procedure, there should be someone to help her with her psychological problems. Su Feng thought about it and decided to ask when he got back to the office, so he followed his colleagues downstairs and left the residential area. After they left, Xiaomei was once again beaten by Sun Xing, covered in bruises. Sun Xing, exhausted, slumped to the side. Xiaomei noticed a bag with white powder residue nearby, trembling as she picked up a bottle of just opened alcohol and carefully handed it to Sun Xing. After chugging the bottle, Sun Xing started convulsing, only calming down after a few minutes. Xiaomei huddled in the corner, disappointment evident in her eyes. This isn't enough, have some more. In the afternoon, Su Feng and his colleagues circled around the People's Park, but at the location provided by the auntie, they only saw a group of elderly people chatting in the sun, without any trace of scammers. It seems they'll have to wait for tomorrow's gathering. Today, they should retreat. Back at the office, Shen Shen and others were talking to some new faces. When Shen Shen saw Su Feng, he called him over. Xiao Su, let me introduce you. These are the members from the Provincial Anti-Drug Brigade who came to understand the situation. This is Su Guangfa, the captain of the 2nd Squadron. Let me introduce you, this is Su Feng, a newcomer who recently joined our West City Sub-Bureau. Su Guangfa was tall and imposing, not one to smile easily. He just nodded slightly upon hearing the introduction, showing little interest in Su Feng, while the others beside him didn't even glance at Su Feng, their eyes fixed on Shen Shen. Su Guangfa, holding his bag, solemnly said, the situation is this, based on the clues we have, this group of drug traffickers has likely infiltrated Shanghai City, hiding in unseen corners to spread drugs, posing a threat to the entire city. So the province sent us here, hoping that everyone can fully cooperate with our work. Alright, we'll take our leave now. We have to go to the South City, so we'll be on our way. After saying that, they waved and left. Once they were gone, whispers filled the office, curiosity piqued about this drug case. Anything related to drugs has always been a national focus. The appearance of drugs in Shanghai City this time, and the fact that even the province sent people, indicated that the situation was serious, and the city leaders were likely paying special attention. Chen Shen tapped the file in his hand and said to everyone, this case is even bigger than you imagine. It likely involves a drug trafficking group of over 100 people. The province has some leads, but they haven't been able to make progress. Besides this batch from the Anti-Drug Brigade, even the Provincial Narcotics Brigade has come to our city to take action. This is quite a lineup. Chen Shen clicked his tongue and handed the file to Su Feng. This is Qin Wei's basic information, take a look. Song Qing Yun is planning to send you over. The most important points are the whereabouts of the dirty money in Shanrui. Take a quick look and see if you have any ideas. Su Feng took the file, quickly scanned through it, furrowing his brows at a few pages and pulling them out separately. In the detention center, after Su Feng arrived, he took out the pages he had kept aside and asked Song Qingyun, "Does Qin Wei regularly visit Chen Rui's mother in the village?" The old house was clearly renovated into a large bungalow, with no worries about food and clothing, yet they deliberately left the pigsty intact. And they even lined up several rows of pickled vegetable jars inside the house? What, are they planning to export to Korea? Song Qingyun chuckled at Su Feng's question. I've asked the same question. It's strange, whenever Chen Rui's mother is mentioned, Qin Wei suddenly becomes talkative. According to him, the old lady worked hard all her life. Even though she had no worries about food and clothing, she still wanted to find something to do for herself. And those pickled vegetables, they were Chen Rui's favorite when he was a child. Every time, Qin Wei would take a bunch of pickled vegetables to bring back to Chen Rui. Su Feng fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Before interrogating Qin Wei, can you take me to Chen Rui's hometown to have a look? It's best to bring Qin Wei along too. After pondering for a moment, Song Qingyun agreed to Su Feng's request. Soon, they arrived in the small mountain village in 2 cars. When the villagers saw the police coming, they immediately realized that the police were there to investigate Chen Rui's case at Old Chen's house. Comrades, what did Chen Rui do? Just tell us. Maybe we can help. Several elderly villagers approached when the cars stopped, trying to gather information. Sorry, no comment. The group rejected the villagers and took Qin Wei directly into the yard. Although they didn't reveal any information, they recognized Qin Wei, especially the handcuffs on his hands, which looked intimidating. Several elderly people who had never been outside before took a few steps back upon seeing the handcuffs for the first time. Oh my, why is this young man being escorted? Did he commit murder? What? The police are coming to our village to arrest a murderer? Have you heard? There's been a death at Old Chen's house. Soon, news of a death at Old Chen's house spread throughout the village. Ruegu, the police are in the yard, and Qin Wei is there too. At this moment, in the dim and noisy KTV private room, Chen Rui glanced at the message on his phone. Suppressing his anger, he placed the phone on the sofa. After a few seconds, he suddenly turned into a master of desktop cleaning, sweeping all the drinks and fruit plates on the table to the floor, startling the hostesses sitting beside him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Rui picked up his phone and sent a voice message. Keep an eye on things for me, notify me immediately if there's any news. Su Feng walked around the yard, focusing her gaze on the walls, pillars, courtyard walls, and gate of the house, all displaying a numerical value, the newly added ability of the silver explosives expert. The explosive index is a measure the system uses to assess the strength of an object, indicating how much explosive power it can withstand. Standing in the middle of the yard, Su Feng scanned the entire area as if with a laser. After looking around, there were hardly any unusual values, all within normal ranges. Then, she approached the pigsty that had always felt strange to her and activated her ability. 105, 110, 106, 35, 31, 33, 12, 68, 108, 110. Ha! Su Feng's gaze focused on the ground at the center of the pigsty. The explosive index here was drastically different from the adjacent locations, showing a cliff-like drop. If the adjacent locations required C4 explosives to blast open, this spot would only need the power of a few grenades to handle. Seeing Su Feng still staring at the pigsty, Song Qingyun smiled faintly. You suspect the pigsty, don't you? Ha, we had suspicions before too, even helped her mother clean the pigsty, but found nothing. The ground is all concrete, and there's no difference when knocked on. Qin Wei's words should be true. Chen Rui built this pigsty just to give his old mother something to do. Qin Wei beside them snorted coldly, but his expression was somewhat unnatural. Su Feng shook her head, still staring intently at the ground. There seems to be nothing wrong on the surface, but there might be some hidden secrets underneath. Do we have an axe, hammer, or shovel? I want to give it a try. Hearing that Su Feng wanted tools, it seemed like she wouldn't give up until she dug a hole. Qin Wei's expression immediately tensed up. He swallowed hard, but quickly concealed it. However, Su Feng kept a close eye on his expression. Seeing his reaction only strengthened her own judgment. Song Qingyun furrowed his brow, feeling it was inappropriate to dig in the yard, but eventually agreed with Su Feng's idea. They found a few tools nearby and started chiseling away. Apart from a few guards watching Qin Wei, several other police officers from the team and Su Feng took turns wielding hammers and axes to dig, spending more than 20 minutes at it. While others were already sweating profusely, Su Feng was still full of energy. Su Feng, your stamina is incredible. Yeah, I'm done for, my arms are about to fall off. Su Feng, is there really something down there? Don't trick us, this is exhausting. Several older police officers than Su Feng sat directly on the ground, panting heavily, moving their shoulders and arms. Song Qingyun gave them a stern look, always complaining about being tired. Look at Su Feng, not only sharp-minded but also stronger than you guys. Oh, you're really giving me a headache. Su Feng wiped the sweat off her forehead, silently complaining. If it weren't for the inconvenience, she would have blown it up with a bomb long ago. Now, chiseling away bit by bit was getting troublesome. If it weren't for her enhanced physique from the elevator war god, she would have been exhausted by now. However, as she hammered away, she kept an eye on Qinwei's expression. Since they started digging, she had been closely monitoring the situation, and there was definitely something down there. After a break, they all joined in digging again. Before long, they finally pried open a large gap in the cement layer. Beneath the cement floor, there was indeed a hollow space. It was hard to imagine how much time Chen Rui and his group spent digging this hole initially. Seeing the results, everyone felt rejuvenated and could dig for another hour. Since they confirmed there was something there, they didn't need to keep working. Song Qingyun called for support, bringing in professionals with tools to dismantle and excavate. Su Feng finished up one area and swiftly entered the house to scan again. Soon, she found several anomalies. Although it was impolite to smash an elderly person's house, they had to overlook that for the sake of solving the case. Bang! With a few strikes, the wall crumbled, revealing a safe inside. Su Feng pointed out a few more spots, and with each strike, they hit the mark. Qinwei followed Su Feng, watching him point and strike, uncovering all the hidden safes in the house. Not only him, even the police officers from the team had their perception of him refreshed. Su Feng, do you have a sixth sense? You don't even need to listen, you just know where the problem is? Truly amazing. How did you figure it out? After circling the house, they moved all the safes out and placed them together. They all stepped back in unison, looking at Qinwei. Qinwei immediately understood their intention, his expression turning nonchalant. I don't know the safe's password. If you want to open it, you'll have to do it yourselves. Ha ha. Ha, why are they laughing? Contrary to his expectations, not a single person asked him for the safe code. Instead, they covered their mouths and burst into laughter one by one. What does this mean? Don't want to open the safe anymore? Sorry, excuse me. Su Feng pushed him aside, walked out from behind him, and squatted in front of the safe. Click. Qinwei widened his eyes, looking incredulously at Su Feng's back and the safes that had been opened next to her. Damn, Rouge must have been deceived. Didn't the seller say the safe was of the highest anti-theft level? Why is it different from what was promised? Seeing the shock on his face, Song Qingyun clicked his tongue twice. I've told you before, One Piece, he can open locks faster than a thief. Just a safe, and you think it can stump him? Tisk, lack of insight. While they were joking around, outside the courtyard, several young people were playing and chasing each other, with a man mingling among them, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the yard, fiddling with his phone. The police are breaking in. 5 simple words, but they drove Chen Rui completely mad. Get out! All of you, get out! With a roar, several beautiful women nearby were scared out of their wits and scurried away. Only Chen Rui and his henchmen were left in the room. Chen Rui sat on the sofa, silent. Seeing this, his henchman approached to flatter him. Damn it, Qinwei is a two-faced bastard. Just got caught by the police and eager to make a name for himself, handing all the boss's money over to the police. He's really despicable. Chen Rui, burning with anger, kicked him in the butt, making the henchman fall flat on his face. Just as he was about to vent his anger further, the door to the private room suddenly opened. A man with sunglasses, exuding a flamboyant air, swaggered in. He sat directly next to Chen Rui, lowered his sunglasses, and asked Chen Rui, Mr. Chen, why so angry? What's the matter? Relax, take a look at the goods I brought today, they're top-notch. Seeing the newcomer, Chen Rui forced a smile, looking even more pitiful than if he were crying. Tiangu, I've heard so much about you. The flamboyant man was named Hong Tian, from Hong Kong Island. Besides a group of henchmen, he had 2 equally flamboyant bodyguards by his side. One was burly, wearing golden glasses, looking very arrogant, even a bit crazy, causing Chen Rui's men to involuntarily keep their distance. The other was leaner, with sharp eyes, dressed in a racing suit, standing silently to the side. Hong Tian embraced Chen Rui and introduced him to the henchmen standing nearby. Call him Rouge. Rouge. The two groups greeted each other and began discussing business matters. Hong Tian and his men were here to trade with Chen Rui, as the drugs flowing into Shanghai City recently were from their hands. Hong's old man, Hong Rishing, was preparing to participate in the Gambling King competition. Several brothers in the family wanted to get involved and were preparing funds. Therefore, he set his sights on Shanghai City, wanting to use his resources to make a profit there. By chance, he met Chen Rui, and the two hit it off. Mr. Chen, take a look at our goods, they're powerful. Initially, Chen Rui had some reservations about this collaboration. He had recently been targeted by the police, and the company had to scale back to avoid drawing attention. However, these people clung to him like maggots on bones, digging up even the tens of millions buried in his hometown. For him, it was like being caught between a rock and a hard place. The company's income was decreasing, his hometown had been stolen by Su Feng and the others, so Chen Rui decided to take a gamble. Chen Rui smiled and chatted with Hong Tian as if they were longtime buddies, while secretly planning how to divert the attention of the authorities away from this group. If they really end up in a desperate situation, they could also sell them to the police, perhaps to get a chance at survival. Especially the chief of the criminal investigation team from his hometown and the genius police officer Su Feng. It would be best to have them confront the forces on Hong Kong Island, so he could reap the benefits. The two chatted for a long time, until late at night. As they were leaving, Hong Tian took off his sunglasses, gestured towards the girl next to Chen Rui, with a lewd smile on his face. Mr. Chen has tasted. The girl panicked, quickly lowered her head, afraid to look at him. Hong Tian chuckled, waved to Chen Rui, and walked out of the room. Behind him, the guard with a crazy look also gave the girl a fierce glare, then swaggered out. Chen Rui watched their backs, squinted his eyes, his smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold and stern expression. He patted the girl next to him on the shoulder. Tong Tong, don't be afraid. The girl named Tong Tong raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Uncle Chun, can you help my dad? In a small mountain village, the Chen family courtyard. With the help of professionals, Chen Rui and others quickly turned the deep pit they dug upside down, uncovering millions of stolen money. Song Qingyun arranged for Chen Rui's mother to be taken care of, then had Qinwei escorted back to the car. He walked to the front of the car, looking at a suspicious man in the distance. Su Feng walked over and looked in the same direction. Caught a fish? Caught a big one. Su Feng smiled slightly at Song Qingyun's response. Several police officers nearby looked at the two inexplicably, not understanding what they were talking about. Boss, what are you looking at? We've walked this road several times, there's nothing to see. Yeah, I don't see any beauties ahead either. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyun became furious, turned around and slapped each of them, slapping their hats onto their faces. You two idiots, I don't know what to say to you. If you were half as smart as Su Feng, I wouldn't have to worry so much and could live a few more years. After speaking, Song Qingyun turned to Su Feng. I'll have a few people keep an eye on him. But, Song Qingyun suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his hands together, and said in a very subtle voice. But, how did you figure out he was suspicious just now? The two police officers next to him had just fixed their hats and suddenly realized that their boss was pretending too. So you don't understand either? Then why criticize us? Song Qingyun grunted, staring the two into silence, then looked expectantly at Su Feng. Su Feng smiled and walked a short distance ahead, took a handful of melon seeds from a group of elderly ladies, and handed them to Song Qingyun. Old Song, if you were sitting among these aunties, what would you do? Song Qingyun looked over and said with a frown. Crack melon seeds, chat, play cards? The police officer beside him also chimed in. I get it. You could also randomly pick someone and ruin their reputation. Su Feng nodded, pointing to the dashcam. Since we arrived in the village, these aunties have been watching us, pointing and whispering. That man, he was sitting among the aunties just now, not talking, not cracking seeds, holding a phone, staring at us intently, typing something when he had nothing to do. You can go back and check the video, it's obvious. Song Qingyun suddenly realized. He had been too preoccupied with the Chen family's affairs to notice the villagers' movements. But Su Feng was so attentive, not only could she see through the tricks in the pigsty and the wall, but she could also clearly understand the surroundings in the short time they had been there. She immediately spotted this out-of-place man. She was truly cut out to be a detective, when a small police officer is simply a waste of talent. No, I must find a way to get Su Feng transferred to the criminal police team. On the way back, Song Qingyun chatted with Su Feng all the way, from elementary school to police academy, from daily habits to partner selection criteria. Su Feng secretly thought to herself, could it be that they want to set me up on a blind date? It's not easy to refuse. After returning, Su Feng went to the residential area where Xiaomei lived again, knocked on the door to confirm the situation of the elderly neighbor, and only felt relieved after confirming that there was no more money transfer. Moreover, she found out that in the business group where the old man was, someone named Xiao Fei suddenly announced the cancellation of the Saturday gathering, with the specific time to be notified later. Su Feng felt a bit uneasy. Strange, why did they suddenly cancel the event at this time? Could it be that they have sensed the police action and started to protect themselves? This is going to be difficult. Su Feng furrowed her brows and walked to the adjacent room, lightly knocking on the door. After a few knocks and no response from inside the room, Su Feng had to leave first. In the following days, she didn't receive any messages from Song Qingyun. It was only after asking Chen Shen that she found out there was a major operation in the province recently, causing all cases to be put on hold to prioritize this big issue. Meanwhile, in the large conference room of the city's Public Security Bureau, it was already filled with people, bustling with activity. The directors of various police stations in Shanghai City were all gathered, including Tang Jianjun, Wu Guoliang, as well as Chang Lin from the Special Police Brigade and Song Qingyun from the Criminal Police Brigade, all present. In front of everyone, the head of the city bureau, Liang Yue, and another leader who appeared at the explosion site, Ma Jian, sat in the front row. On the other side, there were also several people sent by the provincial department. It was Su Guangfa and colleagues from the anti-drug brigade, as well as some colleagues from the narcotics control team. With everyone present, Liang Yue began to speak. The reason for urgently calling everyone here this time is mainly for a few things. The first thing to mention, I'm sure everyone has been looking forward to. With that, Liang Yue clicked the mouse, and a series of tables appeared on the big screen. The resource requests you submitted have all been approved, including police cars, motorcycles, computers, and various other miscellaneous items, all listed here. The group of directors below were eager to move. If it weren't for the presence of the provincial officials, they would have started arguing long ago. This time of year was always when resources were allocated from above, including funds and various consumables. Generally, the allocations had already been made according to the merits of each sub-bureau. But this time, coinciding with a major case, the distribution of resources was likely to have some variables. Indeed, Liang Yue glanced at the group of middle-aged and elderly people below with eager eyes, revealing a hint of satisfaction. However, this year's distribution of supplies has some changes, which brings us to the second thing we need to discuss today. As you can see, these comrades next to me are sent by the provincial department. This time, there is a drug trafficking case involving our Shanghai city. Drug trafficking? Upon hearing these two words, the previously somewhat chaotic crowd instantly straightened up, their expressions becoming solemn. If it were on a normal day, they could argue all afternoon just about resource allocation, but in the face of such a case, even with more resources, they had to take a step back. Drug trafficking was no small matter. The strict control and strong crackdown on drugs in Xia country were known worldwide. Even foreign netizens knew that in this mysterious eastern country, dealing with drugs meant a dead end. 50 grams meant 3 years, 100 grams meant 7 years, and just 1 kilogram was enough for a death sentence. And these were standards from a long time ago. With new types of drugs, having over 50 grams could easily lead to a death penalty. Therefore, those who dared to produce and traffic drugs in Xia country were all desperate characters, never willing to surrender but always ready to resist to the end. Whether it was a highway chase or a mountain search, it was all part of the normal process in handling drug cases. The appearance of a drug trafficking case this time meant that casualties were inevitable for the public security forces in Shanghai City. Therefore, there was not a hint of a smile on anyone's face. Although they were prepared for sacrifices when they became police officers, no one wanted to see their subordinates die. Liang Yue paused for a moment and said, regarding the case, let's have our colleagues from the anti-drug brigade introduce it. Su Guangfa's face turned serious. According to the information we have, the source of these drugs is from Hong Kong Island, and the core team should be from the Hongmen gang on Hong Kong Island, with no connection to local forces in our province. It is still unclear why they chose Shanghai City as the location for drug trafficking, but what we can confirm is that a large quantity of drugs is currently hidden in Shanghai City, and they have already started selling. With these words, everyone started whispering to each other, unable to hold back their discussions. The family factions on Hong Kong Island were complex, with numerous associations and powerful forces, among which the Hongmen was one of the strongest. No matter the reason for coming to Shanghai City, it was not a good sign. Even Tang Jianjun restrained his smug smile. He thought the meeting would start with this year's work summary, resource allocation, and then other matters. He was prepared to showcase Su Feng's achievements at the meeting to boost West City's reputation. He had been practicing targeting Chen Chen in his office for a long time, all for today. Unexpectedly, Director Liang hit the nail on the head right away. After a few words, no one below had the intention to compete for resources, they were all silently analyzing the situation. If things went as expected, a citywide search would begin in the next few days. Otherwise, if a large amount of drugs continued to spread in Shanghai City's underground market, it would undoubtedly have a terrible impact. The efforts of the entire city's public security system for a whole year, even several years, would be in vain because of these drugs. Shanghai City would once again become chaotic. Someone raised a question, Director Liang, comrades from the provincial department, Can we determine how this drug trafficking group entered Shanghai City? Without any leads, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Also, regarding the drugs that have already been sold, have we tracked where they are going? Liang Guangfa shared more intelligence he had gathered with everyone. After speaking, Ma Jiang sitting next to Director Liang took over and said, everyone should be aware of the recent bomb incident, which involved a female civilian being held hostage. Yesterday, she reported to the police that her boyfriend, Sun Xing, was using drugs. When the police arrived, they found that her boyfriend was already dead. The cause of death is still under investigation, but based on the scene, it is likely due to a combination of alcohol and drug consumption. We have investigated Sun Xing's personal relationships and daily activities, and we will soon have results. And Ma Jiang paused suddenly and looked at Liang Guangfa. Seeing this, Liang Guangfa took over directly. In fact, we have some leads already, but we need more accurate intelligence. Therefore, after discussing with Director Liang, we have decided to select a police officer to go undercover and infiltrate the drug trafficking group. Undercover? The directors below were all surprised, then their expressions turned serious. Being an undercover agent was not something to be taken lightly. Those who could become one either came directly from the police academy for this purpose or had a questionable background. Otherwise, just passing the identity check would be extremely difficult. In addition to having to be with criminals every day, there is a high demand for the undercover agent's ability to adapt on the fly. Any slight mistake could lead to exposure. Is this temporary undercover plan really reliable? Below, Wu Guoliang nudged Tang Jianjun next to him, raising an eyebrow. Don't you have Su Feng? Such a great opportunity to make a name for yourself, don't you have any ideas? Tang Jianjun was taken aback, then immediately reacted, instinctively speaking loudly. You want Su Feng to go undercover? No way. He's been on live broadcasts, do you want him to get killed? Tang Jianjun's voice echoed in the meeting room. Wu Guoliang just wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect Tang Jianjun's reaction to be so strong, so he could only smile awkwardly. After others learned about Su Feng's situation, they all nodded in agreement with Tang Jianjun. Police officers who have shown their faces in public places can never go undercover. Only Song Qingyun rubbed his beard. He suddenly remembered the two completely different faces Qin Wei had shown in the surveillance footage, and said thoughtfully, the current Su Feng is definitely not suitable. But if we can change his face, would that work? Tang Jianjun looked at him as if he had seen a madman, stood up directly, and pointed at Song Qingyun. Song Qingyun, have you lost your mind? You want Su Feng to undergo plastic surgery? Song Qingyun? Are you crazy? I mean facial reconstruction, facial reconstruction. With one sentence, Song Qingyun made Tang Jianjun burst into laughter. Facial reconstruction? Have you read too many martial arts novels? Facial reconstruction technique, find someone who can do it, and I'll bow to you. Song Qingyun also smiled awkwardly and didn't bring it up again. But he had already made up his mind. He would go to the detention center later to see Qin Wei, just in case. Apart from Tang Jianjun and a few others, everyone else was discussing enthusiastically. It was indeed difficult to select an undercover agent in such a hurry. When the discussion was almost over, Liang Yuwei cleared his throat, tapped the table, and said, tomorrow, you will submit your recommended candidates, and the day after tomorrow, there will be a unified assessment. As for the assessment content, it's confidential. Meeting adjourned. Back at the West City Sub-Bureau, Tang Jianjun immediately informed everyone of this news. As soon as Chen Chen mentioned it upon returning to the office, the atmosphere in the room instantly became lively. A group of people started chatting, especially Xiao Lu, who had become a die-hard fan of Su Feng and was passionately recommending him. When it comes to undercover work, it has to be me, Brother Chen. Good at brainwashing, good at stealing, great at fighting, and can even produce a bomb at a critical moment. Which gang leader wouldn't want such a badass underling? Chen Chen smiled helplessly, about to tell him to be quiet, but to his surprise, all his colleagues around him agreed with Xiao Lu. Indeed, only Su Feng is suitable for this undercover mission. But being too badass isn't good either. What if he ends up becoming the boss while undercover? Seeing this, Su Feng could only smile wryly. Ever since he solved several cases in a row some time ago, these people knew how capable he was, and they would come to him for help with any big or small matters. He had mediated several neighborhood disputes, unlocked several doors, and whenever others wanted to get the cheapest package deal, they would all hand their phones to him, and the salespeople on the other end would be left speechless in no time. Since he joined the bureau, the efficiency of solving cases had greatly improved, and they hadn't worked overtime in a long time. Their family lives had become more harmonious, and many married brothers were genuinely grateful to Su Feng. They all wanted to introduce him to someone, which was why Su Feng thought that when he heard Song Qingyun's concern, he was going to introduce someone to him as well. Chen Chen was stunned by the scene before him. Wow, now Su Feng is your team leader, huh? Alright, then I'll take my leave. Chen Chen and the others made a joke, and everyone expressed that Chen Chen would always be their good captain. However, Chen Chen's expression changed, and he shook his head. Su Feng's abilities are indeed unquestionable, but the most critical issue is that he has shown his face in public, which poses a high risk of exposure. The other party not only has influence in Hong Kong Island but also has connections with the local underworld. They have likely seen Su Feng's face, which is too dangerous. If it were true as Song Qingyun said, it would be great if he could change his appearance. Su Feng smiled slightly, a thought forming in his mind. 5 hours later, Su Feng lay on the bed at home. Ding! Host watched The Art of War, triggering an extraordinary comprehension, gaining the ability master of 1,000 faces. One person, 1,000 faces, each different, no one knows which face is the real you. The most powerful face-changing technique in history, guaranteed to change even your mother wouldn't recognize, just don't let the entertainment industry know. Su Feng reached up and touched his face, got up from the bed, and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Oh my god, this is incredible. Now I don't have to worry about cameras wherever I go. Su Feng admired the elderly face he had just acquired in the mirror, marveling. In the afternoon, he had already learned some knowledge. In fact, similar things like human skin masks had developed relatively maturely worldwide. Especially in the film and television industry, there were various full-face masks and detachable masks used for special effects makeup in film and television production. In Xia country, they had been researching this modern disguise technique called plastic makeup for decades, which was different from cosmetic surgery and completely different from ordinary makeup. However, both methods had an unsolvable drawback. They required a lot of time to make a fixed mask, couldn't be changed at will, and required a large amount of materials in advance, unable to adapt on the fly. But now, the master of 1,000 faces he comprehended was completely different. Even without relying on any external objects, he could change his facial features by controlling facial muscles and bones, reconstructing the structure of the face, making the person's appearance completely new. Even the closest people wouldn't recognize him, at most feeling some resemblance. If he had some handy props, like water-soluble putty, he could completely transform into another person's appearance, and it would only take a few minutes. With this ability, there was no need to worry about exposure. Even colleagues who worked with him every day wouldn't be able to recognize him, let alone the criminals who had only seen him in live broadcasts. The next day, Song Qingyun hurried to Xicheng early in the morning and dragged Su Feng to the detention center. Arriving at the detention center, they entered Qin Wei's interrogation room. Song Qingyun got straight to the point. Qin Wei, we're not here today to talk about Chen Rui. Where did you learn that face-changing technique you did before? Face-changing? What face-changing? Qin Wei was stunned for a moment, then understood what the other party was talking about after a while. Come on, officer, is it illegal for me to do makeup? You guys are too broad in your control. Song Qingyun slammed the table. Stop talking nonsense, confess honestly. Qin Wei changed his posture and said smugly. I used to be a makeup artist, specializing in special effects makeup. I used to do makeup for those celebrities a lot when I was working. Satisfied? Oh, a makeup artist? Su Feng suddenly remembered the entertainment gossip he had read before and asked. So, do you like men or women? Qin Wei was taken aback, then angrily cursed. I fucking like women. You're the damn homosexual. Your whole family is homosexual. Su Feng calmly recorded Qin Wei's words, glanced up, and said, I asked you if you prefer doing makeup for men or for women. Why are you so worked up? Tisk tsk, you have issues. Song Qingyun was also at a loss for words, never expected this side of Su Feng. Unable to laugh or cry, he quickly slammed the table and stared at Qin Wei with widened eyes. I'm asking you, if you were to teach Su Feng makeup now, how much of your skill level could he learn in a day? Qin Wei looked Su Feng up and down, sneered, and disdainfully replied, he has never put on makeup before, right? Then don't even think about it, in a day's time, he won't even recognize all the makeup products. He will never be able to learn. Seeing this, Su Feng found an excuse to leave the interrogation room. Once outside, he rubbed his hands on his face for a while. Not long after, a rough man entered the interrogation room. Song Qingyun thought it was Su Feng returning, but when he looked up, he saw a stranger with a fierce expression, wearing the same outfit Su Feng had on earlier. Realizing this, Song Qingyun stood up abruptly, took a step back holding onto the chair, his brain racing. Oh no, could it be that Chen Rui sent someone to abduct him? Why is there no movement outside? Were they all taken down? Why is he wearing Su Feng's clothes? Song Qingyun, with a serious expression, stared at the rough man in front of him. Who are you? What did you do to Su Feng? Seeing Song Qingyun looking at him like he was facing a formidable enemy, Su Feng felt a bit amused. This was the first time he had seen him so flustered, not even during the bomb disposal. Just now, he heard Song Qingyun questioning Qin Wei and understood the purpose of his summons today. He originally thought it was for brainwashing, but it turned out to be for a lesson. But having Qin Wei teach him was quite funny. His meager makeup skills were like child's play with numerous flaws in Su Feng's eyes. The rough Su Feng took a few steps forward, stood closest to Qin Wei, and smiled faintly. If I had seen your disguise before yesterday, I would have said you were impressive. But as for today, I can only say to you, brother, practice more. Your skills are outdated. Qin Wei instinctively leaned back, glanced at the disguised Su Feng, and nervously said, Buddy, what are you up to? I already said I like women, don't try to fool me, it's useless. Then Qin Wei turned his head, nervously addressing Song Qingyun across from him. I suggest you give up. Makeup isn't as simple as you think. If it were that easy to change identities, I would have left Shanghai City long ago. At this, Qin Wei suddenly remembered something sad and fell silent. Su Feng strolled around and returned to Song Qingyun's side, saying in a low voice, Captain Song, it's me. I'm Su Feng. Song Qingyun? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Qin Wei, oh, interesting. Qin Wei suddenly perked up, stretched his neck to carefully scrutinize Su Feng, then shook his head decisively. No, you are definitely not him. No matter how much makeup, a person's foundation won't change. Your nasal bridge is a bit flatter than Su Feng's, and your interpupillary distance is wider, definitely not the same person. I get it, you're trying to test my skills, right? Don't waste your efforts. As I said earlier, even if Su Feng is a genius, he will never be able to learn makeup in just one day. Song Qingyun's attention was now solely on Su Feng, completely ignoring what Qin Wei was saying, maintaining a vigilant stance while staring at Su Feng. Who are you really? Seeing this, Su Feng had no choice but to voluntarily remove his disguise. Rubbing his face with both hands, his appearance returned to its original state. With a smile on his face, he said, Wow, it's really you? So you've learned how to disguise yourself now? What am I even doing here then? Song Qingyun quickly approached, carefully examining Su Feng's face, trying to find any traces of disguise. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no signs of a mask or any makeup. Wow, your skills are truly amazing. Did Tang Jianjun know about this trick of yours? Su Feng shook his head, about to speak when he suddenly felt an intense gaze beside him. Turning his head, he met Qin Wei's eyes, which were the widest he had ever seen them. He seemed almost eager to glue his eyes to Su Feng, scrutinizing every detail. It's impossible, this can't be true. I clearly saw that the structure of the face I just saw was completely different. How can it be you? What kind of sorcery are you using? Song Qingyun interrupted him directly. Alright, that's enough from you. Think about what else you need to confess. We'll come back to you in a couple of days. With that, he hurriedly led Su Feng away. Back at the West City branch, Su Feng once again demonstrated his face-changing skills in front of Tang Jianjun and Chen Chen. He even took facial images that couldn't be found in the national database. Oh my, this is incredible. Maybe you shouldn't be a cop. The underworld seems more suitable for you. Chen Chen sincerely suggested to Su Feng. He had never seen a cop who relied on such shady methods. And this kid Su Feng, he would surprise them every few days, never knowing what kind of trick he would pull next. Even if Su Feng resigned now, they wouldn't be able to catch him. As long as Su Feng disappeared from sight, a rub of his hands, and he would transform into a completely new person in the blink of an eye, making any surveillance futile. Chen Chen fiddled with the handcuffs in his hands, feeling like they were running out of time to catch him. Tang Jianjun looked at Su Feng's changed appearance and was equally shocked. You know what, Su Feng's current look really fits the streets. No one would associate this face with a cop. Seeing this, Song Qingyun tried to reason with them once again. Actually, this operation is not about long-term infiltration. The main goal is to lure the other party into a transaction. Once we catch them red-handed during the exchange, we can wrap it up. With Su Feng's skills, do you think those people can stop him? After arguing in the office for a while, they finally decided to have Su Feng sign up for the undercover selection process and sent the registration information. The next day, at the assessment site, the police officers selected as undercover candidates gathered to hear Ma Ji-young announce the details of the assessment. In essence, it involved selecting a group of elite soldiers from the anti-drug squad, special police forces, etc., as the capture team, while Su Feng and the others acted as the hiding team. Starting from different points, they had to make their way to the final destination. Passing the assessment meant reaching the end point safely within the specified time without being captured. If caught, they would be eliminated. Additionally, some of the capture team members would be in plainclothes, lurking in the shadows. These individuals in certain specific locations would hide target items. If the hiding team found these items, they could eliminate the plainclothes personnel and earn extra points. In the end, the most outstanding individual would be selected based on the overall rankings. All candidates must be on guard against both the overt pursuit of the large army and the hidden threats, while also trying to locate the target item as much as possible, requiring a high level of vigilance and adaptability. These are indispensable abilities for an excellent undercover agent. With Ma Ji-young's command, the hiding side began to act. Beside him, the captain of the drug enforcement team once again confirmed the intensity of this operation. Are we sure we want to go all out for the arrest? These rookies won't last a few rounds in the hands of us old folks. Don't end up not being able to pick out an undercover agent and shatter these kids' confidence. The other captains nearby shared the same thoughts. In their view, such an arrest operation was simply too easy. These rookies were like children compared to the criminals they usually dealt with. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyun smiled faintly. Don't speak too soon. Be careful later. The opposition was not to be outdone. I remember you had high hopes for that Su Feng? Alright, I'll have my men grab him first later. Let's see who gets embarrassed. With another command, the arrest team sprang into action. Meanwhile, a police officer from the hiding side who set off with Su Feng was bewildered as he turned around in search of Su Feng's trail. Strange, where's that guy named Su Feng? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye when he was just in front a moment ago? After the assessment began, Ma Ji-young emphasized to everyone the selection criteria for this assessment. It was not just about reaching the finish line. They had to carefully observe whether these candidates could remain calm and adaptable while evading pursuit, utilizing the surrounding environment, tools, and everything available to escape. Upon hearing this, Captain Su Chang of the drug enforcement team and Special Police Officer Chang Lin felt relieved. They had been worried about striking the right balance this time, fearing that it would be too easy and ineffective for the assessment, or too serious and lead to a complete failure. So, after Ma Ji-young finished speaking, the two of them reiterated the importance of ensuring that all participating officers arrested with full commitment, not holding back, applying maximum pressure to make the challenge more intense. Others also suddenly realized. No wonder they dared to let these elite teams go all out to make arrests. They didn't actually believe these young people could escape to the finish line. The real assessment was in the process. Lao Tang, do you think Su Feng stands a chance? His strength is completely different from the others. Song Qingyun asked as he approached Tang Jianjun, arms crossed. Tang Jianjun looked relaxed, having already made his judgment. Whether he can reach the finish line is uncertain, but he will definitely survive longer than the others. You know how sharp Su Feng's mind is. This assessment is a piece of cake. Oh, Director Tang is so confident in him? Suddenly, a voice filled with doubt came from beside them. It was Captain Su Yunxiang from the drug enforcement team. He was completely unaware of the new police officers participating on site, having been overwhelmed lately. With the help of the provincial comrades, he could finally catch his breath. Among the captains present, he understood the viciousness of these drug traffickers the most, so he devoted 200% of his energy to deal with this assessment. In his view, exposing an undercover agent was a minor matter. It was more dangerous to alert the drug traffickers, making them more vigilant. That's why he didn't support sending undercover agents to negotiate with the other party. These old hands might not handle the situation well, and letting these inexperienced rookie cops handle it was like treating drug enforcement as child's play. Especially Song Qingyun and this group from Xicheng, always talking about Su Feng as if he were indispensable for solving the case. The personnel he sent out this time are all elite members of the team, having participated in numerous capture operations, possessing rich experience and outstanding abilities. Capturing a few young kids should be a piece of cake, right? Soon, they will capture the Su Feng and shut their mouths. Su Yunxiang clapped his hands towards his subordinates and shouted, "Get ready, everyone. If anyone lets a person escape to the finish line, everyone will have to do extra training." Yes. Standing beside them, Chang Lin didn't think much. He simply gave the order to the police officers below to keep a close eye on Su Feng. He wanted to see Su Feng's true strength with real weapons, not just his talk or thievery skills. Tang Jianjun looked relaxed. Seeing Su Yunxiang making a big fuss, he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Save your energy. Think about what to make them train when we get back. 10 minutes later, the assessment team began their operation. As expected, within less than 5 minutes of the assessment starting, 2 police officers were caught. They were caught looking completely bewildered, not understanding the situation at all. In the command center, the station chiefs who recommended these 2 officers felt embarrassed and couldn't stay any longer. It was embarrassing that within just 2 minutes, without even using the eye in the sky to track them, they were discovered just by manually searching the route to the finish line. However, Su Yunxiang and the others didn't have much time to celebrate. After these 2 were caught, the search operation fell into a tense state, making no progress. The capture team had searched many places but couldn't find any other individuals. Alright, these kids are interesting. It seems we need to step up the intensity. Su Yunxiang immediately decided to check the eye in the sky system. The city had recently connected to the nationwide surveillance system. Comprising countless cameras on the streets, the surveillance network exposed everyone to police monitoring. This assessment was not only to select undercover agents but also a crucial test for the eye in the sky system. The eye in the sky system wasn't just a collection of surveillance footage, it also included data analysis, information integration, and reasoning functions. If Qinwei appeared again, even if he changed his appearance or disguised himself, his body shape, movements, and body language couldn't change, all of which would be recorded by the eye in the sky system, forming a dedicated information database. By retrieving and analyzing this information, even if the faces didn't match, it could still identify real-time footage of Qinwei's presence. Therefore, at this special supply point during the assessment, there were many costumes and props for escapees to disguise themselves and evade pursuit, all designed to test the eye in the sky system. After using the eye in the sky system, the screen quickly showed the traces of 3 police officers. They were cautiously moving through the streets, and based on the path analysis, it was highly likely that their destination was the supply point. Tang Jianjun's eyes narrowed as he focused on one person in the footage, unmistakably Su Feng. Su Yunxiang and Chang Lin both smiled. Is this the infamous Su Feng, the big boss you mentioned? He doesn't seem to have any vigilance at all, clearly lacking any anti-tracking awareness. Su Yunxiang couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had given such a big order to his team just for this young kid, which seemed ridiculous. I didn't expect Su Feng to be found so quickly. It seems specialization in a field does have its merits. In terms of negotiation and speed, he is indeed impressive. But when it comes to anti-tracking abilities, Su Feng is lacking. Old Tang, I'll be honest with you, don't take it the wrong way. Su Feng is still young, he has a lot to learn in the future. Chang Lin patted old Tang, consoling him from a neutral standpoint. Song Qingyun and Tang Jianjun both frowned, unwilling to believe that Su Feng was actually the second to be eliminated. This was too fast, completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought Su Feng had mastered the art of disguise, able to show off his skills here, but they didn't expect the surveillance system to be so advanced, not only able to remember faces but also record the person's body language and behavior habits. Ah, truly high technology, you can't help but admire it. The two sighed deeply, already accepting the fact that Su Feng was about to be eliminated. Just then, Su Yunxiang gave the order to start capturing 3 candidates. His men immediately sprang into action, quickly blocking and capturing 2 of them in the alley. However, there was still no news of Su Feng's capture. After a while, the walkie-talkie crackled, with the confused voice of a capturing team member coming through. Captain, there's no sign of anyone here. Are you sure Su Feng was here? And, Captain, it seems like we just lost a walkie-talkie. Su Yunxiang stood up abruptly. What? You didn't see anyone? There were over 10 of us watching Su Feng just enter Huaqing Avenue, and you're telling me there's no one? Su Yunxiang disregarded the fact that the capturing team had lost a walkie-talkie and immediately ordered the technicians to search for Su Feng's figure in the system. The system operated swiftly, but the next moment, a prompt popped up. Target does not exist, target does not exist? Over 10 pairs of eyes saw the person enter, and you're telling me the target doesn't exist? The technician was also at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, everyone stared in disbelief at the screen displaying those 5 words. Even Tang Jianjun and Song Qingyun, who secretly hoped Su Feng would escape, couldn't believe it. They had clearly seen Su Feng turn right at the intersection and enter Huaqing Avenue, so how could the target suddenly not exist? Tang Jianjun recalled the slight turn of Su Feng's head before the turn, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. Could it be that Su Feng took the walkie-talkie with him? Song Qingyun also thought of the same possibility at the same time, a smile appearing on his face once again. Heh, I knew this kid wouldn't be caught so easily. Let's wait and see. The roles of hunter and prey in this assessment have probably already been reversed. Everyone carefully watched the screen, trying to spot Su Feng's whereabouts with their naked eyes. On Huaqing Avenue, as the capturing team members were getting the 2 fleeing candidates into the car, Su Feng quietly appeared. However, he was now dressed in tattered clothes, hunched over, holding a cane that seemed to have been picked up from somewhere. He shuffled past the car. Hey, Luge, watch out, don't bump into the person. A police officer saw Su Feng's unsteady steps and quickly pulled his teammates back a step, afraid of injuring the old man. After Su Feng passed by, several officers sighed and reprimanded one of them. Are you just giving people away with that brain of yours? You even lost the walkie-talkie. Wait and see how the captain deals with you when we get back. Why hasn't the captain responded yet? The squad leader was still puzzled by the lack of further instructions when he suddenly felt for his walkie-talkie. Oh damn, my walkie-talkie is gone too? What are you standing there for? Start looking. And those two guys, let them help look too. The group, along with the two officers who had just been captured, hurriedly returned to the capture site to search for the lost walkie-talkie. By the roadside, Su Feng glanced back at their departing figures and disappeared into the shadows. Where are they? Why isn't anyone speaking? Su Yunxiang shouted into the microphone for a long time, but there was still no response. The screen continued to show the clumsy and anxious movements of the capturing team members, and the directors waiting for the assessment results couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tang Jianjun took a sip of tea and comforted him in a seasoned tone. Captain Su should give you a bit more intensity. If you can lose a walkie-talkie today, will you lose your gun tomorrow? Su Yunxiang snorted coldly. The time hasn't come yet. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Second team, third team, chase them to death. On the other side, the special police team under Chang Lin had just arrived at the supply point when a sudden message came through. Captain, a lot of supplies are missing at the supply point. It seems someone has already looted it. Hey, how come there's a walkie-talkie here? This shouldn't be part of the supplies, right? Chang Lin glanced at Su Yunxiang, who looked strange, and said to the team, not part of the supplies, bring it back for now. Su Yunxiang felt uneasy under his gaze, so he focused on the screen, eagerly awaiting news of Su Feng's whereabouts. In less than 10 minutes, several more participants were caught, the special police caught too, and the rest were all caught by the drug enforcement team. Su Yunxiang's expression finally improved a bit, at least they hadn't lost to the special police. As the assessment neared its end, no one saw Su Feng's figure on the screen again, leaving only him as the remaining participant. Several supply stations began to receive more police equipment, including both special police and drug enforcement teams. These supply points with equipment were getting closer and closer to the finish line. At that moment, an idea struck Chang Lin's mind, and he walked up to the technician directly. Wait, focus on that man from earlier. Yes, him, check his location. The operator skillfully operated the system, and soon, those 5 words appeared on the screen again. Target does not exist, not again? Is this surveillance system even working? If they can't catch Su Feng, fine, but now they can't even spot a passerby? Wait, could it be that this passerby is Su Feng? Search for the old man who appeared next to the first team earlier, the backpacker on the snack street, and Chang Lin kept mentioning suspicious individuals, and the operator kept searching for information as requested. Indeed, all the search results for these individuals came back the same. Target does not exist. The moment Chang Lin saw these 5 words, he instantly gave up. It's over, he admitted defeat. How is this even possible? They come right up to you, greet you, and you can't recognize them. How are you supposed to catch them? I just want to ask, how are you supposed to catch them? And those police equipment mysteriously appearing at the supply stations, now he understood it all. Su Feng definitely stole them. And not only that, she even neatly arranged them and placed them on the supply table. What a thoughtful young lady. I give up. Lao Su, you go for it. Chang Lin went back to his seat directly, ready to face the outcome of Su Feng reaching the finish line. He had completely given up struggling. Could it be? All these people are really Su Feng in disguise? Su Yunxiang looked at the screen, hesitantly uttering these words with a slightly weakened confidence. At that moment, he finally placed Su Feng on the same level as those heinous criminals. He now understood that the rookie police officer he had never really paid attention to had slapped him in the face solidly, loud and clear, right in front of so many leaders. He had been hunting eagles all day, never expecting to be pecked in the eye by an eagle chick in the end. Thinking back to his firm vow before the assessment began, promising not to let anyone reach the finish line, Su Yunxiang suddenly felt a sense of utter shame. Song Qingyun strolled up behind him with his hands behind his back. It's not just Su Feng disguised, even the things your men lost earlier were all stolen by Su Feng. Are you really thinking they lost it by accident? Su Yun was momentarily speechless, unable to argue. Song Qingyun changed the subject, looking pleased. Ah, Lao Su, don't be sad. The more powerful Su Feng is, the greater the chance of him becoming an undercover agent to help you catch those drug dealers, right? Before Su Yun could reply, a person suddenly appeared on the surveillance screen at the shooting endpoint. Everyone's gaze converged instantly, only to disperse disappointedly the next second. Oh, it's a woman. You scared me, I thought it was Su Feng. You're really confused, retire quickly. The directors of several police stations realized it was a false alarm and started joking around. Only Song Qingyun and Tang Jianjun exchanged a glance, unable to laugh at all. Because Su Feng had actually shown them her disguise the day before. The silhouette was almost identical. Seeing the exchange of glances between the two, Soo-yeon's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this silhouette, this figure, looks like a beautiful woman no matter how you look at it? You're telling me this is Soo-fong? I don't believe it. At that moment, the police officer in charge of preparing the supply station materials brightened up, pointing at the long hair on the screen. Hey, isn't that the wig from the supply station, golden with big waves and gradient colors at the ends? Absolutely no mistake, my wife personally picked this style. I have a deep impression. Seeing the materials he had carefully prepared being used, the officer in charge of supplies was quite happy, contrasting sharply with Soo-yeon, who looked ashen beside him. Besides shock, Soo-yeon only had one thought in his mind, that he was lucky not to have bet with Song Ching-yoon and the others from the start, otherwise he would probably be gnawing on the table by now. Meanwhile, in the footage, the tall woman walked to the shelf, picked up a phone, and made a call. Ma Ji-young's phone in front of him rang at the same time. Answering the call, a familiar voice came through. Reporting to the chief, this is Soo-fong. I have reached the end point. Soo-fong. Heavens, this beauty is really Soo-fong? Don't turn around, I beg you not to turn around. Many people were drawn to the long-haired beauty, and upon confirming it was Soo-fong, their first thought was that she must not turn around. If she suddenly did, their hearts wouldn't be able to handle it. With her back to the camera, Soo-fong rubbed her face a few times, then lifted her hair, reverting to her original appearance. Turning around, she saluted the surveillance camera. Beautiful. Tang Jianjun instinctively clenched his fist and waved it forcefully. Song Ching-yoon also gave Soo-yeon a challenging look, then leaned back in his seat, spreading his hands. See, it's that simple. Soon, the remaining capture team also arrived at the end point. Watching Soo-fong calmly waiting for them, they all felt ashamed. Even the youngest among them had been a police officer for 10 years, each having been on the front lines multiple times, arresting hundreds of criminals, yet today they were outsmarted by a newcomer. Especially losing their own equipment and letting Soo-fong take it, it was truly embarrassing. On the way back, everyone remained silent, but inside, they were all in turmoil, wanting to ask Soo-fong what disguises she had worn along the way. If everyone tacitly understood, that was fine. But whoever asked would essentially be admitting to everyone that they had failed to see through Soo-feng's disguises. The pressure instantly fell on the questioner. No, let someone else ask first. Finally, after returning to the command base, Soo-yeon saw her and asked, Soo-fong, how many times did you disguise yourself along the way, and what did you turn into? Upon hearing this, all the onlookers, including the leaders and the members of the assessment team, pricked up their ears. Soo-fong pinched her fingers and said, old man, student, backpacker. And the last young woman, a total of 9, right? 9? Chang Lin was surprised. Goodness, he had just deduced 6, feeling pleased with himself. He hadn't expected there were 3 more yet to be found. Seeing the skeptical expressions of the crowd, Song Ching-yoon instructed the technician to lock onto the disguises mentioned by Soo-fong, searching the targets, and indeed the result was the same 5 words, target does not exist. Witnessing this, even Ma Ji-young couldn't help but applaud. Soon, the members of the capture team on site also genuinely applauded Soo-fong. Although this assessment seemed futile for them, Soo-feng's disguise skills truly broadened their horizons. It would be great to have the chance to learn from her, especially the final cross-dressing, if they could master that. Several members of the capture team glanced at each other, avoiding eye contact guiltily. It seems there's no suspense in this assessment. The sole winner is Soo-fong. Ma Ji-young announced the assessment results, and no one had any objections. Only Soo-fong had reached the finish line. Who else could be the winner? Even Soo-yeon, who looked down on Soo-fong, lowered his proud head and approached him to shake hands. Subsequently, the personnel involved in the undercover plan, along with Soo-fong, went to the city bureau meeting room to discuss the next steps. Time was of the essence, while the drugs had not yet fully circulated, and the drug trafficking group was still in Shanghai City, they had to act quickly and apprehend them. Sitting at the meeting table, Soo-yeon's expression was very serious. According to the intelligence from our colleagues in Hong Kong, we have identified the key figures of this drug trafficking group. The leader is named Hong Tian, the son of Hong Rishing, the head of the Hong men in Hong Kong. He is accompanied by 3 trusted followers, Iron Wall Wangzhou, Car King Baldy, and a mysterious woman who always wears a white lotus flower mask, known as White Lotus. The bodyguard, the driver, the spy, each has their role and are Hong Tian's capable assistants. Originally, there was a 4th assassin, but they were ambushed by a rival gang in Hong Kong before, and he was exposed during the assassination of the leader and killed in the crossfire. Soo-yeon paused, allowing everyone to absorb the information before solemnly addressing Soo-fong. This undercover operation aims to infiltrate the drug traffickers, cooperate with the police in drug transactions, and capture them all at once. If possible, we need you to become one of their trusted henchmen. We don't have the luxury of multiple attempts, we must capture them in one go, or else it will be like letting the tiger back into the mountains, and it will be difficult to get another chance. So I must confirm once again if you have the necessary skills. We, as police officers, must not show any righteousness. Instead, you must be as ruthless as the drug dealers, indifferent to life. Are you sure you can do this? At the other end of the meeting table, two leaders remained silent, waiting for Su Feng's response. Su Feng could easily change her appearance, but deceiving these unfamiliar police officers might not be the same as fooling the criminals she would be with day and night. Any slight misstep, given the vigilance of the other side, would likely result in Su Feng being eliminated immediately. Upon hearing Su Yunxiang's words, Su Feng pondered for a moment, then lowered her head to rub her face. She then raised her head and coldly said, "Is that so?" A scent filled with the smell of blood emanated from Su Feng. At that moment, Su Feng's voice sounded like a demon's whisper in everyone's ears, causing their hair to stand on end, instinctively straightening their bodies. Facing Su Feng, Su Yunxiang felt as if he was surrounded by a group of ruthless drug dealers holding sharp knives. This sensation was similar to when he first apprehended drug dealers with real guns and knives when he was young. Panic, helplessness, fear, wanting to turn and run but feeling paralyzed and unable to escape. Su Feng continued in a dismissive tone, "Since he's missing an assassin by his side, then I'll fill that role." In an instant, the abilities of the 1,000 Gates and 8 Generals, the ability of a 1,000-faced Lord, were all activated simultaneously. Through body language, subtle expressions, and the art of disguise, Su Feng transformed into a top-notch bandit who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and blades. Tang Jianjun suddenly felt that the Su Feng in front of him had become extremely unfamiliar. A scar appeared out of nowhere at the corner of his eye, and beneath that weathered face, one couldn't help but speculate that Su Feng had a deeply sorrowful past. The overwhelming aura of violence emanating from him left no doubt that Su Feng's hands were undoubtedly stained with blood. Some young police officers even placed their hands on their waists, ready to draw their weapons. In their eyes, the transformed Su Feng now bore a few large words on his forehead, "I am a bad person. Come and catch me." Phew! Su Feng let out a sigh, dispelling the two abilities and reverting to his original appearance, instantly restoring the atmosphere in the room to normal. The pressure on Su Yunxiang suddenly disappeared, his back drenched in sweat, yet his eyes shone brightly as he slammed the table. "Good, very good. This is the momentum we need. Su Feng, you are truly a born bandit. Being a police officer is simply..." Cough, cough. In an instant, the gazes of the two leaders shot towards Su Yunxiang like arrows, directly silencing the latter half of his sentence. "Goodness, as the captain of the drug enforcement team, are you inciting rebellion? If we weren't here, would you advise him to switch to being a drug dealer?" Although everyone might have had the same thought, you can't just say it out loud in public. Song Qingyun was also indignant and refuted Su Yunxiang's words. "What are you saying? Calling him a bandit? Is that appropriate?" The two leaders calmed down slightly, picked up their teacups, and took a sip. "You are simply insulting Su Feng. Bandit my foot, in my opinion, he's at least an S-class wanted criminal. Armed to the teeth, the kind of person who can mobilize the entire public security system of the province." Song Qingyun's tone was excited, almost like Xiao Lu, becoming a die-hard fan of Su Feng. "Put!" Ma Jiyang sprayed out a mouthful of tea, unable to wipe his mouth in time, pointing at the group. "You guys." Sigh. Everyone awkwardly smiled, finally realizing. A large group of experienced old police officers who had achieved a lot were actually frightened by Su Feng's aura, which was truly embarrassing. However, Tang Jianjun furrowed his brows, expressing some concern. Is Su Feng being too arrogant? Which boss would want such underlings, not worrying about being unable to control them? Su Yunxiang smiled mysteriously. "Ordinary bosses are indeed as you say. But this Hong Tian is not an ordinary person. According to rumors on Hong Kong Island, his 4 henchmen are all mentally unstable, especially that Wang Jiao, described in intelligence reports as possibly suffering from split personality disorder. Maybe someone like Su Feng is exactly what he's looking for." However, Su Feng frowned and asked, "Leaders, why are you so sure that they will accept me with this new face? Even if I join, would they really involve a newcomer like me in drug trafficking activities?" As he said, this plan had a crucial issue. Based on his understanding of drug trafficking groups, they were extremely cautious and exclusive about new members, closely monitoring unfamiliar faces within their ranks. Why do they think they're a newcomer, able to mix with the drug lord as soon as they join and become a core member? Hearing Su Feng's question, Su Yunxiang smiled mysteriously. Hong Tian's group is not well known in Shanghai City this time. They need a local to handle things. And they are not in cahoots with the local underground forces in Shanghai City. They actually have a mutually beneficial relationship. In other words, your goal is not to become their core member, but to be the sharp knife in Hong Tian's hand in Shanghai City, used to restrain the police and local forces. A knife to be discarded after use, as long as it's fast enough. Su Feng nodded, unraveling her doubts. After all matters were arranged, the meeting ended, and everyone went their separate ways. Only Tang Jianjun was left behind by two leaders. Old Tang, investigate Su Feng's background when you have time. Our police academy can't produce such a badass cop. One day later. Xiqing District Police Station. Click. Chenshin finally managed to handcuff Su Feng as he wished, looking smugly at his subordinates. Relying on his position as captain, he outperformed everyone to seize the opportunity to handcuff Su Feng, making Xiao Lu and others cry foul. Even Yi Yuan joined the ranks against Chen Shen. In just one night, with the operation of various parties, Su Feng transformed from a rookie cop who had just joined the force into an unemployed vagrant detained by the authorities. Guided by the guard, Su Feng carried a stack of daily necessities to the entrance of the cell. The current Su Feng had a gloomy look, with a scar on her face. Walking down the street, she frightened the children nearby. Even the guard guiding her felt a bit scared. The guard opened the door, and Su Feng silently entered the room. Inside the room, more than 30 people all looked at Su Feng in unison, scrutinizing this newcomer. As soon as she entered, Su Feng locked onto the target mentioned by Su Yunxiang, Fangya. A man in his 40s, not tall but muscular, with the most prominent feature being the two protruding fangs in his mouth. This person was a frequent visitor to the Xiqing Detention Center, having lost count of his incarcerations, and had just been brought in a few days ago for causing trouble. However, the police suspected he had actual contact with Hong Tian's drug trafficking group, and the drugs purchased by Xiaomei's boyfriend Sun Xing before his death were likely related to him, with causing trouble being just a means of self-preservation. Seeing Su Feng come in, Fangya, who was enjoying the service of several younger brothers in the depths of the room, waved his hand, and the other 20+ people in the room all stood up and stared at Su Feng. Fangya sat on the bed against the wall, looking at Su Feng with a sideways glance. Newcomer, what's your name? How did you get in? The person next to him couldn't stand it and spoke directly. My big brother is talking to you? Are you deaf? Su Feng ignored him, pushed through the crowd, placed the daily necessities on the bed, casually pushed aside the belongings of the person next to her, cleared her own space, then turned coldly, looking at Fangya. Damn, this newcomer is quite bold. Does she really not care about us, brothers? The crowd exchanged glances, all looking at Fangya, waiting for his command to teach this newcomer a lesson. Fangya was not angry either, lying back on the bed, closing his eyes and casually waving his hand. Looks like the new friend doesn't understand the rules. Then give her a good lesson. What are you waiting for? Get to it. Just as Su Feng entered the room, in the monitoring room, several anti-drug team members were carefully watching the surveillance video, ready to press the button next to them at any moment. According to their plan, Su Feng needed to pick a fight after entering the room, attracting the attention of gap-toothed brother and making him take the initiative. Although it was said that the more a newcomer showed off after entering the room, the more brutal the beating would be, it was still the best way to approach the target. The more beatings you could take, the more respect you would receive from everyone in the room. If you could fight back and bring a few people to back you up, you would earn the awe of everyone. So they had instructed Su Feng before sending him in, no matter what happened, he must hold on until the disciplinary team arrived to intervene. Seeing Su Feng perfectly complete the provocation task, several people knew it was time for the next step. In the room, at the moment when the others swarmed towards him, Su Feng also moved. His sharp gaze locked onto the three people in the front row. He turned around and kicked, directly sending the person in the front flying back, crashing into the people behind. He then swung the clothes he had just brought in a circle, wrapping them around his hand, and punched each kid. The few people thrown out by Su Feng lay on the ground, clutching their chests, their faces turning frighteningly red. Just one blow and they couldn't speak, feeling difficulty breathing, their hearts almost stopping. A hint of imperceptible tension appeared on Su Feng's fierce face. Even though he hadn't triggered the elevator war god effect in the enclosed space, the passive effects of enhanced physical abilities and combat awareness were enough for him to crush this group of unarmed punks. He had acted on instinct, using all his strength, but fortunately, he had held back at the last moment, or his undercover mission might have been compromised. Even so, he had already terrified everyone in the room. A kick sent a person flying, a punch could knock someone down and they wouldn't be able to get up for a long time. What immense strength! What ruthless intentions! It seemed like he was just acting casually. If he went all out, several people might die on the spot. They were just detained here, not gladiators. There was no need to fight to the death over such trivial matters. Everyone stood still, afraid to move, fearing to provoke Su Feng, as the next person to be thrown out could be themselves. Gap-toothed brother was even more frightened, jumping up in terror, looking at Su Feng. Such a fierce newcomer, he had never seen one like this before. If they were outside, he could easily call dozens of loyal followers and arm them to deal with him. But here, the only people who truly belonged to him were 3 or 4, the rest just submitted to the tyranny of the majority. Moreover, they were unarmed now. These weaklings were clearly no match for this newcomer. Gap-toothed brother was only frightened for a few seconds before regaining his composure. A ruthless person naturally had their own way of dealing with things, especially outside, where he was adept at dealing with such ruthless individuals. His expression instantly changed to a smiling face, crawling towards Su Feng. "Brother, please have a seat if you need anything, just tell me." In the control room, a series of traditional Chinese performances echoed one after another, the anti-drug team members' hands hovering over the alarm button, hesitating to press it. Damn, kicking someone and sending them flying, can Su Feng really fight this well? Wow, if that kick had hit the heart directly, that blondie would have been done for. Captain, you found quite a fierce undercover agent. Do we still need to send the disciplinary team over to handle this? The officer who was about to sound the alarm and help Su Feng hesitated at this moment. It seemed that Su Feng didn't need their help at all. Captain Su Yunxian looked at him as if he were an idiot, then directly pressed the alarm button. What are you dilly-dallying for? Su Feng doesn't need help, but everyone else in the room is damn near dead. Su Yunxian broke out in a cold sweat. If someone really died here, things would escalate quickly. Not only the members of the anti-drug team, even Su Yunxian himself found it somewhat unbelievable to see the imposing image of Su Feng. In just a few days, he had been shocked by Su Feng more than once. His skillful disguise revealed during the undercover assessment was needless to say. These past few days, first, he heard Song Qingyun and the others boasting about Su Feng's pair of ghostly hands, returning from the southwest as a defeated master thief, and then, with interrogation skills akin to brainwashing, he successively pried out case clues from many tough nuts. Moreover, according to Chen Liang from the bomb disposal team, this kid's bomb disposal skills were on par with his, if not better. So Su Yunxiang originally thought he was an extremely quick learner, a sharp-witted high achiever. But no one had told him that this kid was so fierce even in fights. Thinking of his subordinates' questions just now, Su Yunxiang replied, Su Feng, a police officer from the West City Sub-Bureau, just joined less than a month ago. As soon as he said this, several people beside him turned around, looking at him in shock. West City Sub-Bureau? A young police officer? Just joined less than a month ago? No way, am I behind the times? Is our public security now recruiting underworld bosses? Boss, it's only been a few days, and you're already cracking jokes, getting humorous, haha. Su Yunxiang looked at his subordinates laughing heartily, and said impatiently, he's been in the job for less than a month and already received a second-class merit, getting early confirmation. If it weren't for his short time in service, he would have had even more merits. He recently prevented a bombing attack, and during the undercover assessment, he outsmarted 3 drug enforcement teams. Do you think I'm still in a joking mood now? After saying that, he shook his head and didn't pay attention to the shocked expressions on the faces of the others. He looked at the monitor with a solemn expression. The disciplinary officer had arrived, taking away the injured personnel and reprimanding Su Feng, warning him not to fight in the future. Su Feng snorted coldly and returned to his bed. Wherever he went, everyone made way for him. There was no choice. Here, whoever was the toughest was the boss. Didn't even Bucktooth brother try to please him? Bucktooth approached, obsequiously asking, Boss, how should I address you? Luo Chun. Then I'll call you Chen Ji from now on. Listen up, from now on, Chen Ji is my boss, Chen Ji's matters are my matters. Bucktooth's few followers responded one after another, while others, thinking it best to avoid trouble, also echoed in agreement. While the detention center was peaceful, a mahjong parlor in the old factory district of Shanghai City was bustling with activity. Several young hoodlums were sitting at a mahjong table, concealing drugs within the tiles. Hong Tian was resting nearby, and a bald man entered from outside, looking serious. Tianji, for this latest batch, should we still rely on Chen Rui and his crew? The bald man, dressed in a flashy racing suit, asked Hong Tian. Hong Tian, leaning back on the sofa smoking a cigar, shook his head at the question. Chen Rui is too cautious. We can't rely solely on that line. The Shanghai City police have started to move. We need to be more careful. This time, let's break it down, find a few local bosses to distribute it. Do it cleanly. The bald man nodded slightly. Understood. After the bald man left, a woman in white appeared mysteriously in the room. Tianji, there's news from Hong Kong Island. The Yi family has recruited a master from Japan this time, proficient in all kinds of gambling skills, and has already issued a challenge to win the Gambling King tournament. Our family has yet to recruit a master, and I'm afraid the He family will take advantage of the situation to threaten us. Hong Tian blew a smoke ring, shrugged, looking indifferent. What can I do? Am I supposed to conjure up a gambling god for my old man in this lousy place of Shanghai City? Big brother is the most filial, let him worry about this kind of thing. Hong Tian held a cigar, saying he didn't care, but his expression was full of worry. On Hong Kong Island, the competition among the brothers was fierce, and he once suspected that the previous accident was orchestrated by his brothers to clip his wings. The intense competition was related to the current situation of the Hong family. Despite their glamorous appearance, the Hong family was no longer as glorious as before. The stakes were smaller, and in the pursuit of more resources, open and covert struggles were inevitable. Father attached great importance to the Gambling King competition this time, aiming to seize the opportunity to greatly enhance the reputation of the Hong family and continue its prosperity. However, they had not been able to recruit powerful experts for a long time. If they were to be eliminated in the Gambling King competition, the He family might take advantage of the situation to further encroach. If any son could help in this matter, he would hold a heavier position in their father's heart, and the status of the Hong family would naturally rise. Sigh. Hong Tian stood up and respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense in front of the Guanggong statue. Lord Guan, bless the Hong family with a gambling god. Wang Jioma, who was reading a comic book nearby, quietly lowered his sunglasses for a glance, then put them back on and continued reading as if nothing had happened. In the detention center, between Su Feng and Crooked Tooth's probing back and forth, time quickly passed, and the two quickly became acquainted. Brother Chen, how did you get in here in the first place? When can we get out? Su Feng replied nonchalantly. I beat up a few people, a bit too heavy-handed. 2 or 3 days, we should be out soon. Before Su Feng came in, Su Yunxiang had already arranged Crooked Tooth's situation for him. Both of them would be out in 2 or 3 days, and no matter what Crooked Tooth planned to do next, the timing was just right. Crooked Tooth smirked. That's perfect, with a little push from the outside, it should also be 2 or 3 days. Brother Chen, who do you hang out with? Su Feng responded lightly, maintaining an indifferent attitude. Just myself, I don't hang out with anyone. I see. Crooked Tooth looked at Su Feng, recalling the deal he made before coming in, gradually forming a new idea in his mind. Over the next 2 days, Crooked Tooth was busy maintaining a good relationship with Su Feng. Learning that Su Feng had caused a stir in the casino by winning too much money, forcing the casino to call the police and arrest people, Crooked Tooth was deeply impressed. Su Feng was well aware of Crooked Tooth's calculations, so during these 2 days, he subtly guided the conversation with his top-notch brainwashing skills, occasionally revealing bits of the new identity prepared for him by the anti-drug team, reassuring Crooked Tooth. He even demonstrated a bit of pickpocketing skills, completely dispelling Crooked Tooth's last trace of suspicion. Despite several attempts by Crooked Tooth to persuade Su Feng to join him after getting out, Su Feng refused each time, citing his low status. It wasn't until he mentioned taking Su Feng to meet a real big shot that Su Feng showed a hint of curiosity. Despite being repeatedly rejected by Su Feng, Crooked Tooth felt a sense of excitement, imagining taking Su Feng to meet the big shot. Ha, think I'm too lowly? When I take you to meet that real big shot, I hope you can still be so tough. Crooked Tooth felt like a top hunter, gradually trapping Su Feng in the snare he had set. Little did he know, in Su Feng's eyes, he was like a puppet on a string, all his thoughts and actions under Su Feng's control. On the third afternoon, Su Feng and Crooked Tooth were released at the same time. Su Feng ignored him and walked straight to the bus stop ahead along the road. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, without a hint of hesitation. Seeing that Su Feng had no intention of walking with him, Fangya quickly called out to him to stop. Brother Chen, slow down, what's the rush? Su Feng stopped, turned around, and looked at him coldly. What's up? Fangya's eyes lit up. Come on, Brother Chen, get in the car, let's go have a good time. Do you remember the big shot I told you about before? Just as he said that, a black sedan approached from the street corner and stopped beside them. A henchman got out of the driver's seat and respectfully called out to Fangya. Big brother. Fangya stood by the car and waved to Su Feng. Come on, Brother Chen. All right. If you dare to deceive me, you should know the consequences. Su Feng hesitated for a moment, threw out a harsh warning, and got into the car. 2 hours later, a group of people, full of food and drink, arrived at a nearby KTV to sing. Amidst the noisy music, Fangya leaned over to Su Feng and said in a dazed voice, the big shot I mentioned, he's coming soon. He's from Hong Kong, with many skilled men under his command. Brother Chen, you must control your emotions later, don't get agitated. Before he could finish, the door of the private room was kicked open with a bang. Instead of Hong Tian, it was Wang Jiu wearing sunglasses, accompanied by his group of henchmen. After entering, the henchmen closed the door and lined up on both sides, creating a tense atmosphere in the room. Wang Jiao took off his sunglasses, placed his hands on the coffee table, stared at Su Feng intently, then turned to Fangya. Fangya, is this the person you found, who is said to be even better than me in fighting? Ha ha ha! Wang Jiao suddenly burst into a crazy laughter, leaving Fangya and his henchmen bewildered. I'm going in. The next moment, Wang Jiao suddenly made a move, using his finger as a sword. In the horrified eyes of everyone, he aimed directly at Su Feng's throat. Wang Jiao's sudden attack startled everyone present, even his henchmen were caught off guard. Fangya was so scared that he pressed himself tightly against the back of the sofa, not daring to move. Faced with Wang Jiao's strike, Su Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. At the moment the door was closed, his elevator war god mode was automatically activated. In his eyes at this moment, Wang Jiao's powerful strike seemed to be moving in slow motion. Su Feng sneered inwardly. This lunatic must be the Wang Jiao mentioned in the intelligence report. Keep laughing, but it's time for you to go down. Su Feng slightly dodged the opponent's finger, then swiftly slapped Wang Jiao's head with lightning speed. Smack! With that slap, Wang Jiao felt like he had been hit by a speeding car, completely powerless as he spun 360 degrees and hit the wall behind him. Ouch! The henchmen beside him were all startled. Big brother! Jiao brother! Seeing this scene before them, Fangya also exclaimed in shock. Damn! What did Chen Gu just do? It seemed like a blur, and Jiao Gu was sent flying. Fangya's brain raced. They said Jiao Gu was from Shaolin, a master of martial arts, impervious to ordinary attacks. How could he be knocked out by a slap from Chen Gu? If Chen Gu slapped him, wouldn't he be all bruised and battered? Seeing Wang Jiao grimacing and standing up, Fangya had only one thought in his mind at that moment. It's over, we're done for this time. Jiao Gu, don't be angry, Shut up. Wang Jiao adjusted his glasses, ordered his henchmen to restrain Fangya and the others, then coldly snorted at Su Feng. Interesting, come at me again. Wang Jiao kicked towards Su Feng again, and the two of them fluttered around the room like dancing butterflies. At the same time, the members of the drug enforcement team monitoring the situation were also extremely anxious. Damn it, why did Hong Tian have to send Wang Jiao, this lunatic? This is bad. Captain, they've been inside for half a day already, why haven't we heard anything yet? Is Su Feng really okay? Yeah, I heard that Wang Jiao is a master of authentic Shaolin Kung Fu, with skills like Iron Head, Golden Bell, 18 Bronzemen, mastering every technique in the scripture hall, whether permitted or forbidden, which is why he was expelled from Shaolin. When Wang Jiao goes crazy, Su Feng might not be able to handle him. Several police officers were worried, fearing that if a conflict really broke out, Su Feng might be directly killed by Wang Jiao. Failing to achieve victory, the body dies first. The undercover plan is completely ruined. Su Yinshan was also sweating nervously at this moment. He only knew that Su Feng could fight, but had no idea where Su Feng's limits lay. When he asked Chen Shen, he just shook his head, indicating he had no clue either. It was said that every time the main force arrived, Su Feng had already handled the scene, and no one had ever seen him take action. After thinking for a while, Su Yinshan decided to wait and see. Let's wait a bit longer, I believe in Su Feng. KTV private room. As expected by the drug enforcement team, Wang Jiao went mad and launched an attack on Su Feng. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't touch Su Feng at all. Whenever his fist was about to hit Su Feng, the latter always managed to evade at a strange angle, slippery like an eel. After a few exchanges, Wang Jiao suddenly felt the surroundings brighten. He reached up to touch his face and found nothing in front of his eyes. My glasses, where are my glasses? Looking up, he saw his sunglasses were now on Su Feng's head. And not only that, Su Feng was holding a cell phone. Wang Jiao subconsciously checked his pocket, his pupils shrinking. The cell phone in Su Feng's hand was indeed his. When did he take it? What kind of technique was this that he didn't even notice? What was even more terrifying was that while evading his attacks, Su Feng had the time to steal from him. Having trained at Shaolin Temple since he was young, Wang Jiao was a true martial artist. At this moment, only he understood that Su Feng effortlessly dodging his attacks and casually taking his glasses and phone meant something significant. It meant that during their fight, Su Feng hadn't even used half of his strength, and he definitely had the ability to put Wang Jiao in a life-threatening situation. Wang Jiao's eyes trembled slightly, and for the first time, he felt the urge to admit defeat. Oh no, he had hit a brick wall this time. However, there was at least a gain. This guy's fighting style was extremely unorthodox, definitely not the typical moves of a police officer. Moreover, his skill in theft was something Wang Jiao had never seen on any cop before. It could be confirmed that the person introduced by Fangya was definitely not a cop. The scene remained silent for a while until a low voice from Su Feng's phone broke the silence. Where are you, Wang Jiao? Is it done? The phone screen lit up, showing a call interface. Su Feng's face stern as he tossed the phone to Wang Jiu. Taking the phone, Wang Jiu said resentfully, "Tested, he's not a cop." "Fong, you didn't lie, he's indeed skilled." On the other end of the call, Hong Tian remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Bring him to the mahjong parlor, I want to see him myself." Click. The call ended, and Su Feng fell into silent contemplation. The voice on the other end of the phone should be from Hong Tian, the head of this drug trafficking group. As for the mahjong parlor he mentioned, it was most likely their hideout. His decisive and ruthless actions just now, combined with the theft, should be enough to dispel any suspicions from the other side. Yes, the undercover plan was going smoothly so far. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any unexpected twists ahead. After hearing the phone hang up, Fawn, with his buck teeth, looked obsequious as he patted the person pressed against him. He quickly got up and ran to stand between the two as a peacemaker. Under his exaggerated embellishment, Su Feng's experience turned into a tale of him challenging several gambling masters alone, forcing the casino to close and release the dogs, yet still being overturned by Su Feng alone. Upon hearing that Su Feng was also a gambling master, Wang Jiu subconsciously glanced at him a few more times, bursting into a crazy laughter once again. "Ha ha ha, well done, Feng. This time, all the goods are yours." Upon hearing such a crazy voice, Su Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, is this guy really crazy? Just now he was fighting for his life, and now he's acting crazy. If I had known earlier, I would have kicked him in the head, maybe it could have helped cure his illness. After retrieving his glasses and phone, Wang Jiu returned to his initial state. He signaled to his men and then turned to leave. Su Feng also left the KTV under the escort of his men. As for Feng, he was ecstatically contemplating how to deal with the drugs that were about to be in his hands. Outside, the members of the anti-drug team breathed a sigh of relief seeing Su Feng coming out unscathed. At this moment, Su Yunxiang suddenly pointed at a woman in white on the screen. "Is this Balian? Why is she here too? Why are you here? Did Tiangu ask you to come?" Just as Wang Jiu walked out of the KTV, he saw a person standing next to his car, who turned out to be Balian, one of the four great kings under Hong Tian. Seeing this person, he also showed a hint of surprise, his tone clearly displeased. A glint flashed in Su Feng's eyes. It seems that their relationship is not as harmonious as it seems. He liked this kind of situation. If the other party was united, he would have to put in a lot of effort to blend in. But if there were rifts between them, he would have an opportunity. Thinking about the days ahead, maneuvering in this drug trafficking group, setting traps step by step, Su Feng felt his blood boiling. Just as Su Feng was looking forward to the days ahead, Wang Jiu patted him on the shoulder. "Luo Chen, the brother I just met, seems not bad. Balian follows Tiangu, just like me." When it came to Su Feng's skills, Wang Jiu seemed unsure, his voice lowering. Seeing Wang Jiu's demeanor, Balian became interested, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Everyone here knew that Wang Jiu feared nothing, except for being obedient like a quail in front of Hong's old man. At other times, he never backed down from anyone. Just met Luo Chen today, and he was already feeling defeated? Perhaps Wang Jiu's evaluation of him was far lower than his actual strength. Balian revealed a seductive smile, slowly walking up to Su Feng, her eyes shimmering, her finger lightly tracing Su Feng's chest. Her tight-fitting outfit showcased her devilish figure, with a white flower pattern prominently displayed on her chest. "Luo Chen, I'll remember you." To make Wang Jiu lose face, you must have some extraordinary skill. Seeing Balian making a move on Su Feng right away, Wang Jiu looked at Su Feng with a smile that was not quite a smile, raising his eyebrows. In fact, his test of Su Feng just now was only the first step, simply testing the newcomer's abilities. In terms of danger, he was far from being as dangerous as Balian. In Hong Kong Island, relying on Balian's charm, she had rooted out many nails inserted by hostile forces and even undercover agents sent by the Hong Kong Island police. As the saying goes, people are swayed by beauty and lust. When an unparalleled beauty takes the initiative, there is absolutely no one who can resist the temptation. Let them be as tough as they may, they will still kneel at the feet of her pomegranate skirt, crying about their past, revealing their backgrounds, either advising her to turn herself in to the police or suggesting they run away together. However, Su Feng faced Bai Lian's seductive eyes with her usual cold expression, showing no interest in the beauty before her. Suddenly, Su Feng took out a handkerchief and wiped Bai Lian's mouth, then handed her a lipstick. "Remember to wipe your mouth after eating barbecue. Also, eat less garlic next time you work." Bai Lian's smile froze at the words, stiffly taking the handkerchief and lipstick, watching Su Feng as she got into Wang Jiu's car without looking back. Oh no, she ate the barbecue too quickly earlier and didn't clean her mouth properly. And the garlic in her mouth, he probably smelled it all, damn it. Ha ha ha. Bai Lian, you've met your match today. Wang Zhou's maniacal laughter echoed through the night sky, then swiftly got into the car. Although he knew Bai Lian couldn't break his defenses, when a woman gets angry, not even an iron shield can withstand it, better to slip away first. However, Bai Lian completely ignored his mockery, her eyes fixed on the handkerchief and lipstick Su Feng handed her, the image of Su Feng confidently wiping her mouth still echoing in her mind. She even showed a silly smile in front of the group of henchmen. The henchmen beside her were still stunned, but another henchman who had followed Hong Tian for years quickly lowered his head. Some things they could see, some things they couldn't bear to see. Bai Lian gently sniffed the handkerchief Su Feng handed her, it even had her favorite perfume scent. What kind of man was this, carrying a handkerchief and lipstick with him, her favorite style at that? Wait a minute, these two things, weren't they hers? Bai Lian touched her clothes pockets, indeed they were empty. She suddenly turned her head, staring at Su Feng's back in the car, curiosity shining in her eyes. Su Feng gave him a completely different feeling from those spineless men before. The rugged handsome man with scars on his face was not only considerate but also seemed to look down on her, perfectly hitting Bai Lian's XP and soul. The shadowy hand not only stole Bai Lian's lipstick and handkerchief but also unknowingly stole her heart. In the car, Wang Jiao patted Su Feng with a wicked smile. Brother, take care. Do you know who she last showed this expression to? Who? Su Feng's eyes also showed a hint of curiosity. Wang Jiao smirked. It was Tiangu, of course. Then, Bai Lian also got into Wang Zhou's car, several black cars slowly driving into the night. As they drove away one by one, behind them, a black van quietly followed. In the car, two men in the front row hunched over, sneakily watching the car ahead. Is it done? If you mess up, neither of us will get away with it. The man in the passenger seat asked anxiously and nervously. Brother, relax, the people I found are absolutely reliable. Let's just sit back and watch the show. The driver's eyes sparkled with excitement, carefully controlling the distance, following Wang Zhou's car from afar. Humph, these bastards from Hong Kong Island actually want to do it on their own without us. Hasn't he heard that a strong dragon doesn't crush a snake on its own turf? This time it's his little brother, next time it'll be Hong Tian himself. The driver's henchman also spoke excitedly. This time, we might be able to take out two in one go. If it goes well, we'll definitely earn a good reward. Hearing his words, the passenger brother snorted. Focus on driving, rewards can wait until the job is done. Don't worry, as long as you work diligently, you will definitely be rewarded. On the other side, the anti-drug team quickly arranged personnel to follow the car Su Feng was in. However, not long after they set off, the experienced anti-drug officer, Lao Wang, noticed something unusual in the tracking car and immediately contacted Su Yunxiang. Captain, something seems off. Su Yunxiang asked in confusion. Did you arrange for someone to follow Su Feng? No, one car is enough, more would risk exposure. Lao Wang's tone was serious. Strange, then who is in the car ahead? Meanwhile, Chen Rui was enjoying hot pot with several other gang leaders. After selling the first batch of drugs, Chen Rui tasted success and repeatedly discussed the next batch with Hong Tian. However, Hong Tian kept avoiding the topic, clearly not intending to give him the second batch. Chen Rui found out that Hong Tian had contacted several other influential figures in the underworld, even those recently released from prison, but not him. With his back against the wall due to police interference, Chen Rui couldn't bear losing his newly found source of income. He immediately contacted the other gang leaders and sent his men to intimidate Hong Tian. With local support secured, they awaited the next move. To ensure success, Chen Rui came up with a plan involving a bomb. Assassination seemed more feasible than a direct confrontation, as their men might not be able to take down Hong Tian's top men. They collaborated to plant a bomb in Wang Zhou's car, using a simpler version of the bomb previously used by Qin Wei. This bomb had a unique trigger mechanism that only activated when the car reached a certain speed, starting a countdown that would detonate the bomb if the speed dropped to zero. Although the bomb in the mall was defused by experts, the underworld lacked bomb disposal specialists. Chen Rui and the gang leaders toasted to their plan, waiting for good news. Ring ring. Su Yunxiang received a call from Tang Jianjun. Old Tang, what? Before he could finish, Tang Jianjun shouted, Su Feng is in danger. Received intel that someone has bribed Wang Zhou's men and planted a bomb in his car. Su Yunxiang's face paled, and he immediately informed the anti-drug team tracking Wang Zhou's vehicle. Damn it, we didn't equip Su Feng with communication devices to avoid detection. Even if we reach him, in the middle of nowhere, where can we find someone to defuse the bomb? Su Yunxiang paced back and forth, furrowing his brows. On the other end of the phone, Tang Jianjun's voice turned strange. You don't need to worry about defusing the bomb, just find a way to warn him. Su Feng should be able to handle the bomb. In Wang Zhou's car, the group was chatting casually when a phone call interrupted them. "Zhou, there's a car following you from behind. There seems to be one of Chen Rui's men in the car." Hearing this, they all turned to look. A shabby van was trailing them at a distance. "You guys, block that car behind us, preferably catch the person." Wang Zhou dismissed it and instructed other cars to intercept the van. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Su Feng's heart skipped a beat. Chen Rui? Could it be that he is also connected to Hong Tian and his group? It seems like their relationship isn't very good, so why send people to follow the car? Just then, the beaten-up van behind was surrounded by several cars and pulled over to the side of the road. The drug enforcement vehicle at the back was almost affected, honked angrily for a while, then swerved to the front, honking 3 times at Wang Zhou's car in a venting manner, before swiftly overtaking from the side. "Dare to honk at me? Humph, if it weren't urgent now, I would definitely overtake you back." Wang Zhou, like someone with ADHD, almost let his men catch up and race when he saw someone honking and overtaking. However, Su Feng's heart tightened. He remembered the license plate of the car that just overtook them was from the drug enforcement team. 3 honks, was it a message for him? Was there danger in the car? Su Feng discreetly scanned the interior but found nothing. At the same time, the drug enforcement officers in the front car were also anxiously looking in the rearview mirror. The van that had been tailing them had been discovered, even taken down directly. They could only choose this discreet way to alert Su Feng, hoping he would understand. Ding ding. Wang Zhou's phone rang again, and as soon as he answered, his subordinate on the other end shouted anxiously. "Zhou, there's a bomb in your car." "What?" Everyone in the car heard this and panicked, searching around. Finding nothing, even Wang Zhou's face showed signs of anxiety. Su Feng's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface, instructing the men in the front to turn off the music and listen carefully to the sounds in the car. Beep, beep, beep. Finally, Su Feng caught a faint sound. Su Feng slowly turned his head, looking towards the middle seat in the back row. Bai Lian, sitting on the other side of the back row, instinctively moved closer to the door. Su Feng flipped down the armrest box in the back row, opened the lid, and inside was a timed bomb with the timer already counting down. Seeing the bomb, everyone in the car, except Su Feng, turned pale. Only Su Feng, upon seeing the bomb, breathed a sigh of relief. Since the bomb was found, there was no need to worry. With a glance at the bomb, Su Feng, a silver-level explosive expert, instantly saw through the bomb and a serious expression appeared on his face. Oh no, this bomb was a bit tricky. Not that it was difficult to disarm, but during the process, it was highly likely that someone in the car could trigger the bomb. Sure enough, the moment Wang Zhou saw the bomb, he immediately directed his men beside him. "Stop the car. Let's get out." Wang Zhou's voice was no longer manic but rather trembling. "No, keep driving, don't slow down." The subordinate glanced at Su Feng through the rearview mirror, then hesitated and looked at Wang Zhou. Wang Zhou turned angrily to Su Feng. "What's the meaning of this? You want to kill us, don't you? Did you arrange the bomb? You're Chen Rui's man." Even Bai Lian, sitting on Su Feng's other side, frowned at Su Feng, waiting for an explanation. Su Feng held up the bomb, a sardonic expression appearing on his stern face for the first time. "I was just kindly reminding you. Besides the timer, this bomb also has a speed sensor. The bomb will explode directly the moment you stop the car. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you want it to explode, you can stop the car and try." Speed sensor? Upon hearing Su Feng's words, the other 3 in the car were stunned, their faces pale. The subordinate's foot on the accelerator began to tremble, unsure whether to accelerate or stop. "Big brothers, you better come to a unanimous decision quickly. Don't test me like this. Shao Qi, keep driving." Upon hearing Wang Zhou's command, Shao Qi breathed a sigh of relief, stepped on the gas pedal, and continued forward. "Su Feng, what do you mean?" Wang Zhou stared at Su Feng fiercely, but the cold sweat dripping from his forehead exposed his inner panic. His practiced golden bell shield could withstand attacks, but it was only effective against ordinary punches and kicks. In front of a bomb, it was as fragile as paper, causing anyone to panic. With less than 2 minutes left, if necessary, he could still jump out of the car and escape. With his martial arts protecting him, he would only suffer minor injuries. While Wang Zhou was in fear, Bai Lian remained unusually calm, her gaze serene as she looked at Su Feng. Compared to the bomb, Su Feng's allure was stronger. Moreover, she believed that Su Feng must have a way to deal with the bomb, hence his composure. This thought only heightened Su Feng's charm. Su Feng raised the bomb and spoke slowly. "The person who planted this bomb to kill you must have gone to great lengths. If I'm not mistaken, you can't even jump out of the car now." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhou immediately tried to open the car door. Indeed, just as Su Feng had said, he pulled several times, but the door didn't budge. The other party must have tampered with it while planting the bomb. As the countdown on the bomb continued, Xiaoqi and Wang Jiu grew increasingly nervous. Bai Lian gazed at Su Feng and spoke gently, "Luo Chen, stop beating around the bush. You can see the issue with the bomb at a glance, so you must have a solution, right?" Wang Jiu also anxiously stared at Su Feng, hoping he truly had a solution. However, Su Feng's expression turned serious as he casually placed the bomb on the back seat with a sigh. This action startled Wang Jiu, who instinctively shrank back, and Bai Lian's pupils also constricted. "I solve it? You make it sound so easy. I'm not a bomb disposal expert. If I make a mistake, the bomb will explode." Su Feng furrowed his brow, seemingly at a loss. However, he wouldn't allow himself to be blown up in the car by the bomb. Although he no longer focused on the bomb, he synchronized his thoughts with the countdown. As a master of psychology, he knew that in such a crisis, it could evoke special emotions in others: dependence, trust, and even admiration. It was like when two people in the ambiguous stage went to a haunted house or rode a roller coaster together. After the experience, they might feel closer, as if they had developed feelings for each other. Little did they know it was just the suspension bridge effect, mistaking nervous tension for romantic attraction. Su Feng planned to use this crisis to change the attitudes of the two people in the car towards him, so that when they met Hong Tian and the other four Great Kings, he could integrate better. Even Bai Lian, who had always believed in Su Feng, was visibly shaken by his words. She had thought Su Feng had a plan, but it seemed he didn't. Then why act so composed? In that moment, Wang Jiu, the driver, and even Bai Lian silently cursed Su Feng in their minds. "Scared, aren't you? Don't worry, I'll keep you frightened a little longer. Superheroes always show up at the last moment to save the world, right?" Seeing the others completely lose their usual composure under the threat of the bomb, a secretive smile played on Su Feng's lips. "If I just defuse the bomb directly, it would make things too easy. Letting you panic first is the right way to handle this bomb. The more panicked you are now, the greater the joy will be when you're saved later." As everyone searched for a solution, the countdown on the bomb continued to decrease, leaving less than a minute. Wang Jiu had already begun rummaging through the car drawer for items to break out of the window. No matter how ruthless he was a tough guy who had been through big scenes, and he would never give up hope of survival until the last moment. Thud! Thud! Without a handy tool, Wang Jiu could only use his elbow to knock on the window in the cramped space. But he forgot that the vehicle they were in had been specially modified, and the window's strength was not something he could break on his own. "Wang Jiu, even if you break the window, jumping out at this speed, you'll probably end up maimed if not dead. Think twice." Su Feng hurriedly stopped him from breaking the window to escape, leaving Wang Jiu and Bai Lian speechless. Staying in the car was undoubtedly a death sentence, but jumping out now at least offered a chance at survival. What was there to hesitate about? "Luo Chen, it's time, what are you hesitating about? Hurry up and find a way to jump out." Bai Lian pulled the car door frantically, urging Su Feng. Su Feng pursed her lips upon hearing this, picked up the bomb. "Actually, the structure of this bomb isn't that complicated. At this point, I can give it a try." As soon as she said this, both Bai Lian and Wang Jiu trembled, staring intently at Su Feng. Xiaoqi, who was driving, also kept an eye on Su Feng through the rearview mirror. If it weren't for his low status, he would have cursed. "You scared me for so long, and now you're telling me the bomb structure isn't that complicated? If it's not complicated, you should have disarmed it earlier. It's almost time now, the bomb is about to explode." Wang Jiu sat down obediently, took a deep breath, and looked at Su Feng. "Luo Chen. Brother Chen, don't hesitate, just do it." Su Feng picked up the bomb, and another hand appeared holding an eyebrow razor. Bai Lian saw it and knew it was taken from her pocket again. But she was completely unconcerned about these trivial matters now. Both of their attention focused solely on Su Feng. Su Feng looked serious, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. The other three were on edge, with Xiaoqi driving carefully, not daring to step on the brakes, thankful it was late at night, or they might have been forced to stop the car and detonate the bomb. However, in reality, when Su Feng first picked up the bomb, she had quietly destroyed the bomb's speed sensor. Now, the bomb's only means of detonation was the countdown, firmly in Su Feng's hands. Meanwhile, the drug enforcement officers who had overtaken them had slowed down after passing, constantly observing the situation behind them through the rearview mirror. They, too, were on edge, fearing the sound of an explosion from behind. Yet a minute passed, and nothing happened. "What's going on? Isn't this bomb timed? Why are they still in the car? Jump out quickly." Inside the car, the bomb had less than 30 seconds to explode. Everyone held their breath, while Su Feng gently cut a wire on the bomb with the eyebrow razor. Wang Jiu and Bai Lian were both on edge, fearing Su Feng might cut the wrong wire and detonate the bomb. However, after Su Feng cut the wire, the bomb's timer froze at 10 seconds. Phew. Seeing the bomb stop counting down, they all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. This kind of imminent yet helpless crisis was completely different from the feeling of facing off with a knife in hand, and it was impossible to describe without experiencing it firsthand next to a bomb. Wang Zhou turned to Su Feng and said solemnly, "Luo Chen, you saved my life, you're my brother from now on." Xiao Qi in front also nodded repeatedly. "Brother Chen, if you have any problems in the future, just tell me, I'll take care of it for you." Bailian's gaze towards him was less scrutinizing and more kind, almost turning into starry eyes. Su Feng felt pleased at the sight. Indeed, it was necessary to make a lasting impression by intervening at the last moment. If they had dismantled him right when they found the bomb, these people would not have the same feeling they had now. On the other side, Chen Rui, who was enjoying hot pot, had not received any news yet, feeling awkward under the gaze of the other bosses. The other bosses at the table also sensed that something was amiss and began questioning him. "Chen Rui, why haven't you got any results yet? Your men didn't mess up, did they? We all came here based on your word. If things don't work out and we get exposed, we won't take the blame." "Exactly, if Hong Tian comes knocking, don't blame us for not showing mercy." Chen Rui's expression was uncertain. Just 10 minutes ago, they were united against a common enemy, but now their attitudes had changed. These guys showed up when there was money to be made, but now that danger was present, they were quick to distance themselves. Suddenly, a henchman rushed in and whispered something to Chen Rui. "Damn it! Useless bunch!" Upon hearing the news, Chen Rui's face was filled with anger as he cursed loudly. The others frowned upon seeing this. Chen Rui's demeanor indicated that their worst fear had come true. Chen Rui's assassination attempt had failed, and it was time for them to retreat. Soon, the gang bosses left one by one, leaving only Chen Rui and two other bosses who were closely connected to him. "Chen Rui, what's the situation now?" A man with glasses, who looked refined, asked with a furrowed brow. This man was Su Qing, who was closest to Chen Rui and had been his longtime partner. Chen Rui took a deep breath, his face darkening. The bomb failed to detonate. "More importantly, my men have been captured by Wang Jiao." Chen Rui finished speaking, his expression turning fierce. "Be extra cautious from now on. Hong Tian will not let this go easily. And that Snaggletooth, he may not be able to deal with Hong Tian's people, but he's more than capable of dealing with him. Dream on if they think they can kick me out." In the office, members of the anti-drug team were anxiously waiting for updates from the frontline officers. It didn't take long before they received news. "The bomb didn't go off? That's great. I guess they used a dud, it scared me to death." The officers breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the bomb on the other side had malfunctioned, otherwise, things would have been troublesome. "What are you thinking?" Hearing his subordinate's conversation, Su Yinshan smiled and said, "They probably wouldn't make such a rookie mistake." Most likely, Su Feng disarmed the bomb. Although he knew Su Feng had helped disarm bombs before, it was with the help of the bomb disposal team, not solely his own effort. And he was in Wang Zhou's car, unlikely to have bomb disposal tools at hand. Even if the team leader came, they might not be able to handle the bomb. Unexpectedly, Su Feng managed to disarm the bomb in such a situation, truly remarkable. No wonder Tang Jianjun wasn't worried at all earlier, just instructing him to inform Su Feng quickly. "Ha! Su Feng can disarm bombs too?" Several officers nearby were stunned at the revelation. How could such a skilled person not be in the bomb disposal team but working undercover here? "Wait, I remember you said before, boss, that Su Feng is just a police officer at the sub-bureau, right? So, where did he learn such a niche skill?" Su Yinshan couldn't help but shake his head and shrug. "I'm not his boss, how would I know? From what others say, he helped disarm a bomb at a mall before." Even the bomb disposal team leader Chen Liang praised Su Feng endlessly. Moreover, they said that Su Feng's bomb disposal technique is completely different from theirs, and Su Feng is very likely to be able to manufacture bombs. This was the first time he had mentioned this to his team. During this period, everyone was busy focusing on this drug trafficking group, so he didn't specifically mention this to them. Interesting, what other surprises does Su Feng have that we don't know about? He can really make bombs? Why don't I believe it? With such skills, he's still working for a fixed salary? Su Yinshan was not pleased to hear this. What fixed salary? Do you know how much bonus Su Feng has received in less than a month since joining? He solved several cases within a week of joining, and the bonus just kept coming. Several team members were instantly confused. "Wait, Captain, Su Feng just joined less than a month ago? What the hell?" Upon hearing Su Yinshan's words, their first reaction was, how could a newcomer of just a month be called in as an undercover agent? How much trust do the leaders have in Su Feng? However, recalling Su Feng's abilities as introduced by Su Yinshan, they suddenly understood. A master thief, an interrogation expert, a combat specialist, and now a bomb disposal expert, maybe even a bomb maker. With such a versatile talent, the leaders dared to send him as an undercover agent. If they were the leaders, they would definitely let Su Feng work with the police team to solve cases safely and efficiently, rather than assigning him as an undercover agent. 2 of the undercover agents they had sent before had already gone missing. This was no joke. Were they not afraid of losing such a talented person to the drug trafficking group? Su Yunxiang could tell what they were thinking from the expressions on their faces. He took out his phone and showed them a photo, which was taken during Su Feng's undercover assessment, showing Su Feng disguised. Guess who this is? They all shook their heads. Can't guess? How about these? Still don't know? Let me tell you, all of these are Su Feng. Team members? Captain, are you sure? This blonde with big waves is also Su Feng? Seeing the skeptical expressions of his team, Su Yunxiang felt secretly pleased. When they saw Su Feng's disguise on the scene, their reactions were even more exaggerated than theirs. Captain, I finally understand why you trust him so much. Even if he stands in front of me now, I might not even recognize him. Captain, the Su Feng in this file, is that his real appearance, right? Su Yunxiang slapped him on the head. What are you thinking? Can there be fakes in the file? Captain, is the reason we arranged for him to be a gambling expert because Su Feng is also good at gambling? Hearing their companion's speculation, a few people nearby suddenly brightened up. No way? He's good at gambling too? Where did this guy grow up? How can he be so good at things that have nothing to do with the police? Hearing this, Su Yunxiang shook his head. No, we arranged this identity for him because Hong Tian and the others happen to need a gambling expert. Su Feng is a policeman. How could he be a gambling expert? Yeah, Su Feng is just a straightforward rookie cop. How could he go to places like a casino? In the car, there was a quiet atmosphere. After Su Feng successfully defused the bomb, Wang Jiao and Bai Lian couldn't calm down for a long time. They hadn't recovered from Su Feng's exquisite and precise operation just now. Occasionally, they glanced at Su Feng, as if they had something to say. Su Feng suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly to Wang Jiao, if you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush. You didn't hesitate to poke me at the KTV just now. Hearing this, Wang Jiao awkwardly coughed twice and looked out the window, retracting his gaze. The white lotus beside her suddenly transformed into a seductive figure, staring intently at Su Feng. Luochen, you saved my life, how can I repay you? White Lotus silently moved closer to Su Feng, placing a delicate hand on her shoulder. Feeling the gentle touch of White Lotus's fingers, Su Feng's body tingled, trying to suppress the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Upon hearing White Lotus's words, Wang Jiao's eyes behind his sunglasses darted towards the rearview mirror. Xiaoqi also glanced at the mirror silently, and the two locked eyes before Xiaoqi quickly looked away, focusing intently on the road ahead. He knew very well what to look at and what not to. Having been a driver in the organization for many years, he understood the dangers of curiosity. Despite White Lotus's temptation, Su Feng remained silent. What did you do before? Judging by how you handled the bomb, you must have done this before, right? White Lotus didn't continue her advances but shifted the conversation to inquire about Su Feng's background. Su Feng's expression remained cold as she turned to look at White Lotus. I am a police officer. A police officer specializing in bomb disposal. As soon as Su Feng finished speaking, the car suddenly accelerated forward. Xiaoqi was startled by Su Feng's words, losing control of the acceleration. Wang Jiao's expression tensed momentarily, but upon hearing Su Feng's second sentence, he grinned wildly again. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before a few chuckles broke out. Xiaoqi chuckled nervously, Brother Chen, you're really funny. If all police officers were as skilled as you in bomb disposal, who would dare to commit crimes? Besides, Brother Chen, if you really became a police officer, wouldn't all your martial arts skills go to waste? White Lotus and Wang Jiao also chuckled, clearly thinking that Su Feng was joking with them. Didn't expect Brother Luo Chen to be so humorous. Wang Jiao laughed heartily, his face showing a wild expression. If you're a bomb disposal police officer, then I must be a narcotics officer, right? Ha ha ha. This remark sparked even more laughter in the car. When Fangya contacted them earlier, she mentioned that she had never encountered someone like Su Feng. Wang Jiao and the others speculated that Su Feng was probably not a local and had come to Shanghai City for reasons similar to theirs. Although they were not sure what Su Feng did before, they didn't believe a single word of his claim to be a police officer. Which police officer could exude such a gangster aura like Su Feng? Which police officer could hone criminal techniques to such perfection? Each of them had their own judgments about Su Feng. Some guessed he had been a mercenary, while others speculated he was like Hong Tian, a former boss who had encountered setbacks and ended up here. but no one believed he was a police officer, not even attending a police academy. A student like Su Feng would have been expelled on the first day. Regardless, one thing was certain. Su Feng was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the underworld. With such a ruthless person joining them, their strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, and Tiange would surely reward them generously upon their return. Su Feng glanced at their expressions and smiled inwardly. Alas, the world was corrupt, and people's hearts were no longer pure. Since no one believed the truth when he spoke, he would let them believe the background fabricated by the narcotics team. His false identity was that of a single father from another province, with a tragic background of being bullied since childhood, learning various skills through hardships, joining mercenaries, and having a daughter with autism whom he hid while he earned money. In short, it was a concocted persona blending elements of Qin Wei's identity, with obvious vulnerabilities. As for where his hidden daughter is, let them search as they please. By the time they realize it's a false identity, Su Feng has probably already put silver bracelets on them. Before that, they can use this to make Hong Tian lower his guard, thinking he can easily manipulate Su Feng. At the same time, this is indeed the reason why Qin Wei is firmly controlled by Qin Rui. Just then, Wang Zhou's phone rang. It was Hong Tian calling. Upon learning that Wang Zhou and the others were ambushed by Qin Rui's men, he immediately sent someone to investigate and soon received important news, prompting him to call and warn them. That deadbeat Chen Rui just sent people to chase after you. They shouldn't be far from you. Forget about the others, you guys hurry back. Got it, we'll be there soon. Shortly after Wang Zhou hung up, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Bang! At the intersection, a car suddenly rushed out from the left side and crashed into their car. Xiaoqi, propelled by the impact, thudded against the window and passed out, still stepping on the gas pedal. Everyone was dazed by the crash. Meanwhile, the vehicle veered unsteadily towards the roadside. Su Feng was the first to regain consciousness, shocked by the scene before him. He tried to adjust the steering wheel, attempting to steer the car back on track, but the gas pedal was firmly pressed, causing the vehicle to accelerate continuously. Seeing this, Su Feng couldn't help but slap Wang Zhou's head again. Damn! Stop sleeping! Wake up! Startled by the slap, Wang Zhou shook off his daze and quickly reacted. Taking over the steering wheel, he leaned out to try opening the driver's door. After being hit by the other car just now, the driver's door was successfully opened. Gritting his teeth, Wang Zhou pushed Xiaoqi out. Seeing Xiaoqi's rolling body, Su Feng's pupils involuntarily contracted, wanting to turn his head to look. But in just a moment, he forced himself to remain composed. A ruthless mercenary wouldn't be shocked by abandoning a little brother. Wang Zhou didn't have time to pay attention to Su Feng. He sat directly in the driver's seat and barely managed to steer the car away from hitting a tree. However, Bai Lian, who had just regained consciousness beside him, noticed Su Feng's indifference and improved her impression of him slightly. Compassion for women would be fatal in their line of work. It was just a little brother. If one day she was the one left behind, she wouldn't find it surprising either. Wang Zhou took the driver's seat, and the car swayed and started moving, nearly hitting the roadside several times. Wang Zhou, can't you drive properly? Bai Lian, feeling dizzy from the swaying, cursed at Wang Zhou, tightly gripping the handle. Damn! Why don't you drive then? Wang Zhou retorted without looking back, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Neither of them was good at driving, especially after Baldy joined. They never sat in the driver's seat again. Su Feng's expression was grave. Who would have thought that he would encounter so much danger before even seeing Hong Tian? Bombs were manageable as long as he could reach them to disarm, but he couldn't control the pursuers driving outside. And with Wang Zhou behind the wheel, whose driving skills were truly terrifying, it's no wonder Hong Tian specifically sought out a race car driver as their chauffeur, probably scared by Wang Zhou's driving skills. Not to mention whether they would be intercepted by the pursuers behind. Even if they were the only car on this road, he worried Wang Zhou might drive them into a ravine. Although he had obtained a driver's license, it was back when he turned 18. Since then, he had never touched a steering wheel again, almost as if he had never learned. Su Feng thought to himself, it was time to brush up on his driving skills. Compared to being a passenger in the car, he now preferred to have control over his own life. On Siang Road, the anti-drug team member who had overtaken them just turned back, wanting to continue tracking the other party, only to witness them speeding away. Seeing the impact marks on the car, everyone was shocked. And behind them on the road, there were many vehicles speeding towards them. Are they crazy? How dare they be so arrogant? Their gazes followed the fleeing car, anger evident on their faces. Although this was not the city center, it was not a deserted place either. These gangsters were so reckless, wanting to commit murder in broad daylight? It was one thing for them to fight amongst themselves, but the crucial point was that their undercover agent was in that car. They absolutely could not let him come to harm here. Keep up with them. I'll contact the captain for backup. The officer in the passenger seat's face changed, quickly pulling out his phone to contact Su Yunxiang. No one expected that these gangsters, not content with planting bombs, were also prepared to kill on the spot. Over at Su Feng's location, there were only a few people left, but several cars were rushing towards them on the road, with at least a dozen people. If they were surrounded and intercepted by the other party, the people in the car would have absolutely no chance of survival. Even if they went up, it would only mean going up to their deaths. The only way was to call for backup. On the other side, in the car behind Su Feng and the others. Damn it, we were so close, we must catch them. Chen Rui's subordinate sat in the passenger seat, glaring fiercely at Su Feng and the others who were getting further away. Brother Chang, rest assured, with so many brothers here this time, can we let them escape? The confident driver accelerated confidently, and several cars behind also quickly caught up. If they manage to return alive today, you guys will have a hard time. Brother Chang stared at the black car ahead, speaking fiercely. Now that the bomb didn't explode, the tail was caught, they had already been exposed. And they had mobilized so many people, attracting a lot of attention. If Wang Jiao and the others really returned safely, they would have lost face and suffered a great loss. And Hong Tian would take this opportunity to recruit more people to fight against them. So, although they also felt that killing in public was very dangerous, at this point, if they didn't take care of the people, it would be difficult to end it. Fortunately, the reinforcements that arrived were not only from the police but also from Hong Tian's men. After Wang Zhou nervously drove for a while, he finally saw the people coming to meet them ahead, and the one driving the leading car was the bald guy. As they approached, the bald guy made a sharp turn, opened the door, and let Su Feng and the others get in. Bang! As the two cars approached, Wang Zhou, in a hurry, rammed into the bald guy's car. The few people quickly got out of the car and transferred to the bald guy's car. Damn it, Wang Zhou, are you crazy? As everyone sat down, the car started, and the bald guy started scolding Wang Zhou angrily. This was his newly acquired car, and before he could even drive it a few times, Wang Zhou had dented the rear. Knowing he was at fault, Wang Zhou unusually didn't argue back. After the bald guy vented, he drove leisurely on the road and quickly shook off the pursuers behind. Brother Chang and his men watched as the other party disappeared from view, and he clenched his fist fiercely. Contact Rui Gu and tell him the target has escaped. Brother Chang instructed the guy sitting in the back seat. The guy's face turned awkward upon hearing this and didn't really want to make the call. Right now, Rui Gu must be furious, and whoever made the call would become his punching bag. Brother Chang didn't want to do it, his men didn't want to do it, no one wanted to be scolded by the boss. However, under Brother Chang's gaze, the guy reluctantly took out his phone and made the call. Chang turned around and looked outside, suddenly noticing a flickering red and blue light in the distance. Damn, the cops are here so fast, let's get out of here. On the other side, upon learning that Wang Jiao and the others had completely escaped, Chen Rui angrily smashed his glass on the ground. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Damn it, how could they have escaped? Are you guys all idiots? For cars, over a dozen people, how could they not stop Wang Jiao? Chen Rui felt both angry and panicked, venting his frustration at his men. The failed plan, with the key figures of the other side all surviving, not only meant losing out on the drugs but also signaled an imminent retaliation akin to a storm of fury from the other side. As he discussed how to respond with the others, Baldy returned with Su Feng and the rest to their base. Boss, we're back. Baldy, Wang Jiao, Bai Lian, and Su Feng got out of the car and entered their base. Su Feng sat on the sofa, watched by a few men, while the other three went inside and later joined Hong Tian in the hall. Hong Tian went straight to his seat, his expression dark. The local gang in Shanghai City had truly surprised him today, leaving him in a terrible mood. Despite losing a few men, gaining a skilled individual was somewhat comforting. You're Luo Chun? Hong Tian glanced at Su Feng. Su Feng nodded calmly, meeting Hong Tian's gaze without fear. I know what happened earlier. If it weren't for you, Bai Lian and the others would be dead. Consider this my debt to you. Hong Tian gestured, and a man brought a bottle of liquor, pouring several glasses. Hong Tian raised his glass to Su Feng, and Wang Jiao and the others followed suit. Welcome, my good brother. Call me Brother Chen. Brother Chen. All the men in the hall echoed. Su Feng narrowed his eyes, smiled slightly, and raised his glass in acknowledgement. From now on, you'll be with Bai Lian and the others, following me. Hong Tian briefly introduced Su Feng to the organization, only touching on surface details and keeping the core business undisclosed. Su Feng wasn't in a hurry. Despite revealing his identity as a cop along the way, there were too many enemies in the underworld, possibly even spies from other organizations. Trust had yet to be established, especially since he had just arrived and hadn't directly interacted with Hong Tian. The core business of the organization, being vital to the Hong family, couldn't be casually disclosed to Su Feng. Moreover, Hong Tian seemed preoccupied, likely still thinking about the incident involving Chen Rui tonight. After arranging Su Feng's matters, Hong Tian changed the subject. I've already contacted home. A group of people will arrive in Shanghai City tomorrow at noon. Bai Lian, pass a message to the local gang leaders, meet me at the mahjong parlor tomorrow night at 8. Those who come, I won't hold it against them. If they don't come, there's no need for them to come again. With that, Hong Tian got up and left. Baldy frowned, about to say something, but Bai Lian's gaze stopped him. Su Feng noticed their subtle interactions but remained composed. After everyone left, the new 4 heavenly kings stayed in the hall. This operation has escalated too much. It's completely different from Brother Tian's initial plan. If we really attract police attention, it won't end well. And things aren't calm at home either. If the old man finds out about this, he might have ideas. The bald man sighed and shook his head, not entirely agreeing with Hong Tian's grand gestures. When they came over from Hong Kong Island, they traveled light, without much equipment. But Hong Tian brought people over from his home, and it was definitely not just people. More importantly, they brought all sorts of weapons. Tomorrow, there might be a fierce battle. Bai Lian also shook her head helplessly. Tiangu has been under a lot of pressure lately. These fools have walked right into the line of fire. It's just their bad luck. If you dare to make Tiangu think twice at this moment, you might not even be able to protect yourself. Just do as Tiangu says. Both of them looked worried, while Wang Jiao looked eager. People die and birds fly, what's there to fear? We're all in this together. This little situation is nothing. Su Feng listened to the others chatter on, a glint of determination in her eyes. Let these people fight to the death, she didn't care. It was more intriguing to her that Hong Tian would be meeting with these gang leaders tomorrow. The 3 chatted animatedly, completely ignoring Su Feng. But she was fine with that. At this moment, Su Feng pondered whether Hong Tian would let her accompany him to meet these gang leaders tomorrow. After all, she had just arrived today, still a newcomer, not having experienced life and death together. If Su Feng was indeed sent by another faction, if she disrupted the meeting tomorrow, or even more crazily, chose to launch a suicidal attack, calling the police to arrest everyone, the losses would be too great. Although tomorrow's meeting would likely just be discussions for future cooperation, without any substantial evidence. But if she could see these people and confirm their identities, it would greatly help the police in their future operations. So, she must find a way to participate tomorrow. Suddenly, Wang Jiao slapped his thigh and looked at Su Feng. Oh, I forgot to tell Tiangu earlier, you're a master at gambling. If you could help the boss win the Gambling King tournament, this little issue in Shanghai City would be nothing. With these words, a glint also flashed in Bai Lian's eyes. The bald man, however, furrowed his brow. Su Feng had been silent all the way, and he had been busy driving, not knowing much about Su Feng's many talents. Wow, you don't know? Wang Jiao suddenly perked up and gave the bald man a detailed introduction to Su Feng. When he heard that Su Feng had won so much that he had bankrupted the gambling houses, the bald man was also surprised, but then he showed a skeptical expression. As far as I know, the gambling games in Shanghai City are completely different from the Gambling King tournament. According to the rules of this tournament, there are only 2 games, poker and mahjong. Are you sure he can handle it? The bald man then carefully scrutinized Su Feng and said, Luo Chen, it's not that I look down on you. The gambling scene here in Shanghai City is different from yours. Playing dice and such things won't cut it. If you only know how to play dice, and end up losing miserably on the tournament stage, the old man will definitely blame Tiangu for all the mistakes. Wang Jiao also pursed his lips upon hearing this, admitting that what he said made sense. Bai Lian furrowed her brow and suddenly spoke up. Why don't we play and see? We'll know once we try. What's the use of you all fussing over this? There are exactly 4 of us here, and conveniently, there's a mahjong set next door. Let's go over and play around. Upon hearing Bai Lian's suggestion, Su Feng smiled inwardly. I've been waiting for you to bring this up. It's been a while since I've been at the gambling table, so today is a good warm-up. Wang Jiao got excited, jumped off the sofa, and beckoned to Su Feng. Come on, let's go. Let's go, play mahjong. At this moment, the bald man suddenly remembered that the mahjong set next door was used by them to test hiding drugs, not a regular mahjong set. So he stopped the 2 and winked at Bai Lian. The mahjong set next door might not be suitable, right? How about tomorrow morning, we take him directly to the mahjong parlor? Why can't we play next door? Wang Jiao was still puzzled, his eyes behind the sunglasses filled with great confusion. The bald guy's eyes darted around, and Wang Jiao finally caught on. Oh, ha, let's play tomorrow then. Exactly, playing mahjong should be done in a mahjong parlor to have the right atmosphere. Su Feng watched the awkward performance of the group, feeling a vein pop on his forehead. His knowledge of psychology was at a master level, and he could practically read the minds of the people in front of him. He saw through their thoughts clearly, yet maintained a calm exterior. Why couldn't they play when they clearly had mahjong? It was obvious that something fishy was going on next door, or rather, there was an issue with the mahjong game there. Most likely, it was related to the most important thing on their trip to the mountains and seas, something he hadn't had the chance to investigate yet. Fortunately, he would at least have the opportunity to meet Hong Tian and the others tomorrow, where he could gather information about these big shots. Watching the three men awkwardly perform for a while, Su Feng quietly took out his phone. As Su Feng pulled out his phone, the three men's expressions tensed simultaneously, their eyes fixed on Su Feng's phone. Su Feng opened a video app and searched for the Fast and Furious movie series, feeling very satisfied. After some thought, he decided this movie was most suitable for him. Since the system wouldn't provide him with any abilities for good deeds, he might as well watch a gangster street racing movie. Perhaps the abilities he gained would be more suitable for the current situation. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of the three men, Su Feng immersed himself in the movie. The phone had just been handed to him for this operation, and its contents were clean. So, he wasn't worried about anyone checking his phone, whether it was the photo album or messaging apps. The anti-drug team had prepared a full set of scripts, and Hong Tian's group wouldn't suspect a thing. Moreover, even if they had doubts, his top-notch brainwashing techniques would make those suspicions vanish into thin air. The three men approached quietly, relieved to see Su Feng watching a movie on his phone. "Why are you watching this movie? Do you want to learn how to drive?" The bald guy frowned upon seeing it was a family hero movie. As a top racer, he used to enjoy the earlier movies in the series, but only up to a point. The reason was simple. The later movies in the series became more and more absurd, to the extent that physics didn't even exist in the newest ones. As a true racer, he couldn't accept such outrageous designs. However, he suddenly remembered the scene he saw when he went to support Su Feng and the others, and he looked at Wang Jiao provocatively. "Wang Jiao, look at the trouble you've caused. Brother Luochen sat in your car once, and now he wants to learn how to drive himself. Ha!" Wang Jiao snorted and, after a moment's thought, turned on the projector. "What's the point of watching on a phone? Let's project it. Watch it on the big screen. That's the way to go." Wang Jiao sat next to Su Feng, placed his hand on Su Feng's phone screen, and then pointed to the movie scene just projected in front of them. "Oh?" Su Feng raised an eyebrow, locked his phone screen, and set it aside. "It seems he still doesn't trust me, even wants to watch a movie together. Well, it doesn't matter, my real intention is indeed to watch the movie, and having company is even better." So, the four of them watched the movie together in an extremely eerie atmosphere. However, the movie Su Feng chose was one they had all seen before, and now they were all bored watching it but couldn't leave. They had to keep an eye on Su Feng. They yawned involuntarily as they watched. Only Su Feng remained spirited. In his eyes, the progress bar of the movie was the progress bar of his system abilities. The further the movie played, the more energized he felt. 2 hours later, as Su Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of Dwayne Johnson and Jason Statham together on the screen, a long-awaited voice finally rang in his mind. "Ding! Ding!" Host watched the Fast and Furious series, triggering an extraordinary enlightenment, gaining the ability Extreme Speed Racing. Now, you possess an unbelievable driving skill akin to a family hero, knowing all vehicle characteristics like the back of your hand, ready to perform extreme modifications at any time. Racing in the sky, speeding past submarines, nothing was beyond reach. Even if Optimus Prime came, he would be firmly in your grasp. Give you a grappling hook, and you could flip Newton's coffin lid directly. Nice! Seeing this skill, Su Feng felt no surprise in his heart. This was what he wanted, a god-tier driving skill surpassing physics. And this was his first ability that he could use in daily life. At least compared to skills like explosives experts, it was much more normal. At the very least, he wouldn't have to squeeze into the subway for work anymore, he could drive himself. As the movie ended, Su Feng closed his eyes directly to rest, accepting the information the system transmitted to him. Various knowledge about Guan Yu's car modifications and maintenance flooded Su Feng's mind. Now, even the most dilapidated car in Su Feng's hands could be revitalized. At the same time, various fancy driving maneuvers, drifting, burning rubber, fishtailing, various cornering techniques, all appeared in his mind. Even if Michael Schumacher woke up now and competed with Su Feng in his prime, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Most importantly, Su Feng did not master conventional driving skills. Strictly speaking, the techniques he mastered were usually referred to as reckless driving in police announcements. Racing on the vast American highways was a piece of cake. For a true driver, even in the crowded city area, Su Feng could easily weave through traffic at speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour, like a nimble dragon, without causing any accidents. As the system said, Su Feng's control over vehicles had truly reached a state of unity between man and machine. Fully absorbing the new ability, Su Feng felt secretly pleased. Now he could firmly control his own destiny, and with a driver's license, it was simply perfect. As for Wang Jiao, as long as he was around, he wouldn't even think about touching the steering wheel. Thinking of this, Su Feng suddenly felt a bit regretful. When he got his driver's license back then, he had to take the test several times before passing. Now he really wanted to go back and take the test again, precisely hitting the gas pedal each time the instructor started to guide him, steering accurately, reversing directly into the parking spot, parallel parking, and casually getting out of the car to leave the instructor dumbfounded. Just thinking about it was so cool. Su Feng opened his eyes to find Wang Jiao already slumped on the couch asleep, and the bald guy had disappeared somewhere. Only Bai Lian's eyes were wandering, half dreaming, half awake, looking at him. Bai Lian smiled at him, said nothing, got up, took Su Feng to his room, and left, leaving behind a graceful figure. Su Feng didn't think much, checked the room once, and then rested. The next morning, Su Feng followed the others out of the base, where several brand new R8s were waiting. The bald guy directly took the driver's seat, and the four of them rode in one car to the mahjong parlor. After the R8 left the base, it entered the city area, navigating through the morning rush hour traffic, stopping and going. Faced with such road conditions, even though the bald guy was a car king, he could only admit defeat. However, Su Feng couldn't help but itch to see the bald guy's three-step braking technique. In Su Feng's eyes, the morning rush hour in Shanghai City was like a grand avenue, with countless routes to weave through traffic and accelerate forward. After wandering around for a while, they finally stopped behind a food street where several vans were unloading. Walking into an alley from there, they made several turns and eventually arrived at the back door of a mahjong parlor. The bald guy walked straight to the wall, reached out to press on it, hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and turned to look at the three people behind him. Almost forgot. We're here to play mahjong. Wang Jiao coldly smiled at him, pushed aside the curtain, and walked in. Su Feng remained silent on the side, keeping all the details of the journey in mind, especially the place the bald guy was about to press. The explosive index here was obviously abnormal, indicating the presence of hidden mechanisms or traps. There might be a chance to investigate later. On the other side, the members of the anti-drug team had hardly slept a wink all night. That night, the underground forces in Shanghai City were in turmoil, causing continuous disturbances. Su Yunxiang concluded that these events were undoubtedly related to the attack on Su Feng and the others the previous night. In the next 3 days, something significant was bound to happen. If not handled properly, it could lead to severe social consequences. But at the same time, it was also an opportunity, perhaps to capture all these people in one fell swoop. This would depend on Su Feng's performance. They had agreed on a way to stay in touch, but Su Feng had not contacted them yet. The situation is not looking good. Su Yunxiang paced back and forth with a furrowed brow, deeply concerned about Su Feng's current situation. Upon entering the mahjong parlor, several young men were already moving around, greeting Wang Jiao and his group as they entered. The four of them arrived at a large room with several mahjong tables. Without further ado, they took their seats and started playing. Wang Jiao and the others exchanged glances, revealing a faint smile. Since your predecessor was killed, we've been short of one player. Now that you're here, we can finally play. As they played and chatted casually, Su Feng observed their expressions and understood their intentions. They had finally found a scapegoat and planned to team up against her. Well, if that's how they wanted to play, she wouldn't hold back. Su Feng unleashed her full potential, relying on her exceptional memory to effortlessly win with a pure hand or a 13 orphan's hand. The unsuspecting players on the table went from 1 to 3 in no time. In less than 40 minutes, the three opponents were sweating profusely, exchanging desperate glances. Tian-gu. Suddenly, a voice from outside called out, signaling Hong Tian's return. Wang Jiao was the first to get up and hurriedly ran out. Tian-gu is here, let's go meet him. The other two also got up relievedly to welcome Tian-gu. Su Feng clicked her tongue and followed along. These three were really terrible at playing, and after all this time, winning against them was not satisfying at all. At the main entrance of the mahjong parlor, Hong Tian entered with a smile, accompanied by a tall and agile young man. He introduced him to Su Feng and the others. Let me introduce, this is the personal disciple of the gambling king Jin Tianzhou from Auto, Zisheng. Wang Jiao was astonished. Jin Tianzhou? Hasn't he retired from the underworld? The bald guy touched his head, suddenly enlightened. Could it be that the old man invited this gambling king over? Hearing his speculation, everyone was shocked. Jin Tianzhou was a legendary figure from the previous generation, who once single-handedly won billions at the Phoenix Palace in Auto. What was even more impressive was that no gambling establishment dared to offend him, allowing him to live to a ripe old age, now almost 70 years old. Even if the old man and he were of similar age and belonged to the same era, it was unlikely that Jin Tianzhu would come out of retirement for a gambling competition. How did the old man manage to invite such a big shot over? However, Hong Tian shook his head. Senior Jin is old and in poor health, and my father didn't go to visit him. Recently, I had the chance to meet Zisheng, and he decided to help the Hongmen participate in the Gambling King competition. Zisheng nodded at the words. Nice to meet you. This time, representing my master in the Gambling King competition, I will not disappoint you all. Zisheng spoke and acted meticulously, showing that Jin Tianzhu's discipline was very strict. The bald men lost interest upon realizing it was not the legendary predecessor who had come but just a disciple. Hong Tian noticed that Sufeng was also present, his expression slightly displeased. Without avoiding Sufeng, he directly questioned the other three. Why is he here too? Hong Tian's tone was calm, but the authority in it sent shivers down people's spines. Wang Jiu's eyes gleamed as he spoke first. Brother Tian, have you forgotten? Luo Chen is also a gambling genius. Just now, we were playing mahjong, and Sufeng won from start to finish on her own. The rest of us almost lost everything. Wang Jiu and the bald men on the side also echoed, introducing Sufeng's card skills to Hong Tian. Upon hearing that they were assessing his gambling skills, Hong Tian's expression softened slightly, then he waved his hand. Now that Zisheng is here, you don't need to worry about this matter anymore. Zisheng, let's go in first. However, Zisheng beside him was indignant as he looked at Sufeng, speaking passionately. Who are you? How dare you call yourself a gambling god? Even my master, undefeated and victorious all over the world, wouldn't dare call himself a gambling god. Do you know who my master is? My master. Anyway, Brother Tian, I must teach him a lesson. Let him know there are always greater talents out there. Zisheng spoke eloquently, never straying far from mentioning his master, clearly Jin Tianzhu's #1 fan. Sufeng narrowed her eyes upon hearing this, sizing up Zisheng. Something was off. Did this Zisheng really go to study under a master, the way he spoke giving the impression of being brainwashed in a pyramid scheme? Wang Jiu and the others also had strange expressions upon hearing this, all looking towards Brother Tian. Brother Tian, where did you find this oddball? Has he never experienced the harsh realities of society? Can't he see that Luo Chun is on our side? Coming and wanting to establish dominance by targeting him right away, a bit reckless for a young man. Hong Tian frowned slightly. The most taboo thing for an organization is internal discord. Although Wang Jiu and the others didn't get along on the surface, they always cooperated seamlessly in times of danger, having faced countless life-threatening situations together. But it seemed difficult for Luo Chen and Zisheng to mesh well. If they wanted Zisheng to stay, they would inevitably have to let go of the other person. Sensing Hong Tian's contemplation, Bai Fan's eyes sparkled, speaking softly. Since Zisheng has ideas, why not let the two of them have a match? Mahjong is next door, lacking 2 players. I'll join. Wang Jiu, Baldy, which one of you will play? However, Hong Tian directly interrupted. No need, I'll handle it myself. Oh, Brother Tian wants to personally take action? Upon hearing Hong Tian's words, Wang Jiu and Baldy looked at each other in surprise. Actually, Hong Tian's card skills were also remarkable, but he usually only played with his family and wouldn't normally join their games, which is why they had been short of one player for so long. Unexpectedly, he was going to play personally today, promising an interesting show. Zisheng, seeing Hong Tian about to play against him personally, felt quite satisfied, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips, as if he could already see Hong Tian's shocked expression at his superb card skills later. He had been diligently practicing under his master Jin Tianzhu for many years, working from sunrise to sunset every day. He had to bathe, change clothes, light incense, and smoke before entering the practice room to practice card skills. Over the years, Zisheng had almost worn out the patina on the deck of cards most cherished by Jin Tianzhu. He couldn't believe it. After spending so much money to become the top mahjong master's apprentice and working hard for several years, how could he lose to this poor boy from a remote village? Later, he would show these people what real card skills were. After showcasing his skills, even if he raised his price, he believed Hong Tian would still offer to hire him. Zisheng pondered for a moment, preparing to demonstrate at the upcoming card table according to the methods his master had taught him. The first step was to mark the mahjong tiles during shuffling, a method known in the industry as marking flowers. This way, during the game, he could easily identify the marked mahjong tiles and use them to determine what the other 3 players were aiming for. As for the specific method of marking flowers, some people used scents, some used symbols, but his sense of smell was naturally sensitive, so he chose scents as markers. Currently, in his clothing pockets, he carried 10 samples of perfume, each finger having its own unique scent. Based on the scent of the tiles, he could easily discern which tiles to play and which not to. Balian and the others watched as Zixiong's smile grew wider, strange expressions appearing on their faces. Has this kid gone crazy from learning mahjong? Why is he laughing like that? The people the boss brought seem a bit unreliable. In comparison, Luochen seems more reliable. After comparing Luochen and Zixiong, it was clear that the ruthless and taciturn Luochen was more trustworthy. Hong Tian took the lead and entered the innermost room next door, sitting directly at the main seat of the mahjong table, followed by the three of them. Once seated, Balian was about to press a button when Zixiong suddenly asked in confusion, "Where are the mahjong tiles? How can we play without tiles on the table?" Balian paused, glanced at Wang Jiao and the others standing next to Hong Tian, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Su Feng had long smelled the pungent scent on Zixiong's fingers and quickly understood the method Zixiong intended to use. To this king of swindlers, this approach was just too obvious. Poor child, not knowing where he secluded himself to practice for so many years. With technology so advanced outside, automatic mahjong tables everywhere, who still shuffles their own tiles? Marking flowers is an outdated trick. Is this your first time playing with someone other than your master? Hong Tian looked at Zixiong and asked calmly. Zixiong sat upright, nodded, and confidently replied, "Yes, it's my first time. But rest assured, even so, he is definitely not my match." Hong Tian nodded in response, but the corner of his mouth unconsciously twitched downwards. Balian smiled faintly and continued to press the button. The mahjong table in front of the four of them sank down and then rose with a set of tiles. Seeing the neatly arranged mahjong tiles in front of him, Zixiong was dumbfounded. "Are these already set up? We don't need to shuffle?" Su Feng said casually. "That's right. What, have you never seen an automatic mahjong table before?" Zixiong choked, obviously not expecting this scenario. "How could you play mahjong without shuffling? This is too advanced. The tiles are already set up, how can I mark them now?" Zixiong's expression changed, but he quickly calmed down. It's okay not to mark them, even without cheating, he was confident he could win this round. My master never liked these flashy things. That's why we always shuffle ourselves." Zixiong raised his head proudly, his words tinged with a hint of arrogance. Su Feng reached out for his tiles, glanced at Zixiong, and said, "Hey, kid, stop chatting, it's your turn to draw tiles." Zixiong looked bewildered, mechanically took the tiles, and began arranging them. Balian, sitting across from Su Feng, sneakily glanced at Su Feng and was struck once again by his cold, magnetic voice. "Love it, love it." After a few minutes, Zixiong was left with only 1 to 7 pairs of cards in his hand, having already collected 2 sets of tiles in the east and south. Victory was within reach, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Drawing another card, it was the north wind. Zixiong looked frustrated and casually discarded the north wind. "Pang!" Balian spoke up, claiming the north wind. Zixiong cursed under his breath, but the next round still didn't bring the card he wanted. Instead, it was a 2 of bamboo, which he angrily threw out. "Who?" Su Feng lightly pushed her tiles forward, declaring victory with just 1 set. "Can't you play a better hand? You won with this hand too?" Realizing he not only missed the opportunity but also lost to the smallest tile, Zixiong lost his temper and pushed the tiles away. Seeing him losing control, Su Feng calmly remarked, "Don't be greedy in playing, better to discard than to lose." "What, your master didn't teach you that?" As Su Feng spoke, she pushed the tiles on the table into the machine, including Zixiong's tiles, denying him the chance to mark them. In the second round, Zixiong's luck remained strong. However, every time it was his turn to draw a tile after the previous player, Su Feng would always discard a tile, not giving him a chance to draw. Su Feng discarded 3 times in a row, leaving her with only 4 tiles. Balian played a 2 of characters, and Hong Tian and Zixiong both looked at Su Feng. No more chances to discard now, right?" Zixiong said provocatively, looking pleased with himself. Seeing Su Feng shrug, indicating she indeed had no more chances to discard, Zixiong's expression finally relaxed a bit. But before he could draw a tile, Su Feng spoke again, not discarding this time. "Who?" Snap. Balian won with a discard from Su Feng, leaving Zixiong frustrated once again. "When I'm on a roll, you keep discarding, ever heard of that?" Su Feng calmly pushed the tiles into the machine, speaking evenly. However, upon hearing Su Feng's words, Zixiong suddenly felt a sense of familiarity and carefully pondered the 2 phrases she had just said. "Better to discard than to lose, when I'm on a roll, you keep discarding." Oddly, these 2 phrases sounded so familiar, like something his master had once said. After losing several rounds, Zixiong's pride was starting to take a hit. He could clearly sense from the looks of the others that they were beginning to doubt his skills. This wouldn't do, he had to win the next round. Sufeng glanced at Zisheng, unfazed. Buddy, you think you can win with this level of skill? Your play is even worse than a beginner's. Could this person really be the disciple of the Mahjong saint? Could he be a fraud? Balian pressed a button, the Mahjong tiles rose, and the game continued. Sufeng arranged her tiles and saw a mix of mediocre hands. She pursed her lips, shook her head slightly, ran her fingers over the tiles, waiting for Zisheng to play. Standing beside Sufeng, Wang Jiu glanced at her tiles, his mouth turned down, shaking his head. Luo Chen's luck was not good this time, he definitely couldn't win. If Zisheng couldn't win this round, Wang Jiu would seriously doubt if he knew how to play Mahjong at all. On the other side, Zisheng's tiles were also in disarray, but he rolled his eyes, grumbling. Hong Tian frowned at him, giving him a sideways glance, but Zisheng, oblivious, continued to make noise. The game proceeded normally, this time Sufeng didn't deliberately disrupt Zisheng, and she didn't eat or discard, focusing entirely on her own tiles. After drawing another tile, Sufeng shook her head, lightly turning the Mahjong tiles with her fingers. Wang Jiu circled back to look at Sufeng's tiles, his pupils dilated, then quickly returned to Hong Tian. Just a few minutes had passed. Where did those mediocre tiles go? When did it become a 13 orphan's hand? My goodness. Just draw one more tile randomly, and you can win, right? Luckily, Wang Jiu was wearing sunglasses, so no one noticed his shocked expression. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and play your tile, Zisheng said impatiently after seeing Sufeng silent for a while, clapping his hands on the table. Hong Tian beside him had a gloomy expression, trying hard to suppress his emotions. If it weren't for Jin Tianzhou's face, he would have kicked this person out long ago. Not only is his Mahjong skill lacking, but his character is also poor. I really don't understand why Jin Tianzhou chose him as his successor, he must be really confused. Sufeng shook her head lightly at Zisheng's frustrated look and said calmly, having bad tiles doesn't necessarily mean losing, and those who are despicable will have their day. Snap! Sufeng slapped the north wind tile on the table and pushed her tiles forward. Self-drawn, 13 orphans. 13 orphans? The other three players were all shocked as they looked at the Mahjong tiles in front of Sufeng, and the expressions on Balian, Wang Jiu, and Baldy's faces only had 4 words, worship the master. The master is amazing. It seems that when we were playing earlier, he wasn't serious at all. In that case, they should thank Zisheng for showing them Luo Chen's true skill. Hong Tian also looked at Sufeng with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had originally thought that he was just an ignorant gambler who thought he was a gambling god after winning some money playing dice. He didn't expect him to have real skills. In that case, they could consider letting him represent the Hongmen in the Gambling King competition. Hong Tian had already included Sufeng in his list of gambling god candidates, but then he looked at Zisheng and furrowed his brow. Zisheng had already promised him before, and if he backed out now, it might affect the relationship between the Hong family and Jin Tianzhou. Although Jin Tianzhou was old, he had a wide network in the Jianghu. If he got angry and brought in some experts to help the enemies of the Hongmen, it would be a disaster. Damn, are you cheating? Zisheng stood up angrily, staring incredulously at Sufeng's tiles, carefully examining them twice to confirm that it was indeed 13 orphans. You can lose with tiles, but not with character. You can win with tiles, but not by bullying others. You win with people, not tiles. You lose your life, not tiles. When tiles are strong, both hands are fragrant. When tiles are weak, you must play for life and death. Sufeng leaned back and said calmly, Mahjong Bible, didn't your master teach you? Mahjong Bible? Was this his secret to winning at Mahjong? When Wang Jiu and the others heard Sufeng's words, they pondered over them in their minds, finding Sufeng's words more and more profound and mysterious. Baldy and Wang Jiu glanced at each other and shrugged. They had thought that with him around, they wouldn't need a fourth player anymore. Well, now they realized that Sufeng was indeed a Mahjong master, and they wouldn't dare play Mahjong with him in the future. Playing Mahjong with him would just be giving him money, they were not masochists. At this moment, Balian's admiration for Sufeng reached its peak. In Hong Kong, during festivals and gatherings, playing Mahjong was a must. If her man could dominate at the Mahjong table, she would gain face. For years, she had been overshadowed by her aunts during festivals, but if she could win over Sufeng, she could also show off at the Mahjong table. However, when Zisheng heard Sufeng's words, his brain suddenly froze. It all came back to him. No wonder his words sounded so familiar. This was exactly the 10 maxims his master taught him when he was apprenticing. According to his master, these maxims were the exclusive secret of their sect, and as long as he remembered these 10 maxims, he could stand firm at the Mahjong table. Sufeng called these maxims the Mahjong Bible, a fitting name indeed. Zisheng's mind raced, and he angrily pointed his phone at Sufeng. How did you know the master's unique skills? Oh, so you've been secretly learning from the master. I'll contact the master right away. Dare to steal the master's ultimate move, and you can forget about those hands of yours. Hong Tian's expression turned sour, about to stop Zixiong, but was halted by Su Feng. Su Feng crossed her arms, calmly watching Zixiong. Tiangu, don't bother with him. If this kid can really make a phone call, I'll eat this table. Zixiong's eyes flickered at the words, his expression suddenly becoming uneasy. The bald guy asked in confusion, what do you mean? Do you doubt that he is Master Jin's disciple? Zixiong immediately retorted upon hearing this, how dare you doubt my identity? Humph, is this how you all behave? It seems Master was right, I shouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. Tiangu, sorry, if your people have this kind of attitude, then I don't think our cooperation is necessary. With that, he was about to get up and leave. Su Feng gave Wang Jiu a look, and Wang Jiu, puzzled, instinctively followed Su Feng's instructions to stop Zixiong. Strange, why does Su Feng's gaze feel so compelling? Why should I listen to him? Although feeling uneasy, Wang Jiu still stood in front of Zixiong, not letting him leave. Hong Tian also looked at Su Feng and said seriously, Luo Chen, Zixiong is indeed Master Jin's disciple. I've already had someone check, and there's video evidence. You questioned his identity, what evidence do you have? Su Feng smiled faintly. I don't deny that he was once the successor of the Bird Saint, but now, I'm not so sure. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Tian's phone suddenly received a message. After reading it, Hong Tian's gaze sharpened, and he said to Wang Jiu with a dark expression, Wang Jiu, arrest this fraudster for me. Dare to deceive me, you must be tired of living. Wang Jiu and the others were stunned for a moment, then signaled their men to hold Zixiong down. What are you doing? I am Master Jin's direct disciple. Zixiong struggled while shouting at Hong Tian. Su Feng sat calmly in her chair, watching Zixiong continue his act. Tiangu, what's going on? Balian walked up to Hong Tian, asking softly. This guy was kicked out by Master Jin a long time ago because of his incompetence and poor skills. During this time, he has been parading around using this identity to deceive many people. Hong Tian was displeased, and he kicked Zixiong hard. Damn it, daring to deceive me. Take him away and teach him a lesson. After his men took Zixiong away, Hong Tian let out a sigh, then turned around with a smile to Su Feng. I was blind before and didn't see your true strength. If you're willing to represent the Hongmen in the Gambling King competition, cars, houses, women, you can choose whatever you want. Meanwhile, at the city police station, Su Yunxiang received a call from his superiors, inquiring about the series of car accident incidents last night. They had received reports from many citizens last night, all claiming to have seen gangsters racing and fighting, with some even describing it in exaggerated terms. The leaders unanimously believed that this incident seriously disrupted social order, causing panic among the residents nearby. Su Yunxiang frowned deeply, listening to the leaders' reprimands with a very unpleasant expression. Gangsters chasing and crashing cars could be a big or small matter, but it happened to be related to the drug trafficking case he was in charge of. If they hadn't sent Su Feng undercover, a high-speed chase last night might not have happened, and their drug enforcement team would be fully responsible. Although it might not have been caused by Su Feng as an undercover agent, in the eyes of the leaders, it was a sign of the team's incompetence in handling the situation. The case of urging the capture of a drug trafficking organization was already on top, and this serious traffic accident only fueled dissatisfaction, demanding that the anti-drug team must quickly solve the case, arrest all relevant individuals, and be accountable to the public. Fortunately, there were no casualties at the scene, no impact on the masses, and it was late at night. The videos captured by witnesses were not very clear, or else he would be in big trouble. Understood, this is our fault. I didn't notice the actions of these gang leaders in time. I will immediately write a report and submit it. In any case, he was solely responsible for this matter. No one could have expected the local gangs to be so bold, resorting to attempted bombings and outright killings. Is a report useful? I want arrests. The drug trafficking organization, and those gang leaders, not one should escape. On the other end of the phone, Su Yunxiang's direct superior's angry voice kept coming through. I vouched for you in front of the leaders, guaranteeing that we could completely solve this case in a short time. I have full confidence in you, and this is the result you give me? How do I explain this to my superiors then? Hearing his former leader's voice, Su Yunxiang could only silently endure the anger. He knew that there was immense pressure from the provincial department, with everyone closely monitoring the anti-drug team's every move, expecting a perfect score to eliminate these external forces and clear out the drug trafficking groups hidden in Shanghai City, killing two birds with one stone. Su Yunxiang sighed and then solemnly said to his superior, "Please trust me, trust the comrades in the anti-drug team. Give me one more week, and I will definitely arrest the criminals." The leader on the other side fell silent for a moment, then his voice suddenly softened, as if he had lost his strength. Xiaosu, actually, the higher-ups wanted me to directly dispatch a special task force to handle this case. Su Yunxiang's face changed abruptly. Dispatch a special task force? Wouldn't that be equivalent to announcing to the world that their public security system in Shanghai City was incompetent and unable to catch criminals? Moreover, he had made a lot of preparations for this case, and now handing it over to a special task force would be a waste of his previous efforts. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Before he could speak, the other side continued, "Don't rush. I managed to persuade the higher-ups otherwise. I have applied to the higher-ups, giving you 1 more week. If there are no results after a week, then I can't do anything either. I won't say more, focus on solving the case." After speaking, the other party hung up the phone. Su Yunxiang held the phone in silence, standing still in place for a long time. In fact, he was well aware that he could focus on handling this case now because his former leader had shouldered various pressures from above, creating an opportunity for him to concentrate on solving the case. A determination flickered in Su Yunxiang's eyes. 1 week, at most 1 week, no matter what methods he used, he had to show clear progress in this case to the higher-ups. And at this moment, he could only rely on one person for this progress. Su Feng, it's up to you now. Don't let us down. How about I give you a villa in Hong Kong Island, any interest? Hong Tian leaned back on the sofa, offering a cigar to Su Feng. Wang Jiu and the bald guy beside them looked at Su Feng enviously. The property prices on Hong Kong Island were not cheap, every inch was valuable, and a villa would probably cost over 100 million. But Hong Tian didn't even bat an eye before offering one, a treatment not many could enjoy. Of course, the three of them understood that Su Feng was worth it. If Su Feng successfully participated in the competition and won the championship, the profits he would bring to the Hongmen would far exceed the value of a villa. However, when Su Feng heard Hong Tian's invitation, she shook her head and a rare smile appeared on her stern face. No need, no work, no reward. Hong Tian's expression immediately became restrained, his eyelids lowering. Before he could speak, Su Feng continued, "As for houses and such, let's talk about it after I win the championship. Just a villa won't satisfy my appetite." After saying that, Su Feng took a puff of her cigar, reclining on the sofa comfortably like Hong Tian, exuding a boss-like demeanor. It was as if the villa he had just declined was nothing but a worthless trinket. Hong Tian, seeing Su Feng remain calm in the face of such temptation, looked at her with even more admiration. He liked this kind of person. Ambitious, principled individuals wouldn't easily betray. Wang Jiu and the other two were the same, which is why he had always employed them as his personal bodyguards. While Su Feng and Hong Tian were conversing, a henchman entered quietly and said, "Boss, they're here." Hong Tian waved his hand lightly upon hearing this, and the henchman left. "Balian, accompany brother Luo Chen for a few more rounds, don't neglect him. Luo Chen, after tonight's business is done, we must have a few drinks." After giving instructions, Hong Tian left the room with his men to meet the bosses who had come to visit him. Su Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion. Even now, do they still not trust me? Do they think I only need to help the Hongmen participate in the Gambling King Championship and shouldn't get involved in drug trafficking? Boss, I almost died at their hands. I have to see for myself who wants to kill me, right? Su Feng said softly, though it was a question, her tone was extremely certain. Hong Tian pondered for a moment and nodded. "You're right. We're all on the same side, there's nothing to hide. Let's go, let's see who has the guts to assassinate a distinguished guest of my Hongmen." They then made their way through winding paths to a dead end where Hong Tian skillfully opened a secret compartment in the wall with a special button inside. After pressing it, a section of the corridor wall suddenly recessed, revealing a narrow passage behind the wall. After a few more turns, they finally arrived at a secret room. In this hidden room, 7 or 8 people had been waiting for some time. Moreover, Su Qing, who had the closest relationship with Chen Rui, was also present. Seeing Hong Tian and his henchmen enter, everyone quickly stood up to greet them. "Boss, the people qualified to enter this room were prominent local gang leaders in Shanghai City." Regardless of how arrogant and domineering they usually were, no matter their age, at this moment in this room, they could only bow and show utmost respect to Hong Tian. "Oh, you all arrived quite promptly, been here for a while, haven't you? Don't be polite, have a seat, everyone." Hong Tian appeared friendly, as if facing a group of long-lost friends, smiling and gesturing for everyone to sit down. Su Feng sat next to Hong Tian, scanning the faces of the various gang leaders in front of her, firmly imprinting their images in her mind. Apart from Chen Rui and the others, the individuals before her were some of the most influential gang leaders in Shanghai City. Furthermore, aside from their involvement in the underworld, these individuals were now also accused of drug trafficking. The gang leaders across from her remained silent, no one breaking the silence. If it weren't for the events of last night, they would have already inquired about the distribution of drugs. But now, everyone was worried that Hong Tian would hold them accountable. No one dared to speak, all secretly observing Hong Tian and Su Feng sitting beside him. Although several people did not know who Su Feng was, just by the aura emanating from Su Feng, they could judge that Su Feng was definitely not someone easy to mess with. Moreover, being able to sit with Hong Tian, it must be someone they couldn't afford to offend. Hong Tian took the coffee handed to him by Bai Lian and took a sip absent-mindedly. Setting down the coffee, he smiled and looked at the silent crowd, saying lightly, "No one speaking? What's the matter? Should I apologize first? Sorry, my men are too tough to kill." Hong Tian's tone carried no hint of reprimand, but rather a hint of provocation. However, the implied threat in his words made it hard for people to breathe. Even their breaths sounded particularly clear at that moment. No, how could we let you apologize? Exactly, this is all Chen Rui's idea, nothing to do with us. Someone spoke up, and the others immediately followed suit, each distancing themselves from the assassination plot. Seeing this, Hong Tian's expression was somewhat amused as he glanced at the crowd. "Everyone, don't be in a hurry. It's okay, you'll know soon enough." With that, Hong Tian waved to the bald guy beside him, who nodded and left. Soon, a terrified man was brought into the room, the same driver they had caught yesterday. As for the big brother who was sitting in the passenger seat, he had already been beaten beyond recognition. "Now we have everyone." Hong Tian stood up and personally pressed the man into his seat. He stood behind the man, firmly holding his shoulders, and addressed the crowd, "Sun Ergo. I wonder if any of you recognize him." Sun Ergo looked around at the intimidating figures, trembling with fear, sweating profusely. He had watched his big brother being beaten by Hong Tian's men all morning, and now even just having Hong Tian's hand on his shoulder made it hard for him to breathe. The other black bosses present were also shocked to see the man before them. Damn it, not only did the plan fail, but they were also captured alive. Chen Rui's men were just as useless as he was. Now they could only hope that Sun Ergo had never seen them before. Some among the crowd were confident that they had never met Sun Ergo, while others started drinking water to ease their nerves. Su Cheng, who was closest to Chen Rui, looked ashen-faced. Because when he had a confidential talk with Chen Rui, Sun Ergo was present. The group tried hard to act as if nothing had happened, keeping their heads down and staying silent. Su Feng sat next to Sun Ergo, quietly observing the reactions of the crowd. He knew that Hong Tian was testing them, and soon it would be time to make an example. "Don't recognize him? That's right, his status is low. It's normal you don't know him. It's fine, as long as he knows you." With that, Hong Tian patted Sun Ergo's shoulder and said with a smile, "Kid, how long have you been with Chen Rui?" Sun Ergo stammered, 3 months. Hong Tian smiled, pointing at the people present and said, "Relax, don't be nervous. You're sitting here unharmed, which means I'm willing to give you a chance. You followed Chen Rui for money. I have plenty of money. As long as you can point out who participated in Chen Rui's plan, I'll give you $1 million for each person. And I can guarantee that you will leave here unharmed. No one dares to touch you." As he spoke, Sun Ergo's gaze subconsciously swept over the people in front of him. He wasn't stupid, everyone present was a big shot. If he dared to point out one of them, even if he could leave here, would these people spare him? Having elders and youngsters to take care of, offending them would mean death for all. Sun Ergo scanned the room and spotted a new face, the only one who remained calm and unruly. His eyes lit up as if he had found a life-saving straw. Without hesitation, he pointed at Su Feng, who was drinking water, startling Su Qing on his right. "It's him! He's the mastermind!" Everyone was taken aback by this revelation, but Su Qing reacted swiftly, grabbing a glass from the table and hurling it at Su Feng. "Damn it, daring to mess with Brother Tian!" Sun Ergo pointed firmly at Su Feng. Although he didn't know the man, accusing this stranger was his only way to save himself. The other bosses had their henchmen, but Su Feng stood alone, an easy target. Accusing the other bosses meant certain death. Accusing Su Feng gave him a slim chance. After Sun Ergo pointed at Su Feng, the room fell silent for a moment. The bosses stared blankly at Su Feng, unsure of when he had appeared. Could he be Chen Rui's backup plan? Regardless, even if he was a bystander, they had to make him a scapegoat. They were worried about facing Hong Tian's wrath, but now they might have stumbled upon the real culprit. The Hong Tian faction was surprised but soon wore smirks, while Wang Jiu lowered his head. In their hearts, they mourned Sun Ergo's choice. Why point at him? Don't you know he disarmed the bomb and ruined our plan? If he wanted me dead, I would be already. Seeing Sun Ergo's resolute expression, Su Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Well, the spectator became part of the show. Despite the accusations, Su Feng remained unfazed, sitting calmly in his place. The other bosses were uneasy but dared not make a move. However, someone was impatient. Su Qing, sitting next to Su Feng, grabbed a heavy glass and smashed it towards Su Feng's head. Damn it, daring to mess with Brother Tian. I'll kill you for Brother Tian. Everyone entering the room had been searched and had no weapons on them, so Su Qing grabbed the nearest object to attack, or else he might have pulled out a gun. Killing Su Feng with a gunshot would leave no evidence, shifting the blame onto the dead. The ones sent by Qin Rui were not Hong Tian himself, but they didn't believe Hong Tian would harm them. Everyone was driven by self-interest, and compromises could be made. Standing behind Sun Ergo, Hong Tian remained unfazed, even gesturing for Bai Lian and the others not to intervene, a playful smile on his lips. He had been briefed on Su Feng's skills by Wang Zhou. Even Wang Zhou couldn't touch Su Feng, so he doubted a fat gang boss could harm him. Su Feng watched Su Qing's exaggerated actions with resignation. He had come to watch the show, but why did he attract so much hatred? Picking a fight with me, you've picked the wrong target. Remember, this is a sealed room. In this place, Su Feng was invincible, untouchable by anyone. Crack! The glass shattered, and all the bosses stood up in disbelief, staring wide-eyed at Su Feng. Su Feng remained unscathed, but Su Qing, now standing and clutching his head in pain, sat back down on the chair. Just now, as Su Qing was about to hit Su Feng, Su Feng's arm seemed to teleport and grabbed Su Qing's arm. The glass fell into Su Feng's left hand due to inertia, and Su Feng smashed the glass heavily on Su Qing's forehead, causing blood to flow instantly. Su Feng remained calm, sitting in the chair, while Su Qing, with his eyes completely red from the blow, lifted the chair beneath him to strike. Su Feng's eyes narrowed, casually grabbing the chair leg with her right hand and slamming the chair heavily on the ground. Su Qing's face turned red, using all his strength but unable to stop a bit, veins popping on his face, blood dripping from his forehead to the ground. Is it over? Su Feng said lightly. The next moment, as the chair hit the ground, Su Feng slapped Su Qing onto the table, then lifted her glass and smashed it on his head. Crack! The glass shattered, leaving another gash on Su Qing's head. The other bosses present immediately tensed up, feeling a sense of impending doom. The boss sitting on Su Qing's right side even stepped back several paces, seeking some sense of security next to his henchman. Finally, Su Qing's henchman behind him reacted, rushing up to pull Su Qing up and shield him, warily watching Su Feng. This was Hong Tian's turf, and with the opponents outnumbering them, they dared not act without Su Qing's command. What are you standing there for? Get rid of him! Take him down! Several henchmen hesitated, then the leader among them gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get him!" However, in the next moment, Su Feng remained motionless, her right leg instantly kicking out several afterimages. Bang! 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 Ouch! The henchmen cried out as they flew through the air, landing on Su Qing and forming a small mound. In front of Su Feng, who had transformed into a war god, these henchmen didn't even qualify as side dishes, they were taken down with just one move. Su Feng's kick hit the vital point, and without considerable effort, these men couldn't get back up. Fortunately, Su Feng had used less than 10% of her strength, including when she smashed Su Qing with the glass, controlling her force to avoid causing serious harm. Yet even so, the remaining black bosses were terrified. Not only them, but even Hong Tian and his men were frowning. Su Feng's movements were incredibly fast, too fast. Even Wang Zhou, the strongest in martial arts, could barely catch Su Feng's leg movements. In the eyes of others, it was just a moment, the henchmen were about to approach, but inexplicably flew out. Balian and Baldy looked at Wang Zhou incredulously, both wanting to ask him, You beat him up in the KTV and he couldn't fight back? Get out of here. You're really good at boasting. Wang Zhou, seeing their expressions, also avoided their gaze guiltily. The scene before him completely changed his perception of Su Feng. If Su Feng had used this move on him in the KTV, his fate wouldn't have been much better than these henchmen, maybe just a bit more force from Su Feng. On Su Feng's left, Sun Ergu, who had just firmly pointed at Su Feng, had unknowingly put down his finger, tightly gripping the chair, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Su Feng suddenly turned to look at him and smiled. Sorry, what did you just say? I didn't catch that, Su Feng said lightly. But this seemingly casual question directly scared Sun Ergu unconscious. The black bosses who had initially planned to let Su Feng take the blame were all shocked by Su Feng's actions, except for one who had a plan. This unfamiliar face, being so arrogant and violent in someone else's territory in front of Hong Tian, wasn't it just giving them an opportunity to challenge him? Kid, do you know whose turf this is? Where do you place Tiangu if you dare to act here? Tiangu, are you just going to watch him cause trouble on your turf? Before Hong Tian could respond, the man continued to challenge Su Feng. If you don't give Tiangu an explanation today, if you don't give us an explanation, don't even think about leaving here. Right, we must give everyone an explanation. The remaining few bosses all ganged up on Su Feng. Hong Tian, seeing the situation, smiled but remained silent, allowing these bosses to perform in front of him. In order to clear his name, these people were really going all out. Clearly, Su Feng came in with him, and he didn't think these bosses were brainless, unable to see Su Feng's relationship with him. These people were really pushing it. However, Hong Tian now felt that even if he didn't speak, Su Feng alone was enough to deal with these useless people. It was just right to use Su Feng to teach them a lesson and make them behave. Su Feng, seeing this, revealed a sly smile on his face and suddenly produced a butterfly knife in his hand. Hong Tian was astonished to see him pull out a weapon. He had clearly instructed Balian and the others to keep an eye on Su Feng and not let him come into contact with any weapons for the time being. How could he have a knife on him? Wang Jiao behind him sensed trouble and subconsciously reached into his pocket. Damn it, he fell for it again. When did he manage to do that? Tiangu, this really isn't my fault. Su Feng walked leisurely, the butterfly knife dancing in his hand, each step feeling like a blow to the hearts of the bosses. Seeing Su Feng being so arrogant and Hong Tian completely ignoring them, the bosses simply let loose and directed their men to attack him. Soon, their men replicated the experience of Su Qing's men once again. Countless figures soared into the air, landing with knife marks all over their bodies. The faces of the bosses turned pale, retreating one after another, huddling together. In their eyes, Su Feng at this moment was like a deathly ghost approaching them. They finally felt the fear that Su Qing had experienced just now. The boss's demeanor changed, and they all began to beg Su Feng for mercy, their hands trembling. To their surprise, Su Feng actually stopped in his tracks. You few soft-shelled shrimps also want to be my underlings, huh? Are you worthy? 3 simple words, full of disdain and mockery, made the huddled bosses feel utterly embarrassed, their faces turning red. After speaking, Su Feng put away the butterfly knife and casually threw it back to Wang Jiao. He then returned to his seat, turning to look at Hong Tian. Brother, thank you for your hard work. Hong Tian came to Su Feng's side, smiling as he spoke. Su Feng withdrew his gaze, speaking coldly. Tiangu, you really have confidence in me. Aren't you worried about any issues during the competition? After saying that, Su Feng remained silent, saying no more. Hong Tian narrowed his eyes, immediately catching the hidden meaning in Su Feng's words, clearly showing his dissatisfaction with Hong Tian using him as a tool. Nevertheless, even so, Su Feng did not directly confront him in front of others, showing that he knew his place. Reliable. Hong Tian just lightly patted Su Feng's shoulder, not immediately responding to his implied message. Instead, he spoke loudly to the frightened individuals in front of him. Let me introduce you, this is our new brother who just joined us. Last night, he was in the car with the bomb. So, are you saying that he planted the bomb, drove to chase, all to kill himself? Ha ha. Sun Ergo had just regained consciousness and heard Hong Tian's words. What? This guy was in the car last night? Then wasn't it pure foolishness to accuse him just now? Sun Ergo felt despair as he thought about this, rolled his eyes, and fainted once again. Similarly, the few big shots across the street, as well as Su Qing who had just crawled out of the crowd, were all dumbfounded. After all the fuss, the scapegoat they found, was it the person involved from last night? Damn it, Su Qing deserved to be beaten. He falsely accused the victim, so who else would they hit if not him? At that moment, Hong Tian's expression changed, revealing a cold demeanor, ready to discuss business with them. What's wrong? Found out you picked the wrong scapegoat and now regretting it? Su Qing and the others' faces changed drastically at his words. So Hong Tian knew everything, they had just been acting under his nose, how foolish. No wonder Hong Tian was so calm just now, he had known everything all along. Hong Tian snorted coldly and continued, I called you here today to see if there are any smart people among you. Unfortunately, not a single one. Hong Tian shook his head and said to Wang Jiao, keep an eye on them. Let them out when Chen Rui dies. It's a pity we don't know much about Chen Rui, don't know when we can deal with him. Hong Tian pretended to be regretful, shook his head, and then left. Su Feng also followed him out of the room. In the corridor, Su Feng walked side by side with Hong Tian, looking straight ahead, and said with a fake smile, Tiangu, did you call me to play mahjong? Teaching these big shots a lesson doesn't seem like my job, right? Su Feng knew very well that Hong Tian was using him to deal with these big shots, and at the same time, to probe his own bottom line. If he had really intended to harm these people just now, Hong Tian would have stopped him immediately. These big shots may not be very smart, but they were right about one thing. Hong Tian came to Shanghai City to make money, and he wouldn't have any issues with anyone as long as money was involved. If he really got rid of these people, where would he find someone to sell drugs for him? Since killing was not an option, he could only intimidate them, make them fear him from the depths of their hearts, so they wouldn't dare to defy his will. Su Feng happened to be a handy tool for this purpose, perfectly achieving Hong Tian's goal. However, Su Feng was just taking the opportunity to increase his importance in Hong Tian's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten involved. Even if he really had to take action, he would include Hong Tian and everyone else, so no one could escape. I didn't think it through. I shouldn't have let you handle this matter. You almost got your head smashed. With that, Hong Tian took out a bank card. Take this card. There's 500,000 in it, consider it a thank you for helping me out. Seeing the bank card, Su Feng shook his head and raised his hands to show Hong Tian. I need these hands to win the championship at the Gambling King competition. If they get injured, I won't be able to help the Hong family win the Gambling King competition, and I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain to the old man Hong. The atmosphere became tense as Hong Tian held onto the bank card, staring into Su Feng's eyes and asked, "So, what you're saying is?" Su Feng smiled faintly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. "So, you'll have to pay more." Hong Tian was taken aback for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. Hee, thought you were some saint, turns out you're just as money-minded. However, Su Feng's love for money didn't repel him, it actually reassured him a bit. As long as Su Feng had ulterior motives, he wasn't worried about his loyalty. If he truly had no desires, that would be dangerous. At that moment, Su Feng subtly glanced at Hong Tian's expression, a faint smile appearing on his face. As a top psychologist, manipulating Hong Tian's mind was as easy as pie. However, to be honest, after only a few days of being an undercover agent and experiencing so many dangers, he felt that the money should rightfully be his. Assassinations, car accidents, betrayals, tests every minute by Hong Tian's side was restless. Even with his mastery of various skills, he had to carefully handle the pressures and tests from all sides. And so far, he hadn't found an opportunity to pass on his gains from the past 2 days to Su Yunxiang and the others. No, he needed to find a chance to break away for a bit. Hong Tian chuckled lightly. Alright, you're right. So, you take this 50,000 first, and later I'll give you a card with 1 million inside. How about that? Does this time's effort match your skills? Ha ha ha. Su Feng also chuckled at the scene. As they laughed freely, they walked side by side, each harboring their own thoughts. In the corridor, a few henchmen were hurrying along with boxes of mahjong when suddenly a mahjong box glass broke, spilling mahjong all over the floor. Hong Tian's gaze narrowed for a moment, then returned to normal. Wang Jiu and Baldy behind him immediately scolded the henchman who made the mistake, even squatting down to help pack the mahjong back into the box. Some mahjong tiles rolled to Su Feng's feet. Wang Jiu was about to pick them up when Su Feng beat him to it. Be careful. Su Feng handed the mahjong to the henchman, saying calmly, and quietly took a mahjong tile from the henchman's hand. The henchman nodded nervously, holding the barely closed mahjong box, and quickly walked away with his head down. Wang Jiu and Baldy squatted on the ground, exchanged a glance, and stood up simultaneously without saying a word. After handling the mahjong parlor's affairs, they directly got into Baldy's car and returned to the base. Back at the base, Hong Tian kept his promise and gave Su Feng another card with 1 million inside. A smile finally appeared on Su Feng's face. Thank you, brother Tian. After saying that, Su Feng turned to Baldy. By the way, lend me your car. Baldy hesitated as he looked at him. Lend me your car, what do you need it for? Can you drive? Su Feng shook the 2 cards he just received, indicating he was going to spend money. As for Baldy's second question, he ignored it directly. After all, no one would believe that he learned to drive overnight. Before Baldy could object, Hong Tian spoke up. Give him the keys. Just got my money and now in such a hurry to spend it? After speaking, he gave Baldy a look, signaling him not to speak. Baldy looked puzzled and handed the keys to Su Feng. Su Feng took the keys, waved at them, and swaggered out of the base, getting into the car Baldy was driving. Vroom. Su Feng stepped on the gas and sped away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing Su Feng take off so aggressively, Baldy's face showed a pained expression for the first time. That was the car he had just picked up. The last time it was hit, it hadn't been repaired yet, and judging by Su Feng's manner, there would definitely be a few more dents on the car. Inside the room, Bai Lian looked at Hong Tian and hesitantly asked, Brother Tian, don't we need to send someone to follow him? Hong Tian watched the dust raised by Su Feng's departure, exuding an air of confidence. No need, suspecting people is unnecessary, using people without suspicion. Wang Jiu and the others heard Hong Tian's words and couldn't help but admire him. He truly was their respected leader, just his magnanimity alone was something they could learn from. Investigate Su Feng's background thoroughly for me, the more detailed, the better. Also, there's a tracker on the car he's driving, have someone map out his route for me, not a single detail should be missed. Hong Tian lingered by the base bed for a moment, smiled, gave instructions to the others, and then turned back to his own room. Several people behind were stunned when they heard the words, especially the bald guy. There's a tracking device on the car? How come I didn't know about it? Meanwhile, Su Feng, who had already driven quite a distance, remained composed. He reached into his pocket and took out his phone. After a moment of thought, Su Feng opened a chat window and sent a message to the undercover police officer's fake account. Once the message was sent, Su Feng pocketed his phone and started driving in circles around the city. At the same time, in the drug enforcement office, a sudden shout erupted. Su Feng has news. Su Yunxiang rushed over immediately upon hearing this. What did he say? The officer opened the message and showed it to everyone. Tianfu Road, Construction Bank Lobby, arriving in half an hour. Su Yunxiang clenched his fist tightly, finally revealing a smile on his face. Everyone, move out immediately. Half an hour later, the drug enforcement team members were already positioned around the bank. Su Feng had driven around the city in circles, even running a red light, and finally arrived late. After casually looking around from the car to confirm there were no trackers, he got out and walked into the bank. Upon entering the waiting area, he immediately spotted the drug enforcement team members who had occupied most of the seats. One of them discreetly placed a phone on the empty seat beside him. Su Feng walked straight to the seat, picked up the phone, and casually brought it over. He took out 2 bank cards, unlocked his phone, and showed a prepared memo. The nearby officer instantly understood his intention, quietly took the bank cards, and went to the counter. Su Feng picked up a new phone, opened the memo, and entered the names of a few underworld bosses and other information he had gathered. Although he had only been undercover for a few days, he had almost completely grasped Hong Tian's organization and even met some prominent local underworld figures today. Moreover, according to Su Feng's own judgment, there would definitely be a fierce battle between Chen Rui and Hong Tian's group, as Hong Tian had brought reinforcements from Hong Kong, and Su Feng believed Chen Rui would not sit idly by and a fierce confrontation was imminent. Along the way, Su Feng also handed 2 bank cards to the drug enforcement team members, instructing them to transfer the money to the account they had prepared according to the plan, leaving only 100,000 for himself. Several officers on the outer perimeter vigilantly observed the surroundings to ensure Su Feng was not being followed. Seeing Su Feng engrossed in writing for a while, another officer pretended to casually glance at Su Feng's phone. The densely packed text on the phone startled him. Su Feng has only been undercover for 2 or 3 days. Why does he have so much to write? Meanwhile, at the base, where is Su Feng now? Hong Tian, puffing on a cigar, exhaled slowly, his face filled with satisfaction as he asked. The location is currently at the construction bank on Tianfu Road. I suspect Su Feng went there to transfer money. He drove around the city in circles, and judging by the location, he was driving at quite a speed, almost like he was racing. The bald guy answered promptly upon hearing Hong Tian's question. And the bug in the car didn't pick up any phone calls between Su Feng and anyone else. He was watching short videos the whole time, mostly videos of beautiful women, with some interviews in between that sounded like interviews with left-behind children in mountainous areas. As expected by the bald guy, not only did Hong Tian install a tracking device in his car, but he also installed a bug. Learning this, he could only accept it helplessly. After all, this was the car Hong Tian himself would ride in, so being cautious was not excessive. However, this also meant that he would have to be more careful when driving in the future, as if he accidentally cursed behind the boss's back and Hong Tian found out, he would be in trouble. Su Feng was cautious, although he didn't notice anything unusual in the car, he still maintained the most cautious attitude, communicating only through text. Moreover, the range of movements was minimized as much as possible, and there was no visible difference on the surface. Beautiful women videos? Wang Jiao sneered at this. Su Feng kept a straight face every day, unaffected by Bai Lian's gestures of goodwill, thinking he was indifferent or even impotent. Turns out, when he was alone, he also enjoyed watching beautiful women videos. So, why was he pretending to be something he wasn't? Hong Tian furrowed his brow. Went to the bank? Not for spending? Left behind children. The bank, is he going to transfer money? Is it related to his background? Hong Tian's brain worked rapidly, feeling like he had caught a glimpse of a clue, about to uncover the secret Su Feng had been hiding. Just then, a henchman knocked on the door and entered, handing over an investigation report to Hong Tian. It was the background information they had gathered on Su Feng in these past few days. Seeing the words on the paper, Hong Tian's eyes lit up, a smile returning to his face. So, his gambling-addicted mother borrowed from loan sharks, no wonder she needed so much money. With responsibilities from top to bottom and under immense financial pressure, such a person was the perfect henchman. As long as he kept him dangling with money, Hong Tian believed Su Feng would always be at his service. Find someone to check the transfer records of these 2 cards, confirm the information of the recipient. Also, Bai Lian, prepare a lavish dinner. These past few days have been busy dealing with these fools, haven't properly welcomed the Luochen brothers. Tonight, we'll give them a grand welcome. Bai Lian nodded and left to make arrangements. Time passed quickly, and as the sky darkened, the sound of engines finally echoed outside the base. Su Feng, sporting a new pair of sunglasses, casually stepped out of the car. He had bought these sunglasses on a whim from a nearby eyewear store after leaving the bank. Hong Tian, Wang Zhou, and the others were also wearing sunglasses, so he bought one for himself to blend in better. It was a psychological trick. While maintaining one's individuality, creating a common ground with others could break the ice faster and make them accept you more readily. Seeing him return, Hong Tian didn't mention where Su Feng had been in the afternoon, just praised his choice of sunglasses and asked him to come in for dinner. Wang Zhou also complimented Su Feng on his sunglasses, to which Su Feng responded with a smile. Good, it seemed this trick was indeed effective. As everyone gathered in the dining room, a large table of dishes awaited Su Feng, Hong Tian, and the others. Wow, Tiangu, why such a lavish dinner tonight? Su Feng asked in surprise, then sat directly in the empty seat next to the main seat. Brother Luochen, I neglected you the other day, let me toast to you. Tonight, as we gather, we formally welcome you to join the Hong men. From now on, we are all family. At the banquet, everyone toasted and chatted without probing into Su Feng's background, just enjoying the cheerful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Su Yunxiang and others were working overtime based on the information Su Feng had provided. Su Feng joined the 4 heavenly kings on his first day? Chen Rui and some underworld bosses are planning to take down Hong Tian? Hong Tian called for reinforcements from Hong Kong Island, even armed? He beat up a group of underworld bosses in front of Hong Tian, leaving them half dead? And he even got 1.5 million from Hong Tian? Su Yunxiang played with the mahjong Su Feng had given them, going through the information left by Su Feng, his eyes jumping as he read each detail. He took a deep breath, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his eyes. Captain, isn't Su Feng's efficiency in working a bit too high? The amount of information he has gathered in the past 2 or 3 days is equivalent to the work of more than 10 of us in half a month. How could Hong Tian's group believe Su Feng so easily? They actually let him drive around alone? Wow, he managed to get 1.5 million directly, how did he do it? Other police officers also chimed in with their own experiences, analyzing how Su Feng had achieved such success. As the group analyzed, their speculations about Su Feng became more and more absurd. Some even suspected that Su Feng had disguised himself as a beautiful woman again after plastic surgery, using seduction to directly manipulate Hong Tian into compliance. Hearing the increasingly far-fetched guesses from his subordinates, Su Yunxiang also felt a headache coming on. The informants they had used before, whether from the underworld or legitimate sources, had all started from the bottom, working tirelessly and doing countless dirty jobs before they could barely access a tiny bit of information, which then had to be painstakingly delivered to them. Yet with Su Feng, it seemed like Hong Tian's group willingly confessed all their information to him. While this was advantageous, it made their anti-drug unit look foolish. Compared to Su Feng, they seemed to be making no progress at all. Su Yunxiang glanced at the busy team members around him and sighed. Well, let them be a bit foolish, at least they could provide some answers to their superiors and put their minds at ease. Just as Su Yunxiang was about to get up and stretch, he pressed his fingers on a mahjong tile, causing the surface to shift, revealing a gap between the tiles. Seeing what emerged from the gap, Su Yunxiang's pupils constricted suddenly. No wonder they had specially sent a mahjong tile. The trickery had actually appeared here. The mahjong tile's cover and bone were separated, revealing a hollow space containing a thin bag of white powder. Su Yunxiang's expression turned serious as he lifted the small sealed bag and carefully examined it under the light. Heroin! Su Yunxiang's voice rang out suddenly, and the surrounding officers turned to look, noticing that their captain was holding a bag of white powder that had appeared out of nowhere. They can use such a small thing like a mahjong tile for drug trafficking? These drug traffickers are really cunning, they seem to find every possible way in. Using mahjong for hiding drugs, they are really creative, who would suspect mahjong? A group of people quickly gathered around Su Yunxiang, staring intently at the white powder in his hand. Heroin, the most widely abused drug in the world today, closely linked to drug production, smuggling, and trafficking, known as the king of drugs, classified by the United Nations as a controlled substance, and one of the main drugs monitored and prohibited domestically. Generally, in regions adjacent to the global drug-producing Golden Triangle, drug users mainly consume heroin, unlike the prevalent use of marijuana in Europe and America. While everyone was watching, a police officer named Xiao Lu, who hadn't squeezed into the circle, suddenly opened a short video on his phone to check his browsing history. I've been seeing a lot of Southeast Asian bloggers lately, and most of their videos are about playing mahjong with the locals. They mentioned that since 2 months ago in the Golden Triangle area, our mahjong has suddenly become popular in Southeast Asia. Overnight, from elderly people in their 80s to children, it seems like every household has started playing mahjong. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's words, Su Yunxiang quickly connected the two incidents. The deputy captain beside him's face changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Captain Su, do you remember the name Eight-Faced Buddha?" Eight-Faced Buddha? Su Yunxiang thought for a moment, vaguely recalling it but unable to place it. Seeing Su Yunxiang's expression, the deputy captain took a deep breath and continued. "Before, our team and the local police carried out a joint operation, severely hitting the drug trafficking industry in the Golden Triangle area. The Eight-Faced Buddha, as the primary target for capture, has been silent for a long time. Some time ago, there was news from above that, based on informant intelligence, the Eight-Faced Buddha has reappeared, probably about 2 to 3 months ago. Moreover, this time the people associated with the Eight-Faced Buddha have introduced a new type of drug, intending to replace the usual white powder in trade. So, starting from this period, there has been a sudden increase in the circulation of white powder in the border areas, most likely due to the Eight-Faced Buddha's involvement." Upon hearing the deputy team leader's words, Su Yunxiang immediately recalled. "So, it's him, the Eight-Faced Buddha. He's really good at hiding. But his influence shouldn't reach Hong Kong Island, so why would the triads have contact with the Eight-Faced Buddha's people?" The informant for the border drug enforcement team had already pushed the limits to gather the latest information on the Eight-Faced Buddha. With their identities, they only happened to know about this incident and reported it immediately upon receiving the news. As for the current situation of the Eight-Faced Buddha and who his contact person is inland, the informant was clueless about these details. Currently, only Su Feng, who is involved in the drug trafficking group, is the most likely person to provide further leads to the authorities. Su Yunxiang suddenly remembered the information provided by Su Feng, bent down, and began to review the summary of information Su Feng had provided on the computer. As he reached the bottom, Su Yunxiang's expression turned serious. So, Su Feng has also discovered it. In the intelligence, he specifically emphasized that White Lotus's identity is probably far more complex than it appears on the surface. Su Yunxiang fell into silent contemplation, and the deputy team leader beside him asked in confusion, "Are you suggesting that this White Lotus is likely the liaison between the Eight-Faced Buddha and Hong Tian? And also one of the key drug traffickers facilitating the entry of Southeast Asian drugs into our country?" Su Yunxiang nodded. Su Feng's assessment of the other two of Hong Tian's 4 heavenly kings is simple. Wang Jiu is a brute, physically strong but simple-minded. The Baldy is good at driving, has some brains, but not much. Only this White Lotus person, Su Feng describes as mysterious and inscrutable, with deep cunning. He also advises us to dig deeper into her identity. Hearing the analysis from the two leaders, the surrounding officers suddenly seemed to understand, lost in thought. Su Yunxiang turned around and patted the shoulder of the person next to him. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and investigate. Su Feng has gone to such lengths with his undercover work, are you not ashamed? Don't let Su Feng figure out their identities before you do, while you're still poring over case files. You should be embarrassed, I can't afford to lose this person." Su Yunxiang pretended to be angry, and the others immediately shrunk back, returning to their workstations to follow up on the leads provided by Su Feng. After exchanging a nod with the deputy team leader, Su Yunxiang went outside to contact his former classmate at the border. Sitting back down, Su Yunxiang's expression showed a hint of relief. "Tomorrow, I'll present Su Feng's intelligence to the leaders, they should be very pleased." Today, their undercover operation finally made a significant breakthrough. Although everyone was still busy, a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts. Su Feng's intelligence not only helped appease the leaders but also provided the drug enforcement team with leads for further investigation. Achieving this level of progress in just 2 to 3 days, Su Feng was truly a born undercover genius. Su Yunxiang looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of respect growing in his heart for Su Feng. He called over his trusted subordinate and earnestly instructed him. "By the way, the Baldy under Hong Tian used to be a racing champion, and Su Feng holds him in high regard for his driving skills. Once it's time to go to work tomorrow, make a request to the higher-ups to get us a better car. The cars we have on hand are all junk. If we let them run away, we'll be left behind, eating their dust, unable to even catch a glimpse of them." The officer nodded. "Understood." Late at night, in Hong Tian's secret base, after finishing dinner, everyone was slightly tipsy. Hong Tian returned to his room, while Wang Jiu and Baldy embraced Su Feng, gathering on the large sofa in the living room. Shortly after Hong Tian entered his room, Bai Lian walked in with a solemn expression and revealed some news she had just learned to him. Frowning, Hong Tian asked, "Chen Rui is colluding with the Eight-Faced Buddha? Planning to kill us? That doesn't make sense. Why would the Eight-Faced Buddha approach him? Could it be they are after you?" Before Hong Tian could finish his sentence, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Bai Lian, expressionless, coldly stated, I'd been with the Hong family for so long. Even if he's not the brightest, he should realize the problem by now. Setting that aside, the people from the Eight-Faced Buddha brought snow crystal this time, a new type of drug that just surfaced in the Golden Triangle region. This time, they sent people to Shanghai City, probably not just to distribute goods, but also to settle scores with us. Hong Tian's gaze turned fierce upon hearing this. Settle scores with me? I was thinking of settling scores with him. If it weren't for this batch of goods, Du Fei wouldn't have died, and we wouldn't have been forced to hide in Shanghai City. This time, we seized their market with their own goods. I really want to see how they react now. No matter who they send this time, they must not return. The Eight-Faced Buddha's influence in the Golden Triangle was significant, but in Hong Kong Island, the Hong family was the true local power. Even in Shanghai City, Hong Tian was not someone the Eight-Faced Buddha could easily shake. Just like how he had prepared for Chen Rui's contingency plan, he had no need to confront these people head-on inland. Instead, he should find a way to make them clash with the Shanghai City police, while he reaped the benefits. However, achieving this wouldn't be easy. It required meticulous planning and a person he trusted and capable enough to execute it. Currently, there was probably only one person he could use. That person was Su Feng, a newcomer who had just joined less than a week ago. Hong Tian furrowed his brows, hesitating about this choice. Both Bai Lian and Hong Tian were thinking of the same person, Su Feng. Seeing his hesitation, Bai Lian asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you worried about his identity? Or do you think he might betray us?" Hong Tian shook his head. "Neither. I really want to bring him back to Hong Kong Island, participate in the Gambling King competition, and show his skills to my old man. If something happens to him, it might be too late to find another gambling expert." Hong Tian paused, then added with a hint of teasing in his tone, "Besides, I'm afraid that if something happens to him, you'll just abandon me to save him." Hearing this, Bai Lian's face instantly turned red. She thought she had hidden it well, but after spending so much time with Hong Tian, he had long noticed the affection hidden beneath her cold facade. However, soon after, Bai Lian looked crestfallen and shook her head. "Ever since I uncovered the truth from back then, the Eight-Faced Buddha was destined not to let me go, and likewise, I won't let him go." Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, Hong Tian fell silent as well. Bai Lian's father was the right-hand man of the Eight-Faced Buddha, but he was turned by the local police to be their informant. The Eight-Faced Buddha quickly found out and directly killed Bai Lian's father. And her mother escaped from the Golden Triangle with the newborn Bai Lian, helped by a middle-aged man on the way. Her mother escaped the pursuit only with the help of the middle-aged man, but the newborn Bai Lian was taken back by the Eight-Faced Buddha to be raised. This middle-aged man is Hong Tian's uncle, Hong Tao, and shortly after Bai Lian's mother arrived on Hong Kong Island, she passed away, entrusting Hong Tao before her death, asking him to take care of Bai Lian if they were to meet in the future. Over the years, under the training of the Eight-Faced Buddha, Bai Lian has become his most capable assistant, controlling multiple drug trafficking channels. Recently, the Eight-Faced Buddha arranged for Bai Lian to get close to Hong Tian on Hong Kong Island, preparing to distribute and sell crystal meth. At a family gathering, Hong Tao recognized Bai Lian's appearance at first sight. After several interactions, Bai Lian finally learned about her origins, saw the only remaining photo of herself and her mother, and decided to stay with the Hong family, accumulating strength to prepare for seeking revenge on the Eight-Faced Buddha in the future. Just as Hong Tian and Bai Lian were worried about the Eight-Faced Buddha, Su Feng was showing Wang Jiao and Baldi her abandoned factory on the outskirts of Shanghai City. This is one of Chen Rui's secret bases, the safest and least known. At this moment, in the factory, besides Chen Rui's men, a sizable group has also appeared. They are the men and horses that the Eight-Faced Buddha just sent to Shanghai City, currently in intense discussion. "Pan, with your help, I feel much more at ease. That scoundrel Hong Tian not only stole the Lord Buddha's goods but also dared to encroach on the Lord Buddha's territory. I've long wanted to teach him a lesson on behalf of the Lord Buddha." Chen Rui is currently eloquently flattering the man opposite him. The man's name is Paon, one of the trusted aides under the Eight-Faced Buddha, who rarely leaves his hometown in the Golden Triangle, and wouldn't have been sent out this time if it weren't for Bai Lian. The other people in the group are all seasoned fighters, each one a top-notch expert. The drug trafficking gangs in the Golden Triangle engage in real battles every now and then, completely different from the pretentious gangs in Shanghai City. Even Hong Tian's elite men are significantly weaker in front of the team led by Paon. Paing is very pleased with Chen Rui's flattery, and when he mentions Hong Tian, he dismissively waves his hand. "Rest assured, this time we are here specifically to deal with Hong Tian. As long as your information is accurate, I guarantee that none of Hong Tian's men will leave Shanghai City alive." Chen Rui is overjoyed at the words, and a series of flattery follows, making Paong ecstatic. Usually, he flatters the eight-faced Buddha, who would have thought that he would enjoy the boss's treatment when he came out to carry out a mission. Unfortunately, happy times are always fleeting. After they take down Hong Tian and capture Balian in the next 2 days, they will return to their hometown. Meanwhile, at Hong Tian's base, suddenly, there was a knock on the door of Hong Tian's room, and a hurried voice came from outside. "Boss, just now Chen and Jiu went to the secret room. They said they were going to interrogate this gang leader." Hong Tian and Balian exchanged a glance, both looking puzzled. Why did he go to the secret room? Hong Tian had originally planned to keep them overnight and wait until the next day to see them, to ask about Chen Rui when they were most frightened. Su Feng's sudden entry might make them feel lucky. Luo Chen doesn't know his place. Do Wang Jiu and the old men have no brains either? Hong Tian said impatiently, clearly very dissatisfied with the three men's actions. After some thought, Balian said to him, "Don't worry for now, I don't think Luo Chen would act recklessly. I guess he might have his own way. I'll go take a look. You rest here for now," White Lotus said before leaving the room and heading towards where the boss was being held. At that moment, Su Feng and the others had just traversed the winding secret passage and arrived at the door of the hidden chamber. Su Feng stood facing the door, silently adjusting his state of mind. Time was of the essence, and in order to expedite the investigation and apprehend all the criminals, Su Feng decided to take the initiative. Open the gates and mobilize the troops. Wang Jiu and Baldi stood behind Su Feng, and suddenly, they felt a blur before their eyes. "Wang Jiu, did you feel it too?" Luo Chen seemed to have changed. Wang Jiu nodded absent-mindedly in response, whispering as he stared at Su Feng's back. "In that moment just now, I felt like I saw a glimpse of Master Hong in him. I don't know why, but watching his back, I feel a surge of passion." Su Feng entered the hidden chamber, slammed the door shut, leaving Wang Jiu and Baldi outside. The two of them were left bewildered. Weren't they supposed to come in for interrogation? Why did only Su Feng go in? What could be so secretive that they couldn't see? Being separated from Su Feng, they instantly regained their senses. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down Baldi's clean forehead as he weakly suggested, "Should we go inform Tiangu first?" Inside the hidden chamber, upon seeing Su Feng enter, the boss and his men were drenched in sweat, none daring to speak, the atmosphere heavy with silence. "Don't be nervous, relax." Su Feng pulled up a chair and sat down boldly. Seeing that they were too scared to even breathe, Su Feng chuckled. "I'm not here to beat you up but to make a deal with you." "A deal?" The bosses were taken aback at his words. They were currently in a sorry state, imprisoned, and even their lives were in Su Feng's hands. They were unsure what they possessed that would make Su Feng come all the way to negotiate with them. "Brother Chen, what do you mean?" Su Cheng stammered, cautiously asking with his neck shrunk. The others also nervously stared at Su Feng. "It's simple, I want to be the boss." Su Feng's expression turned cold, exuding the arrogance and foolishness of a young man. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the others changed drastically. They hadn't expected this brother Chen, so young and not only ruthless but also ambitious. Unfortunately, he was a bit foolish. Looking at Su Feng, a glint of cunning flashed in their eyes, a plan forming in their minds. With their lives hanging by a thread and uncertain of Hong Tian's intentions, they decided to agree to Su Feng's deal for now and expose him directly to Hong Tian later. Even if they couldn't survive, they wouldn't let Su Feng off the hook. He thought he could beat them up so ruthlessly and walk away. With this thought, they all relaxed, each plotting their own schemes. None of them had any intention of truly supporting Su Feng as the boss. Ridiculous. A young upstart who came out of nowhere thought he could step on them. Now, relying on Hong Tian's support, he was acting high and mighty with them. Once they were outside without Hong Tian's backing, he would be nothing. However, as a master of psychology, Su Feng could easily see through their intentions. If it were any other young person, they might have impulsively threatened these bosses without knowing the consequences. But Su Feng not only knew how to fight but also how to manipulate minds. Faced with these desperate and confused bosses, he had plenty of ways to deal with them. "Don't even think about snitching to Hong Tian later. Listen to my terms first." Several people were taken aback when their secret thoughts were exposed by Su Feng's words. They became flustered, their eyes darting around, observing each other. Seeing the tense crowd, Su Feng began his speech directly. "Once I become the leader, the first thing I'll do is increase the quantity of drugs so that all our brothers can eat better. Secondly, the white powder in Hong Tian's hands is no longer in demand. When I become the leader, I will use my connections to introduce the latest drugs from Southeast Asia, making our territory larger and profits higher. Thirdly, I will expand our territory, not only in Shanghai City but continuously outward. Hong Tian will eventually leave here and return to Hong Kong Island. He doesn't care about the lives of our brothers. But I am still here, only I can lead our brothers to greatness and glory once again. Each of you, the leaders, have connections and resources. As long as you nod, we can surely expand and achieve greatness and glory. Su Feng unleashed his full persuasive power. In his eyes, the black leaders sitting on the ground were like piglets falling step by step into his trap. With each word he spoke, the black leaders sank deeper, their thoughts of exposing Su Feng diminishing. Especially when Su Feng mentioned his channels in Southeast Asia to acquire the latest drugs, he struck a chord with these black leaders. Among the crowd, Su Qing's expression changed abruptly, a change keenly captured by Su Feng. At this moment, some people began to show signs of restlessness, their eyes gleaming as they looked at Su Feng. Meanwhile, Balian had already arrived at the secret room, glaring fiercely at Wang Jiao and the others, not forcing her way in but waiting for Su Feng to come out before questioning him. Inside the secret room, as Su Feng continued his speech, the gazes of the black leaders became increasingly fervent. Why should we trust you? Exactly, we invest money and effort. What if you make money and then abandon us? Su Feng smiled faintly. Your worries are completely unnecessary. You can inquire outside, am I the kind of person who eats alone? When I was a mercenary in Southeast Asia, I treated my subordinates like family. We share fortune and misfortune together. Even if a brother betrays me, smack. I'll just give him $1 million and send him away. Those who betray me get $1 million, but those loyal to me will receive tens of millions, even billions in the future. Understand? Applaud. Clap, 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 clap. As Su Feng heightened the atmosphere, all the black leaders stood up and applauded him enthusiastically. Even Su Qing, Chen Rui's staunch ally, was already immersed in Su Feng's speech. Damn it, Chen Rui, that useless guy, couldn't even take down Hong Tian after all this time. Talking about recruiting people from Southeast Asia, who knows what the situation is now. I should switch sides sooner rather than later, joining Su Feng now might be a good choice. Everyone was excitedly clapping their reddened hands, their eyes following Su Feng's movements. Now I ask you again, are you willing to let me become the leader and lead everyone to make money together? Yes. Do you believe that I can sell your goods all over the world, making each of you a multi-millionaire? We believe. The group of black leaders shouted hoarsely, their voices overturning the roof, the intense sound waves reaching outside. Hearing the strange shouts inside, like a mountain roaring, Balian and the others outside were completely puzzled. What exactly was Su Feng doing inside? Was this some kind of severe interrogation? The more they interrogated, the more excited they became? Could it be that he was having a lavish party with the black leaders inside? In the secret room, Su Feng saw the tension reaching its peak and jumped onto the table, asking loudly, so now, what am I to you all? Su Qing and the other bosses beside him shouted excitedly, Boss! Big Brother Chen! You are my god! Su Feng smiled contentedly at their words. After all the deception, I finally managed to deceive you all. Sensing the right moment, Su Feng stopped the speech and revealed a hint of worry. Big Brother Chen, do you have any more questions? Whatever issues you have, let's all brainstorm solutions together. Su Qing, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed something off about Su Feng and quickly asked obsequiously. Su Feng met his gaze and shook her head. Although I'm confident in handling Hong Tian's side, there's still a force in Shanghai City that might pose a threat to our brothers. Everyone was puzzled at her words. Someone in Shanghai City can threaten us? Under Big Brother Chen's leadership, no one in Shanghai City can be more formidable than us. Exactly, I've been around for so many years, do they think I'm just here for a free ride? The bosses discussed animatedly, displaying extreme arrogance in their words, a far cry from the scene where Su Feng had them lying flat on the ground earlier. However, Su Qing's expression suddenly changed, and he said strangely, actually, there is someone in Shanghai City who can threaten us. Who? Whoever he is, let's take him down. Su Qing, seeing the indignant looks on everyone's faces, slowly uttered a name. This person is Chen Rui. Su Feng narrowed her eyes at the mention. After all this talk, I finally lured you out. It wasn't in vain that I spent so much effort speaking. Su Feng gestured for silence and let Su Qing continue. Su Qing hesitated briefly, then, under Su Feng's sharp and somewhat ruthless gaze, he shuddered and quickly disclosed all the information about Chen Rui, not daring to hide anything. According to Su Qing, Chen Rui had teamed up with a Southeast Asian gang about 4 or 5 days ago, aiming to use his local influence to wipe out Hong Tian's group, while Chen Rui also sought distribution rights for their drugs. So, the two groups joined forces, leading to the assassination attempt a couple of nights ago. Su Qing spilled all the information about Chen Rui, and without further ado, he informed Su Feng of several hidden secret bases of Chen Rui. According to Su Qing's assessment, if this group wanted Chen Rui to help them infiltrate Shanghai City, it would have to be in an old factory on the outskirts. Su Feng turned around, one hand crossed over her chest, the other holding her chin, nodding slightly as if contemplating something. However, with her back to the others, a faint smile played on Su Feng's face. This was crucial information. Luckily, she chose to take the initiative today. Otherwise, when Hong Tian and his men came to interrogate, they might not have gotten such vital information. Without the precise location of the secret bases, the police would just be running around like headless chickens. But now, once the information was passed on, the police could immediately call in special forces, armed police, and others to besiege the Southeast Asian gang in Chen Rui's group. Su Feng organized her thoughts, turned around, and patted Su Qing on the back. Well done, the more brothers like you we have, the bigger our business can grow. As long as I'm around, you will never be shortchanged. Su Feng praised Su Qing repeatedly, stirring the others' interest. The people present were all veterans, equal in status, but Su Feng was clearly more interested in Su Qing's intelligence. They wouldn't allow Su Qing to step on them in the future, that was out of the question. But I don't know much about Chen Rui, so I can't provide any information. What should I do? The remaining bosses were all anxious, regretting that they had gone too far with Chen Rui. Seeing this, Su Feng secretly smiled and said lightly, by the way, I don't know how many people are under everyone's command and what they are good at. It will be difficult to arrange work in the future. I also need to understand everyone's financial records. Since you all trust me, I will not disappoint you. I will make sure that everyone finds the most suitable position, shines, and excels. Let's work together to achieve greatness and create glory. Su Feng launched another small offensive wave, leaving everyone mesmerized. Logically speaking, the personnel roster, financial records, including the distribution channels of drugs, were their lifelines. Once the police got hold of them, there would be every reason to arrest them, and they would have no chance to argue. At the same time, these things were also proof of the strength of these bosses. Once exposed, it would be clear who was strong and who was weak. It was like exposing oneself completely. However, these bosses had long been deceived by Su Feng. Their minds were filled with thoughts of expanding and selling drugs nationwide to become multi-millionaires. This was their best opportunity to catch up with and surpass Lai Ping and Su Qing. What was there to hesitate about? Boss Su, rest assured, it's just these little things like financial records. Wait for me to go out, and I will immediately bring them to you. Humph, who doesn't talk big? If you're so capable, why don't you bring it out now? The boss who was retorted was momentarily speechless and suddenly asked back. If you're so awesome, why don't you show it to us? Whoosh! The boss with shifty eyes directly took out a small book from inside his jacket and respectfully handed it to Su Feng. Brother Chen, this is the list and financial records of my subordinates, please have a look. When Su Feng took the account book, the boss turned around and proudly looked at the dumbfounded crowd behind him. Su Feng quickly glanced through it and was delighted. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Unexpectedly, someone actually carried this thing with them, which was a pleasant surprise. Brother Chen, we also wanted to give you this, but all the stuff is at home, who would carry it around like him? Seeing this, others quickly spoke up to seize the opportunity for themselves. Seeing the anxious faces of the others, Su Feng took out his phone. I'll give you a chance. Let your people prepare the things now. Deliver them to the rightmost locker in the storage cabinet on the east side of Chunha Road Bridge. Seeing this, the others rushed forward to grab the phone and call their subordinates. When they entered the secret room earlier, they had been searched, otherwise, they would have used their phones to contact their subordinates long ago. Watching the enthusiastic scene before him, Su Feng clenched his fist slightly, his eyes showing excitement. It's time! The list of the underworld in Shanghai City, Chen Rui's whereabouts, all settled. As long as he contacted the anti-drug team and had them retrieve the items, they could proceed with the arrest. After everyone finished their calls, the last person respectfully returned the phone to Su Feng. Su Feng nodded at everyone, gave an encouraging look, urging them to hold on as they would be out soon. In the trusting gazes of everyone, Su Feng unlocked the door and stepped out confidently. Outside, Balian and the others were already waiting at the door. Wang Jiu and the others had sharp eyes, while Balian looked at Su Feng playfully. Just as Balian was about to speak, Su Feng's finger was already on her red lips. Don't rush to ask questions, go inform Tiangu first. Immediately gather everyone and prepare for a big operation tonight. Su Feng paused, took out his phone amidst the three's puzzled looks, searched for a location on the map, and slowly showed it to them, saying, Chen Rui, he's right here. Suddenly spotting Chen Rui's hiding place, the three of them looked at Su Feng in astonishment. Before they could question her, Su Feng continued, Chen Rui and a group of mercenaries from Southeast Asia are all here in the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Shanghai City. Let's go now and capture them all in one go. Let Tiangu act quickly before they realize what's happening. Hearing about the Southeast Asian mercenaries, the faces of the three froze, then they nodded solemnly and quickly reported the matter to Hong Tian. Upon learning of the situation, Hong Tian decisively gathered everyone to head to the abandoned factory on the outskirts. Following Su Feng's suggestion, Hong Tian also brought along the gang leaders. The thought of Chen Rui seeing these people made Hong Tian feel relieved. To catch Chen Rui, they needed to make him understand who had betrayed him. Seeing Hong Tian agree to her proposal, Su Feng felt pleased. When the time came, they would have Chen Rui and the gang leaders face off, creating chaos until Su's team arrived, providing an opportunity to cooperate with the police for the arrest. Before the gang leaders were escorted into the cars, Su Feng discreetly nodded at them, giving a determined look. The gang leaders were deeply impressed by Su Feng's actions. Just moments after Su Feng told them to release the hostages, they were immediately set free. Brother Chen's word was truly reliable, and his orders were promptly followed. Black cars emerged from the secret base and headed towards the abandoned factory on the outskirts. Meanwhile, the drug enforcement team at the city bureau received a message: evidence is complete, prepare to make the arrests, along with an attached recording. Su Yunxian was delighted upon seeing the message and ordered the recording to be played and carefully documented. As the recording played, the recording personnel's expressions turned increasingly strange. "Captain, what kind of recording did Brother Chen send? It sounds like a pyramid scheme meeting," one of them remarked. Su Yunxian tapped his head. "Don't talk nonsense, quickly document everything, not a single word should be missed." Soon, the passionate speech by Su Feng in the recording ended, leading to Su Qing's moment of glory. The outskirts, the abandoned factory? Specific location? Upon hearing such detailed information, the officers listening to the recording were invigorated. Then, hearing the gang leaders eagerly revealing their information to elevate their status in Su Feng's eyes, the officers were even more shocked. Su Feng did an amazing job. Su Yunxiang also marveled, increasingly convinced that sending Su Feng as an undercover agent was the smartest decision he had ever made. Previous undercover agents either got exposed midway, barely escaping with their lives, or were eliminated. Or they spent years undercover without any results. Never had there been someone like Su Feng, who in less than a week, had dismantled the entire underworld of Shanghai City and had the two external forces under control. Such a person, working in a small police station, was truly a rare find. Once this case was over, he had to mention Su Feng's achievements at the commendation ceremony and ensure Tang Jianjun didn't hinder Su Feng's future. Su Yunxian refocused his thoughts, his expression changing to seriousness. "With Su Feng's intelligence, I will contact the provincial department now and prepare to make the arrests. Everyone, assemble immediately and be ready at all times." "Yes." Following this, Su Yunxian made a call, setting the entire public security system of Shanghai City and even South Jiang Province into motion. Armed police, special forces, criminal investigators, drug enforcement teams, and various other personnel all gathered near the city bureau. An hour later, on the outskirts, at the abandoned factory, Pang and the others had just tasted the local specialties of Shanghai City under Chen Rui's arrangement, feeling refreshed all over, not wanting to leave, and feeling like their whole body had been emptied. "Chen Rui, I am very satisfied with your hospitality. When I go back this time, I will introduce you properly to Lord Buddha." Pang sat on a soft leather sofa, enjoying the service of several beautiful women. This leather sofa and many beautiful women were originally prepared by Chen Rui for himself. Even in the wilderness, he had to maintain his style. But now, in order to connect with Hong Tian, Chen Rui spared no effort to please, only hoping to leave a good impression on Paong. "Something's wrong, Rui go." At the staircase, one of Chen Rui's men hurriedly ran up. Paong was disturbed and gave the man a displeased look. Chen Rui also frowned upon seeing the situation. "What are you shouting for? Can't you see I'm discussing business with Paong Ge?" The man trembled under the gaze of the two big shots but still bravely spoke. "Rui Ge, it's bad news. Hong Tian's men have found this place, and other bosses' men are also heading our way." "What?" Chen Rui stood up abruptly, his brain spinning rapidly. This was his secret base, known only to a group of trusted men in Su Qing. The only one who could have leaked this information to Hong Tian was probably him. Su Yin gritted his teeth and dialed Su Qing's number. However, when the call was answered, another voice came through. "Chen Rui, long time no see. I heard you even brought in people from Lord Buddha to deal with me?" Hearing Hong Tian's voice, Chen Rui's face changed, subconsciously glancing at Paong. "No response? It's okay, I'll be there soon. I've also brought some acquaintances with me for you." Hong Tian, seeing Chen Rui's lack of action, sneered a few words and then hung up. He then handed the phone to Su Feng sitting beside him. "Thanks to you this time, otherwise these big bosses wouldn't have been so easy to talk. How did you manage it?" Hong Tian looked at Su Feng, with a hint of doubt and curiosity in his eyes. The bald man driving in front also pricked up his ears quietly. Even if these big bosses were weak, they were not the kind to cry before reaching the Yellow River. Yet, after being locked up for just a few hours, before Hong Tian and his men could resort to various means of coercion, all the information was spilled out. Was this reasonable? It's quite reasonable. I told them that when you left, I would be the boss, and with a call from me, they all gathered. No problem. Su Feng smiled lightly, recounting the events in the secret room in a few words, without exaggeration or omission. Hong Tian squinted as he listened. Oh, do you want to overthrow me as the boss of Shanghai City? Sometimes, the truth is often said in a joking manner. Is that really your true intention? As Hong Tian's words fell, the atmosphere in the car became tense. Seeing this, Su Feng calmly said, of course not. I still have to go back to Hong Kong with Brother Tian to participate in the Gambling King competition. If I really wanted to be the boss, I should have called the police and arrested people now, instead of sitting here protecting you. Hong Tian also laughed. Su Feng was right. If he really wanted to harm himself, he should have called the police after obtaining this information and then reaped the benefits. Instead, he was now sitting calmly in a car with him. Otherwise, even if he died, Su Feng would definitely not survive. Su Feng had a good grasp of the situation in infernal affairs. Using the same reasoning, he convinced two groups of people. Whether it was Hong Tian or the captured big bosses, they all felt that Su Feng was on their side. When the vehicle stopped, it would be time for their counterattack. It's not that their brains are not functioning well, but no one had ever thought that Su Feng's true identity was actually a police officer. After nearly an hour, Chen Rui's final hiding place, the abandoned factory, finally appeared before everyone. This is where Chen Rui will meet his end. Hong Tian looked at the approaching factory and the faintly visible patrolling figures, calmly yet decisively stating, in front of the spacious square of the Provincial Hall Office Building, beneath the solemn national emblem, a staggering number of fully armed police officers, special police, armed police, criminal investigation, and anti-drug team members stood densely packed. The night wind was fierce, making the flags flutter noisily, yet the numerous police officers remained silent, all waiting for a message. In front of everyone, 6 or 7 people stood ahead of all the teams, also waiting in anticipation. The captains of the Special Police Brigade, the Armed Police Brigade, the Criminal Investigation Team, and the Anti-Drug Team were all present. Additionally, there were 3 individuals dressed in white, each a true heavyweight figure, all with serious expressions, awaiting a signal. Yun Chang, everyone is here now. We've been waiting for almost an hour. Are you sure the information is accurate? In the quiet wait, a white-clad leader looked at Su Yunxiang, furrowing his brow and asking, Leader, rest assured, this case will definitely have a resolution today. Please remain calm. Su Yunxiang's voice was firm in response to the inquiry. Over an hour ago, before Su Feng had arrived, Su Yunxiang had received a message. The text contained only a location and a few words. Evidence is solid, prepare for action. Without any hesitation, Su Yunxiang immediately called the top leader. Within just an hour, the city and even the provincial armed forces were all ready, with a large number of law enforcement officers from various departments, a scale of operation rarely seen before. Faced with the drug trafficking organizations lurking in Shanghai City and armed forces from abroad, the higher-ups attached great importance to the situation. However, after all the personnel were integrated and an additional hour passed without any information, the 3 top leaders couldn't help but furrow their brows in concern. The commotion today was significant. If they only caught a few small fish and the operation ended in disappointment, it would be a big joke. If Su Yunxiang hadn't been so confident in his assurances, they wouldn't have mobilized such a large force. Ding! In the tense and silent atmosphere, Su Yunxiang's WeChat notification suddenly sounded. All eyes were on Su Yunxiang. No one could understand the immense pressure Su Yunxiang was under. When he saw that the message was from Su Feng, Su Yunxiang's hand trembled slightly. Then, taking a deep breath, he opened his phone. Intelligence is accurate. I'm on my way. Move in for the arrest. With just a few words, Su Feng hung up first. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Su Yunxiang took another deep breath and then shouted with determination, Operation Ice Hunt, commence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Su Yunxiang's voice fell, all the officers sprang into action, getting into their vehicles, and police cars drove out of the parking lot. The urgent and piercing sound of police sirens echoed through the sky at that moment, signaling the impending doom for the drug traffickers. A large number of fully armed police officers swiftly headed towards their destination, without a single unnecessary word spoken. In a short time, everyone was in action. Su Yunxiang, the captains of the special police, armed police, and criminal investigation teams, along with the 3 top leaders, all rushed to the intelligence location. The long-standing underworld bosses in Shanghai City, along with the out-of-town drug trafficking organizations, were all captured in one fell swoop. No one would miss this crucial moment. Meanwhile, in the abandoned factory on the outskirts, Chen Rui initially wanted to escape quickly, but was stopped by Paong. They were worried that Hong Tian's group might hide and not be found, but unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to come to them. With such a good opportunity, how could they let it slip by? So Paong forcibly kept Chen Rui here to wait for the prey. Although Chen Rui was very flustered, he couldn't run away now. Pasong's men were ready, all kinds of tools were prepared, waiting for Pasong's command to start. Moreover, Paong had prepared a special team ready to carry out a decapitation operation. As time passed, the younger brothers of various gang leaders also arrived, totaling over 100 people. Although the area near the abandoned factory was very spacious, with so many people gathered here, it still felt crowded, filling up the empty ground. The organizations were clearly distinguished from each other, wary of each other, all eagerly awaiting the appearance of their own leaders. Chen Rui looked at the many people and horses blocking the factory downstairs, swallowed hard, feeling a bit confused. Can Paong and his men handle this? Downstairs were not just a bunch of random people, they were all elite members of various factions, each armed. Relying solely on Pasong's strength might not be enough to handle them. If he really got caught up in this, he would be in big trouble. Just then, Hong Tian and Su Feng and others also appeared. Tian go, I'll handle this. Su Feng gestured to Hong Tian, then got out of the car to personally release several gang leaders. The bald-headed men also got out of the car and stood behind Su Feng. What are you doing? Daring to point a gun at Chen Gu, do you want to die? Although the various gang leaders were covered in wounds, with someone behind them now, they burst out with momentum as soon as they came out, then looked flatteringly at Su Feng, ordering their men to put away their weapons. Is everything ready? Su Feng asked these gang leaders indifferently. The men immediately took their account books from their men and handed them to Su Feng. Suddenly, on the rooftop of the factory, a fierce-looking man carefully scanned the crowd below. His eyes lit up as he locked onto Bai Lian's figure. Finally found you. Everyone, follow me. Just then, a penetrating police siren suddenly sounded from a distance, surrounding them from all sides. Damn! Why are the police coming? Boss, what do we do? What else can we do? Hide the guns. You guys, protect Chen Gu, take the account books and run. Don't let the police catch up. Hearing the surrounding police sirens, nearly 100 members of the underworld were at a loss, panicking. Even the gang leaders were in a panic, sweating profusely. With so many people here, still holding guns, and most importantly, all the account books of each family were in Su Feng's hands. If they were caught by the police, they would be doomed. Many people hurriedly put away their guns, trying to act as if nothing was wrong. Su Qing and the others were still somewhat calm. Su Qing shouted at a few men, ordering them to escort Su Feng to escape. As long as the police couldn't find evidence, they couldn't just arrest people casually. Right now, they were just privately holding guns. Although it was not a minor offense, it was much better than drug trafficking. Thinking of this, they urgently said to Su Feng, Chen Gu, you must hide those things carefully. If the police find them, we're all done for. Now, what Su Feng held in his arms was their lifeline. As long as these things were not taken, they still had a way out. Su Feng waved his hand at them, looking relaxed. Don't worry. It's just the police, I'll handle it later. Seeing Su Feng's calm demeanor, Hong Tian, Su Qing, and others inexplicably felt relieved. They were sure that Brother Chen had foreseen today's situation long ago and had already arranged a way to deal with the police. If caught, Su Feng wouldn't be able to escape. He couldn't just walk into the trap, right? With these thoughts in mind, many underworld bosses also relaxed. Inside the car, Hong Tian and the others were closely monitoring the surroundings. They only brought their tools today. The goods were all at the base, so even if they were caught by the police, it wouldn't be a big problem. Soon, the sound of police sirens grew closer, followed by the screeching of brakes and then the dense sound of footsteps. Don't move! A large number of police officers suddenly appeared near the factory, rushing towards the crowd with their guns raised. Even on the surrounding walls and rooftops, many special police and armed police officers armed with pistols and rifles quickly appeared. The guns in their hands emitted red laser beams, aiming at the drug dealers below. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 drug dealers were already surrounded by more police officers, setting up a tight net. This was just the surface. The snipers lurking in the corners and on the rooftops were the ones truly preventing any resistance. Don't move, hands on your head, squat in place. Each police officer shouted loudly, aiming their guns at the drug dealers. Many henchmen immediately put their hands on their heads to squat down, but their own boss remained standing proudly, unmoved, and after a moment of thought, he straightened his body. However, finally, one henchman couldn't bear the pressure, secretly put his hand behind his back, trying to draw his gun. Just then, bang! A gunshot rang out from somewhere, the bullet piercing through the henchman's body, causing him to fall to the ground. Someone was dead. Seeing the first casualty, the drug dealers were instantly thrown into chaos, continuously retreating backward, the encirclement becoming tighter. The situation was completely under the control of the police. Several underworld bosses were now extremely nervous, only able to look towards Su Feng. Brother Chen, think of a way quickly. It's getting late, the brothers can't hold on much longer. At this moment, several leaders appeared one after another, walking from behind. Wow, Yun Chang has really made a great contribution this time. With over 100 people arrested, I reckon Shanghai City will be peaceful for many years, ha ha ha. The three leaders were in a great mood at the moment, no longer wearing the gloomy expressions from before. The other armed police, special police, and anti-drug team leaders were also surprised. They had arrested people more vicious than drug dealers before, but never had they experienced a situation like today, where criminals immediately gathered together to be captured, making this operation unbelievably easy. However, one of the leading figures turned excitedly to ask Yun Chang, well done. With so many people arrested this time, as long as your evidence is sufficient, I guarantee they won't escape. Hearing this, Yun Chang's expression changed, his gaze searching the crowd, trying to find Su Feng's figure. Another leader, seeing his strange expression, immediately changed his smile, uncertainly asking, Yun Chang, what are you still looking for? Could it be that you haven't obtained the evidence yet? No evidence? That can't be right. With such a large operation, how could they act without evidence? The people were surrounded now, but without evidence, even the police couldn't just arrest people at will. Even if they did, it would only result in a few days of detention, then release due to lack of evidence. Isn't this just causing trouble for no reason? Yun Chang. The leading figure's face darkened, sternly calling out Yun Chang's name, about to speak. Suddenly, the surrounded drug dealers parted to the sides, creating a passage, and walking out from inside was none other than Su Feng. Seeing Su Feng, Yun Chang's eyes lit up, his confidence instantly restored to its former state. The big bosses in the encirclement were also deeply moved. Truly worthy of Brother Chen, daring to face the police alone. Could it be that Brother Chen is sacrificing himself to save them? The figure advancing against the crowd was so cool. Brother Chen! Brother Chen! The tense crowd suddenly became restless, shouting Su Feng's name one after another, as if bidding him farewell. The sudden restlessness of the criminals made all the police officers tense, guns aimed directly at Su Feng. As long as Su Feng dared to make any threatening move, they would immediately open fire. Don't move! Get down and cover your head immediately. Take one more step forward, and we will shoot. The leading special police officer had a serious expression, no hint of joking. They had never heard of Su Feng's name, naturally unaware that the man in front of them was an undercover cop. However, even the few captains who had witnessed Su Feng's disguise ability had never seen Su Feng in his current disguise, all staring at Su Feng with solemn expressions. The person walking towards them was Su Chen, accompanied by Su Yunxiang and a few trusted members of his team. At the same time, Hong Tian and his group in the car, who were hesitating whether to break through, were also nervously watching Su Feng. What is he going to do? Is he seeking death? Even if he has practiced the Golden Bell Ironcloth, he can't withstand a sniper rifle. You guys don't understand, this is a real man. Unlike the others, Wang Zhe licked his lips, looking excited. On the open ground outside the car, many gang leaders saluted Su Feng's back. Su Qing shouted excitedly, Brother Chen, you will always be our leader. Wang Jiu and the bald guy in the car were both focused on Su Feng, speculating that he might be taking a risky move, capturing a hostage first to negotiate. Truly a man they had faith in, showing courage. Hong Tian also stared at Su Feng closely, but in his mind, he was calculating how to deal with the police later. He trusted Su Feng and his 4 trusted men, they were reliable and wouldn't reveal crucial evidence to the police. But the mouths of his other henchmen were not as tight. They would need to find a way to escape later. At this moment, standing in the distance, Su Yunxiang saw Su Feng approaching with a smile on his face. Then Su Yunxiang strode out, raising his hand to signal to the surrounding officers. Brothers, don't get excited, don't fire. Put your guns down. Su Yunxiang raised his hand directly, signaling everyone to control their weapons and not to open fire. Many officers, upon seeing this, looked to their respective leaders. After getting approval from their captains, they uniformly moved the guns aimed at Su Feng away and aimed at others. Su Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, if he had been undercover for half a day only to be shot by his own people instead of the drug dealers, who would he reason with? Why did the police put down their guns? I get it, they must be afraid to harm Brother Chen. Behind Brother Chen, there must be big shots, they simply dare not let anything happen to Brother Chen. Many gang members were surprised to see the police move their guns away from Su Feng, realizing that their Brother Chen probably had a very powerful background, making the Shanghai City police dare not touch him. Su Feng walked up to Su Yunxiang with a smile, reaching into his clothes while saying, "Captain Su, I have something good to show you." As soon as he said this, before Su Yunxiang could respond, several leaders and captains beside him became nervous. "Don't move. Put your hands down. Yunxiang, step back." Seeing Su Feng reaching into his chest, they all became instantly alert, fearing he might pull out a gun and shoot Su Yunxiang. "Alright, hero, stop scaring people. Don't be nervous, we're on the same side." On the same side? Upon hearing Su Yunxiang's words, the people beside him were all stunned. He's a cop? Are you kidding me? Just by looking at his face, you could tell he's no good, either a con artist or a thug. How could he be on our side? And do you think those big shots in the underworld are fools? Would they call an undercover agent Big Brother? The special police officers who had just aimed their guns at Su Feng were dumbfounded upon hearing their leader's conversation. Wait, what's going on? How did someone as sinister as you get into the system? Seeing the situation, Su Feng immediately changed her demeanor from a mysterious figure to a righteous police officer. She then reached into her clothes with her left hand and pulled out a large package, saluting the leaders standing nearby. At this moment, although Su Feng's appearance remained altered from her disguise, her aura had indeed undergone a tremendous transformation. Very well. Yunxiang, is this the undercover agent you mentioned? The leaders behind Su Yunxiang finally came to their senses, looking Su Feng up and down, admiringly. No wonder you dared to make a military pledge, turns out you have such a capable warrior. Those who can rise to the top as an undercover agent are truly extraordinary, even I almost misjudged you. With these words, everyone accepted the fact that Su Feng was on their side, and laughter filled the air. Alright, Su Feng, is the valuable thing you mentioned in this package? Su Yunxiang, with a tense expression, looked at Su Feng. Now that Su Feng had resumed her identity and regained control, they were only lacking one decisive piece of evidence. Without evidence, no matter how many people they caught today, it would be useless. Yes, it's this. The contents are enough to sentence them to decades in prison. Su Feng nodded, taking out a few small booklets from the package and handing them to Su Yunxiang. Rosters, account books, distribution routes, upstream and downstream information, it's all in here. With these items, we can completely convict them. For the rest of their lives, they'll be in prison. Su Yunxiang and his team, upon seeing the evidence, were filled with excitement. With these materials, they could carry out a thorough cleanup. The 100 or so individuals before them were just the appetizer. Following the information in these rosters, they could continue to root out all those involved in the drug trade, capturing them all. By sweeping clean every link in the drug trafficking routes, it would be difficult for the underworld in Shanghai City and even in Nanjiang province to reopen those routes in the future. Well done, Su Feng. Su Yunxiang flipped through the rosters, patting Su Feng's shoulder enthusiastically. As the captain of the anti-drug team, he understood the significance of this evidence all too well. It meant that for a long time after this case concluded, they wouldn't have to worry about drug trafficking in Shanghai City and could take a long vacation. The several captains and 3 leaders behind him also looked at Su Feng with deep satisfaction. This time, in completely wiping out these underworld figures and even taking down 2 groups of foreign armed forces, Su Feng was the hero of the hour. Meanwhile, the bosses surrounded in the circle. Damn, what's Chen Gu doing? No way, how could he hand over the rosters to the police? Damn, he even saluted the police. Every move Su Feng made deeply shook the hearts of the bosses, and even now, they were still puzzled about how Chen Gu knew the police and seemed so familiar with them. Damn, do they all have no brains? Inside the factory, as the only outsider, Chen Rui's mind instantly cleared. This guy is an undercover agent. Su Qing, you two-faced bastard, calling the police boss, you're just plain stupid. And Hong Tian, not even realizing you've been set up as an undercover, you're a useless piece of trash. Chen Rui was on the platform on the 2nd floor of the factory, caught in a dilemma. Today, there was no way to escape, so he had completely given up on running away and was now cursing loudly towards the outside. Undercover? Is Brother Chen an undercover agent? Damn it, we've been played. That scoundrel Hong Tian. Hey, where is he? The leaders finally woke up when Chen Rui scolded them, realizing that they had been played, and by an undercover agent from the police at that. They immediately directed all their anger towards Hong Tian. But when they turned to look, Hong Tian was nowhere to be found. Even the shadows of the Southeast Asian mercenaries were gone. Strange, they were just here, where did they disappear to? Suddenly, there was the roar of an engine from the back of the factory, followed by a loud bang. Bang! The expressions of the group changed, and they looked towards the source of the sound. Su Feng's expression turned serious. That direction was where Hong Tian's men were. Chen Rui also heard the noise and his face turned strange. He looked around and realized that Paong and his team had already disappeared. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The decapitation team had made their move. In the back of the factory, Pasong's team, who had been arranged early, violently collided with Hong Tian's convoy and started shooting. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the front car, one of Hong Tian's men fell. With Wang Jiusan and the others protecting him, Hong Tian quickly got into an A8 at the back, and the bald guy skillfully reversed, turned around, and drove through the gap in Pasong's convoy. On the other side, Su Feng and the other captains heard the sound of the collision and quickly rushed towards the direction of the noise, only to hear gunshots the next moment. Damn it, they have automatic rifles. The group quickly arrived at the back, but could only see the shadow of the A8 driven by Hong Tian and his men speeding away, while Pong and the others were about to get into their car to escape. Seeing this, the sniper immediately locked onto the position, shot and killed several mercenaries, then disabled their tires. Surrounded by many armed special police, Pong could only surrender. At this moment, the chief of the special police, Chung Lin, had already started the police car and was chasing after Hong Tian at full throttle. Su Feng watched Chung Lin's actions and thought to himself that it was not good. With the performance of their police car, they would never catch up to Hong Tian, especially with a professional racer at the wheel. They would only fall further and further behind. At this rate, Hong Tian would eventually escape. Su Feng looked around, trying to find a luxury car that could catch up to the A8. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a blue-green luxury car being searched in a corner. Chen Rui, who was being detained and escorted by the officers, saw Pong and the others surrender and cursed in pain. Suddenly, the roar of an engine sounded, catching his attention. He turned his head and widened his eyes. Damn, that's the new car I just got. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a blue-green BMW i8 whizzed past the crowd, chasing after Hong Tian and his men. Inside the car, Song Qingyun was sitting in the driver's seat. He had been searching for evidence with another officer when Su Feng jumped into the car, demanding to chase after Hong Tian immediately. He was momentarily stunned by Su Feng's words, then immediately drove off with Su Feng and a bewildered young officer, heading towards Hong Tian and his men. Feeling the roar of the engine beneath him, Su Feng's eyes were fixed on the Audi A8 in the distance, feeling a hint of worry. Although the BMW i8 had powerful performance, he doubted Song Qingyun's driving skills. He was too cautious, which, while safe, would definitely not catch up to Hong Tian and his group who were now fleeing for their lives. In the distance, Hong Tian and his men sat in the car, occasionally looking back. They saw the police cars behind them getting farther and farther away, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, they think they can catch me like this? They can't even see our taillights. The bald guy stepped on the gas, leaving the police cars far behind. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Jiu sneered, rolled down the window, and flipped the middle finger towards the back. Damn it! Cheng Lin in the back seat saw this and angrily slammed the steering wheel. These criminals were too arrogant. He wanted to catch up, but their car was clearly superior to the police car. Moreover, there were many large trucks on this road, especially during peak hours, so he couldn't drive too fast. As for the other police cars behind, they had long been left behind and could only barely keep up with Cheng Lin's car at the moment. Before long, Baldy had already pulled everyone far behind. At this moment, Su Yunxiang and others were at the command center preparing to connect to the SkyEye system, accessing the cameras to monitor Hong Tian and the others' location in real time. After years of being a police officer, they were very familiar with the terrain of Shanghai City. Not far ahead of Hong Tian and the others was the road leading into the mountains. If they entered the mountains, it would be troublesome to catch them. The mountain roads in Shanghai City could easily confuse even them, so Hong Tian and the others were probably taking a gamble, relying on this to shake off the police once they entered the mountains. With luck, they could shake off all the police officers. Su Feng frowned, watching the distant target, suddenly unbuckled the seatbelt in the passenger seat, and quickly said, Songgu, stop at the intersection ahead, I'll drive. Are you sure? Song Qingyun also noticed that he was falling further behind and, seeing the urgency of the situation, didn't ask much. By now, he had complete trust in Su Feng. The two got out of the car and switched positions. As soon as he sat down, fastened his seatbelt, the vehicle shot out like an arrow. The intense acceleration pressed Song Qingyun and another officer firmly against the backrest, both grabbing the handles above their heads. This sudden acceleration woke Song Qingyun up, and he suddenly realized a problem. The other day when he took Su Feng to the detention center, this kid seemed to have said something. He couldn't drive. Beside him, Su Feng was focused on the black car ahead, closely tailing it and gradually shortening the distance between the two vehicles. After a few minutes, Song Qingyun's voice came through the intercom in Cheng Lin's car. Cheng Lin, clear the way and let Su Feng pass. Cheng Lin was taken aback. Su Feng? Where is he? Before Chang Lin could react, a blue BMW appeared beside him, roaring past and overtaking several police cars in an instant, leaving the pursuing officers far behind. Chang Lin was puzzled, and through the intercom, he heard Song Qingyun's trembling voice. It's okay. Chang Lin sensed something was off in his voice and asked in confusion, Lao Song, was that your team in the BMW just now? Is Su Feng driving? Song Qingyun's voice trembled slightly. Yes, it was him. I'm right next to him. He was sitting in the passenger seat beside Su Feng, holding onto the handle above, his body pressed tightly against the seat. In the fleeing car ahead, Hong Tian and the others breathed a sigh of relief as they looked back and saw the police cars getting farther away. Thank goodness for the eight-faced Buddha's men taking action, or we wouldn't have had a chance to break through. Thanks to Baldy, these police officers can eat our dust. Wang Jiao looked excitedly through the rear windshield at the increasingly distant police cars, shouting in excitement. Don't worry, with their lousy police cars, they'll never catch up to me. We don't even need to go into the mountains, I can easily shake them off right now. Baldy's lips curled slightly as he glanced at the side mirror, disdainfully saying, being cautious is always right, Hong. Be careful, Baldy, don't overturn the car. After finally breaking free from the encirclement, Hong Tian was now feeling a sense of relief as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster, lacking his usual composure. The bald guy even managed to wave at them with one hand effortlessly. Tiangu, don't worry. I know the driving skills of these cops too well. Even if I were to drive their junky car while they drive this A8, they wouldn't stand a chance against my speed. Trying to catch up with me? Even Schumacher wouldn't stand a chance. Hearing the bald guy's words, Hong Tian nodded in satisfaction. He had confidence in the bald guy. Although occasionally as unreliable as Wang Jiao, the bald guy behind the wheel was absolutely dependable. However, at that moment, Bai Lian suddenly noticed a blue BMW i8 gradually approaching from behind. Am I seeing things? Is that Chen Rui's BMW behind us? How did this guy manage to evade the police? Damn, he's coming after us. Hearing Bai Lian's increasingly surprised voice, Hong Tian and Wang Jiao turned to look behind them, shocked to find a BMW appearing out of nowhere, closing in on them. The bald guy quickly glanced at the rearview mirror and confirmed decisively, that's the car, the BMW i8, fully loaded, worth over 2 million. Even in Shanghai City, it's considered a top luxury car. I noticed it at first sight, I can't be mistaken. Hong Tian's expression changed abruptly, looking very grim. How could Chen Rui be such a skilled driver? He's about to catch up with us. If Chen Rui was here, were the Paong gang also following? Damn it, what are these cops doing? How did they let Chen Rui escape? He had planned to let them fight it out while he watched from the sidelines, but now things were getting out of hand. If Chen Rui caught up with them, not to mention escaping from the Paong gang, just the delay in their escape would be enough trouble if the police caught up. Wait, Chen Rui was already caught by the police, so who were the people in that car? A flash of insight crossed the bald guy's mind. Could it be Su Feng? When he drove out by himself last time, he was speeding like crazy. Hearing this, Hong Tian's heart, which had just calmed down, tensed up again. Without time to curse this traitor, he urged the bald guy to accelerate, faster and faster. Wang Jiao lay on the back seat, his eyes filled with horror, watching the BMW getting closer and closer. Damn, is he crazy? Driving so fast. Hearing Wang Jiao's astonished cry, the bald guy frowned. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. Okay. As the bald guy's voice fell, he stepped on the gas, and the speed instantly soared to over 100. After the bald guy accelerated, Su Feng also pressed the gas pedal, the speed skyrocketing to 110, still increasing. Beside him, Song Qingyun's eyes widened, as Su Feng seemed to have driven this road 1,000 times, every move becoming instinctual. In Su Feng's eyes, there was only one thing, catch up with the black Audi ahead and capture Hong Tian. The blue BMW driven by Su Feng was like a dragon swimming freely in the sea, swiftly and freely shuttling, continuously accelerating. Since Su Feng started chasing Hong Tian, his foot had not left the gas pedal, and now he was approaching 110 miles per hour. Whoosh! Whoosh! Cars passed by them one after another, left far behind, a scene that made Song Qingyun instinctively grip the handrail tightly. Suddenly, a song played in the car. The light shining brightly on the streets. Song Qingyun was momentarily stunned, then looked at the police officer Xiao Chen behind him. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, loosened one hand, took out his phone, answered the call, turned on the speakerphone, and Su Yunxiang's voice came from the other end. Hello, Xiao Chen. Listen, the person driving on the other side is a retired race car driver. Lao Song definitely won't be able to catch up with him. We have connected to the Sky Eye system. We will soon be able to display real-time information. Before the other party enters the mountainous area, we will continuously track the whereabouts of their vehicle and provide you with accurate location information. Tell Lao Song not to worry, prioritize safety, and the other special police and armed police are on their way to support. Xiao Chen and Song Qingyun fell silent for a moment after hearing Su Yunxiang's words. Then Song Qingyun took the phone directly and said, "No need, their car is right in front of us, we've been tailing them all along. We don't need support. Just have someone set up a roadblock ahead to stop them. We must not let Hong Tian enter the mountains." Outside the abandoned factory, Su Yunxiang, upon hearing that Song Qingyun answered the call, was also momentarily stunned. "Lao Song? Are you out of your mind? I specifically called Xiao Sun." Just as Su Yunxiang was angrily scolding Song Qingyun, the technician beside him finally connected to the Sky Eye system. "Here it is, we have visuals. That dot is the location of Hong Tian and his group. Speed, up to 110 miles per hour. 110 miles per hour? This is not a highway, daring to drive so fast, are they all risking their lives? Wait, there's another car behind them also driving recklessly, the speed has reached 120 miles per hour, and it's still accelerating. Damn, how can there be more reckless drivers?" Su Yunxiang looked at the screen, incredulously asked over the phone. "Lao Song, the Sky Eye system just discovered another car behind Hong Tian's group, also driven by a reckless person. Do you know how fast they are going? Damn it, which rich kid is out here street racing now?" Su Yunxiang said uncontrollably. Initially, chasing drug traffickers was already very dangerous, now innocent people are involved, and it's a street racing gang. If something goes wrong now, there will surely be casualties. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Song Qingyun glanced at the dashboard in front of Su Feng and calmly said, "Don't get agitated. I know how fast that car is going, not fast, just 120. Su Yunxiang was puzzled and asked, "Really just 120, how do you know?" Song Qingyun's face turned pale, his voice revealing a sense of determination, indifference to life and death. "Because I'm damn well in that car. The one driving is Su Feng." Su Yunxiang said incredulously. "Su Feng is driving? How is that possible? Letting him drive? Are you out of your mind?" Su Yunxiang exclaimed in shock, startling those around him with his loud voice. Several leaders also frowned. "Su Feng? The undercover agent from earlier, right? Will his driving have any impact on the capture?" Ma Jiyang asked Su Yunxiang sternly. Su Yunxiang's eyes widened, hesitantly said, "When we designed his identity before, we asked him if he could drive, to give him a background. He flat out refused, saying he hadn't touched a car in years since getting his driver's license. Could he have even fooled me?" Su Yunxiang pondered. "But even if this kid can drive, what good person can drive at 120 miles per hour on this road? Does he think he's a street racing god?" On the other end of the phone, Song Qingyun's forehead was covered in large beads of sweat, gently asked Su Feng, his voice so soft as if afraid of disturbing Su Feng's driving. Su Feng, when was the last time you drove?" Su Feng stared fixedly at the Audi in front, calmly replied. 4 years ago, or was it 5 years ago? I can't remember. Anyway, it was when we were taking the driving test." Hearing Su Feng's words, Song Qingyun and Xiao Sun broke out in a cold sweat instantly. My goodness, they thought Su Feng was such a skilled driver, driving so fast and looking so natural. They even thought he might be a seasoned racer, hiding his skills. Little did they know he hadn't touched a car in years. Song Qingyun regretted not knowing this earlier. If he had, he wouldn't have let Su Feng drive. It wasn't just the two of them, even the big shots next to Su Yunxiang were startled by his words. At this time, it was peak hour for trucks on the road, and here was a new driver driving at 110, even 120 kilometers per hour. If something happened, it would be a big mess. As everyone pondered on what to do, Su Feng's calm voice broke the silence. "We're almost there, we'll catch up with them at the next intersection." As his voice trailed off, he suddenly stepped on the gas pedal. Song Qingyun felt the strong push again, letting out a muffled groan. "Lao Song, what's wrong? What's happening up ahead?" Hearing Song Qingyun's groan, the others on the line tensed up. "I'm fine. We'll catch up with them soon." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression froze. "We're going to catch up?" The other side is a racer, even a champion. Su Feng, who hasn't driven for a few days, would be lucky not to crash. How could he be better than a champion? "Captain Su, the surveillance is connected and displaying on the big screen. Quick, turn on the screen." Seeing this, Ma Jiyang behind them quickly had the screen turned on to view the live surveillance feed. As the screen lit up, a black blur whizzed by, followed closely by a blue blur, both disappearing in an instant. These two cars, amidst the honking of many trucks, were speeding recklessly, one fleeing, the other chasing. Just watching the screen made everyone nervous. At that speed, it was probably faster than 120 kilometers per hour. And from the surveillance, the BMW behind was even faster than the Audi in front. The way this car weaved through the dense traffic indicated the driver was experienced, definitely not a novice. Behind the group, Tang Jianjun, who had been silently following, was lost in thought. Su Feng never mentioned he could drive. Did he learn this at the police academy too? Lao Su, you've got yourself a good undercover agent. He even fooled himself. Su Feng is definitely not a novice driver. Ma Jiang, eyes fixed on the screen, said excitedly. From the footage, it was clear Su Feng's car had the upper hand, and they would likely overtake the other soon. However, don't celebrate too soon. On the other side, Su Guangfa, the captain of the anti-drug brigade from the provincial public security department, poured cold water on their excitement. Even if Su Feng catches up, how will he force the other party to stop? This isn't a fancy state highway, the road they're on is full of big trucks, one wrong move and it's game over for all of them. With that said, the tension that had just eased up resurfaced. The speed of these two cars had reached extremely dangerous levels, any slight mistake could be fatal. Even if Su Feng overtook the other, they couldn't use their usual tactics to stop them. At this speed, any minor collision would send them flying off the road. If a chain reaction of crashes occurred, it would cost dozens of lives. Therefore, their only hope now is for Su Feng to hang firmly behind Hong Tian and the others' vehicles, neither getting left behind nor acting recklessly. Even if the other party enters the mountains, as long as Su Feng and the others can track Hong Tian, they still have a chance to catch them. On the other side, in Hong Tian and the others' car, Wang Zhou, who was just boasting a moment ago, now had a face as if he had seen a ghost. How dare Su Feng drive at this speed? Is he crazy? Damn it, making a few bucks as an undercover. What are you risking your life for? The bald guy also lost his earlier confidence and composure, looking fierce. Don't think that being a racing champion makes it easy to handle this kind of speed. In the racing arena, he is well aware of all road conditions, especially since all vehicles around are moving in the same direction, with everyone aiming for the finish line. But now he is not on the racetrack or the highway, the road conditions are completely different. Not only is visibility poor, but there are also large trucks coming and going around, even for him, pushing to around 120 to 130 miles per hour is already the limit. If he goes any faster, he can't guarantee he can handle any sudden unexpected situations. He couldn't understand how Su Feng could drive as fast as himself in such a situation. No, even faster than himself, probably hitting 130 to 140 miles per hour. He's really risking his life. With your skills, why are you still a cop? Isn't it better to go to Bay Induluk? Hearing a few words squeezed out by the bald guy, Hong Tian's expression was also extremely unpleasant. He hadn't recovered from Su Feng's betrayal, his mind filled with images of Su Feng being fierce and ruthless. He couldn't believe that such a tough bandit with the aura of a crime boss would actually be an undercover sent by the police. If even a young cop could reach this level, if they all switched to being gangsters, where would their Hong family stand? But the thought that not only he was deceived by Su Feng, but also Chen Rui and those gang leaders who called Su Feng Brother Chen, made Hong Tian feel slightly better. At least he only wanted Su Feng to be on equal footing with him, not calling him Big Brother. This showed that his status was much higher than those local bosses in Shanghai City. Despite his initial confidence, he now showed some anxiety and unease, trying to reassure himself and stay calm. Bailian was surprisingly calm at this moment, carefully looking ahead and saying, Tiango, look, we're about to enter the mountains ahead. Once we're in the mountains, we can shake them off quickly. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with renewed hope. In Su Feng's car, after the initial shock, Song Qingyun and Xiao Sun had calmed down. Although Su Yunshang said that Su Feng hadn't driven in a long time, seeing Su Feng maintaining excellent driving skills, they gradually felt relieved and even had the presence of mind to observe Su Feng's state. It was the first time they had seen someone with such driving skills right after getting their driver's license. However, when Song Qingyun saw the distant scenery, his expression suddenly changed. Not good, we're about to hit the mountain road ahead. Su Feng, you haven't driven on this road before, right? Su Feng shook his head. Song Qingyun's face turned grim. That's bad, this road is complex with many continuous bends, if they dare to come this way. Before he could finish, Su Feng smirked disdainfully. Many bends, but could there be as many minefields and landslides? Song Qingyun's eyes lit up. Could it be that Su Feng was also familiar with the winding mountain roads? Minefields and such, which mountain road is that? Not a mountain road, it's a game map. From playing racing games, I'm an expert at that. Upon hearing Su Feng's response, Song Qingyun's expression froze, his mouth opened as if to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Su Feng smiled faintly. Don't rush. Have you ever heard a saying? In curves, speed is true speed. When it comes to mountain roads, no matter how familiar one is with the road conditions, they have to slow down to avoid danger when taking curves. At that moment, it's the chance to force the opponent to stop. Su Feng continued to step on the gas pedal, the engine roaring loudly, and a hint of excitement appeared on the faces of Song Qingyun and Xiao Sun in the car. Although the scenery outside was rapidly retreating, Su Feng's steady operation and calm expression made them feel extremely reassured, even starting to enjoy the thrill brought by this speed. Xiao Sun in the back seat peeked at the dashboard in front of Su Feng and was once again shocked to see the speedometer needle had already reached 150 miles per hour. Wow, this is the first time I've experienced this speed on the road. I wonder if Brother Chen was scolded by the instructor when he was taking his driving test, Xiao Sun suddenly remarked from the backseat, causing Song Qingyun to fall into contemplation. People who have taken a driving test must have experienced the feeling of being sarcastically criticized by the instructor, wondering what Su Feng was like when taking the driving test. Quick start? Or drifting into the parking spot? Oh! Song Qingyun glanced at the speedometer, then suddenly shifted his gaze and exclaimed, "Oh no, this car was just refueled by Chen Rui." The fuel warning light came on so soon after driving a short distance. Song Qingyun and Xiao Sun both changed their expressions, becoming nervous. They had come so far in pursuit, this car better not fail them at a critical moment. Su Feng glanced at the fuel gauge and calmly said, "This fuel is enough. They can't escape." In the abandoned factory, police officers were busy arresting people and processing the scene in an orderly manner. Several leaders gathered around a large screen, nervously watching the movements of Hong Tian and Su Feng's two cars. Seeing the real-time speed on the screen getting faster and faster, they all clenched their fists in anxiety. They were worried that Su Feng and the others might not catch up with Hong Tian, and they felt that Su Feng was playing with fire, risking causing a big mess unintentionally. He's too reckless, disregarding public safety, even for the sake of catching criminals. This is unacceptable. What if the suspects feel cornered and do something desperate, endangering everyone? Beside the crowd, Su Guangfa from the provincial department looked stern and said in a harsh tone, "We must handle cases with proper methods. Relying solely on brute force won't work." As he spoke, Su Yunshan, Tang Jianjun, and others looked embarrassed and glanced at him sideways. Ma Jiang pursed his lips and said lightly, "Enough, let's discuss this when Su Feng returns. The most crucial thing now is to catch the suspects and ensure everyone returns safely." At this moment, Tang Jianjun, who had been silent behind everyone, immediately spoke up. "The leader is right. This guy is just too vengeful, can't stand the suspects escaping, sigh. I'll definitely criticize Su Feng properly later and personally supervise him to write a self-criticism." Just then, Su Yunxiang suddenly pointed at the large screen and said, "Look, they're heading into the mountains." At the entrance to the mountain road, there were several consecutive curves connecting to the main road. The bald guy controlled the distance, began to slow down, executed a precise drift, and perfectly controlled the vehicle into the curve. "Impressive. That's you, woohoo." Wang Jiu couldn't help but admire the drift's centrifugal force. The bald guy was a real racing champion, and this was basic operation for him. Seeing the vehicle about to enter the mountains, Hong Tian also relaxed, leaning back against the seat, ready to rest and relieve the tension. But they hadn't driven far ahead. Oh my god. Hong Tian was once again awakened by Wang Jiu's voice, suppressing his anger as he inquired, "What's the problem now?" At this moment, Wang Jiu was sprawled across the back seat, leaving only space for his buttocks. He's not even slowing down in the corners? What kind of extreme drifting is this? Could it be that even his identity as a policeman is fake? Is his true identity actually that of a racer as well? Baldy widened his eyes and looked in the rearview mirror. In the reflection, the blue BMW behind them barely slowed down, drifting directly into the corners, even briefly accelerating, then drifting again through the next corner. Every time he turned, the rear of the car almost reached its limit. A slight misjudgment could lead to a slide. This scene greatly shocked Baldy. The last time he saw such full-speed cornering was in an international race. Back then, his idol was far behind, but through several consecutive corners, he didn't slow down at all, closing the gap corner by corner, even overtaking directly in the final corner to win the championship. After the race, even the driver himself said it was the craziest thing he had ever done and would never attempt cornering without slowing down again. But that was a top-level international race. With his own skills, he didn't even qualify to participate, only deserving a seat in the audience. Moreover, their race cars were all modified, with the absolute top configurations in the world. In comparison, the BMW they had just brought back was simply trash. No targeted modifications, no running in, it was utterly useless on such mountain roads. Why should Su Feng be able to make the same move as his idol? Are you a racer or am I? Dude, if you're that awesome, go compete abroad, bring glory to the country, why race on these mountain roads with me? The threshold for becoming a cop is really high now. Wang Jiu muttered, his gaze fixed on the BMW behind them. The approaching blue figure was like an abyss, about to engulf them, filled with oppression. "What are you doing? Accelerate!" Hong Tian beside him urged anxiously. Baldy also realized that things had exceeded expectations, hastily stepping on the gas, and the speed began to soar again. In the BMW behind them, Su Feng had already completed several corners, his eyes filled with fiery passion. "They're still accelerating from the other side. Hold on tight, brace yourself." Before Su Yunxiang and the others could recover from the extreme cornering just now. Screech! Screech! The vehicle instantly slid sideways, entering the next corner at an extremely exaggerated angle. This was followed by a strong push sensation, then another drift into the corner. After several corners, Hong Tian's car was now within reach. "Su Feng, victory is, ugh, right in front of us. Don't let them escape, ugh." Song Qingyun was feeling nauseous from the drifting, gripping the handle tightly with one hand, and on the other side, he had completely given up struggling. Even if he was going to be sick later, he must catch the group led by Hong Tian. Otherwise, all the suffering he had endured on this journey would be in vain. Who the hell said drifting was fun? This damn near killed me. The leaders at the command center couldn't see the mountain scene, only two dots on the screen moving at high speed along the winding mountain road. What's going on? Didn't they enter the mountain? Why are they still driving so fast? Contact Lao Song immediately, have him video call. In the temporary command post, as the dots representing the police and the criminals gradually approached, although everyone's faces were filled with disbelief, they couldn't hide their excitement. They were all eager for Song Qingyun to open the video and see the situation ahead in real time. At this moment, everyone had figured it out. Su Feng's driving skills were far superior to those coming towards him. Not only did he gradually close in on the straight road, but even when faced with winding mountain roads, he didn't slow down at all. The more bends there were, the closer Su Feng got to the other party. What was most abundant on mountain roads? It was definitely the bends. With Su Feng's driving skills, stopping Hong Tian and the others was only a matter of time. Moreover, all the roads on the mountain were narrow paths, with the other party having only two directions to go, front and back. Once Su Feng caught up, Hong Tian and the others would have no way to escape. For a moment, several police officers and captains familiar with Su Feng's situation looked enviously at Tang Jianjun, who was hiding a smile. What kind of luck was West City having to encounter such a talented person as Su Feng? He had just accomplished a great feat and then went undercover in the gang, directly uprooting the underworld of Shanghai City, with the repercussions even reaching Hong Kong Island in Southeast Asia. Su Feng alone had shouldered the achievements of West City for several years, making them all envious. Why was Su Feng so stubborn and unwilling to see so many opportunities, insisting on staying in West City? Several captains who had tried to win over Su Feng were now sighing and cursing in frustration. In the black Audi car, Hong Tian and the others were completely panicked. "Baldy, weren't you confident before? What now? We're on the mountain, with not even a second road. If Su Feng catches up, where do you think you can run?" Wang Jiu couldn't suppress his panic and was the first to lose control. Looking at Wang Jiu through the rearview mirror, Baldy's eyes also revealed a helpless anger. "Damn it, after risking my life so many times in Hong Kong Island, which cop do you think can catch up to me? Who would have thought a racer could become a cop? Damn it, even if you bring a world champion, you might not be able to shake him off." Baldy was sweating profusely, gripping the steering wheel and shouting angrily. "Brother Tian, rest assured, on these narrow roads, as long as I block his car tightly and don't let them overtake, they won't be able to stop us." The road they were driving on at the moment was extremely narrow, a small mountain road built along the mountainside, just wide enough for two cars to pass closely, with one side being the mountain and the other side a deep abyss. Although there wasn't much traffic here on normal days, no one dared to drive fast on such a road condition, as one small mistake could lead to a fatal fall. Driving at 50 or 60 miles per hour on this road was already considered fast. As long as he firmly occupied the middle of the road, even if Su Feng drove fast, he wouldn't have a chance to overtake them. By ensuring he held his position, he was confident that the other party wouldn't be able to make him stop. If viewed from above, one could see Su Feng and Baldy driving their cars like two lightning bolts on the winding mountain road. Every time they reached a bend, Baldy had to slow down, narrowing the gap with Su Feng, almost to zero. However, Baldy always managed to block Su Feng's car tightly, not letting him overtake. On straight roads, he would suddenly accelerate to try to widen the distance. Although Baldy's driving skills were not as good as Su Feng's, he could easily maintain his position. Despite Su Feng repeatedly approaching the other party's car, Baldy always firmly blocked him behind, making it impossible for Su Feng to overtake and intercept. Damn it! These guys are too cunning. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Yunxiang's face had slightly recovered, but still looked very pale. After seeing Su Feng fail several times, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Their fuel was already running low, and if they continued to be entangled like this, they would eventually run out of gas, and then they would have to watch helplessly as the other party got away. However, no matter how angry he was, in such treacherous road conditions, he couldn't think of a good way to let Su Feng overtake. The leaders at the command center, seeing Su Feng constantly trailing behind the other vehicle without being able to pass, also furrowed their brows. Indeed, even with excellent driving skills, it was extremely difficult to overtake a car intentionally blocking you on such a narrow mountain road. With no road space, even with great skills, it was hard to maneuver. The expressions of the people were serious, and they began to worry. Yet, at this moment, Su Feng's eyes remained calm. Although his expression was serious, he was worried about something else. In fact, he could have intercepted the other party just now. The bald guy thought that occupying most of the lane would render him helpless, which was quite naive. As long as there was a tiny bit of space, he had enough room to use his skills and overtake using the curves. The reason he didn't do so was that on mountain roads, once he made an overtaking move or intercepted Hong Tian and the others, their Audi might lose control, and Hong Tian and the others might roll off the cliff with the car. Destroying both the people and the car was not his goal. His mission was to capture all four of them alive, not as corpses. It was this concern that made Su Feng closely follow behind the other party and not choose to overtake. The fuel in the tank was running low, but Su Feng was still looking for a suitable place to overtake and force a stop. Suddenly, Su Feng's eyes lit up. Ahead, at the third bend, there was a brief flat stretch nearby. The road was wide, with no cliffs around, and there was enough buffer space. This was it. Su Feng's gaze sharpened, his foot pressure unchanged, maintaining speed, sticking closely behind the Audi. Soon, the two bends passed in a flash. The bald guy, after the previous panic, regained his composure. After passing through many bends, he had firmly kept Su Feng behind him, and the upcoming bends would be no exception. Just as he was about to enter the third bend as before, Su Feng finally made a move. In the BMW, Su Feng's voice sounded. "Hold on tight, be careful of knocking your head later." Knocking their heads? What head knocking? Song Qingyun and Xiaosun paused in their expressions. Before they could ask, they suddenly felt the vehicle violently swerve, drifting at full speed into the bend. However, unlike the previous bends where Su Feng had to slow down, this time he abruptly turned the steering wheel. The next moment, Song Qingyun and Xiaosun felt the world spin before their eyes. Everything suddenly rotated 60 degrees. Damn! We're flipping! Su Feng, you're playing big this time. In the command center, the anxious onlookers saw the video feed suddenly blur and shake, holding their breath in an instant. Lao Song, what's happening? Damn it, did Su Feng flip the car? For a moment, everyone made the worst guesses in their minds, their faces extremely grim. Inside the BMW, amidst Song Qingyun and Xiaosun's shouts, Su Feng shifted to manual mode and downshifted, then pressed the accelerator, and just like before, the car executed a beautiful drift through the bend. Just as the bald guy was secretly pleased, the BMW did not stay behind him as usual but lifted one side of the car directly, with only the left tires touching the ground. The right tires were almost against the mountainside, utilizing less than a meter of space on the Audi's right side, passing them by a hair's breadth. Sitting in the tilted car, Song Qingyun and Xiaosun held onto the handle tightly. Now they finally understood why Su Feng said it would be easy to knock their heads. If they hadn't fastened their seatbelts, they would have rolled onto the left side window by now. In that split second when the two cars crossed paths, Hong Tian and the others looked incredulously to the right. Holy crap! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the BMW overtook the Audi, landing steadily on the right side amidst the astonished crowd. As the vehicle touched the ground, Su Feng remained unfazed, glancing at the rearview mirror. Beside him, Song Qingyun and Xiaosu were gasping for air with wide-open mouths, their faces filled with shock. Song Qingyun was holding up well, but little Sun in the back was completely petrified. The leaders at the command center could only see a momentary whirlwind on the screen before it returned to normal, but the Audi was nowhere to be seen ahead. "Thank goodness, I thought Su Feng had flipped the car," one exclaimed. "Yeah, where is the car in front of them? Did Hong Tian's group also crash?" Another questioned. The leaders at the back were getting anxious, wishing they could jump into the screen to see what was happening on the mountain road. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and the camera showed the front of the Audi. Through the windshield, the leaders could see the fierce bald guy, Hong Tian, and the others. "What the hell, how did they collide head-on?" someone exclaimed. Inside the BMW, after overtaking the other vehicle, Su Feng abruptly pulled the handbrake. Bang! With a screeching sound between the tires and the ground, the BMW spun 180 degrees, facing the Audi head-on, pressing against its hood. Both the bald guy and Su Feng floored the gas pedal, neither willing to give an inch. Everyone in both cars, except the bald guy and Su Feng, instinctively clenched their fists, trying to add power to the vehicles. In the deadlock, the Audi's speed rapidly decreased. The bald guy, with a fierce expression, roared at Su Feng. However, Su Feng paid no attention, silently estimating the distance through the right side mirror. 3, 2, 1. Su Feng estimated the distance, reaching the only wide spot on the mountain road, then turned the steering wheel again. The rear of the car instantly spun 180 degrees towards the inside of the mountain road. Seeing the chance slipping away and Hong Tian's group escaping, Song Qingyun anxiously shouted. This shout once again made the leaders at the back tense. Hong Tian's group widened their eyes, and the bald guy seized the opportunity, immediately flooring the gas pedal. Su Feng smiled faintly. Now was the time. At the moment when the other party was about to overtake them, the BMW suddenly veered slightly to the left, pressing against the door of Hong Tian's car. Zila! Bang! Oh no! In the instant Su Feng closed in, the bald guy finally understood Su Feng's intentions, but it was too late. In his powerless roar, the black Audi gradually veered to the right, its tail swinging behind until it smoothly flipped and slid towards the left front of the cliff, hitting the cliff with a thud. A rapid brake sound echoed. Su Feng released the handbrake, quickly got out of the car, and rushed to the overturned Audi. Song Qingyun handed the phone to Xiao Sun and followed Su Feng with a gun in hand. Police! Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Meanwhile, at the command center, on the big screen, the yellow dot representing Su Feng suddenly surpassed the red dot ahead, both stopping in place the next moment. Through the phone video, everyone finally saw the Audi that had flipped upside down ahead. No one spoke, everyone was stunned by the scene, their eyes wide as they watched the small phone screen. After a while, sounds of disbelief began to emerge. Damn, Su Feng is amazing, driving like this on a mountain road? Today is an eye-opener. If you didn't know, you'd think it was a movie. Wow, even professional racers probably couldn't do that. Everyone looked at each other, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Tang Jianjun and the others were also lost in thought. Could this kid Su Feng really drive like this on his first time on the road? Could he be a racing prodigy, born with a racing saint's body? Alright, let's not celebrate just yet. The other party is armed. Xiao Sun, be careful. Su Yunxiang calmed down and shouted into his phone. Su Feng and the others had joined the chase on a whim, with only Song Qingyun carrying a gun. Faced with 4 extremely dangerous suspects, there was still a possibility of the car overturning. Fortunately, Su Feng had just flipped the vehicle, leaving Hong Tian and the others dazed and confused. Baldy even cracked his head and passed out. As Hong Tian regained consciousness and tried to climb out of the vehicle, he was suddenly handcuffed with a silver bracelet. Before he could react, Su Feng pulled him out, pressed him against the Audi's chassis, and handcuffed his other hand. Stay still, don't move. Hong Tian struggled and glared at Su Feng with hatred in his eyes. On the other side, Balian, who had just peeked out, was restrained by Song Qingyun and another person. Wang Jiu, underneath her, couldn't move and could only watch as Hong Tian and Balian were subdued. Soon, the sound of police sirens filled the mountains, and the special police reinforcements arrived, completely controlling the situation. The leaders at the command center could finally relax as the situation was under control. You dare betray me, you're dead. Despite being escorted, Hong Tian continued to threaten Su Feng hysterically. Before my lawyer arrives, you won't get a word out of me. Su Feng smiled lightly at Hong Tian. Your lawyer will be here soon, no need to rush. Also, don't speak too soon. Don't forget about those underworld bosses. Do you remember what they look like? You're as stubborn as they are now. With the capture operation settled, various departments proceeded with their follow-up work in an orderly manner. At the same time, in the provincial leadership office, the provincial leader couldn't sit still and paced back and forth anxiously. Recalling the phone call just received, he was eager to rush to Shanghai City and inquire about the progress of the operation. Taking a sip of the tea on the table and setting it down, he stood up, walked around, checked the time, his face filled with urgency. At that moment, the secretary knocked on the door. Any news from them? The provincial leader asked anxiously. I've inquired earlier, their operation has started, but the specific progress is still unclear. However, the director of Shanghai City Bureau has called you personally. The secretary then handed the phone to the leader, who took it with a slight pause. Director, how's the situation? Any progress in the operation? On the other end, the director of the city bureau, Liang Yue, was Solomon replied, Leader, rest assured, our operation has encountered no issues. What do you mean by no issues? What's the current situation? Have you found any leads? I heard you've gathered all the public security forces in the city, you better give me an explanation. The provincial leader impatiently interrupted Liang Yue's pleasantries. He only wanted results. Liang Yue, on the other end, not only did not falter after being interrupted but instead showed a confident expression and said, "The operation was a complete success. Just now, our city's criminal investigation, anti-drug, special police, armed police, and other forces have wiped out the city's gangs, arresting over a dozen leaders and nearly 100 participants. With the help of our undercover comrades, we have successfully obtained evidence of these gang leaders' crimes. In addition, we have also captured a group of foreign armed forces. As for the batch of drugs that flowed into Shanghai City, we have already captured the leader of the drug trafficking group, and all the remaining core members have been apprehended without exception and will soon be brought back for interrogation. The whereabouts of the remaining hidden drugs should be uncovered very soon." Leader, hello? Strange, the signal should be good here. Seeing the leader opposite suddenly silent, Liang Yue muttered in confusion. On the other end of the phone, the provincial leader swallowed silently, exchanged a glance with his secretary, both wearing expressions of disbelief. The leader confirmed in astonishment, "You're not joking, are you? Weren't you still asking for a few more days yesterday? How did you catch them today?" He had intended to urge the progress of the case and wanted him to explain why there was such a big commotion tonight. He hadn't expected Liang Yue to surprise him so greatly. Yesterday he was asking for more time, and today they had caught everyone, obtained evidence, eliminated the drugs, even took down the two external forces, without any omissions. It was truly unbelievable. "Leader, how could I joke about something like this? They should be conducting overnight interrogations and documentation in Xiqing now, and it will be handed over to the procuratorate in court. And due to the conclusive evidence, the prosecution process should also proceed quickly. You should receive news soon." Hearing Liang Yue's confident words, the provincial leader let out a sigh of relief, instantly relaxing. They had actually caught the culprits. And most importantly, they had obtained crucial evidence of organized crime. This was not easy to obtain. In the eyes of the gangs, these ledgers and rosters were their lifeblood. Not even their own underlings could touch them on ordinary days. How did the Shanghai City police manage to get them? Oh right, Liang Yue mentioned that there was an undercover agent helping. Could it be? A glint of insight flashed in the leader's eyes. It seemed that this undercover operation was extraordinary this time. Presumably, they had gained trust, got close to the ledgers, and then found an opportunity to steal them. Yes, it was because the theft of the ledgers was discovered that they had to arrest everyone overnight. They had to protect the undercover agent and the evidence he held. Otherwise, if the undercover agent was discovered and caught by the other side, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Tonight's sudden operation, the abrupt arrests, everything suddenly made sense. The leader quickly pieced together the reasons behind all the actions tonight in his mind, and suddenly everything became clear. He then picked up the phone and asked, "I see, good, very good. Tell me, how did you crack the case? This time, you managed to obtain crucial evidence. The undercover agent must have played a significant role, right?" Liang Yue felt a bit overwhelmed at the words. Although he was not directly responsible for this operation and mainly played a role in managing the scene, he had learned a lot about Su Feng from other people's reports and had a good understanding of the overall operation. So he said to the leader, "The biggest contributor to this drug trafficking case, as you said, is our undercover agent, Su Feng, whom we sent. Don't underestimate this young police officer who just joined recently. His ability to solve cases is not inferior to that of veteran officers. Especially this time, infiltrating the drug trafficking group, he not only became the right-hand man of the leader but also gained the respect of the top bosses in Shanghai City, to the point where they want to acknowledge him as their leader, as the spokesperson for the Shanghai City underworld. Those ledgers were all given to him voluntarily by those top bosses as a sign of allegiance, just to elevate their status in Su Feng's eyes. Besides that, when it came to Su Feng's deeds, Liang Yue was unstoppable. Since Su Feng was unanimously sent to work undercover, his resume had been thoroughly reviewed by all the big shots. At this moment, they could recount it like a treasure trove, their voices tinged with a hint of pride. The provincial leader on the other end of the phone suddenly sat up straight upon hearing this. "What did you say? I can understand him becoming a trusted aide as an undercover agent. But you're saying the gang leader recognized him as a brother? That's something else. Are you kidding me? Are these gangs out of their minds? Voluntarily handing over their roster to the police? I've been a cop for decades and never heard of such absurdity." The leader found it increasingly unbelievable, his tone involuntarily rising in pitch, and by the end, he was even blushing. Seeing this, the secretary quickly handed a glass of water to the leader to calm his excitement. "Leader, I know this sounds far-fetched, but every word is true. This kid Su Feng, he's no ordinary cop. He's a master at picking locks, drifting cars, playing chess and gambling, and he can even disguise himself. It's really bizarre." As the leader immersed himself in Liang Yue's detailed introduction of Su Feng's skills, the secretary suddenly received a message. He gestured towards the leader and showed it to him. The leader frowned after reading it and interrupted Liang Yue. "Hold on, I need to ask you, what's the situation with Hong Tian and the others right now?" Liang Yue inquired and then replied, "There was a minor car accident just now, no one was seriously hurt, they're at the hospital. Leader, rest assured, we have tightened security, they won't have a chance to escape." The leader nodded solemnly and said, "People from the Hong Kong Island Police Department are coming. They'll arrive in Shanghai City by tomorrow noon, and they specifically want to see Hong Tian." "People from Hong Kong Island? From the narcotics division? They're probably investigating the connection between the Hong family and drugs." After a brief response from Liang Yue, he continued to enthusiastically explain Su Feng's extraordinary abilities to the provincial leader. Driving at 130 or 40 miles per hour in the city area, and still able to drift on mountain roads, surpassing even professional racers? The leader, after hearing about tonight's arrest operation, also looked puzzled. Are young police officers this skilled nowadays? Times have changed. Liang Yue, feeling encouraged, tentatively asked, "Yes, leader, it's true, and we even have first-person live video footage. Our Shanghai Criminal Police Team leader personally filmed it from the passenger seat. Shall we export the video and send you a copy?" Upon hearing this, the leader immediately said, "No need, I'm not interested in racing at my age, solving the case is what matters. Regarding any updates on Hong Tian from the Hong Kong Island side, report to me immediately. This case has been tough on everyone. It's rare for so many departments to work together. I think you should organize a celebration when you have time, just a simple one to celebrate and bond. It's a good opportunity since the National Public Security System's elite competition is about to start soon. You can discuss and see how to form a team to participate." The leader then briefly discussed the elite competition with Liang Yue before ending the call. After hanging up, he cleared his throat and turned to the secretary beside him. "Ahem, Xiaoyi, could you please check Su Feng's background when you have time? I want to see how extraordinary this kid really is." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he casually added, "Also, make a copy of all the video footage from the scene today for me." Despite claiming to be old, the leader couldn't help but feel a great curiosity about Su Feng, who Liang Yue described as a master of all trades. He really couldn't figure it out. Proficient in gambling, skilled in picking locks, brainwashing, and even street racing, he was definitely not a simple guy. With his abilities alone, even if he didn't break the law, he could make a fortune. Are people like him willing to become police officers now? Soon, the next morning, Liang Yue received a call from the provincial leaders. In the call, the leader's voice sounded somewhat weak, as if he had stayed up late. "The province has decided on the commendation work for Su Feng, you can proceed with it. Also, for this celebration banquet, some provincial leaders will also attend, so make proper arrangements. As for the participating teams in the Elite Warriors competition, I have some new ideas, I'll discuss them with you in detail when I arrive in Shanghai." Upon hearing the news from the leader, Liang Yue was suddenly shaken. What's going on? How come the provincial leaders suddenly want to come to Shanghai the next day? And they specifically discussed Su Feng's commendation work? He hadn't even heard about this news himself. Oh my! Su Feng seems to have caught the attention of the provincial leaders. With the leaders coming to Shanghai personally, it's evident that they highly value Su Feng's performance. Clearly, in this celebration banquet, Su Feng is the real protagonist, and everyone else is just basking in her glory. He needed to inform Tang Jianjun quickly to let Su Feng shine. Liang Yue immediately contacted his subordinates to prepare for the celebration banquet. Meanwhile, Su Feng was in the detention center, facing Wang Jiu, who was in tears and snot. Just now, Wang Jiu finally understood the feelings of those underworld bosses. He seemed lost, completely led by Su Feng. He spilled everything about his activities in Shanghai, drug trade records, and hiding places. Next, Su Feng entered Hong Tian's interrogation room. Sitting across from Hong Tian, just as Su Feng was about to ask a question, a long-lost voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Host successfully completed the undercover mission, captured the drug trafficking group, rewards being distributed. Ha! Su Feng's eyes lit up. These past few days, she had been so engrossed in work that she forgot about the rewards from the system. With so many people caught this time, the system's reward should be more substantial, right? Rewards distributed, Thousand-Faced Gentleman, Extreme Speed Boost upgraded to Silver Level, significantly enhanced effect. Thousand-Faced Gentleman, Silver Level when the skill is activated, self-awareness decreases, and can cause prosopagnosia in people within a certain range. Extreme Speed Boost, Silver Level proficient in all land vehicles, including motor and non-motor vehicles. Youngster, press F to enter the tank. Wow, 2 skill upgrades at once. The system is quite generous this time. Both of these skills are very useful. Although the first skill cannot deceive surveillance cameras, it's almost like invisibility in places without cameras. The most powerful aspect is that she can use others' prosopagnosia to confuse or even alter their memories. Even though it was her doing, others wouldn't remember a thing, and their brains would automatically create a plausible explanation, forming a brand new memory. Deceiving others becomes a piece of cake. If used properly, it's an extremely terrifying skill. As for the upgrade of the other skill, it's straightforward. Proficient in all land vehicles. 7 simple words, but they mean that no ground vehicle in this world can outmaneuver Su Feng. Whether it's a motorcycle, a truck, a bus, or even a train, Su Feng can handle them all effortlessly. Even among non-motor vehicles, bicycles, unicycles, scooters, and all sorts of peculiar things, Su Feng can master them all. Alright. The harvest this time is quite substantial. The system must have been holding back, finally rewarding herself after so many days. Su Feng sat in front of Hong Tian, smiling at the air in front of Wang Zhou, making Hong Tian extremely uncomfortable. However, the system's voice did not stop. Ding! Due to the host's outstanding breakthrough in a case in apprehension of foreign armed forces, a special skill is rewarded, gunfighting technique. Gunfighting technique, a new ability formed by the fusion of firearm shooting skills and close combat skills. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. Who says guns can only be used in one way? The gun barrel, the stock, even the magazine, every part of the gun can become a deadly weapon in your hands. Friendly reminder, this skill can be upgraded, and its quality depends on the shooting and combat skills mastered by the host. Su Feng was pleasantly surprised to hear the voice in his mind. Gunfighting technique, he had seen this ability in movies before, holding a gun in one hand, a knife in the other, versatile in both long range and close combat. It was a very useful skill. However, Su Feng's expression turned serious, furrowing his brows. The quality of gunfighting technique depends on the quality of the shooting and combat skills. But the problem is, he doesn't have any shooting skills yet. Is the system setting unrealistic expectations for him? Knowing that he wants to improve, is it pushing him to watch movies? Fine, he'll watch one now. Currently, Su Feng lacks any shooting skills, and relying solely on his limited shooting training is clearly insufficient to enhance the quality of gunfighting technique. So, he still needs to acquire a shooting-related ability. Just as Su Feng was about to continue questioning Hong Tian, suddenly Su Yunxiang opened the door and signaled for him to come out. Outside, Su Feng found several impeccably dressed unfamiliar men standing beside Su Yunxiang. Su Feng, let me introduce you, these are comrades from the Hong Kong Island police station. The newcomers shook hands with Su Feng. Hello, I'm John from the Wealth Intelligence and Investigation Department, you can call me Akan. The Hong family on Hong Kong Island is involved in a money laundering case, and we are here this time to gather some information from Hong Tian. Money laundering? Su Feng asked in confusion. He originally thought it was related to drugs, but it turned out to be a money laundering case. Ken nodded. We suspect that criminals are recruiting puppets from the mainland to come to Hong Kong Island, opening bank accounts to receive fraudulent funds, then withdrawing cash, converting it into virtual currency for money laundering. And the Hong family is likely heavily involved, being the main participants. After a brief introduction, the officers from the Hong Kong Island police station took over the interrogation room. Su Feng followed Su Yunxiang outside. Su Yunxiang couldn't hide his smile and said, Su Feng, you are highly valued by the provincial leaders this time. Several leaders will personally come to celebrate with you today. And according to Lao Liang, they also want you to represent the vanguard and participate in a big martial arts competition. You need to prepare in advance. If we can solve this money laundering case by cooperating with Hong Kong Island this time, you will also have a share of the credit. Su Feng was bewildered by his words. Provincial leaders, celebration? And what's a vanguard martial arts competition? Why wasn't I informed about any of this? Well, following Captain Su's instructions, he should go home and prepare. It's a good opportunity to acquire firearm skills. With so many criminal skills at his disposal, it wouldn't be appropriate without some essential police skills. Su Feng thought to himself, System, can you hear my thoughts? At night, in the bedroom. Ding! The host watched Assassin Alliance, triggering an extraordinary enlightenment, gaining the ability Gunfire Ranger. Proficient in handguns, rifles, submachine guns, hitting the mark every time. Familiar with the internal structure of firearms, able to easily disassemble and assemble firearms, and make firearms using simple materials. Walking between justice and evil, the ranger shoots out death bullets bestowed by fate in the gunfire, killing one to save 1,000. Seeing the skill content, Su Feng's eyes lit up. Nice! Finally, a firearms skill has arrived. As everyone knows, no boy is not interested in guns. Su Feng had also fantasized about holding 2 guns, dancing gracefully amidst the gunfire, pulling the triggers with both hands, each bullet taking out an enemy. From now on, he would be a sharpshooter. The thought of himself holding a Barrett, taking a headshot from 2 kilometers away, made Su Feng's blood boil. But the description of this skill, well, walking the line between good and evil. Although this identity was cool, he was a cop. If he dared to tread on evil, the first to greet him would be his old colleagues. No, the local police in Shichen probably no longer had the qualifications to arrest him. If he really did something dangerous, it would likely cause a citywide stir, with armed police and special forces mobilized for his capture, just like this recent arrest operation. Kill 1 to save 1,000. Su Feng pondered these words carefully. As far as he knew, there were many secret organizations with similar creeds, such as the Triads, the Mafia, the Kabbalah, the Freemasons, the Skull and Bones, the Illuminati, the Shuanshan Hidden Cultivation Society, the Knights Templar, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Druids, the Gnostics, the Rosicrucians, and so on. These organizations had existed for a long time, developing through religion, and at their peak they could change the face of the world. A group of highly skilled assassins saving people through killing. It was hard to imagine whether they were punishing evil or satisfying their own desires under the guise of benefiting the world's people. A slight change in thought could turn them from an assassin alliance into an Al-Qaeda. While Su Feng was immersed in his fantasies, the system sent another prompt. Ding! Host has acquired 8 abilities, triggering 888 lucky amplification. Gunfire Ranger activates the chain effect. Fate Weaver. Ha! Another expert? What's a chain skill? Su Feng was also taken aback by the voice and recalled the abilities he had previously acquired. Unknowingly, he had accumulated 8 abilities, transforming from a rookie cop into a rising star in the police world. Thinking of this, Su Feng smiled faintly and began to examine this special chain effect. Upon seeing it, Su Feng was even more delighted and greatly appreciated the system. System, you've got something here. Isn't this just directly putting a wanted poster in my head? In movies, the mysterious organization of villains weaves fate through a giant loom, determining the life and death of the guilty. The ability he had gained was similar to the machine in the movie, allowing him to judge whether a person was a criminal. According to the system, when a wanted criminal appeared around him, he could keenly sense it, even picking up detailed information. Well, in the future, news of a cop catching a fugitive after work might very well involve him. Buy a pack of cigarettes, catch a wanted criminal. Go for a barbecue, catch a wanted criminal. Even going to the restroom, he might bump into a wanted criminal next door. Su Feng couldn't help but laugh as he recalled the news he had seen before. However, this skill also had a flaw. The people sensed by this ability were either fugitives who should have been arrested or suspects who had escaped after being arrested. So, the Fate Weaver ability couldn't help Su Feng solve cases in normal times. It could only alert him to wanted criminals if he encountered them in the future, allowing him to report them promptly, contact teammates to make arrests, and serve as an early warning system to protect the public. Well, overall, it was still a very practical skill. Getting such a useful skill for 2 consecutive days put Su Feng in a great mood. At the same time, there was a faint worry in the back of his mind. The system had been so generous lately, granting several abilities. Could it be a sign that he was about to get involved in a big case? 2 days later, at the Jiangwo Hotel in Shanghai City. This was a long-established hotel in Shanghai City, with a large scale. Any major conferences or celebratory banquets were usually held here. As time passed, the tables gradually filled up, and leaders from various bureaus took their seats. However, Su Feng, who had arrived early, was nowhere to be seen. The provincial leaders who had specially come for the occasion were starting to look displeased as the agreed-upon time approached. Why isn't Su Feng here yet? Are we all supposed to wait for him? Just because he achieved something, he's acting all high and mighty? What an attitude! Seeing that the protagonist of this celebration banquet was still missing, the attendees were becoming increasingly dissatisfied with Su Feng. Tang Jianjun was sweating profusely, nervously trying to appease the provincial leaders who had come from afar. This shouldn't be happening. Hadn't he arrived early? Where could he have gone? Tang Jianjun quickly apologized to the leaders. Leaders, let me send someone to check downstairs. They must have encountered some problem. Meanwhile, in the hotel kitchen, Su Feng was standing at the kitchen door, chatting with a few chefs, wearing a waiter's uniform that he had somehow changed into at some point. As they chatted, Su Feng's gaze was fixed on a chef with his back turned. When he had parked earlier, he had immediately sensed the ability of the wanted order. After walking around the area, he spotted this man smoking alone by the back door. When the man realized he was being observed, he hurriedly put out his cigarette and returned to the kitchen, but it was too late. As Su Feng locked eyes with the chef, a realization dawned on him. Chen Wei, Class A wanted criminal. Su Feng's eyes narrowed, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Class A wanted criminal, with a reward of no less than 50,000 yuan, and no cap. So, at the kitchen door. Brother Chow, I'm new here, can you tell me about the situation in our kitchen? Is the one in front our head chef? Standing next to Su Feng, a man called Brother Chow glanced at the kitchen and asked. Yes, the head chef. Let me tell you, don't underestimate him just because he's not tall, he's got great stamina. You know, we often host banquets here, usually we take turns, only when it's a particularly large event does everyone have to pitch in. But he has never taken a day off, never asked anyone to cover for him, and he has never complained about being tired. Brother Chow shrugged. It's a pity, he never communicates with us. After a day's work, he probably doesn't exchange more than 10 words with us. Su Feng asked, staring at the back of the head chef. Brother Chow, how does he like to be addressed? Zhang Wei, we all call him Brother Wei. Zhang Wei. Just by changing his surname, he managed to become the head chef here? As a wanted criminal, he must have a record, unable to use his ID card, bank card. How did he end up here as the head chef? Hey, Brother Chow, why doesn't he like to talk? What's the deal? Brother Chow continued to explain. Brother Wei should have come here over a year ago. Since he arrived, he's been working tirelessly every day, organizing work, and when he finishes work, he doesn't go out with us, he just goes home. Do you know where he lives? Upon hearing Su Feng's question, Brother Chow shook his head. I don't know, he's never said, but I've heard he doesn't live nearby, yet he walks to and from work every day. And for some reason, he insists on being paid in cash by the hotel, he doesn't accept bank cards. Although he's a bit strange, he's still good to us, he has never intentionally made things difficult for anyone, not even the apprentices. Alright, the banquet upstairs is about to start, I have to go. Okay, thank you, Brother Chow. As Brother Chow left, Su Feng thought to herself. No bank cards, only cash accepted. No public transportation or taxis, relying solely on walking to commute. Avoiding interactions with others. These were all clear characteristics of a fugitive on the run. As fugitives, after changing their names, they would try to minimize their social circles as much as possible, with some even cutting off all social ties. Only after years of stable escape would they slightly relax, but any hint of danger would make them tense up again. Just then, Shen Shen, who was looking for someone, finally saw Su Feng. Su Feng, what are you doing here? The leaders have all arrived, we're just waiting for you. Seeing Su Feng, Shen Shen hurried over, startled to see him in a waiter's uniform. Oh my, is the guest of honor serving us at today's celebration? Alright, hurry up and change your clothes, follow me upstairs. Shen Shen didn't pay attention to his clothes, just wanting to quickly bring Su Feng upstairs, making sure not to be late for today's celebration. Su Feng changed clothes and shook her head, pointing towards Chen Wei in the kitchen. That person is suspicious. Chen Wei, the head chef of Jiangwo Hotel, I suspect he's a Class A wanted criminal. We need to contact the bureau immediately and check his file. Hearing Su Feng's words, Chen Shen widened his eyes, lowering his voice. Are you kidding me? There are police everywhere today, no wanted criminal would dare show up. They'd be asking for trouble. However, Su Feng remained firm. Chen, quickly ask our colleagues at the bureau to check on Chen Wei's name. Chen Shen reluctantly agreed to his request, contacting his colleagues at the bureau while leading him back to the banquet hall. In the kitchen, Chen Wei felt someone behind him, turning to look at the empty corridor, lost in thought. Banquet hall. The leaders all turned their attention to Su Feng upon her return. Su Feng, nice to meet you, indeed a talented individual. During this time, you've made significant contributions to our city of Shanghai. Impressive, truly impressive. Several leaders from the province immediately started praising Su Feng, lifting the atmosphere. Seeing this, the others also greeted Su Feng briefly. Just as the dishes were being served, Chen Shen's phone suddenly received a message. Chen Wei, Class A wanted criminal, suspect in a murder case from 8 years ago, charged with intentional homicide. The first line of the message stunned Chen Shen, who looked at Su Feng in shock. Su Feng understood immediately that the bureau's message had come through, leaning in to take a look. Chen Shen opened the wanted poster, showing a person who appeared to be in their 30s, with a fierce look and a stubble that added a touch of ferocity. Is this one person? Su Feng scanned the picture and said firmly, it's the same person. Even after 8 years, although Chen Wei's appearance had aged and he had shaved his beard, his features remained the same. In front of someone like Su Feng, skilled in disguise and makeup, such changes couldn't deceive him. Intentional homicide was no small matter. If the head chef downstairs was indeed a suspect in this murder case, the danger was extremely high, and he needed to be apprehended immediately to prevent harm to others. Su Feng nodded at Chun Chen, signaling him to act promptly. Suddenly, a waiter entered the room, apologizing. "I'm sorry, our head chef suddenly fell ill and had to leave early. The serving might be delayed." "Ill?" Su Feng immediately jumped up from her chair and rushed out the door. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Tang Jianjun directly stopped Chen Chen, who was about to get up, and asked, "Where are you guys going?" Chen Chen looked anxious as he rushed outside. "The head chef is a murderer. If we don't catch him now, he'll escape." A murderer. The numerous police officers present tensed up instantly upon hearing those words, glancing at their respective leaders before getting permission and swiftly moving to support. Tang Jianjun's eyes widened as he watched the crowd at the door, shocked. At the main table in the front row, several provincial leaders who had come from afar were dumbfounded, exchanging glances. Can this be happening? Coming all this way to have a meal, only to stumble upon a case? And it's a murderer who has been on the run for 8 years. Escaping detection for so long, only to coincidentally show up at Jiangwo restaurant, and then being discovered by Su Feng in the kitchen? Isn't this too unbelievable? Soon, Chen Wei's personal information was sent to the phones of the officers present. Liang Yue showed the information of this murderer to the provincial leaders, but one of the youngest leaders, Sun Guangquan, suddenly became emotional, pointing at the picture. "I remember him. He's still in Shanghai City." People nearby began to inquire about the details of the case from 8 years ago, and the leaders from Shanghai City listened attentively. Sun Guangquan let out a long sigh and slowly spoke. 8 years ago, I was still working in Shanghai City. This Chen Wei was a chef back then, just like now. Due to a conflict with the head chef, he directly took a knife in the kitchen and brutally murdered and dismembered someone. The methods were cruel, and the social impact was extremely negative. Moreover, after the incident, the mother of that head chef passed away shortly after, and his wife left Shanghai City with their child to remarry. I still remember the mother holding our hands, crying and pleading for us to bring the culprit to justice. Sun Guangquan's tone was heavy, and everyone's expression was solemn. The case was investigated for several months, but the culprit was never found. No one knew where he had gone. The speculation at the time was that he had already left Shanghai City. Even after I left Shanghai City for the provincial office, this case remained unsolved. I never expected that Chen Wei would dare to stay in Shanghai City, and so boldly work as the head chef in a hotel. Alas! With that, Sun Guangquan's face showed regret, lamenting his own negligence for not catching him back then. After hearing Sun Guangquan's explanation, everyone sighed with regret. Some senior bureau chiefs had heard about the case back then and now felt quite emotional. An escaped murderer for 8 years, no one knew if he was still alive in this world. Even the officers who had handled the case back then believed that Chen Wei had already fled Shanghai City. But here he was, working as the head chef at Jiangwo restaurant for over a year. It showed his exceptional ability to disguise himself, as ordinary people couldn't detect anything suspicious. How did Su Feng discover him then? Everyone was puzzled. At that moment, Wu Guoliang, the director of the Nanqing Sub-Bureau, suddenly asked in confusion, "Old Tang, how did Su Feng know that the head chef downstairs was a wanted criminal? Did you make him memorize all the names on the wanted list just to let him make a contribution?" Tang Jianjun was also baffled. "I didn't even know that Chen Wei was a wanted criminal. How would I know where Su Feng got the information from?" Then, Feng Cheng, the provincial leader who had contacted Liang Yue earlier, spoke sternly. "With so many old police officers present today, not a single one noticed the issue, but a young police officer did. I think all of you need to reflect on this. Su Feng only joined this year, so he must be unaware of past cases. Yet, he was able to spot something fishy at a glance. Perhaps, as you just mentioned, Su Feng might have memorized all the names on the wanted list. This shows that this young man Su Feng is ambitious, responsible, and a rare talent. Yue, Su Feng Jahaizi, Naimen Kadehao Peyang, Pingbian Ji Ren Wanyan Yesher Fin Diantu. Dangcai Tamen Hai Zigwei Su Feng Shua de Pai Lai de Wan, Shuaitsing Shangao Renjia Zai Lo Xia Diocha Tongji Fan de Shirching. Jibian Shirt Sanjia Chingon Yen Ya Buwang Shik Guancha Joe de Kirenwu, Jiang Diosho Ransai, Dik Juda Tamen Chinzi Gwele Jiani Jin. Yanjian Shang Lingdo Men Due Su Feng Do Shir Payo Hagan, Shanghai Shir Chita Fenju Lingdo Men Kan Xiang Tong Jianjun de Mugwanyo Dolji Finjidu. Jiu Zai Zhongren Jiaoji Dingdai Chin Fong Siosi de Shirho. Yang Hoating Menko, Niansit Sangbai de Chinwei Shuangsho Beze Shinho, Daija Shukuo, Bei Su Feng Yaja Zola Jinlai, Shinho Shir Gangung Chukoziwan de Jinjiwanman. Bugwa Sishi Tamen de Bayaking do Yuxi Gonga. Yuanin Wuta, Gangung Tamen Dauda Losha de Shirho, Su Feng Joijing Jiangren on Zai Jotian Menkoka, Tamen Wanchuan Meo Bang Shangren Hamong. Sishi Yabu Haisai Zhun Zai Su Feng Pangbian Xiang Gong, Hen Kwai Jo Gezi Hue Delazwa Wei Shang. Jingcha Jiu Nan Luan Zhua Ren Ma, Lingdao, Wai Yao Tusu, Sika de Chen Wei Jian Dao Man Lozi de Jingcha, Kaishi Bingji Wan Tudi, Hudian Luan Yulio Chilai, Suen Guangfa Jian Do Liren, Lian Mon Shang Chen Zishi Duanxiang Chenwei, Duobi Nao Hai Zhang Chenfengal Banyan Diji, Mian Sa Jidong, Lian Lian Diantu, Chenwei, Du A, Jiu Shirni, Chenwei. Suen Guangfa Yuchi Yuan Ben Hai Yuxi Yui, Inwei Shenzai de Chenwei Ha Banyan Chen de Japian Shangbi, Chajutai Dale. Dancher Jian Dao Duifang Tingdao Ziji Nian Chuta de Mingzi Yenshin Huran Yil Bianhua, Suen Guangfa de Yuchi Ye Bien de Jiandingle Chilai. Chinwei Kondo Ziji Dishin Fenbei Yenshin Rin Yu Daopo, Fanner Fankel Dikong, Jinga Rin Jinjian Shikal Jinkishin, Dijato, Chinmabuyu. Mike Siangdio Banyan Guetsu, Ni Haishi Zai Dong Chushi, Erki Hai Dong Shangle Juchu. Ni Jobu Danchinyo Wei Ni Shoshia Dirin, Yanajado Bani Gay Canal? Suen Guangfai Henhen de Duis Chinwei, Xiangshir Chuki Yiban Wandao, Ranner, Chinwei Haishi Chinma Buyu, Due Dangyan de Shirching, Tameo Runha Wei Ziji Bien Jia de Shanfa, Wuluan Nage Juchu Due Ziji Roy Yeliv, Royasa, Dobushi Ziji Sharon de Leo, To Lujama Duanyan, To Zhao Jiu Lil, Rujin Bejois, Ta Fanner Yuxi Sunla Kochi de Ganjue. Chita de Lingdo Man Yeshur Zishi de Duandangali Fanchenwei, Finfin Mian Luihua, Jarenha Banyan Chien de Yangzi Cha de Yete Duel, Jolian Suen Guangfa Domain Nangiyan Rin Chulai, Su Feng Yoshur Pang Shenmi Gan Duta Joshur Chenwei, Zhongrindo Shuriwa de Dua Su Feng, Due Su Feng de Haochi Ufa Zengjiel, Jeshur, Feng Qingqing Liaoqing Xuan, Huan Shuadao, Xingla, Jintian de Qingdong Yanjiu Da Jibie, Xiaoziao Jihu Izai Hidajia Juiju. Su Feng, Ni Xian Dairen Huwaitsu Chuli Anzi Ba, Lingdao Men Funfin Diantu, Binki Anzi Tsai Shur Zuyao Da, Erki Jintian Xingong Yen de Zhujiao Shur Su Feng, Danta Zuowei Zhuabuchen Wei de Zhuyo Ren Yuan, Byron Shuryo Huwaitsu Ichi Chuli Anzi, Erki Jingfong Ye Yao Jieru Jangwo Fandian, Jingxing Diocha Hut Suzheng, Xingong Yen Kending Shur Kai Buxiacle, Su Feng Wenyan, Duas Ji Wei Lingdao Shi Alisha, Bien Daishachen Wei Hachita Ren Ichi Xian Xing Laikale, Kancha Su Feng de Beiying, Fengqing Hajiming Shang Lingdao Doshir Mian Lu Xin Shang Jisa. Fengqing Hiran Zhuanto, Duas Pang Dian de Liang Yowei Shuado. Yowei, Women Ji Jetsu Shurju, Chongshin Chuaren Sha da Biwu de Ren Yuan An Pai. Wa Juan Bei Rong Su Feng, Poj Jaru Jishu and Due. Jiu Zai Su Feng Dang Run Huei Dao Juli, Chuli Chen Wei de Yanzi Shur. Liang Yowei Ya Daija Fengqing Jiren, Huei de la Shur Ju de Huishi. Fengqing Zwa Zai Zhangyan, Yu Zhang Xin Chang de Shuado. Everyone should know that our performance in last year's Special Police Challenge in Dubai was not very ideal. There are many negative messages online, questioning the combat capabilities of our Special Police team. Therefore, there is a lot of emphasis on this year's Elite Warriors competition, to select an elite team to represent the country in this year's UAE Special Police Challenge. Below, Liang Yue and Ma Jiyong from the City Bureau nodded slightly in understanding. The leaders are looking to regroup after the defeat in the previous external competition and make a comeback this year. As for Su Feng's direct supervisor Tang Jianjun, he remains silent, observing quietly. This matter is not closely related to him, he will just wait for the leadership's arrangements. Beside him, the captain of the special police, Shan Lin, was looking at the table, deep in thought, vaguely guessing at what Feng Qing was about to say next. The Elite Warriors competition mentioned by Feng Qing actually refers to the National Public Security Special Police Challenge. The competition includes categories such as firearms, emergency bomb disposal, comprehensive physical skills, armed cross-country, drone reconnaissance, and more. Before participating in the national challenge, there will be a preliminary Elite Warriors competition within the province to select some outstanding members for provincial training, and finally, 10 members will be chosen to participate in the national competition. For many years, the results of the Elite Warriors competition in Nanjing province have not been very ideal, and in Shanghai City, only a few special police officers have been selected for provincial training for several consecutive years, but none have successfully entered the national competition team. Chang Lin was pondering to himself. So, when provincial leaders specifically discussed the Elite Warriors competition this time, could it be that they were thinking, I have an idea? Amidst everyone's anticipation, Feng Qing spoke slowly. A few days ago, I reviewed Su Feng's resume, and it's quite impressive. From jewelry store robbers, underground gambling dens, to the thieves' hideout in the South City, to dismantling drug trafficking gangs a few days ago and arresting wanted criminals today. Whether it's physical fitness, mental resilience, or professional skills, I believe Su Feng fully meets the conditions for training. Of course, this is just my suggestion. The specific arrangements will still be decided by you. After Feng Qing finished speaking, he picked up his teacup, took a sip of tea, crossed his hands on the table, and slowly scan the faces of the people in front of him. This is the national competition, and there is also the opportunity to represent the country in the global challenge. If Su Feng can make it all the way through the competition, it will naturally bring numerous benefits. However, Su Feng's biggest drawback is his age and experience, which makes Tang Jianjun somewhat uneasy about him. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Jianjun, seeing that no one else was speaking, hesitantly said, "Leader, Su Feng is still young, and his experience is limited. Is it appropriate to suddenly transfer him to the training team?" Tang Jianjun's face showed a hint of hesitation as he spoke. Don't be fooled by the impressive cases he has cracked. Su Feng's success in busting gambling dens and theft gangs mainly relies on his gambling and pickpocketing skills, which are not directly related to police skills. As for his undercover work with the drug trafficking gang, capturing the Hongtian group in the end was also mainly due to his makeup artistry and racing skills. But in the competition, will these abilities be of any use? In terms of investigative acumen and experience, he is far behind compared to veteran police officers. Tang Jianjun looked somewhat aggrieved, genuinely concerned about Su Feng participating in the competition. As he said, the competition is not about playing mahjong or poker. The skills Su Feng possesses will not be of much use. As for tactical coordination, firearm shooting, and other police skills, he really doesn't know Su Feng's proficiency. However, in the eyes of the others, his actions were seen as blatant showing off. The provincial leaders have already praised Su Feng's achievements once. There's no need for you to repeat it. Listing all the skills Su Feng possesses, are you deliberately showing off? Beside him, Song Qingyun patted Tang Jianjun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, young people should gain more experience. Opportunities like this are rare. Ordinary people don't have the qualifications to join the training camp. From what I know about Su Feng, a few tactical skills are definitely within his capabilities." Song Qingyun had long wanted to win over Su Feng. After Su Feng had seen the world and experienced the elites from various regions, would he still be willing to be a small police officer in a small sub-bureau? Ultimately, wouldn't he end up in his criminal investigation team? As for Su Yunxiang and Changlin, it's not suitable. Sending Su Feng there would be a waste of his abilities. It's best for Su Feng to be with him. Tang Jianjun still hesitated. But Su Feng's experience is still too shallow, and his rank is not enough. Hearing this, Changlin across the table interrupted him directly. You don't need to worry about that. Although his rank cannot be promoted, Su Feng has achieved a lot. With the merits Su Feng has earned recently, he should be able to receive several more medals, right? Look at these trainees participating in the training camp, who among them has as many merits as Su Feng? Changlin also shared the same idea as Song Qingyun. Let Su Feng join the special police team for training first, and once he gets used to the environment here, it would be easy to keep him. As for Song Qingyun and Su Yunxiang, trying to snatch Su Feng? No way. For a moment, the people at the table each had their own thoughts, but they all agreed on one thing. That is to recommend Su Feng to participate in the competition and enter the training camp for training. As for Su Yunxiang, he was busy dealing with drug traffickers and knew nothing about what was happening here. Not long after, Tang Jianjun agreed to Feng Qing's proposal. After all, as Su Feng's leader, he also hoped that Su Feng could achieve greater heights and there was no reason to confine him to his sub-bureau as a police officer. With the matter settled, the provincial leaders left Shanghai City, and everyone went home. Back at the office, Tang Jianjun went straight to Su Feng, told him about participating in the big competition, and without further ado, took him in the car to the shooting base. Su Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at his words. He had just returned from a drug trafficking group and hadn't rested for a few days, and now he had to go out and stir things up again. On the way, Tang Jianjun showed him videos of past competitions and said, "I've looked at the national competition events, including emergency explosive handling and physical skills competition. I think you'll do just fine. What you need special training in now is practical shooting with a pistol and sniper rifle." Su Feng, actually, Tang Jianjun continued, "But don't worry, my old classmate is experienced, and many sharpshooters here were trained by him. Let's go to him for a test now to see where you stand." Hearing this, Su Feng pursed his lips in a strange expression. Someone to teach me? And a test too? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm afraid they'll think I'm here to cause trouble later. Soon, the car arrived at the destination. Tang Jianjun's old classmate, who was invited, was already waiting at the door, looking stern and not one to joke around. After seeing Su Feng, he gestured for the two to follow him and headed towards the shooting range. Su Feng, seeing him walking in the opposite direction of the shooting range, asked in confusion, "Isn't the shooting range on the right? Where are we going now?" The instructor in front turned back and said to Su Feng, "Kid, that's the outdoor rifle range, 200 meters away. With your current level, you probably can't even hit the target. Newcomers shouldn't aim too high, first focus on building a solid foundation. As he spoke, they arrived at a small indoor shooting range. The instructor pointed to the shooting position and said to Su Feng, according to the police assessment, 15 meters pistol target. Within 22 seconds, 6 shots standing, 6 shots kneeling, 8 shots to pass. When you're ready, let's begin. Standing in the observation hall, Su Feng took in the pistol shooting range in front of her. In front of the glass window was a square training range with 6 shooting positions. Unlike the old-fashioned range Su Feng had imagined, the targets here were connected to an intelligence system. There was no need to check the bullet holes, real-time results would be displayed on the screen above the targets and in the observation hall. Tang Jianjun's old classmate, Li Bo, pointed to the 2 officers inside who were shooting and said to Su Feng, "Wait a moment. Those 2 are currently undergoing a test. You can go in after they finish." Tang Jianjun saw a tall figure standing in the observation hall through the glass window and teased Li Bo, "Looks like you have quite a few visitors today. Introductions?" Hearing a voice behind him, the tall figure in front of the glass window turned to look at Su Feng and the others. Li Bo stepped forward and introduced both parties to each other. LV Feng, captain of the Special Police Assault Team. Tang Jianjun, director of the West City Sub-Bureau. Su Feng, officer of the West City Sub-Bureau. He then introduced Su Feng to LV Feng. Su Feng is also a member of the training team. He came here today like them, wanting to test his practical shooting skills. Let him in for the test after your people finish. LV Feng's previously friendly expression disappeared, and his brow furrowed slightly. Wasn't the training team already finalized? Why the change? And isn't he a police officer? How could he join the training team? Can he handle practical shooting? LV Feng fired off questions like a machine gun, full of doubt about Su Feng's abilities. Seeing the other party doubting him, Su Feng was unfazed. The doubt was actually reasonable. Police officers and special police belong to different branches with different responsibilities. In terms of tactical skills, those who could enter the special police team were undoubtedly outstanding, on a completely different level from regular police officers. Unfortunately, he was not a regular police officer. Moreover, looking at the postures of those 2 guys inside, dare they call it practical shooting? Inside the glass window, the 2 members of the Special Police Assault Team were adopting the standard shooting posture for law enforcement personnel, the waist-supported triangular stance. The shooter faced the target directly, with feet slightly wider than shoulder width apart, knees slightly bent to provide elastic support. At the same time, the toes were slightly inward, chest collapsed, shoulders slouched to lower the body's center of gravity, both arms naturally extended, right hand gripping the gun with a single arm stance, and both eyes wide open during shooting, no need to aim with closed eyes. This shooting stance was easier to master, providing better stability and continuity in shooting, and was the closest to real combat shooting. However, in Su Feng's eyes, the postures of these 2 individuals were rather ridiculous. Guys, shooting at a 15-meter target, do you really need to aim? Do you need to be so cautious? Shouldn't it be drawing the gun and shooting, hitting the target with every shot? Moreover, do you dare call this practical shooting with such a posture? Would the criminals give you time to set up your posture before shooting? At this moment, to Su Feng, a top-notch marksman well-versed in various fancy shooting techniques, the shooting postures of the 2 individuals in front of him seemed immature and laughable. It was decided by the provincial leaders this morning. I have no idea why, Li Bo shrugged, looking indifferent. Upon hearing that it was decided by the provincial leaders, LV Feng swallowed the words in his throat. After sizing up Su Feng, he pursed his lips, turned around, and checked on his team members' shooting situation. Tang Jianjun approached Su Feng and whispered, "These are your opponents. Feeling the pressure? Don't be nervous. They are special police, you are a police officer. Even if you can't beat them, it's not embarrassing. At least in the other projects, they definitely won't beat you. As for practical shooting, just aim not to miss." Facing away from them, LV Feng heard Tang Jianjun's words and snorted coldly. Such arrogance, daring to claim that besides shooting, they could win against their own special police in other events? How much have they been drinking? At the same time, on the shooting range, 2 special police officers with earplugs were ready, and they started shooting at the same time, the sound of gunfire echoing. After a moment, the gunfire stopped, and both of them had finished shooting 5 bullets each. The screen quickly updated their data, showing scores of 45 and 46 respectively. Seeing the scores, LV Feng's mouth curved into a slight smile, but then he regained a serious expression and said to Li Bo, "Decent performance, but still a bit nervous, slightly below your usual level. You should at least be able to achieve 48 or 49. Li Bo pursed his lips upon hearing this. If they were really that good, why would they come here for special training? Clearly, they were just trying to show off in front of Tang Jianjun and Su Feng. However, Li Bo didn't expose them and instead explained to Su Feng, their assessment criteria are different from yours. The target at 15 meters for the chest ring pistol, a total of 5 bullets, passing grade is 35, good is between 35 and 45, excellent is above 45. Both of these individuals scored above 45, which is quite good. They're done, you can go in now. Upon hearing Li Bo's words, Tang Jianjun patted Su Feng encouragingly. Su Feng looked at the 2 special police officers walking out through the glass window, pondered for a moment, and said, since it's such a coincidence today, I'll use the same standard as them. Just 5 bullets, let's see how many I can hit. After speaking, Su Feng nodded to the others and walked towards the shooting range. Li Bo smiled and approached Tang Jianjun, saying, you brought an interesting kid, he's quite competitive. No wonder the provincial leader personally selected him to participate in the competition. But it's not just about talking big, without real skills, he'll be cannon fodder once he's on the competition field. Tang Jianjun appeared nonchalant, smiling lightly. However, he was quite anxious inside. Damn it, he finally came to see Old Li, and now he's encountered the special police. Today, he had planned to secretly assess Su Feng's skills to have an idea before the training camp. He never expected to run into the members of the assault team. This was bad. If Su Feng's shooting skills were really poor, Li Bo would definitely spread the word throughout the entire assault team when he returned. Once Su Feng, the one personally selected by the provincial leader and known for taking the back door, participated in the training camp, he would surely be targeted and made fun of. On the shooting range, Su Feng had already reached the shooting position. Picking up the 92G pistol on the table, he exerted a slight force with his palm, feeling the weight and texture of the gun. Then, he casually raised the gun, aiming at the target 15 meters away. Seeing Su Feng's unconventional shooting posture, Li Bo's expression instantly froze. He had speculated that Su Feng's marksmanship might be average and even thought he might miss the target. But he never expected that Su Feng had never received any training at all. He didn't even know how to hold the gun properly. Even if he hadn't been trained, couldn't he have imitated the posture of those 2 individuals just now? LV Feng, who was chatting with the 2 special police officers nearby, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene and said to Tang Jianjun, no, are you sure the provincial leader specifically named him to participate in the big competition? He doesn't even know how to hold a gun, how can he participate in? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Feng made a move. Bang! 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 A rhythmic series of 5 gunshots rang out from the shooting area, leaving Tang Jianjun and Li Bo stunned as they looked up at the screen. Seeing the 2 of them ignoring him and instead staring at the monitor in astonishment, LV Feng disdainfully chuckled. How many points did your big expert score? Ha! Why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that he really missed the target? After talking for a while and seeing the 2 completely ignoring him, LV Feng also became very curious. What did these 2 see that surprised them so much? 50 bullseyes? I didn't read it wrong, damn, it's a perfect score? At that moment, the 2 special police officers beside him suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, their voices trembling. LV Feng was stunned when he heard this number. 50 bullseyes? Are you kidding me? With his skills, can he really hit 50 bullseyes? Hearing the exclamation from his own people, LV Feng was filled with curiosity. Then, somewhat hesitantly, he turned to look at the screen above, where a big 50 was prominently displayed. Oh my, it really is 50 bullseyes. How is that possible? He doesn't look like someone who knows how to handle a gun. Could he be clueless? Just then, Su Feng returned to the observation hall and walked towards Li Bo with a serious expression as soon as she entered. Li Ge, there seems to be an issue with this gun, you better check it. Hearing this, the special police officer who had used the same gun as Su Feng asked in confusion, an issue with the gun? I've been using it just fine. Moreover, you've hit 50 bullseyes. If there was an issue with the gun, could you have achieved this result? Li Bo, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. All the guns here are regularly maintained. There shouldn't be any problems. Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Su Feng looked at the screen above and said, Li Ge, you can pull up my bullet hole records to check. If everything goes as expected, the final shot should have landed slightly higher than the previous shots. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Li Bo, half believing, called someone over and displayed Su Feng's bullet hole records as requested. 5 images appeared on the screen, showing the positions of the bullet holes from 5 shots. Each bullet hole landed perfectly in the center of the bullseye, without any deviation. It's worth noting that the bullseye is not a single point but a circular area. Even the 2 special police officers from earlier didn't hit the same spot with every shot, their shots were evenly distributed within the bullseye range. If the bullseye area were reduced by half or a third, their scores would likely decrease by 3 or 4 points. However, even if the bullseye area were reduced to 1/10, it wouldn't affect Su Feng's score at all, it would still be 50 bullseyes. Because every shot by Su Feng was firmly locked onto the exact center of the entire bullseye. No matter how the area was reduced, it wouldn't make a difference. Su Feng, you said your shots had deviations? Where can we check that? Tang Jianjun asked Su Feng, his tone slightly accusing. LV Feng restrained the urge to roll his eyes upon hearing Tang Jianjun's words. Damn, is he showing off again? Su Feng, upon hearing this, suggested to Li Gu, overlap these 5 images and zoom in to see. Li Bo instructed someone to overlap the 5 images as suggested by Su Feng, then continuously zoomed in to examine the bullet hole positions. Indeed, the first 4 images showed almost no change in the overlapping positions, until the last one, where the bullet hole position slightly exceeded upwards, requiring further magnification to see clearly. Placed on the target, it was probably less than 0.05 millimeters of distance. Seeing this, everyone leaned in, carefully examining the area that exceeded the overlap for a long time. Old Tang, do you still think she hasn't touched a gun before? Alright, I get it now. So you found a sharpshooter and came to show off to me, is that it? Li Bo stood up straight, reproaching Tang Jianjun unkindly. Tang Jianjun was also puzzled. He felt a familiar feeling in his heart right now, remembering when Su Feng demonstrated gambling techniques, pickpocketing skills, and even disguise techniques in front of him. He felt the same way. A mix of confusion and helplessness, yet with a hint of surprise and joy hidden deep inside. Tang Jianjun had a look of sincerity on his face as he explained to Li Bo, no, I really didn't lie to you. This kid has never used a gun since he joined. He always completes missions barehanded, using weapons taken from criminals. There are playing cards, sticks, and everything, just never a gun. 2 special police officers nearby looked at Su Feng strangely upon hearing this. If he can score full marks without ever using a gun, what does it say about us who handle guns every day and only score 45? Are you saying we're useless? At this moment, LV Feng, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke, staring at Su Feng. Your last shot did indeed veer off, but what does that have to do with the gun? Isn't it just your own hand shaking? The 2 special police officers lowered their heads upon hearing this. Captain, someone hits bullseye with every shot, and you call that veering off? And you say it's shaking hands? Come on, even if the bullseye area is reduced tenfold, they still hit bullseye every time. If that's veering off, what about our 9 score shots? Should we consider them off target? Su Feng, upon hearing LV Feng's doubt, remained composed and calmly said, when I fired the last shot, I clearly felt the recoil slowing down. Perhaps there are burrs inside the parts, or the internal components are too dirty, causing increased resistance to the recoil. If you don't believe me, you can fire a few more shots. Within 3 shots, it will definitely jam. Ha? The recoil slowing down? Are you kidding me? The time for the recoil is just a blink of an eye, and you can still feel the change in speed? You can't brag like this. LV Feng sneered at Su Feng's words in his heart, but then coldly said, so, you mean Li Ji's gun maintenance is not professional? With that said, he turned to look at Li Bo, signaling with his eyes. It seemed like he was ready to go in and personally test to see if what Su Feng said was true. Li Bo also had a serious expression and nodded. These guns were just recently acquired, guaranteed to be brand new without any wear. The maintenance of firearms is a top priority in the daily work of the shooting training base. Even if Su Feng's marksmanship is extraordinary, baseless accusations cannot be made. LV Feng smiled faintly, leading the way, with everyone following to the shooting range. LV Feng personally picked up the pistol that Su Feng had just used, checked the bullets, assumed an extremely standard shooting posture, and glanced at Su Feng inadvertently. Then he smoothly pulled the trigger twice. Bang! Bang! 2 shots fired smoothly. LV Feng was convinced in his heart that Su Feng was definitely exaggerating and pretending. There was still 1 shot left, and if this shot didn't jam, let's see how you continue to show off. Thinking this, LV Feng fiercely pulled the trigger with his finger. Click! Ha! There was no gunshot as expected by everyone. Instead, a jamming sound was heard, the pistol slide directly stuck, not returning to its normal position. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Su Feng, and a storm of shock and awe surged in their hearts. 2 special police officers, damn, Brother Chen is amazing. Words match actions. Tang Jianjun, I knew it, Su Feng definitely wasn't lying. Li Bo, damn, it really jammed? Who maintained this gun? Find them. LV Feng, no, it's my fault, it must be my fault. It has nothing to do with the gun. Su Feng smiled faintly at the scene and said to Li Bo, well, this time I can confirm it's not a maintenance issue, but a burr on the parts. Li Gu, I guess these guns should all be new. They haven't been broken in much, right? Li Bo stared at the gun in LV Feng's hand and subconsciously nodded in response. Well, I just arrived last week. Su Feng stepped forward and naturally took the pistol from LV Feng's hand, pulled back the slide with his left hand, tilted the pistol to the right, and the cartridge inside was ejected. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, he disassembled the pistol into parts in just a few moves, neatly laying them out on the table. Su Feng picked up the firing mechanism and held it in front of his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips as he raised the component towards Li Bo. It's indeed here. Li Ge, it's a minor issue, just need a miscellaneous file to fix it. However, the attention of the crowd was still on the neatly arranged parts on the table. LV Fawn looked at the pile of parts, subconsciously tightening his right hand. What's going on? How did the gun end up in his hand? It was just complete a moment ago. How did it turn into parts in the blink of an eye? This kid's speed in disassembling the gun is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Is he really just a rookie cop from a police station? Except for Su Feng, everyone present was experienced police officers with sharp eyes. Just based on Su Feng's skills, they understood that he must have a thorough understanding of the structure of the Type 92 pistol, handling it effortlessly. With such skill, he must be an old hand, capable of easily hitting the bullseye 5 times, which doesn't seem so extraordinary. Moreover, as the shooting instructor, Li Bo also noticed something else. That is, the time Su Feng took to fire 5 shots was less than 0.9 seconds. He remembered that previously, a special forces member from a northern province had challenged on a TV show, firing 5 bullets in a rapid reaction shooting at 10 meters, taking 1.74 seconds. Yet Su Feng only took 0.9 seconds, even if the time to draw and aim the gun was included, it probably still didn't exceed 1.7 seconds. Wait. Li Bo suddenly realized. Su Feng directly fired the gun. There was no aiming. And what the Special Forces member did was just hitting the target, with bullets scattered in only at a distance of 10 meters, incomparable to Su Feng's perfect score of 50 points at 15 meters. Could the Su Feng before him be the next gun king? Li Bo stiffly turned his neck, widened his eyes, and looked at Tang Jianjun, his lips twitching slightly. A police officer? Just started? Never touched a gun? Is this the lie you told your old classmate? Alright, Tang, if I believe your nonsense again, I'm a dog. At this moment, although Li Bo didn't say a word, Tang Jianjun could feel from Li Bo's expression that he was really cursing heavily. Li Bo came back to his senses, took the parts from Su Feng's hand, and carefully examined them in front of his eyes. Oh, there's a burr here. Tisk tsk, Xiao Su, your touch is really amazing. Su Feng smiled warmly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. So, Li Ge, can I go to the outdoor shooting range to try it out? Li Bo chuckled. Ha, of course. Let's go. I also want to see how good you are with a rifle. At this moment, a staff member from the shooting base suddenly walked in from outside, approached Li Bo, and whispered a few words. Li Bo suddenly reacted, awkwardly smiling at Su Feng and the others. Look at my forgetful mind. I forgot about such an important matter. You see, my base was just awarded as an excellent national defense education base. Today is the first shooting open day, and there will be shooting enthusiasts from all walks of life coming to visit. The city TV station is also coming for an interview. They are currently visiting the shooting range over there. It might not be convenient. Li Bo's eyes flickered, clapping his hands. Isn't this perfect? Let them do a live ammunition demonstration. Wouldn't that be more effective than your shooting instructor's promotion? Li Bo stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze scanning Su Feng and the 2 special police officers, hesitantly asking. Later, the people from the city TV station will be here. Will your competition be recorded for sure? Li Bo was worried that after the news was broadcast, these newspeople would only focus on creating hype, adding drama to Su Feng and the others' competition, exaggerating it. If they really lost, then Lu Feng might not be able to show his face. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng waved his hand casually and said, "It's fine, if the TV station wants to film, let them film. I believe in their abilities, they will definitely not embarrass our special forces. Consider it as publicity for our police officers from Shanghai. Do you two have confidence?" Yes. The 2 special police officers beside Lu Bo subconsciously shouted in response to the captain's question. However, the next moment, they exchanged a guilty look. Oh no, if they lost now, it would be a disaster when they returned. The 2 of them felt bitter at heart. If they were really easily defeated by Su Feng in front of the camera, and their teammates found out, they would surely mock them every day. Hey, isn't this the TV star? Didn't embarrass yourself at the shooting range today? How's your progress learning from teacher Su? Have you improved? Oh, it's terrifying. Just the thought of their teammates smirking and teasing them around made them shudder. Unnoticed by Lu Feng, the 2 special police officers had quietly approached Su Feng. The 2 special police officers were named Lin Feng and Xiao Yu, both young people who had chatted with Su Feng and were now familiar with her, feeling no distance at the moment. Brother Chen, besides handguns, how's your rifle skills? Su Feng pondered for a moment at the question and waved her hand. It's okay, it's okay. The two understood immediately as Su Feng hesitated. When she said she hadn't used a gun before the handgun round, but then scored full marks, and now she said it's okay, it meant she was definitely a rifle expert. It's like a top student modestly saying they did average on a test, but then leading by far in the results. Brother Chen, go easy on us later. If we embarrass ourselves in front of the TV cameras, we'll be in big trouble when we get back. Su Feng couldn't help but smile wryly at their request. Well, she hadn't even done anything yet, and they were already coming over to make peace. Sigh, being too strong can also be a nuisance sometimes. She didn't want to crush their spirits too much, it was just that her skills didn't allow for much leniency. Alright, she would go easy on them later, to save face. The group slowly made their way to the semi-outdoor shooting area. By now, many visitors had arrived under the guidance of the instructors, and next to them were the photographers and journalists from Shanghai TV station, recording the open shooting day. While Su Feng and her group waited, the staff from the shooting base briefly communicated with the visiting teams. Hearing the conversation, the Shanghai TV station journalist Xiao Hong's eyes lit up instantly and she said to the cameraman beside her, wiping the sweat off his forehead, Brother Chen, have you captured enough footage of the visit? Yes, we have enough material. Just film some interviews with the crowd. Excitedly pointing towards Su Feng and her group, Xiao Hong said, why interview the crowd when you can film them? Special police versus regular police. Isn't that more interesting than interviewing the crowd? At the indoor-outdoor junction, there was a row of shooting positions with various rifles hanging above them. The shooting enthusiasts who had come to visit were taking photos with their phones of the firearms provided at the site. Among them, a middle-aged man was surrounded, passionately explaining each firearm in front of him to the people around. These are 22 LR small-caliber rifles, Ruger rifles, and over there is the EM-332 rifle. Wow, there's even a sniper rifle here. Let me see, this one should be the Finnish T3 sniper rifle, not bad, not bad. The firearms here are quite comprehensive compared to the shooting base. Don't underestimate this sniper rifle. If you want to try it out, it costs $60 for one bullet. Many enthusiasts following the man were impressed as he accurately named each gun and knew their prices by heart. Even the instructor nearby couldn't intervene and they all praised him. Brother Sun, your knowledge is impressive. Is there any gun here that you don't recognize? I think Brother Sun must have been a soldier before, right? Brother Sun, how about showing off your shooting skills for us? Sun Jia, known as Brother Sun, modestly gestured with his hand. Oh, you flatter me, you flatter me. I just have a passion for this, never been a soldier. But well, my old man at home, he has been on the battlefield before, and we still have several medals at home. In terms of marksmanship, although I'm not very good at shooting, I do have some theoretical knowledge. Upon hearing Sun Jie's background, everyone suddenly realized. No wonder he's so obsessed with firearms, turns out his old man was a soldier. Hey, look, what are those people doing over there? Why are they cordoning off the area? Wow, there are a few SWAT members, looks like they're going to do live ammunition shooting? Why are we still dilly-dallying here? Let's go over and take a look. Everyone noticed two SWAT members standing next to the far gun platform, seemingly preparing for live ammunition shooting. They all rushed over, bypassing Sun Jia, heading towards Su Feng and the others' location. Although the areas on both sides were separated by the instructors of the base, everyone still craned their necks to look inside, trying to catch a glimpse of the SWAT team members' prowess. At that moment, Li Bo's voice came. Here, the Type 95 automatic rifle. It's the most commonly used rifle by your SWAT team. How about it? I have some good stuff here, right? Li Bo caressed the gun in his hand, with an expression of fondness, then looked at Su Feng and the other two. Which one of you three will go first? Lin Feng and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, and Xiaoyu stepped forward. I'll go first. We are more familiar with this gun, so let's give Su Feng a taste of it first. Lu Feng also nodded secretly, very satisfied with his team member's attitude. Calm and composed, unperturbed by the noisy crowd, that's the way to go. Su Feng nodded in response to Xiaoyu's words. In fact, when it comes to familiarity with this gun, probably no one present could match him. The moment Su Feng laid eyes on this gun, his gaze scanned it from top to bottom like a laser. All the information about the Type 95 automatic rifle, its pros and cons, emerged in his mind. As the first domestically mass-produced small-caliber automatic rifle, the Type 95 automatic rifle had many advantages, including high accuracy, low cost, rich accessories, short gun body, and easy to carry, among others. But there were also many disadvantages, such as no bolt hold open feature, and issues with the plastic magazine. However, Su Feng looked at Xiaoyu's slightly awkward posture while holding the gun and shook his head slightly. In static shooting mode, the most significant factor affecting shooting accuracy was the excessively short length of the handguard, which greatly reduced shooting stability. Also, the design of the short grip distance was extremely unreasonable, causing different people to form their unique postures when using it. Xiaoyu's current posture was obviously the most suitable for his own body structure, and it was estimated that Lin Feng would have a different gun-holding posture later. Wow, look, the SWAT team is about to shoot. Wow, this posture, this stance, so damn cool. I wish I could also wear such a suit to shoot. I'd pay any amount for it. Shoo, everyone quiet down, don't disturb them. Under the command of the enthusiast Sun Jia, many fans held their breath, all focused and quiet, anticipating Xiaoyu's performance. However, Xiaoyu was still leisurely adjusting the firearms, getting familiar with the feel. Some people couldn't sit still, looking around, and suddenly noticed a young man next to the two special police officers watching the scene, asking in confusion, "Hey, didn't they say two special police officers were having a shooting competition? Why is there another person next to them? Could it be a security guard?" "No way, they are special police officers, why would they need a security guard? It should be a security officer." Unable to bear it any longer, someone nearby interrupted their conversation. "What are you guys looking at? How can you mistake them for security guards? They are police officers." "Oh, I didn't see clearly just now." "Hey, what are the police officers here for?" "I don't know, probably acting as security personnel." "Well, that's still a security guard then." LV Fong deliberately took a few steps towards the crowd. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, LV Fong's mouth slightly curved up, looking smugly at Tang Jianjun. "See, this is the influence of the special police. Just by arriving at this station, the momentum instantly shows. Compared to that, the nearby Su Feng is simply weak." The journalist Xiao Hong stood by eagerly waiting for the results, ready to interview the two special police officers as soon as they finished. The photographer carried the camera, constantly scanning the faces of several police officers and the onlookers, not missing any subtle expressions of the people present. "Alright, inspection complete, we can start shooting." Xiaoyu finished the check and gestured. Li Bo nodded and said, 100 meters, 5 bullets, let's begin. Next is Lin Feng, Su Feng is the last one. Hearing this, Xiaoyu bent down, took a deep breath, and placed the gun against his shoulder. Bang! Bang! After 5 shots, Xiaoyu stood up, a smile on his face, very satisfied with his performance. Then, there were 5 extremely stable gunshots, and Lin Feng also finished shooting and stood up. Seeing the two special police officers finished shooting, the many onlookers anxiously awaited the announcement of the results. At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the nearby guard police officer had also started handling the rifle on the table. "Hey, what is he going up there for? Does he also want to shoot a few rounds?" "Hey buddy, the two special police officers are just having fun, why are you joining in?" The crowd started discussing, the noise reaching the ears of Tang Jianjun and others. LV Fong smiled slightly and said to Tang Jianjun and Su Feng, "I didn't expect everyone to trust our team members so much. Look, the public's eyes are sharp." "Su Feng, don't feel pressured, just play freely." Seeing him pretending to be generous, Tang Jianjun pursed his lips. Su Feng shook his head at the words, resting the gun stock against his shoulder. At the same time, his finger holding the grip moved quietly, switching the fire selector from single shot to automatic, sighing silently. "Ah, sorry, two young men. I originally wanted to give you some face. Since your captain wants me to play freely, don't blame me for being too harsh." Amidst the questioning voices of the crowd, Su Feng's index finger slowly rested on the trigger. Wow, he really is going to shoot. With his thin arms and legs, can he even shoot? Don't underestimate him, this young man is quite handsome. Seeing Su Feng adopting the same shooting posture as the previous two special police officers, showing his handsome profile, several female fans suddenly praised and took out their phones to capture Su Feng's side profile. Others nearby disdainfully remarked, "Just copying others, he's just a regular officer, when does he ever need a rifle in his daily life? Heh, what's the use of a police officer being handsome? Marksmanship is what matters." The crowd nodded in agreement. As shooting enthusiasts, they only recognized marksmanship, not looks. At this moment, after seeing two special police officers finish shooting, the young police officer beside them also wanted to step forward to shoot, and the onlookers lost interest. They began to look through the shooting footage of the two special police officers on their phones. Xiao Hong also took the photographer around in a big circle and ran to the crowd to ask, "Hello, I'm Xiao Hong, a reporter from the city TV station. May I interview the two special police officers?" Xiaoyu and Lin Feng blushed a bit and looked a bit unsure in front of the camera. Beside them, LV Fong took the initiative to step forward, kindly spoke up, "You can ask me anything, I am their leader." "Oh, a leader? Great leader." Xiao Hong immediately shifted her focus and started interviewing LV Fong. LV Fong took this opportunity to promote the Special Police Assault Team and stated that this training was to achieve good results in the National Special Police Competition, show their style, and bring honor to all the public security personnel in Shanghai City. Great! Indeed a great leader, well said. Good luck in the competition. I believe in you. The crowd behind them, upon hearing the interview, applauded LV Fong. Just as LV Fong wanted Lin Feng and Xiaoyu to show their faces, they found that the two of them were staring motionless at the gun in Su Feng's hand. At that moment, both of them keenly noticed Su Feng's actions and were surprised to see him switch directly to rapid fire mode. Wait, how did he switch to rapid fire? Doesn't he know how much the accuracy of the Type 95 decreases in rapid fire mode? This is a 100-meter target, the trajectory is likely to be off. Maybe he hasn't had much experience with this gun before, but that's okay, at least we shouldn't embarrass ourselves with this one. Chatting away, they both felt confident this time. Fortunately, Su Feng hadn't had much experience with the Type 95, so their reputation was ultimately preserved. Just then, Su Feng finally made a move. His finger decisively pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The continuous sound of 5 shots interrupted Xiao Hong's interview, prompting the camera to focus on Su Feng. LV Fong was also surprised and turned to look at Su Feng. What is this kid doing? Oh, I see. He knows he can't aim well, so he switched to rapid fire to save face a bit. Head, you're a bit clever. The onlookers behind them were also startled by the sudden sound of gunfire, and Sun Jia, at the forefront, smiled helplessly. Well, no need to watch anymore. Ha, why not? The girl who had been filming Su Feng with her phone asked in confusion. Didn't you hear that it was single shots before, and now it's rapid fire? He must have accidentally triggered it. You'll see later, the bullets, for sure, have flown up into the sky. Hearing the discussion behind her, Xiao Hong seized the opportunity and continued the interview. Captain LV, the sound of this young man's shooting seems completely different from the previous two. Could you explain it to us? LV Fong came to his senses and continued. The sound of the 5 rapid shots you just heard, while the 2 special police officers before used single shots when shooting, this police comrade accidentally touched the speed switch on the wall. Single shots make the gun more stable, while rapid fire causes significant muzzle displacement. Later, everyone can see the results of their shooting. The score of the last rapid fire shooting will definitely be much worse than the previous 2 single shot scores. Oh, I see now. Thank you for the explanation, Captain LV. Xiao Hong finished the interview and waited with everyone for the staff to retrieve the target paper. When Su Feng returned to stand next to Tang Jianjun quietly gave him a thumbs up. Li Bo beside him also smiled slightly and said to Tang Jianjun, this kid is quite clever. He knows he lacks experience, yet deliberately switched modes. Later, if you get interviewed too, at least you won't embarrass yourself, huh? Tang Jianjun said proudly. I didn't expect him to be so young, yet quite knowledgeable about the ways of the world. Hey, the target papers are back, let's quickly check the results. While they were talking, the staff had already hurried over to retrieve all 3 target papers. First was Xiao Yu's. It showed 4 shots landing within the 9-ring circle, with only 1 barely touching the edge of the 10-ring, which counted as 10 points, totaling 46 points. Lin Feng's was a bit worse, with scattered bullet impacts and none hitting the 10-ring, even 1 barely on the line, counted as 9 points, totaling 45 points. Su Feng shook his head slightly upon seeing their results. Although this simulation was about standing combat shooting, focusing on quick reactions, it was much more challenging than shooting in a prone position. However, these results were not their best performance. The scattered bullet impacts indicated they were aiming too tensely between shots, trying to realign the muzzle, which had the opposite effect. For precision shooting, it relied on skill and feeling. Once the feeling was right, they should shoot, or else the more they aimed, the less accurate they would be. Judging from their actions, they were both experienced, so these results were definitely lower than their usual standards, probably due to the pressure from the onlookers. Indeed, Lin Feng and Xiao Yu's expressions changed upon seeing the scattered bullet holes on the target papers, especially Lin Feng, who sighed while holding his target paper. During training, there would be an additional small circle drawn within the 10 ring on the target, known as the 11 ring. According to training requirements, only shots within the 10 ring, or close to the 11 ring, could be considered elite. Compared to elite shooters, the two of them still had a significant gap in skill level, which was why Lu Fang brought them to Li Bo to analyze the issue and improve quickly. Hey, how did they perform? Let us see their scores. Can any of you see the scores in front? The crowd discussed eagerly, craning their necks to see the results on the target papers. Meanwhile, the staff member holding Su Feng's target paper was left with only one in hand. Glancing at it, she subconsciously remarked, huh? What's going on? Only 1 bullet hole? There was only one bullet hole on the target paper in the staff member's hand. Upon hearing her question, Li Bo directly took the target paper, stretched it out, and examined it against the sunlight, confirming there was indeed only one hole. Li Bo hesitated, glancing at Tang Jianjun. It didn't make sense. He hit the bullseye, indicating his aim was correct. Even if affected by rapid firing, the muzzle drifting, it shouldn't exceed the target paper. But now there was only one bullet hole. Something's not right. Li Bo carefully approached and observed the bullet hole on Su Feng's target paper, which was noticeably larger than Xiao Yu and Lin Feng's holes. Suddenly, a possibility crossed Li Bo's mind, but it was hard to believe. The rifles and bullets used by Su Feng and the others were identical, and the only reason for such bullet holes would be multiple shots hitting the same spot. This kind of situation usually only occurred in sniper rifle shooting, requiring a scope to achieve such an effect. Moreover, Su Feng's target paper had only one bullet hole. Could it be true? Li Bo widened his eyes, looking at Su Feng in astonishment. Su Feng still wore a calm smile, standing with his hands behind his back. Li Bo turned back to the target paper, his eyes filled with shock. It was impossible, this was too unbelievable. Even if the army's top sharpshooters were brought in, they could at most manage to hit the same spot with 2 shots. How could someone continuously hit the same spot with 5 shots? Moreover, it wasn't just a single shot, but a 5-shot burst. This difficulty is no less than winning the lottery. Xiao Yu and Lin Feng on the side were still examining their own target papers. Seeing Tang Jianjun, Li Bo, and the staff all staring blankly at Su Feng's target paper without a word, they walked over in confusion. However, once they approached, they were also captivated. A group of people surrounded the target paper, silent and motionless. Meanwhile, Su Feng stood leisurely on the side. LV Feng, who was waiting for the results and ready to continue explaining to the audience, became curious when he saw everyone frozen in place. He apologetically waved to the city reporter Xiaohong and then turned back to Li Bo and the others. What are you all looking at? Why is everyone just standing there in silence? Xiao Yu pointed dumbfoundedly at the target paper. Captain, Su Feng. It seems like all 5 shots hit the bullseye, in the same spot. Lin Feng suddenly corrected him excitedly. No, it's not the bullseye, it's the inner bullseye. LV Feng's pupils constricted at the words. 5 inner bullseyes? In the same spot? You're getting more and more outrageous in your claims. Do you think I've never shot a gun before? How can you say something so absurd? Seeing LV Feng's disbelief, Li Bo pulled out the target paper and handed it to him directly. LV Feng took the target paper, and in an instant, he seemed frozen in place, eyes wide open, not blinking, his expression changing rapidly. Seeing his reaction, Li Bo secretly rejoiced. Old LV must be as shocked and disbelieving as himself. At this moment, LV Feng was indeed extremely shocked. How could he not believe that Su Feng, without any warning, could achieve a perfect score with 5 consecutive shots, even reaching the top level they internally referred to as 55 points? And his shooting speed was so fast just now, he didn't even have time to aim properly. Even if the best marksmen in the army were here, not many could achieve that, right? As for the special police team in Shanghai City, it was absolutely impossible to find an officer with such skills. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone from Shanghai City been able to advance to the national competition for several years? At the same time, Xiaohong and the crowd beside her were eagerly anticipating. They saw 2 special police officers and others next to them all staring intently at a target paper, feeling puzzled. What are they looking at over there? Can they show us? It seems to be the last person's target paper. Looks like there's something special about it. What else could be special, either off target or low score? I guess they're watching because there's a TV station recording, feeling embarrassed to show it, probably preparing how to explain it. Just as Li Bo and the others made way, LV Feng took the target paper, and finally, these shooting enthusiasts saw the full picture of the target paper. Damn, this guy. What did you see earlier? Hurry up and tell us. Sun Jia, who was at the front, chuckled and said, this guy's target paper only has 1 bullet hole. As soon as this was said, the crowd exploded. Is it real? Just 1 bullet hole? Even I wouldn't be this bad. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. No wonder he's embarrassed to show it to us. This is really embarrassing. If I were this guy, I'd quickly take off my clothes and say I'm here to visit. For a moment, the crowd erupted into lively discussions. However, Xiaohong, standing at the front, frowned. As an experienced and fast-running journalist, she sensed something fishy from the expressions of the police officers in front. Why did it feel like this person's performance was so good that it scared them all? Chen, later, don't mind these visiting folks. Just focus the camera on these people in front. Remember to get some close-ups. I feel like we might have some explosive news today. Just then, another staff member came running over, panting heavily. Li Gu, it's confirmed. According to the target video, 5 bullets from position 3 hit the same bullet hole. And we also checked the impact points behind the target to confirm that they all came from the same bullet hole. Li Bo raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? The staff member nodded heavily. Absolutely sure. Several of you can review the target video. Everyone was incredulous, rushing to the target display to witness the miracle. This was not just quick reflexes and rifle sight adjustment, it wasn't done with an optical scope. Can all shots really hit the same bullet hole? Are you kidding me? Even the snipers from the Special Operations Brigade would break into a cold sweat seeing this kind of shooting. But the fact was right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe. Captain LV, how did the 3 of them perform? Why don't you tell us? Xiaohong once again asked LV Fong the same question from a distance, trying to guide the interview process. However, this time, when LV Fong heard Xiaohong's question, he broke out in a cold sweat. Instead of responding immediately, his brain raced to figure out how to answer. Just then, Tang Jianjun suddenly led Su Feng forward, approaching Xiaohong, and smiling warmly at the camera. Why don't you let Captain LV take a break, and we'll take your interview. Who are you? I'm Tang Jianjun, the director of the West City Sub-Bureau. And this person next to me is Su Feng, a police officer from our West City Sub-Bureau. After Tang Jianjun introduced himself, someone in the crowd suddenly looked puzzled and started fiddling with their phone. Then they raised the phone with a picture on it and compared it to Su Feng. Hey, isn't this Su Feng who was on the live broadcast before? It's the same person? Hearing this, Xiaohong's ears perked up, her eyes shining as she directly handed the microphone to Su Feng. Hello, Su Feng, I'm Xiaohong, a reporter from the city station. I just heard from the people nearby that you've been on an anti-theft live broadcast before, and you're a popular anti-theft internet celebrity known as Anti-Theft Little Su, is that true? Su Feng nodded in response, admitting it openly. This was indeed one of her identities, nothing to hide. Moreover, her participation in the live broadcast and becoming the internet sensation Anti-Theft Little Su was arranged by the Bureau, so there shouldn't be any problem. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that Su Feng, besides being a young police officer, had also been a skilled anti-theft expert featured on television, elevating her image in their eyes. Oh, no wonder she dared to compete in shooting against the special police, turns out she's an internet celebrity. Being an internet sensation is great, hitting 1 shot out of 5 bullets, and she's still qualified to compete in shooting against the special police. Ah, I never expected our police uncles to be influenced by internet celebrities, the world is really going downhill. A young woman in the crowd heard this and coughed, pretending to be profound. Ahem, who said an anti-theft internet celebrity can't compete in shooting against the special police? Let me tell you, I work in the media, and I can see through this at a glance. The crowd turned to look at her, full of curiosity. Hurry up and tell us, what's the reason? Xiaohong had intended to continue questioning Su Feng, but now she was also drawn to the attention of her colleague, signaling the camera to start filming. Su Feng, seeing this, was also curious about what this woman had to say. You work in the media, not in shooting, what do you understand? Can you shoot as accurately as me just by posting some videos and memes online? The woman cleared her throat and said disdainfully, let me tell you, being an anti-theft internet celebrity is all about image, just like the previous anti-fraud internet celebrities. By the way, I'm sure many of you have heard of anti-fraud internet celebrities, right? Many people in the crowd nodded in agreement. The woman swallowed and continued, what are characters most afraid of? Of course, it's a collapse. Just think, if this young policeman becomes famous and is invited to events, what if the sponsor dad wants him to demonstrate marksmanship, but he can't hit the target in public? A policeman who only live streams and doesn't shoot, is it funny or not? How do you think people will comment on him? Everyone suddenly realized. Viral anti-theft livestream shooting reveals true skill level. Shocking. Anti-theft police officer misses the target. How long can the anti-theft influencer go on? Shut it down. It must be shut down. With a simple thought, everyone immediately imagined the scene of Su Feng being criticized by online trolls after exposing his true shooting skills. Just like now, so many of us have seen it, he fired 5 bullets and missed 4. If I were his boss, I would have to secretly train him too. In my opinion, these 2 special police officers are not here to compete at all. I guess they were specifically brought in as sparring partners for him. The woman finished speaking, smugly shaking her head, as if she saw through everything. Seeing this, everyone else also suddenly realized. The only bit of filter on Su Feng, the anti-theft influencer, shattered on the ground, and they all began to point fingers at Su Feng and the other special police officers. Su Feng heard the woman's absurd words being agreed upon by everyone and couldn't help but turn her face away, secretly smiling. Xiao Yu and Lin Feng also looked helpless. They just came to try shooting, never expecting to encounter such a situation. It's really unlucky. Not only can't they beat Su Feng in shooting, they are also treated as free sparring partners. Who can they reason with? However, when leaders Tang Jianjun and LV Feng heard the groundless accusations and defamation from the crowd, their expressions immediately turned serious. Young lady, you can eat freely, but words must be spoken carefully. As soon as Tang Jianjun spoke, his authority was evident. Seeing him like this, Su Feng felt somewhat unfamiliar. Recalling her interactions with Tang Jianjun on regular days, it seemed like she always surprised him, completely unable to see him as a director. Unexpectedly, when he got serious, he did have some authority. After Tang Jianjun spoke, the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. Seeing this momentum, no one wanted to stand out. The woman who had just claimed to be a social media expert seemed a bit fierce but still plucked up the courage to speak. What, did I say something wrong? We all saw it. There was only one bullet hole on the target. Could there be a fake one? That's right, seeing is believing, no one made it up. Xiaohong watched as the two sides clashed, her eyes shining, her head turning left and right, not missing any detail. She was a bit unhappy when she was assigned to cover today's shooting open day event. She had just joined the team recently, but after a few weeks, she was still doing these boring interviews, while other newcomers were going to film the special police training in a few days. You see, the station attaches great importance to covering the special police training, especially after the success of the last live broadcast. They were planning another one and had already contacted the special police. If she could show her face in this project, the effect would be much better than filming this boring shooting range. Moreover, just the thought of being able to see many fit young men at the special police training base made her envious to the point of exploding. Fit young men showing off their muscles and sweating in front of her, that's the key, right? Although she couldn't see the young and beautiful bodies, there seemed to be a surprise in today's interview. Just as Xiaohong's eyes were sharp and she was lost in thought, Li Bo, who had been standing silently, suddenly smiled. Oh, only one bullet hole on the target? You're right, there is indeed only one bullet hole. Seeing someone from the opposing camp agreeing, everyone gained confidence. However, Li Bo's tone changed, and he said coldly, but who said that only one bullet can fit in a bullet hole? As the owner of the shooting base, I warmly welcome your visit and tour. But as a former public security police officer, now a shooting coach, I must tell you that the marksmanship displayed on this target far exceeds your imagination. Li Bo slightly turned and pointed to Xiao Yu and Lin Feng behind him. These two represent the elite special police force of Shanghai City preparing for the national special police competition, about to bring honor to our city on the national stage. I hope you all can respect our special police comrades, do not make baseless speculations, or even slander. Xiaohong frowned, then widened her eyes suddenly. These two are actually the special police participating in the training? Oh my, what kind of luck is this, to actually run into them? Li Bo turned around again, his gaze burning as he looked at Su Feng. As for this person known to everyone as anti-pickpocket Xiao Su,